The protagonist, Su Lu, finds himself inexplicably transported to a peculiar and perilous wasteland, assuming the role of a scavenger. This realm is shrouded in the darkness of a steam age, concealing forbidden fruits and decayed arcane arts. In this world, whenever the light intensity falls below 3, a state of darkness ensues, leading to the emergence of bizarre entities after a certain duration. Moreover, intense emotions such as fear and anger further attract these anomalies that Su Lu's predecessor, who serendipitously discovered an ancient fruit, betrayed his comrades, resulting in fatal consequences. Although igniting a flame can temporarily dispel the darkness, the corpses of his companions will, after a time, transform into these grotesque beings, attacking him. The fruit consumed by his predecessor did not bestow Su Lu with any immediate power, aside from conjuring game-like prompts before his eyes and causing a tree to grow within his mental realm. However, this fruit attracted an ancient godlike entity, prompting Su Lu to offer one of the fruit from the tree and 10 earthworms as a sacrifice to gain its protection until the patrolling night watchman arrived. Subsequently, utilizing the prompts before him, his unique thought processes, and his gift of gab, Su Lu gradually navigates through the perils of this world, confronting various dangers and challenges while seeking the truth behind this reality, ultimately embarking on a quest to save the world and discover the light. Chapter 1. Darkness. In an area beyond the city, within a dilapidated wooden cabin reminiscent of a bygone suburban era, an inexplicable transformation is unfolding. Should anyone glance at the cabin at that moment, they would observe the air distorting, akin to pixelated blocks invading normal vision, creating a jarring effect. The creatures lurking in the darkness also seem drawn to this nearly decrepit cabin, their curiosity piqued by the events transpiring within. Eventually, the cabin returns to its normal state. Su Lu slowly opens his eyes. This simple action feels arduous in his current condition. His eyelids, thin yet heavy, struggle to lift. Am I dead? The ceiling has lost several tiles, and the oppressive night breeze howls outside. Aside from the relatively bright moonlight, which is occasionally interrupted by a ghostly green glow from the window, there exists little other illumination. The pain from the sweat-soaked wound prompts Su Lu to grit his teeth. With a slight twist of his stiff neck, he surveys his surroundings, the shabby room, the sporadic chirping of insects, the blood on his person, and the figure lying on the floor, drenched in blood, all contribute to a chilling atmosphere. Well, it seems I am not dead. Yet, the environment feels unsettling. Could that individual on the ground be lifeless? Even if much of this is merely psychological, as he considers reaching for his damp hair, the walls at the periphery of his vision suddenly warp. Distorted script appears on the walls. Current light level of the house, 2, in a state of darkness. Level 1 anomaly will appear in 9 minutes and 01 seconds. What? The walls continue to twist and shift, the wood resembling animated pixels, gradually morphing into the shape of a young girl. This transformation occurs without warning, and even Su Lu, possessing a relatively stable mental fortitude, feels a shiver run down his spine. Before him lies a girl cradled in the arms of a black sheep. Her face obscured, it appears as though her features are masked by a jumbled amalgamation of colors, creating a disconcerting sensation that might suffocate those with obsessive tendencies. She gazes intently at Su Lu and points towards the wall. Current light level of the house, 2, in a state of darkness. Level 1 anomaly will appear in 8 minutes and 45 seconds. Su Lu's brows twitch at the information presented to him, and he instinctively reaches out to touch the girl's cheek. Yet, before his fingers can make contact, these surreal apparitions vanish, akin to pixels being swiftly erased. The walls revert to their original state, weathered stone bricks, damp wooden beams. Everything returns to normal. Su Lu cautiously examines the wall, finding no further inscriptions. What was that? Was it an illusion? But could something so vivid merely be a figment of his imagination? Despite his confusion, there are no clues to delve deeper into this mystery. Moreover, the surrounding environment demands his attention, particularly with an unknown individual lying motionless on the ground. The pain flares anew, causing Su Lu to clutch his chest. The atmosphere feels peculiar. The room is drafty, yet stiflingly hot, reminiscent of the oppressive humidity before a summer storm. The heat exacerbates his perspiration, which seeps into his wounds, intensifying the agony. While he can endure the pain, it distracts him, leading Su Lu to realize he must tend to his chest wound promptly. He lifts his shirt, carefully peeling away the bloodied flesh that clings to the fabric. A gaping, flowery wound greets his eyes. Good heavens, how am I still alive? The gash is substantial, approximately the size of a child's fist, its cause unknown. However, he finds solace in the fact that it has ceased bleeding. Gazing at the motionless figure on the floor, he ponders his connection to this person for a moment before shaking his head. I have no idea what this person's relationship to me is. After sitting up, Sulu surveys his immediate surroundings. Beside him lies a sharp dagger, its blade marred with a notch and stained with blood. Adjacent to the dagger, he spots an oddly constructed iron contraption with a triangular stone atop it. The label reveals it to be a lighter. Model 403 leaf-on lighter. Wow, I've never seen a lighter the size of a brick before. Setting the lighter aside, Sulu turns his attention to other items. A canvas backpack lies nearby, containing slightly crushed bread and biscuits. Like the dagger, the backpack is also stained with dried blood. He picks up the dagger, inspecting the notch on the blade, then glances back at the unconscious figure. If this dagger is mine, then did I? Sulu contemplates this question, aware that bearing the weight of murder is never an easy burden, regardless of the circumstances, especially in a desolate wilderness where explanations are futile. He exhales deeply, deciding to address his wound first. Removing his shirt, he fashions it into a makeshift bandage to stem the flow of sweat. As he focuses intently on his chest injury, he notices the dried blood nearby suddenly begins to writhe. The wriggling blood coalesces into a series of pulsating words. Zion Pioneer .35 caliber gunshot wound, diameter 4.7 centimeters, ancient sound fruit, distorted. The information appears chaotic. A gun? In what era would firearms be utilized? Is Zion the name of the manufacturer? The terms ancient sound fruit and distorted elude his comprehension entirely. Just as Sulu reaches out to touch the writing, the blood returns to its still state. Another illusion? Something feels amiss. He suddenly raises his voice, addressing the figure on the ground. Listen, I've always been quite courageous. I don't play dead. You understand? His grip on the dagger tightens, fingers turning pale, but after a moment, he relaxes. The individual appears genuinely unconscious, but that realization only heightens his fear. A corpse. Sulu glances once more at the bloodstain, fully aware of the significance of information. This time, he conceived the idea of attempting that peculiar ability once more. Subtitles appear. No response. Let's try something different. Gazing at the dagger, Sulu began to squint. Eyes, brain. Still no reaction. After a moment of contemplation, Sulu, with a glimmer of hope in his gaze, slowly uttered. System? Well, it seems he had not acquired that formidable power after all. After several unsuccessful attempts, Sulu recalled the sensation he felt while examining his chest earlier. Seriousness, focus, meticulousness, and that unusual warmth and extraordinary kind of heat. Though uncertain if these conditions were essential, Sulu opted to give it another try. Enduring the pain from his wound, Sulu's mind gradually sharpened, and his body once again became feverish, his eyes fixated on the dagger, yet after a prolonged period, there was still no response. Nevertheless, the re-emerging warmth reassured Sulu that he was on the right path. He scanned the surroundings, hoping to discover something within the room to observe and test his abilities. However, as he casually glanced around, the entire room began to warp in his vision, akin to having consumed an unknown fungus in excess. This time, with a mental preparation, Sulu appeared exceptionally focused, his emotions remarkably composed. Though the twisting room did not yield any text, Sulu heard a whisper in his ear. Quack, are you searching for me? Alas, you have no offerings. Offerings? Sulu felt a flicker of surprise as the text materialized once more. However, this time, the words appeared directly before him, stark and rigid compared to the previous gentle manifestations akin to a middle-aged man begrudgingly delivering his tribute. The room is in a state of decay, illumination level 2, in a state of darkness. A level 1 anomaly will appear in 6 minutes and 31 seconds. After hearing the whisper, the surroundings returned to normal. Sulu remained silent for approximately 5 seconds. These 5 seconds were spent in contemplation. Then he exclaimed, damn. Next, he needed to organize the information useful to him. It was evident that the house was in ruins. The light intensity of 2 indicated darkness, followed by the impending level 1 anomaly. Sulu tightened his grip on the dagger. He envisioned the potential scenarios when that so-called level 1 anomaly would manifest. What could a level 1 anomaly be? How strong? Is it dangerous? Without any intelligence or even knowledge of whether this was the former world, Sulu felt somewhat at a loss. However, based on the information he had gathered, Sulu could ascertain a few things. First, he needed light, or rather, the room required a bright environment. Second, he had approximately 6 minutes to start a fire. Third, he possessed a lighter. Sulu rummaged through the sparsely furnished room. The only sustainable combustible material was a pile of damp, fragmented wood. Yet igniting this would directly prove overly challenging. It required specific conditions to dry out. Find some flammable materials. Muttering to himself, Sulu continued to survey the area. His shirt had already been used for bandaging under these circumstances. He could hardly strip off his pants. Besides the backpack on the floor and the man's clothing, there appeared to be no other flammable items in sight. With this in mind, Sulu crouched down to examine the man. He needed to confirm whether the individual was truly deceased. As a former struggling novelist, he had researched corpses extensively. Approaching the man, Sulu was nearly certain he was dead. This injury. Upon inspecting the man's wound, Sulu paused briefly, then glanced at the dagger in his hand. Did I kill him? With a little over 5 minutes remaining, Sulu opened the backpack on the ground. Inside, there were still some supplies. Paper-wrapped food resembling compressed biscuits, half a bottle of water, a shovel, some rope, and a bag containing fluorescent-colored powder. Sulu picked up a biscuit, not for consumption, but to inspect the food's packaging. The label read Lighthouse No. 7 biscuit. However, the packaging was somewhat crude, akin to a poorly crafted counterfeit product. For example, brands like Ray-Bai, Cola, and Yuliu. Lighthouse No. 7. What an intriguing name for a biscuit. After examining the text, Sulu refrained from further inspecting the backpack's contents. Instead, he emptied everything onto the ground to swiftly locate useful items. Sulu mentally counted the time. Over a minute had already elapsed since the 6-minute warning. He now needed to ignite something to generate light. Moreover, it would be ideal if these flammable materials could ignite the wood swiftly. Feeling the ground, he discovered the soil was quite soft. Sulu grabbed the shovel and quickly dug a depression in the ground for ventilation. He then arranged the damp wood in a circle and split a thick, pliable branch into 3 thin pieces, stacking them in the center. Finally, he set the man's clothing and the backpack ablaze with his lighter, placing them into the ventilated pit. Whoosh! Sulu blew forcefully, and the flames began to grow. Sizzle! Accompanied by the low crackling of wood, a dense cloud of white smoke billowed from the wood. This white smoke was a mixture of water vapor and dust, exuding a musty, decaying odor. Igniting the clothing was effortless, but coaxing the wood to catch fire proved somewhat challenging. Fortunately, time was still on his side. As the flames solidified, a faint smile emerged on Sulu's face. Once more, he concentrated, feeling that peculiar warmth as the flames before him warped into a mass of text. The room is in a state of decay, illumination level 4, under a bright state, temporarily stable. Gazing at the abnormal flames before him, Sulu's expression finally relaxed. The light from the flames ensured he would not have to confront the so-called level 1 anomaly. Phew! Fire truly embodies the hope of human civilization. Things are looking up. Sulu's anxiety gradually dissipated, a subtle smile gracing his face. Now, he merely needed to maintain the fire's vitality. With a newfound sense of security, Sulu even began to indulge in his former daily routine writing. He used the dagger to scratch upon the wooden plank. I am likely ill, feeling unwell in every regard. It must be that the stories within the books have occupied my thoughts excessively, resulting in these hallucinations. My mind is foggy, lacking energy for anything. Perhaps I should take some medicine. But then again, whether I take medicine or not, it's still a 7-day affair. I've always known this. Sulu subtly sniffed, feeling one nostril congested while the other remained blocked. Thinking of this, Sulu couldn't help but scold himself. Despite having fallen so low, why did he still indulge in such literary pretensions? I am merely a struggling soul, as fragile as paper. Could he emulate the actions of Lu Shuren? Yet suddenly, the flames before him transformed into an eerie green-hued. Sulu's heart skipped a beat. Yet he steeled himself to gaze onward until the green flames revealed formed text. There is a corpse within the safe zone. The time of death exceeds 4 hours, and the corpse will transform into a level 1 anomaly in 10 minutes. The current room is in a state of decay and has not been sealed. A level 1 anomaly will appear after 14 minutes and 56 seconds at midnight. Today is May 28th. Countdown to the Red Moon Calamity. 2 days, 0 hours, 14 minutes, and 56 seconds. Sulu. Chapter 2. The strange Sulu initially fell into silence, followed by a surge of anger. What the hell is this nonsense? It seems endless. Once the national essence emerged, the flames before him began to writhe, forming a series of circular characters that made Sulu appear like a clown. You are filled with rage. Anger is the bait for all ferocious beings, and it will attract them. Sulu quickly silenced himself, took a deep breath, and adjusted his mental state. He then forced a smile that was even more unappealing than tears. Anger? Nonsense. I never get angry, truly. His voice dwindled to a whisper until he could scarcely hear himself. This was not cowardice, but rather a rational endurance. Yes, reason and patience. As his breathing gradually calmed, Sulu continued to contemplate. The house was in a dilapidated state, with only 10 minutes remaining. Given the resources at his disposal, it was utterly impossible to repair the house under such pressing time constraints. Beyond the walls lay an abyss of darkness, which in itself signified danger, making escape unfeasible. Thus, he must inevitably confront the 2 level 1 anomalies that would emerge in 10 minutes' time. The pressing question was, how should he respond to these anomalies? More importantly, how could he survive? This question plunged Sulu into silence once again. Given his current physical condition, if the strength of the anomalies surpassed that of a 60-kilogram wolf and they bore hostility towards him, his fate would be all but sealed. Although he was uncertain how he had transitioned from the ICU to this place, he was determined not to meet his end so swiftly. At the very least, he still possessed a body that was relatively intact, save for the injury on his chest. Since he was unwilling to resign himself to fate, he needed to take decisive action. As a writer accustomed to crafting outlines, Sulu swiftly devised a battle plan. First, he cleared the house of debris, discarding all unnecessary items to create ample space for movement. He inspected the weapons at his disposal: fire, a dagger, and a firearm. The dagger and the firearm were particularly crucial. With no intelligence on the anomalies, he lacked a concrete reference for their strength. In an ideal scenario, if the so-called level 1 anomalies were comparable to an average adult male or slightly stronger, then a well-aimed shot from the firearm could eliminate them instantly. If that failed, the dagger could serve as a last resort. Of course, this was the most optimistic outcome. Should the anomalies possess strength exceeding this level, akin to a lion or tiger, or exhibit bizarre abilities, then well, it might not be as dire as it seems. Some issues should not be pondered too deeply, lest they invite unnecessary worry. Moreover, even if their strength rivaled that of a lion or tiger, perhaps a well-timed maneuver could give him the upper hand. If others could exude such confidence online, surely he could match the bravado of these keyboard warriors. Sulu nodded, regulating his breathing and recuperating his strength. Then, a thought struck him. If the corpse on the ground were to transform into an anomaly, would dismembering it and disposing of the pieces outside prevent the emergence of the anomaly? Upon this realization, his emotions became tumultuous. Sulu was uncertain if he could be deemed ruthless, but he knew he could make tough decisions for his own safety. Standing before the corpse once more, Sulu tightened his grip on the dagger. As he looked at the lifeless body, his breath quickened. At that moment, the sounds of wind and cicadas outside seemed to amplify, resembling the growls of some wild beast. Suddenly, he felt dizzy, as if the world was spinning around him. A piercing ringing filled his ears, and his vision became a swirling rainbow, prompting him to retch. Concurrently, it felt as though something within his mind was reconnecting. Memory surged forth, some tinged with guilt, though he could not quite recall the cause of his remorse. Fortunately, he also gained some insights regarding the anomalies. The deceased before him was named Old Joe. Dismembering the corpse was not feasible. Such transformations required temperatures of 1,500 degrees, far beyond the reach of mere firewood. What about the oil? Damn it! Who spilled this? The oil bottle lay shattered, and the liquid seeped into the cracks of the wooden floor. Sulu stabbed at it with his dagger, but it was exhausting and ineffective. Time was running out. He needed to remain calm and prepared. He re-examined the firearm, the dagger, and the surrounding environment, organizing everything anew. Looking at the writhing flames, he sensed the moment of reckoning was drawing near. A corpse is present within the safety range. The time of death has exceeded 4 hours. The corpse will transform into a level 1 anomaly in 1 minute. Sulu glanced at Old Joe's body, letting out a conflicted sigh. Just 1 minute left. May my preparations prove useful. From the sudden influx of memories, he recalled knowledge about transformations. If a human corpse is not cremated in a timely manner and is exposed to insufficient light, it will begin to transform after 4 hours. With adequate light, this time frame could extend to 72 hours. Over 80% of anomalies born from human corpses are classified as living corpses. These living corpses resemble zombies but are stronger and faster due to the influence of ancient powers. The specifics of their speed and strength lacked reference points, and Sulu had never encountered them. He merely knew from memory that it would be challenging for an unarmed human to withstand a living corpse. However, he possessed fire, a knife, a gun, and 22 bullets. If he prepared adequately, there should be a chance. Rather than discarding the corpse, he chose to witness its transformation. Readying himself for the encounter, which was certainly preferable to an ambush emerging from the darkness, Sula took a deep breath. He had encircled the corpse with a fire pit, uncertain if this would hinder its movements, but he felt compelled to try. Yet, before the anomaly manifested, he once again heard whispers in his ear. This time, the words were clear, delivered in a peculiar dialect that felt strange. "Croak, are you still searching for me? But you have no offerings. How can I assist you?" Sulu was momentarily taken aback before quickly processing the message. Offerings? Hey, is this gentleman in need of offerings still present? Indeed, it was stirring. This was akin to a true resurrection from the dead. His fingers trembled slightly as he reached for the charcoal dust by the bedside. Though dirty, it would help dry his fingers, preventing excessive sweat from hindering his ability to pull the trigger. The flames surrounding the corpse began to dance. All anomalies will savor fear. Your fear will attract them. Damn it. Those grotesque eyes are about to be right in my face. Could something from the world of the living please make an appearance? Crack. Old Joe's corpse suddenly stood in an uncanny posture, facing away from Sulu. The position was so bizarre that he could hear the sound of bones cracking. Suli's heart raced to his throat. Old Joe abruptly twisted, a 180-degree turn that ought to have snapped his neck and vertebrae. But what if he was already dead? At this moment, Old Joe's eyes had turned completely white, and his almost reflective fingernails served as a harbinger of danger. If he were to grab Sulu, it would surely be the end. Old Joe opened his mouth, and amidst the sound of cracking bones, sharp teeth emerged. Sulu sensed that this creature might be stronger than a typical zombie. Is it truly just a matter of strength? With a guttural roar, the now undead Joe confronted Sulu, the stench of decay beginning to permeate the room. Fortunately, Sulu possessed a commendable psychological fortitude, despite his fear. He felt an exhilarating surge of adrenaline coursing through him, signaling his body was primed for battle. His shoulders trembled, not from fear, but from the rush of hormones preparing him for the confrontation ahead. Just as Sulu anticipated the zombie would lunge through the flames toward him, it halted, contorting its arms grotesquely. The sound of cracking bones and tearing flesh filled the air as its arm extended unnaturally, resembling a grotesque tentacle. Sulu stared in disbelief. What on earth? A normal zombie wouldn't do this. Before he could fully process the shock, he seized a dagger from his side and deftly dodged the approaching claws. With a swift motion, he plunged the dagger into the wooden bed, pinning the creature's claw in place. The undead's strength was formidable, and this resistance would not last long. The creature surged forward. Sulu stepped on the dagger's hilt, anchoring its arm, simultaneously stifling its attack while controlling its movements. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his firearm. The safety was disengaged, and the bolt was pulled back. Ready for action, all that remained was to aim the muzzle at the creature's face. As the zombie barreled toward him, Sulu released his grip. Delivering a powerful kick to its chest while squinting, he aimed the gun. Bang! Flames erupted from the muzzle as the bullet effortlessly penetrated its forehead. The zombie's head burst like a ripe watermelon, splattering red and white matter across the floor. The power of the firearm was undeniably satisfying. After allowing his emotions to settle, Suli's expression turned serious as he slowly spoke. Is that all there is to it? Chapter 3. Tribute. Sulu slowly lowered his firearm. Though he spoke casually, the trembling fingers that had nowhere to rest betrayed his true emotions. He surveyed the scene before him, awash in hues of red and white, and took a deep breath. Was it resolved? After a brief pause, he muttered to himself. It is resolved indeed. Perched on the creaking bed, he felt an uncomfortable stickiness in his trousers. As his mind began to clear, thoughts emerged. Should he reflect upon his first kill of this peculiar creature? After a moment's contemplation, he inscribed with charcoal on the wooden floor, I suppose I have one. For old Joe lies dead. He contemplated lighting a cigarette, but realized he neither possessed any nor knew how to smoke. A profound sadness enveloped him. As he gazed down at Joe's lifeless form, most likely the result of his own actions. In his mind, two thoughts echoed. One, a desire not to perish here, and the other, an equally strong wish to avoid death in this place. He smirked slightly at his own musings. Was this truly a post-battle reflection? When would he rid himself of this lamentable habit of writing in such a crude manner? Casting another glance at Joe's corpse, he quietly erased his crude notes. Deep down, he felt a twinge of guilt towards Joe. Sulu squinted. One remains. Tidying his attire, he began to inspect his firearm. The ability to dispatch a living corpse with a single shot was a testament to the weapon's efficacy. He loaded a round, recocked the gun, and after completing his preparations, Sulu felt a surge of confidence, bolstered by his newfound experience in combat. He forced himself to calm down, striving to recapture that earlier sense of urgency. The vivid imagery of overindulgence in mushrooms resurfaced, yet this time, there were no cryptic characters to guide him. There was no mention of the peculiarities that would emerge at midnight. Sulu felt a pang of confusion. He distinctly recalled those messages. The dilapidated dwelling. The forewarning of midnight anomalies, these details were etched clearly in his memory. Given the circumstances, he expected new indicators to surface by now. Yet, why was there no response? Without a clock, he could only mentally count the seconds, attempting to synchronize with the impending midnight hour, gripping his firearm tightly. He braced himself for the possible encounter with another anomaly. 298, 299, 300. Sulu pondered. Perhaps it is simply afraid? He chuckled nervously, exclaiming, "Could you not act up at this moment?" He remained vigilant, counting an additional 600 seconds. Only when his arms grew weary and his palms slick with sweat did he reluctantly lower the gun. Fatigue weighed heavily upon him, yet he dared not relax. Was it truly over? He clung to his weapon, for it was his true safeguard. Unlike the foolish characters from television, he would never carelessly abandon his arms for mere sustenance. Sulu glanced at the biscuits and water he had set aside, licking his parched lips, which had cracked from dehydration. While he understood the necessity of restraint, his thirst was undeniable. Shifting his position, he grasped the water bottle, straining to open the cap with one hand. Casting a cautious glance ahead, he took several deep gulps. He exhaled sharply as beads of sweat formed on his back, a natural response to rapid rehydration. After steadying his breath, he cradled the firearm, commencing to nibble on the biscuits and the flattened bread. The flavor of the biscuits was surprisingly pleasant. Though not refined, the scallion taste tantalized Sulu's hunger. He devoured a dozen pieces, nearly finishing the entire package of compressed biscuits, before finally feeling a sense of relief. A faint creak at the door startled Sulu, prompting him to rise, gun in hand. Yet, it was merely an ordinary mouse that had triggered the sound. The earlier noise was nothing more than its weight upon a small plank. With the presence of such a mundane creature, the ominous messages had ceased. Sulu's previously taut nerves began to unwind. His eyelids grew heavy, yet sleep was a perilous indulgence. Mustering his strength, he began to add some damp kindling to the fire. The musty scent permeated the room, but oddly, Sulu found solace in it. Perhaps this was the essence of being alive. He gazed into the flickering flames, his expression tranquil. Suddenly, another mouse appeared at the door, occupying the same spot. Sulu sighed, feeling the tension ease. Time seemed to stretch, and he estimated nearly 10 minutes had passed. The air had grown stifling, likely due to his proximity to the fire. Rising, he shook off crumbs from his clothing before resuming his seated position with the firearm in hand. Reminiscent of a weary soldier, he hummed a soft tune. The evening star shines like your eyes, igniting chaos and flame. You need not speak. Wild winds disturb my peace. However, his melody was abruptly interrupted by the return of the unwelcome guest. Once again, at the door, in the same position, it was the same mouse. Sulu lowered his head, hair veiling his gaze, then raised it again. Confusion mingled with suspicion. A mouse? The same one, identical in size and position, producing the same sound. When Sulu glanced back, the mouse had vanished. A breeze swept into the room, stirring the flames and drying the sweat upon his skin. The oppressive heat that had consumed him suddenly turned to chill. He stared into the obscurity outside, unable to discern anything. Yet, he sensed an unsettling presence lurking in the darkness. Tightening his grip on the firearm, Sulu felt his heartbeat quicken, breaths becoming shallow and frantic. The sensation of suffocation intensified, making every inhalation a struggle. He surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. An inkling of realization dawned upon him. He was at a loss for how to save himself. Then, the mouse reappeared at the door. Without hesitation, Sulu fired his weapon, convinced this was his final opportunity. He could not ascertain whether he struck the mouse, as the constricting sensation blurred his vision. Following the shot, the air hung heavy for a moment, and the flames before him flickered once more. Current dwelling is in a state of disrepair and unsealed. At midnight, a level 1 anomaly will appear in 3 seconds. Alongside the text, a voice with an accent whispered ominously, "You are going to die. Would you like my assistance? But you have no tribute." Sulu gasped, his vision sharpening as the suffocating sensation dissipated. He raised his firearm towards the door and hurriedly loaded a bullet, pulling the bolt. Yet, nothing transpired. No mouse, no constriction, no chill. Sulu exhaled in relief, intending to wipe the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, only to realize his arm felt unusually heavy. Then, he recalled the cryptic whisper, "You are going to die?" Contemplating this thought, Sulu suddenly turned to his right, as if sensing something. Old Joe. An elderly Joe stood there, grinning broadly, smiling at him. Bang! Sulu raised his hand and fired again, but the bullet merely rippled through Old Joe's form. As though traversing an invisible surface of water, Old Joe approached Sulu, and at this proximity, reloading was too late. Moreover, even if he did reload, it would bear no effect. In a state of panic, everything around Sulu began to distort. Fear is the delicacy savored by all anomalies. Your fear will summon them. Countdown to the Red Moon catastrophe. 1 day, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 56 seconds. You are truly facing death. What a pity. A barrage of notifications, words, and whispers plunged Sulu's senses into chaos. As Old Joe drew nearer, the sensation of suffocation intensified. Sulu's complexion had turned a deep shade of purple. He gasped for air, yet could not draw in a breath. Observing Old Joe's figure pass effortlessly through the flickering campfire, Sulu comprehended that this second anomaly lacked any tangible form. How could one vanquish that which is insubstantial? Such an anomaly was utterly inscrutable to him at this moment. He was doomed. Death loomed ever closer, the heat mounting in intensity, and his fear, his anger, seemed to be obliterated in that instant. His thoughts briefly cleared, and he shouted, "I have offerings. Help me." Chapter 4. The God of Insatiable Gluttony. As Sulu's words fell, his surroundings transformed once more. A gentle, moist sensation enveloped his entire being, instilling a warm comfort within him. However, when this sensation invaded his nostrils, he suddenly clasped his mouth in alarm. Was he truly drowning? Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the haze, Sulu discerned the sounds reminiscent of a folk opera troupe making their entrance. These sounds felt utterly discordant, leaving Sulu uncertain whether they were mere figments of his imagination or genuine auditory phenomena. Struggling to open his watery eyes, though still clouded, he could vaguely distinguish an imposing figure blocking his path. The texture against his skin felt somewhat slimy, provoking a wave of nausea. Nevertheless, the presence of this entity gradually steadied Sulu's senses. The creature turned to him, inquiring with an oddly melodic tone, "Is it true? Can you truly offer it to me?" Yet, upon fully perceiving the being before him, Sulu instinctively recoiled, only to find himself pressed against the wall with nowhere to retreat. This was no mere human. The creature's massive upper body resembled a swollen balloon. Beneath its golden skin, numerous bulges were concealed by dark patterns. Its thin legs, akin to chopsticks, rendered its entire form grotesquely disproportionate. In its right hand, it wielded a steel fork, and astonishingly, it held a cigarette in its cavernous maw. Before Sulu stood a colossal and repulsive toad. Was it of the slender-legged variety? Gazing at this peculiar amphibian, he inexplicably felt a sense of security wash over him. Instinctively, he yearned to utter a few words, but quickly suppressed the impulse. This was hardly the moment for idle musings. Casting aside the thoughts that had nearly escaped his lips, Sulu pondered the reasons behind the toad's appearance and its prior inquiry. It had been proactive in its engagement, offering conditional assistance, culminating in the question, "Is it true? Can you truly offer it to me?" The underlying implication of that query was clear. He possessed a tribute that the toad desperately desired. The pressing dilemma was that Sulu had no idea what this so-called tribute might be. He had never reflected on the value of such offerings. No matter how precious they might be, they could not possibly outweigh his own life. If he did not allow the toad to assist him, he might very well have suffocated just moments ago. With his thoughts thus organized, Sulu grasped the course of action he ought to take. "Indeed, I can offer it to you." Upon his affirmation, the toad remained still, yet it twisted its body before him, particularly its rear. "What, then, is the tribute you speak of?" If a woman were to perform such a movement, it would be entirely unremarkable. However, for a toad to exhibit such behavior was utterly absurd. Sulu fought to suppress his discomfort as he contemplated how to respond. As a writer plagued by existential musings, he found himself utterly at a loss regarding what a toad might covet. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, the creature furrowed its brow and reiterated, "What is the tribute you speak of?" The urgency of the moment heightened Sulu's anxiety, and the toad before him began to warp in his vision. Quack, golden toad. Bearer of faith, ancient deity of insatiable gluttony, ancient god level 3. Sulu paused, taken aback by the revelation. The toad was a deity? Instantly, he adopted a more serious demeanor. "Earthworms, esteemed golden toad, please assist me in dealing with the specter." In addition to the customary tribute, I shall offer you earthworms as well. This statement was somewhat clever, for Sulu was unaware of the toad's desires. He merely asserted that he would provide earthworms alongside whatever it sought. Surely, a toad would appreciate such a delicacy, though he had no certainty that this particular creature favored earthworms. In truth, he was unsure if earthworms even existed in this realm. He resolved to acquiesce to the toad's initial request, relegating any other considerations to futility. Everything could wait until he extricated himself from this perilous situation. Just as Sulu braced himself for rejection, the toad surprisingly nodded in agreement. Very well. In truth, the toad was as perplexed as Sulu about why his offerings diverged from the norm. Typically, it received tributes of meat, fruit, and pastries. The notion of consuming earthworms, creatures of the soil, was utterly foreign to it. Yet, it was intrigued by Suli's earnest demeanor. Once resolved, I shall require 10 earthworms as tribute, without fail. After receiving this affirmation, the toad wasted no time. It exhaled a foul breath that sent the specter before them spiraling away. The toad assessed its steel fork, murmuring incantations: weapon, combat, water style, spirit binding. With a swift motion, the steel fork flew forth. Whoosh! Clang! The corporeal fork pierced the specter's form. The ghost emitted a cacophony of wails, its piercing shrieks resembling waves of sonic assault. Sula hastily covered his ears, yet even with his hands pressed against them, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He retched violently, expelling the recent meal from his stomach. The toad, indifferent to Suli's distress, strode forward with an air of nonchalance, yanking down the fork along with the specter. It then deposited the entire assemblage into its maw, tearing and chewing with its enormous jaws. The creature's massive body heaved as it chewed, faint echoes of the specter's shrieks occasionally surfacing. Though Sulu could not witness the grotesque act of consumption, the strange sounds dissuaded any inclination to observe. The thought of a toad devouring a specter was absurd in itself. After a time, the toad turned to Sulu, its bleary eyes reflecting a mix of friendliness and anticipation. Were it not for the half-devoured head of the specter still clinging to its lips, Sulu might have mistaken it for a benevolent deity. Now, may I receive your tribute? Sulu regarded the creature, acutely aware of the disparity in their sizes and the ferocity it had just displayed in vanquishing the specter. From its appearance alone, he felt utterly devoid of any means to resist. Thus, regarding the matter of tribute, he was in complete agreement. The pressing question now was how to present it. Esteemed golden toad, can you retrieve it yourself? Are you unwilling? Though the toad's appearance was far from human, its intellect was astute. As it stepped closer to Sulu, the weight of pressure shifted decisively onto him. Chapter 5. The remnants of ancient sounds. The soul of a veteran as the ominous toad drew closer. Sulu understood that expressing any reluctance might result in the steel fork, which had dispatched spirits, being thrust into his own head. The disparity in strength between the two parties was immense. The nature of the divine beings here was uncertain to Sulu as well. Choosing to deceive over something he scarcely comprehended would be foolish. Hence, he opted for honesty. I harbor no reluctance, esteemed Lord Jin Chan, regarding the offerings. I truly do not know how to proceed. To put it plainly, I am incapable. If you are willing to trust me, please, take the offerings yourself. As for the worms, grant me a little time, and I shall procure a sufficient quantity within a few days. While Suli's other abilities were negligible, his thought process remained relatively sharp. After all, he had penned novels for many years. Despite their lack of success, his command of language was still considerable. He often played the keyboard warrior, thus his speech was rather brisk. Jin-chan hesitated. Why should I believe you? He prepared to fabricate an excuse. Yet the words faltered on his lips. Sulu sensed his body stiffening as he suddenly slipped into a state of intense focus. The toad before him began to distort, resembling pixelated imagery once more. Unbidden, he spoke. Jin-chan, you are aware of my uniqueness. Therefore, you must place your trust in me. The tone was reminiscent of a deathly prayer, devoid of honorifics, laced with a hint of menace. Sulu was bewildered by the voice that emerged from him. Yet it mattered little now. What was significant was that the toad seemed to respond favorably to his demeanor, exhibiting a hint of trepidation. Understood, young medium. I shall serve as your guardian until dawn. Once you have gathered sufficient worms, you may locate me through this mark. Upon concluding its declaration, the toad felt a sharp pang in its palm, and a mark resembling a gluttonous mouth appeared in Suli's hand. A shikigami, a mark. Sulu traced the imprint, feeling an unmistakable warmth upon contact. How does one utilize this? You know how, Jin-chan replied, and Sulu refrained from further inquiries. wary of inciting any unforeseen complications amidst their erratic dialogue. Thank you, Lord Jinshan. Do not mention it. Our relationship is one of transaction, not devotion, Jinshan retorted. Turning away from Sulu and striding to the entrance, brandishing the fork in one hand while producing a fresh cigarette from seemingly nowhere with the other, expertly lighting it. Hiss. This cigarette is exquisite. Humanity truly knows how to indulge. Indeed, humanity excels at enjoyment, Sulu pondered, absorbing the toad's words. A transaction, not devotion? His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a distortion at his feet. His attention was drawn to the corpse of old Zhou. In his warped vision, he noticed a dark object upon old Zhou's chest. Could a bizarre corpse become even more peculiar? The question, akin to a Russian nesting doll, remained unanswered. After much internal conflict, Sulu resolved to investigate. The toad had promised to protect him, and these actions should fall within that protective scope, he reasoned. He crouched down, exploring old Zhou's lifeless form, and soon discovered the object emanating a dark glow. The soul of a veteran, ancient sound relic, TU level experience. Your shooting and combat skills have slightly improved. War Spirit, Effect 1, slight enhancement of physical attributes. War Spirit, Effect 2, release the soul of the veteran, briefly strengthening oneself. Relic is rendered unusable thereafter. Note, to utilize this relic, you must fulfill Zhouku's final wish. Staring at the pulsating text, Sulu was momentarily taken aback. An ancient sound relic? 2. This object seemed to possess a degree of significance. It was not merely placed here, it truly appeared to be something of value. These memories felt rigid. Much like various items scattered throughout one's home. They were present, yet if one did not consciously acknowledge them, they could easily be forgotten. Suli's expression shifted rapidly, becoming increasingly complex, even awkward. Hours earlier, Zhouku, the very corpse lying on the floor, was now gazing intently at the wall of the dilapidated room, his eyes alight with excitement. A peculiar fruit adorned the decaying wooden panels, its surface swirling with strange cloud-like patterns. This fruit seemed to sprout directly from the rock, defying logic. Alu. Is this the legendary ancient sound fruit? And it's colorful. Zhouku's voice trembled with exhilaration. Upon beholding the fruit, Suli's original self felt a flicker of recognition. Indeed, it is the ancient sound fruit, or more accurately, the seed of ancient sound. It is said to be spores disseminated by the mother tree of ancient sound, absorbing the essence of nature. To find such a seed in this place is truly extraordinary. Sulu's voice was low and eerie, reminiscent of a grinding sandpaper or a warped phonograph, sounding far older than his years. Is it valuable? Zhouku inquired, bubbling with anticipation. Extremely valuable. But it must be preserved in pristine condition. Care is paramount. Even the slightest imperfection could diminish its worth. Not a problem. You hold onto the gun while I retrieve it, Zhouku declared, passing his firearm to Sulu before nimbly ascending the floor. He gingerly plucked the fruit from its perch. As Suli's gaze fell upon the firearm, his eyes narrowed slightly, fingers tightening around the grip. While Suli's heart raced, Zhouku adeptly descended with the ancient sound fruit intact, and scathed. Alu, Weevee struck it rich this time. We'll split it evenly. However, just as Zhouku descended, gleefully cradling the ancient sound fruit, Suli's dagger pierced through his back. He shoved Zhouku aside, raising the firearm to target the now stiffening figure of Zhouku. At the sight of the gun's muzzle, Zhouku's expression became even more rigid, his lips twitching in disbelief. The weathered visage revealed a hint of melancholy. Surely not? Don't move. The original voice of Sulu was even more somber now. He advanced, aiming the gun at Zhouku while seizing the ancient sound seed from his grasp. Once in possession of the seed, Sulu spoke with an expressionless countenance. Zhouku, some things cannot be shared. Zhouku lowered his head, a self-deprecating smile forming. Should I not have handed you the gun? Such words had become irrelevant. Suli's resolve rendered Zhouku helpless. As the copious blood seeping from his back wound sapped his strength, the original Sulu shook his head slightly. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Zhouku had underestimated Suli's ruthlessness. After stepping back to maintain a safe distance, Sulu furrowed his brow and swallowed the ancient sound fruit whole. He then raised the firearm, intent on erasing Zhouku entirely from existence. Sulu granted Zhouku not a shred of opportunity. Click. The sound of the trigger echoed. Yet the firearm failed to discharge. Sulu, using the gun for the first time, was momentarily taken aback. His hesitation was starkly contrasted by Zhouku, the seasoned veteran, who remained unfazed. Zhouku surged forward, delivering a violent kick to Suli's abdomen, the pain contorting Suli's visage. causing the firearm in his grasp to slip from his hands. As he fell to the ground, the original owner, gripped by a sense of terror, raised his head only to witness Zhou retrieving his gun once more. The seasoned soldier's decisiveness was laid bare in that moment. Without a hint of hesitation, he offered Su Lu no opportunity for reprieve. Engaging the safety, pulling the bolt, he fired. Bang! The sound of the gunshot reverberated, and Su Lu felt as though his chest had been struck with immense force. Subsequently, his vision spun disorientingly. The recoil of the firearm rendered him incapable of coherent thought in that fleeting moment. In his final moments, it seemed as if the walls around him began to twist, the red bricks and white plaster transforming into a mosaic-like pattern. Yet, the original owner's consciousness had already begun to fade. He could not discern whether this was reality or mere illusion, surrendering to the kaleidoscopic distortion enveloping his sight. Chapter 6, Is That a Tree? In addition to these revelations, Su Lu unearthed numerous astonishing elements from the memories of the original owner. However, to validate these findings, he needed to accomplish one specific task. While the current situation appeared secure, the reality was far more dire than he had anticipated. The challenges that lay ahead were no less formidable than the two peculiarities he had already encountered. For now, he was to confront humanity itself. The text was minuscule, densely packed, yet Su Li's keen eyesight allowed him to discern the words with relative clarity. Low-ranking achievement of the lighthouse, in the year 335 of the new calendar. B-17 District rescued a dark pioneer sorcerer. Low-ranking achievement of the lighthouse, in the year 339 of the new calendar, successfully discharged from service. Soul of the veteran, though dead, lives on. Hunting Knife Team 11, number 93, Zhou. Though merely a handful of sentences, they divulged a wealth of information. Particularly now that Su Lu had access to the original owner's memories, the convergence of both sources enabled him to ascertain a significant amount of intelligence. Firstly, he had indeed traversed realms. Though incredulous, it was an undeniable truth. This was not a mere performance, nor a game. Secondly, the city-state they inhabited was known as the Lighthouse, which, aside from itself, housed three other substantial human-established safe zones: the martial-centric Tianrui Lifen, the technological capital Zion, and the sorcerer's holy ground, the Red Moon Sanctuary. Thirdly, this world was imbued with extraordinary powers, the value of which was immeasurable. Legendary artifacts of the ancient sound multitude, true marvels of the extraordinary realm. Yet, there lingered the unfulfilled wishes of the late Zhou. Su Lu sighed, uncertain how to navigate the situation. The original owner's personality was exceedingly absurd from a modern perspective. It could only be deemed malevolent. Words associated with malevolence were inextricably linked to the original owner. Should such a person meet their demise, Su Lu would undoubtedly applaud, exclaiming that justice had prevailed. Yet, the conundrum remained. This individual now inhabited his own being. Su Lu gazed at the mangled corpse of Zhou on the ground, bowing his head in remorse. I am sorry. Perhaps he was no longer the Su Lu of yore. Thus, this apology bore little significance. Nevertheless, he felt a semblance of solace in uttering it. After slowly nodding to express his contrition, Su Li's gesture seemed to capture the attention of the toad. It regarded him with mild disdain, remarking, only humans would resort to utilizing such items tainted by the ancient sound multitude. Those who dwell in shadows possess no light to speak of. Tainted by the ancient sound multitude? After a moment of silence, Su Lu resolved to offer a modest rebuttal. Different individuals perceive matters from varying perspectives. Can Lord Jean Chan survive alone in the dark? Of course, that poses no challenge. The toad scoffed. However, this was precisely the response Su Lu sought. He slowly shook his head. I cannot. The toad paused momentarily, eventually nodding in acquiescence. Refraining from further chastising Su Lu for his actions in handling the ancient sound multitude relics. Seeing the toad swayed by his words, Su Lu felt a flicker of joy. What a bizarre entity. No discernible writhing or transformation occurred. Su Lu furrowed his brow. Having undergone several extraordinary experiences, he had begun to form a judgment. Maintaining focus, a wave of heat gradually enveloped him. Su Lu realized that the previous sensation of slick, undulating movement was likely the result of the tentacles. This time, he did not release his grasp. He softly declared, the soul of the veteran, though dead, still lives on. I shall fulfill your final wishes. Please, trust in me. Have you agreed? Such a sentiment felt delightful. It must pertain to his wife and daughter. The original owner had taken Zhou's life, leaving Su Lu at a loss for words when it came to explaining the situation to Zhou's family. Should he fabricate a story claiming he was not the one responsible? Yet the truth remained glaringly evident. He was indeed the one who had committed the act. Was he to recount his identity as a transmigrator? That was certainly untenable. A plausible explanation was required. What should he do to honor the late Joe's wishes? The wishes of a husband, a father? Sulu could not help but think of his own father. His father was immense, capable of encompassing his entire joyous childhood. Yet his father was also diminutive, small enough to fit into a square box. With a myriad of thoughts swirling, Sulu succumbed to unconsciousness. His body was scarcely in a state of health. The grievous wound upon his chest had resulted in significant blood loss, compounded by a barrage of mental strain, the depletion of adrenaline, and overwhelming fear. All these factors converged to assault Sulu. Once his physical senses confirmed there was no immediate danger, the cumulative fatigue overwhelmed his will, leading him to faint. This, in a way, served as a form of self-preservation. As Sulu descended into the depths of slumber, he suddenly experienced a profound clarity. This feeling of lucidity was peculiar. He was aware that he was asleep, yet his thoughts were astonishingly clear. Abruptly, he opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in darkness. With a faint glimmer of light in the distance, Sulu began to walk toward the light. Though his pace was slow, the illumination seemed to draw nearer with some unseen force. After merely a few steps, the objects illuminated by the light came into sharp focus. It was a tree? Chapter 7. The Tree of Souls. Sulu gazed at the tree before him, surveying his surroundings, and discovered that within this dark expanse, only this particular spot was illuminated. The source of the luminescence was the very tree that stood before him, emanating a ghostly blue glow. The tree bore a resemblance to a willow, its size comparable, with branches cascading downwards adorned with a few leaves. Unlike a willow, however, Sulu observed dangling fruits upon these branches. The intricate patterns and shapes of these fruits caused his gaze to flicker with intrigue. He steadied his emotions, inhaling deeply. Come now, don't be so lacking in composure, esteemed writer. After regaining his composure, Sulu approached the tree further. As he drew near, his irises transformed into a vivid blue, and a sensation akin to a mental connection blossomed within his mind. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he were one with the tree, or rather, that the tree was an extension of his own being. With a sense of curiosity, he slowly raised his right hand. Simultaneously, a branch of the luminous tree lifted in unison, mirroring his movements. Sulu tentatively circled his arm, and the branch followed suit, eliciting a growing excitement within him. Perhaps, he thought, there was one final step. Sulu lowered his hand and gently closed his eyes, striving to maintain a state of focus. In the realm of dreams, achieving such concentration proved more elusive than in reality. Strangely, he found it difficult to conjure his intense emotions here. Even feelings of excitement and joy would swiftly dissipate, as if he were perpetually drawn towards tranquility within this dreamscape. Relax, do not be anxious, there is no one else here. This is your dream, after all. I should be the sovereign of this domain. After this self-affirmation, a warmth began to manifest, though it transcended mere warmth, resembling a gentle current coursing through him, akin to the sensation following vigorous exercise. Upon reopening his eyes, Sulu gazed towards the tree's apex. Ancient sound of the Tree of Souls. He clenched his fist, then gradually released it. His initial excitement waned, replaced by an unperturbed calm. Extending his right hand, he maneuvered the branch he could control towards a black fruit nearby. Upon lightly touching it, the fruit seemed to twist slightly in his gaze, reminiscent of a bashful child. Sulu, undeterred, ensnared the black fruit with the branch and forcefully plucked it from its perch, bringing it before him. Ancient sound of the fruit, fear, indeed. It is the ancient sound of the fruit, fear. What are the others? Pondering this, Sulu directed the branch to count the remaining fruits. 3 varieties were present: black, red, and pink. The black ones were fear fruits, totaling 3.5, the latter being an unripe specimen. The red fruit was labeled ancient sound of the fruit, anger. After confirming these 2 varieties, Sulu turned his attention to the most abundant pink fruits, of which there were 16. As he eagerly touched a pink fruit with the branch, he discovered ancient sound of the fruit, lust. Sulu paused in silence for several moments before selecting another fruit. Ancient sound of the fruit, lust. He repeated this process, and to his dismay, each selection revealed lust. Very well, all 16 pink fruits are lust. Sulu fell into a contemplative silence until the distorted words before him faded. He slowly raised his gaze, his expression slightly peculiar. Among us? Though he could not fathom why there were so many lust fruits, he speculated that they might be connected to the experiences of this body. While uncertain if this realm intertwined with reality, the abundance of ancient sound fruits elicited a faint smile upon his lips. Yet that smile quickly evaporated, leaving him perplexed. Despite the undeniable value of these treasures, why did joy elude him? Was it because he recognized it as a dream? Sula shook his head, affirming that he felt happiness, albeit a fleeting sensation, as if it had been abruptly withdrawn. As he pondered, a thought struck him. Could this be the offering the golden toad desires? If these fruits are indeed real. Sulu regarded the fruit in his hand, gradually piecing together what the golden toad sought. Did it yearn for the ancient sound fruits? While simultaneously disparaging the ancient sound relics, it also craved their fruits. Even deities can be duplicitous. No sooner had Sulu finished this thought than a lengthy tongue descended from above. In this world, his senses were remarkably acute, devoid of any pixelation or distortion. Thus, he could distinctly identify that the descending tongue belonged to a toad, adorned with 9 golden rings. As the tongue landed, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings, it began to explore. Sula watched curiously, wondering if this was the golden toad seeking the tribute he had promised. Just as it approached a fear fruit, Sula swiftly maneuvered the branch to present a lust fruit instead. The tongue wrapped around the fruit, and upon finding satisfaction, swiftly withdrew. Sula surveyed the remaining ancient sound fruits, murmuring to himself. It appears that providing tributes is rather straightforward. He had scant information, only knowing that these items held immense value for the extraordinary. Yet, he lacked knowledge on their usage. He was aware that one could consume an ancient sound fruit, but each individual was limited to one. Sorcerers had methods to ingest multiple ancient sound fruits, but as an ordinary person, the original host possessed no such information. Without a means to consume them, Sulu refrained from partaking in these fruits, having already consumed one previously. That particular fruit, adorned with unique patterns and a vibrant exterior, warped everything around him upon consumption. Sulu wondered if his distorted perception and ability to sense information stemmed from that colorful ancient sound fruit. However, he was certain that fruit was of a far superior caliber compared to these within the dream. Very well. Without answers, I shall temporarily abandon this pursuit. The treasures shall remain with me. His eyelids felt heavy, akin to the weight of a closing gate, threatening to succumb to slumber. After battling fatigue for a moment longer, Sulu was ultimately overcome. As he closed his eyes, the world of the tree faded into the distance. Chapter 8. The night watchman. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the roof and fell upon Suli's face, it resembled a beautiful patchwork of floral shadows, particularly enchanting after the harrowing darkness he had endured. This radiant sunlight felt especially precious after he had finally achieved a restful slumber, shedding the tension and fatigue that had weighed upon him. It must be said that Suli's visage now bore a certain charm, reminiscent of his past life, and when compared to figures like Yen Zhu or Guanxi, he was not at all out of place. Alu? When are we leaving? Alu, Alu. Old Zhou's shouts jolted Sulu awake. And despite the pain and stiffness in his neck, he quickly grasped the edge of the bed and surveyed his surroundings. It was already bright outside. However, he immediately tensed and rose to his feet upon catching sight of a figure clad in black standing at the doorway, as opposed to the familiar toad. If there were any commonality between the two, it was that they both indulged in smoking. The toad has transformed into a man. Upon hearing Su Li's words, the man at the entrance furrowed his brow in confusion. What toad has turned into a man? This kid must be so muddled by the ancient energy that he lost his senses. Nevertheless, the man refrained from further commentary, hastily finishing his cigarette before discarding the butt and turning to Sulu. You're awake? Sulu thought to himself that this was rather redundant. Yet he dared not voice his sentiments, especially given the man's attire, weaponry, and the emblem upon his chest, all pointing to a certain organization from the original host's memories, the unconventional forces of the lighthouse, the wanderers in the shadows, the night watchman. The night watchman position system was not elaborated upon externally. However, Sulu gleaned from the original host's memories that some of them were tasked with safeguarding the lighthouse's security, while others ventured into perilous areas to eliminate threats and establish safe zones. Public perception of the night watchmen varied greatly. Some viewed them as guardians of the lighthouse, worthy of support, while others found them too enigmatic. Could those who traversed the darkness truly be considered human? Such sentiments naturally fostered resistance towards the night watchman. Are you a night watchman? Upon Su Li's inquiry regarding their identity, the man let out a cold chuckle. Humph. Sula followed the man's gaze towards the doorway, where shortly after, several individuals donned in dark gray combat attire approached. 3 men and 3 women, making a total of 7, including the man at the door. The man nodded to them and made a hand gesture that Sulu did not recognize before inquiring. Chief, how shall we proceed? Proceed? Although Sulu was unaware of what had been exchanged in their covert conversation, he had an overwhelming sense of foreboding. If they intended to kill him, what should he do? Should he summon the toad with another fruit of ancient energy? The thought sent his mind into disarray. A woman's voice responded to the man. Is it him? Yes, the one we discovered earlier. The companion has already mutated, and there are some signs of struggle, though not extensive. As a solitary night watchman, he had only a campfire. It's peculiar that he didn't perish here. Likely contaminated. Contaminated? This term carried significant weight in this world. Contaminators were typically those tainted by the ancient energy, some of whom mutated into grotesque forms or died outright. The woman nodded slightly. Let me take a look. If everything checks out, we can deal with it later. Sula listened intently to their conversation. The so-called dealing with it likely meant eliminating him and incinerating his remains with true fire, a quick and efficient method of handling contaminants. He realized that mere reliance on brute force might not suffice to survive among humans. Not to mention, he was certain if the toad could contend with all the night watchmen, let alone this group before him. Taking a deep breath, Sula began to organize his thoughts. The fact that he had managed to sleep until dawn suggested that the toad had indeed kept him safe. But how should he communicate with these night watchmen? Should he confess everything, or fabricate a story that would convince them of his innocence? This was a question worthy of contemplation. In the midst of his reflections, the woman referred to as Chief approached him. She appeared to be in her 30s. With the passage of time leaving its mark upon her features, she was of above-average height, and if she were a decade younger, she might be considered striking. Before Sulu could rise, the woman seized his arm, lifting him effortlessly as though he were a mere chick, inspecting him from left to right. Her grip was rough, displaying no regard for Suli's discomfort, as if he were not a human but rather a poultry. Her gaze was icy, only lingering momentarily on the gunshot wound on Suli's chest before sweeping past him. After her examination, she released him, letting him fall to the ground without rendering a judgment. Instead, she turned to another team member, saying, Wang Shu, come take a look. Yes. Wang Shu approached Sulu, nodding apologetically, sorry about this. Huh. Before Sulu could comprehend, Wang Shu had donned a pair of white gloves and began examining his body. His method was far gentler than the woman's, causing less discomfort as he palpated Suli's bones. As he conducted his examination, he began to relay his findings. From the skeletal structure, he appears to be approximately 18 to 22 years old, male, around 180 centimeters in height, and weighing about 60 kilograms. There's a gunshot wound on his chest with no burn marks, indicating it was not a close-range shot. There is significant blood present, both human and anomalous. Preliminary assessment suggests contact with anomalies such as ghostly entities and the undead, among others yet unknown. There are also notable residual energies from the ancient power. Risk assessment, high. Suspected contamination. Hearing Wang Shu's report, the middle-aged woman nodded in satisfaction. Wang Shu's skills have improved quite rapidly. Yes, this aligns with my assessment. What do you think we should do with him? After her inquiry, another team member spoke up first. If it were a normal duo, it wouldn't be an issue. But he's alone now, and his companion is dead. Indeed, the likelihood of contamination for a solitary night watchman is too high. We should deal with him on the spot. Agreed. Sula silently listened to their discourse, each remark pointing towards a singular conclusion. He had been tainted by anomalies. The other team member had been quite blunt. He should be disposed of immediately. What did dispose of entail? Sula didn't need to ponder long to arrive at the answer. Driven by his instinct for survival, Sulu swiftly clarified his thoughts. To live, he needed to accomplish two objectives. First, he had to prove that he was not contaminated. Second, he needed to demonstrate his worth. For in this somewhat shadowy world, merely proving one's innocence might not guarantee survival. Human nature is not inherently vile, yet it is not always benevolent either. Those deemed useless may, in certain circumstances, be discarded without a second thought, especially in perilous wilderness. He needed to showcase his value, step by step, manifesting multiple facets of his worth. He took a deep breath, allowing the heat to permeate his entire being. As the figures before him began to distort gradually, Sulu finally spoke. I, Sulu, remain untainted. Chapter 9. Proving innocent. Suli's sudden voice drew the attention of the night watchman. Ordinarily, a common person like him, lost in the wilderness, would either tremble in fear and remain silent or be so tainted by the ancient sound that he could barely articulate his thoughts. However, it was the first time in years that they encountered someone like Sulu, who stood up and boldly declared his innocence. Thus, the guards hesitated for a moment before resuming their discussion on how to deal with him. Their brief pause was merely curiosity, and they completely overlooked Sula's true intent. Sula understood that this was a matter of worth. If he did not demonstrate some value, these individuals would scarcely care whether he had been contaminated. In fact, disposing of a tainted person was merely an excuse to abandon him in the wild. Sula calmly gazed at the young guard who had just examined him, the one he felt the most affinity for. He decided to start with him. I know you do not concern yourselves with the fate of an ordinary individual. Therefore, Mr. Wang Shu, you have a residue of ancient sound on your left leg. From my perspective, it appears to be a hidden fragment of an eerie anomaly, although I am unsure of your level of concern regarding such matters. Are you referring to me, Wang Shu? He asked, pointing to himself with uncertainty. Yes, indeed, Su Lu affirmed with a nod. Wang Shu glanced at Su Lu, then at his fellow teammates, who clearly dismissed Su Li's words. An ordinary person, what could he possibly know about anomalies? Did he even comprehend how they formed? It sounded all too incredible. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Shu pointed to his left leg and asked doubtfully, Are you referring to this spot? Just a bit lower. Su Lu indicated. This small gesture caused Wang Shu's expression to grow serious. He had felt an itch in that very area, but he was uncertain of its connection to the anomaly Sula mentioned. Thus, he purposely pointed to the wrong location to probe Sula further. Yet, Sula accurately identified the precise spot where Wang Shu felt the itch. Captain, Wang Shu turned to his leader. Their established rapport allowed the female captain to immediately grasp his meaning. She produced an object resembling an ancient vanity mirror and crouched before Wang Shu, shining the mirror lightly onto his left leg. Soon, a transparent finger, still grasping Wang Shu's pant leg, appeared in the reflection. Is it truly there? Some of the guards gazed in astonishment at the finger. Their captain, meanwhile, handed the mirror to Wang Shu, urging him to address the residue on his leg. She then approached Su Lu, raising her hand slightly. All right, you may now speak your mind. Su Lu exhaled in relief. His ability had afforded him a modicum of respect, granting him a chance to explain himself. You must be members of the Lighthouse Night Watch, correct? Indeed, they affirmed, though I am unaware of your specific duties. As members of the Lighthouse Night Watch, you must adhere to the fundamental rights and laws of the lighthouse, yes? I stand before you. Before you proceed with any actions against me, should you not consider the opinions of the individual involved? The female captain raised her head with interest. Do you believe it necessary? Sula chose not to engage in a debate over this point. It was futile. His priority was to ensure his survival. I am a human, a normal human. I have not been contaminated. In order to prove my innocence, I am willing to undergo the harshest and most thorough examination the lighthouse has to offer. However, prior to that, you lack the authority to enact any punitive measures against me. According to Article 39-4 of the Lighthouse Civil Law, the lighthouse military is obligated to assist scattered citizens of the lighthouse in the wild. As a law-abiding citizen of the lighthouse and a student of Lighthouse University, I have the right to fight for my life. I deserve the most basic treatment. Should you kill me here without hesitation? It would be a violation of the laws of the lighthouse and the principles of the night watchman. Is that sufficient, Captain? Did you think Su Lu was rebuking the night watchman with legalities? Such a perspective was narrow-minded. In truth, Su Lu was using the law to affirm his status as a normal individual. A person tainted by the ancient sound could not maintain a sound and rational thought process. Especially with the complexity of lighthouse laws, even a normal person could hardly remember them, let alone someone afflicted by the ancient sound. This self-affirmation was far more effective than shouting declarations of innocence. Observing Su Lu's articulate and coherent arguments, the woman unexpectedly produced a lipstick, applying it to her lips with a flourish. Quite insightful. You acknowledge my point. What comes next? Su Lu found himself momentarily perplexed by her intentions until she retracted the lipstick and extended her finger towards him. Greetings, I am Bai Jing, the captain of the Dark Pioneers in this B2 sector of the Night Watch. Then, esteemed young man well-versed in the law, how should I address you? Su Lu steadied himself. I am Su Lu, with Su meaning perhaps and Lu meaning joy. Very well, Mr. Su Lu, I now know your name. You are correct, as Night Watchman. We ought not infringe upon the laws of the lighthouse. Lastly, do you comprehend the reason behind your survival? From Bai Jing's words, Su Lu keenly perceived the significance of the word endure. Such a term was not trivial. Was this a test? It was not a test. Observing her smiling face, Su Lu found it hard to believe a single punctuation mark. I believe I am far superior to those who, upon facing trouble, kneel down and weep, pleading for their lives. Indeed, I find that response rather commendable. It is indeed much stronger. Bai Jing was somewhat taken aback by Su Li's ability to maintain such composure and clarity of thought in this predicament. Generally, even those untouched by the ancient sound, appearing in such a scenario, would be in a state of utter panic. This young man displayed commendable qualities. After scrutinizing Su Lu for a while, until his discomfort grew palpable, she remarked with a hint of amusement, "Your thoughts are quite clear. Are you studying law at Lighthouse University?" "I am taking a law elective." "Ah, I have heard that those who study law are often well-versed in finance. Can you concoct false accounts?" "Not at all," Su Lu replied with utmost conviction. "Well, the price of a gun from Zion is 45, with 2 magazines costing 9. If I were to seek reimbursement from above, how much should I report?" Su Lu hesitated momentarily, a hint of inquiry in his gaze. 459? Chapter 10. Return to the lighthouse. Could Su Lu ever falsify accounts? Certainly not. He abhorred wickedness. Moreover, the art of cooking the books was a highly technical endeavor, a skill reserved for the industry's elite. His remark to Bai Jing was merely a means of self-preservation. Bai Jing regarded Su Lu with satisfaction, exclaiming, not bad at all. I can see that you have tremendous potential for advancement." She repeated her praise several times. Yet Su Lu felt a twinge of confusion. His displayed abilities should have been evident, particularly his ability to identify ancient residue with ease, something even the captain, Bai Jing, required tools to accomplish. Why, then, did she refrain from acknowledging it? Su Lu had initially hoped that showcasing his skills would earn him Bai Jing's recognition. But it appeared she harbored no such intentions. In fact, she had not referenced his recent demonstration at all, which surprised him the most. As if reading his thoughts, Bai Jing lightly patted his shoulder before turning to the others with a cheerful demeanor. "Let us proceed, and take him along." "Really? Are we bringing him?" One of the team members protested. "That's quite troublesome. Just inspecting resources will take a considerable amount of time, and even if we pass the inspection, there will be a period of monitoring. Our manpower is already stretched thin. Who has the time to supervise him? If anything goes awry, we will undoubtedly take the blame." Monitoring period? Su Lu noted this term carefully. As Bai Jing began to speak, other team members raised objections. Despite Su Li's exhibition of some abilities, these few members were not particularly concerned. Even if his skills prove useful, so what? He isn't one of us. After all, there's no need for it. Another chimed in. Indeed, if something happens after the monitoring period, the higher-ups will surely hold us accountable. Having someone like him around poses too great a risk. The speaker intended to say more, but his voice dwindled under Bai Jing's piercing gaze. Suddenly, Bai Jing retracted her earlier bravado and spoke with a more formal tone. "Did you not hear what he just said? As lighthouse guardians, we must abide by the laws of the lighthouse. Do you understand?" A chuckle escaped from one of the older team members right after Bai Jing's statement. Unfazed, Bai Jing seized a nearby brick and hurled it at him. Fortunately, he evaded the projectile with agility. Yet Bai Jing remained relentless. "Old Nyo, are you still going to dodge?" The team member, referred to as Old Nyo, ceased his movements and stood still, only to have a second brick thrown at him, which struck him squarely on the forehead. The brick shattered, but he remained unharmed, likely due to his extraordinary resilience as a pioneer. Su Lu observed the spectacle, internally critiquing their theatricality, but feeling no particular gratitude towards Bai Jing for her few kind words. He was unfamiliar with these individuals, the lighthouse's system, and had insufficient knowledge of extraordinary beings. A few well-placed words could not sway his judgment. Bai Jing gestured towards Old Nyo with a seemingly heartfelt expression. "Old Nyo, do you know why you've remained a regular member for over 20 years while I became a captain in just a decade? It's all about perspective. Do you comprehend? In this fourth era, do you know what is most important? Talent. Nothing supersedes the value of talent. Who among you can discern ancient residue with merely the naked eye? Who can engage in a clear-headed debate about the laws of the guardians after facing life and death? No one, I presume." Old Nyo looked at Bai Jing with a hint of grievance and muttered. "Wang Yuechin from the neighboring team became a captain in just 2 years." "Silence," Bai Jing retorted. The exchange between Bai Jing and Old Nyo seemed routine to the other team members, who remained silent, awaiting Bai Jing's orders. "Before we leave, ensure that your belongings are destroyed," Bai Jing instructed. Upon hearing that Bai Jing was indeed taking him along, Su Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he remained uncertain about the nature of the rigorous and meticulous inspection that Bai Jing mentioned. In such dire circumstances, merely surviving felt like a significant stroke of luck. Since last night, the events had unfolded with alarming speed. He needed time and space to digest the memories and items he had acquired, as well as to contemplate how to navigate this new life in an alien world. Rising to his feet, Su Lu watched as the pioneers discarded the corpses, clothing, and backpacks into a pile before dousing them in fuel and igniting a fire. As the flames roared to life, a sense of inexplicable relief washed over him. He was aware that these items had not been contaminated by ancient residue, yet he would not interfere with the act of destruction. He harbored some lingering feelings regarding old Zhou's death. Should this incident be investigated, he would have no solid explanation. The truth of being a traveler from another world was far more absurd than the circumstances surrounding old Zhou's demise. In the current environment of the lighthouse, declaring oneself a time traveler would likely result in being deemed a freak and incinerated. However, Su Lu remained oblivious to the fact that while he sighed in relief at the sight of the flames, a pair of eyes were fixed upon him. Stepping outside the small dwelling, Sula finally beheld the world beyond. He found himself in a countryside adorned with patches of green vegetation, an environment difficult to describe. Characterized by some grassy areas, trees, and dilapidated structures, reminiscent of a rural settlement from his former life, albeit in a state of neglect. The ambience was pleasant, with a cerulean sky almost devoid of clouds, casting a bright light over the land. The warm sun enveloped him in a comforting embrace, inducing a languid desire to sleep. Su Lu closed his eyes, stretched, and inhaled the fresh air. Perhaps this was what it meant to be reborn. Clenching his fists, Su Lu resolved to seize the second chance at life. The members of the pioneers had begun to move forward, while Su Lu lagged behind. He understood that in the eyes of most, he was merely a burden, even a potential liability. Complaining or arguing could easily lead to his abandonment by the group. Thus, he hastened to catch up. Yet before he could arrive, Bai Jing's cold and serious voice rang out, "Forget today's events as if they never happened. Keep Su Li's abilities to yourselves, understood?" "Yes," the group replied in hushed tones. Arriving at the crossroads, Su Li spotted an imposing 8-wheeled steam war vehicle. Its heavy armor plating and prominent cannons adorned with a resounding whistle and the lighthouse flag. He found himself captivated by the sight of the vehicle. "What do you think of the R6 steam war vehicle produced by Zion? Quite impressive, isn't it? However, such a vehicle comes at a steep price. If you cannot cook the books, you may struggle to maintain it." Su Lu was at a loss for words. Was Bai Jing's implication an invitation? "Get on board," she commanded. "All right," he replied, as the other team members began to board the steam war vehicle in succession. With a rumble, Su Lu gazed at the wild expanse before him. "Lighthouse, here I come." Chapter 11. Welcome home. The steam locomotive sped along the tracks, and although the dashboard remained out of sight, Su Lu could gauge the speed from the intensity of the wind that swept past him. Leaning against the window, he observed several abandoned rural towns. The roads were flanked by various structures, with dilapidated stone furnaces and wooden windmills scattered about the outskirts. These remnants suggested that the town once possessed rudimentary metallurgical forging techniques. By the riverside, an ancient stone bridge served as a railway, presumably a former transportation route. However, this railway did not correspond with the steam train lines from the original owner's memories. It appeared to be a relic from a bygone era. Contemplating the diverse architectural styles, Su Lu found himself unable to determine the period to which they belonged. Had this once been an abandoned age? "Hey, Su Lu, would you like some water?" Bai Jing interrupted Su Li's reverie as she offered him a bottle. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the water. Before he could take more than a few sips, Bai Jing's gaze turned suddenly enigmatic. "Did disposing of that person's body bring you a sense of relief?" Coughing violently as water went down the wrong way, Su Lu struggled to regain his composure. Naturally, this was also a ploy to buy him time as he pondered how to respond to Bai Jing's question. "I actually don't need you to explain," Bai Jing continued. "Life is exceedingly long. We will encounter numerous events and make countless choices. Some choices will be right, while others may prove incorrect. Regardless of the decisions made, we must continue forward. We must pursue the light, mustn't we?" Su Li's eyes flickered slightly. He was uncertain of Bai Jing's intention in assuming the role of a life mentor, offering him such profound musings. Was she threatening him? The disparity in their strengths seemed far too vast for such an approach to be necessary. If it wasn't a threat, then what was her intent? Given the prior situation, was she trying to recruit him? Did she deem it necessary to be so cryptic? "I'm afraid I don't quite grasp the captain's words," he admitted. Bai Jing smiled, her fingers gliding teasingly across Su Li's collar, ultimately resting against his chest. This gesture was not one of seduction, but a genuine application of pressure. As her fingers pressed against his wound, Su Li recoiled in pain, nearly collapsing to the ground. The wound was from a firearm. The creature was strange and did not wield guns. Did you understand, Mr. Sulu? Furthermore, the wound on the deceased's back was clearly a stab from a dagger. These scars would remain unchanged even if they transformed into living corpses. The weapon must be this very dagger, right? Bai Jing produced Su Li's dagger, waving it before him before retracting it. No need for that, Su Lu replied, shaking his head in resignation. How could he explain that he had not killed Lao Zhou? What could he possibly say? Perhaps there was another Su Lu? Besides, the disparity in information, strength, background, and status rendered such inquiries utterly pointless. Do not feel anxious. Su Lu, you are an ordinary person who has managed to survive alone in the darkness. You even managed to slay a creature by yourself. Truly remarkable. No, in truth. From the moment you could discern the heavily polluted ancient sounds, you were no longer an ordinary person. What did Captain Bai intend to communicate to him? Was it not customary for someone with experience to guide the youth on their forthcoming path? Was she merely dispensing platitudes? Sula pondered this, his gaze gradually shifting towards the window, his expression becoming increasingly vacant. Captain Bai, do you know? A scholar once said that we should never invest unrealistic expectations or unfounded values in what we cherish. For the only certainty in life is its inherent uncertainty. The scholar you speak of must be an extraordinary individual, Bai Jing remarked. I believe that as well, Sula replied. Bai Jing regarded him intently for a moment while he continued to gaze out the window. Offering a few platitudes was sufficient. He dared not meet the eyes of such a formidable night watchman. A colossal tower emerged in the distance, ascending into the clouds. The structures surrounding it were arranged in concentric circles, gradually extending outward. The inner city was remarkably prosperous, characterized by golden and blue classical Central Asian architecture. Gold-topped buildings could be seen everywhere, with some even surpassing 20 stories, an exceptional sight in the Quaternary period. This prosperity persisted until reaching the central moat. The area within the moat was referred to as the upper city. Beyond the moat, as the city expanded outward, the architectural styles and forms deteriorated significantly. The vicinity near the moat retained some semblance of decency. However, further out, the structures became increasingly unsightly. The buildings grew shorter, and aside from East Asian, Gothic, and classical styles, there emerged a plethora of odd constructions that defied categorization. Sulu found little aesthetic appeal in those deliberately designed to resemble toilets or excrement. Graffiti adorned most of the buildings, some serving as advertisements or slogans, while others were mere parodies, curses, debt collection notes, or even the ominous blood writings of gangs. At the outermost layer of the city, the majority of buildings were earthen or wooden shanties. This was the undercity beneath the lighthouse where Sulu resided. Yet, this was not the city's ultimate periphery. Beyond it stood towering city walls. The walls featured 4 grand gates, north, south, east, and west, used to inspect the residents entering and exiting the city. They also functioned to relieve the pressure of the black tide during the night of the black tide. The walls were situated far from human habitation, so even in darkness, they did not attract more creatures. The lighthouse served as one of humanity's 4 primary bastions of safety. Yet it was notorious for its absurd resource allocation, rigid promotion channels, and starkly defined territorial divisions. The divide between the upper and lower cities was akin to a chasm. Nevertheless, even amidst this darkness, it remained one of the few beacons of light in these troubled times. Gazing at the city, which felt surreal yet reminiscent of his memories, Sula murmured, "What an incredible city this is." "Indeed, it is our home," Bai Jing replied, turning her head and revealing a mischievous smile. "Bite your tongue and survive." Huh? The steam locomotive came to a halt at the outer walls of the city. Here, there existed a separate system of lighthouse night watchmen known as the lighthouse guards. Although both were part of the same organization, they operated different departments and did not engage in fierce competition. Consequently, there were seldom any melodramatic conflicts between them. Upon spotting Bai Jing and her team, several guards promptly stepped forward to salute. Bai Jing reciprocated with a lighthouse salute. Squad 6, Bai Jing, all members accounted for. Chapter 12. The emotion worm. After exchanging greetings, the guards began to methodically spray a certain special powder on Bai Jing and her companions. Sulu observed from a distance, assuming it was some sort of disinfectant. However, before it was his turn, the familiar surge of heat within him resurfaced. The powder seemed to twist before his eyes, revealing words, emotion neutralizer. An emotion neutralizer? Sula furrowed his brow, perplexed. Just as he was mulling over this, Bai Jing pointed at him, loudly instructing the guards. "The risk is extremely high. Conduct a thorough examination. Just do your jobs without any favoritism." Sulu felt a pang of confusion. Why did he feel as though he was being punished simply for sharing an inspirational story with her? Was she truly that petty? The guards, upon hearing Bai Jing's words, were equally astonished. It was a first. Since Captain Bai had insisted on a formal procedure, they had no choice but to comply. Sula felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled Bai Jing's earlier warning. Just try to survive the inspection. What kind of inspection warranted such a description? Hello, Sir Guard. Please don't try to be friendly. Just proceed with the energy neutralization. Sure. Sulu was also sprayed with the emotion neutralizer, but he felt little effect. Little Sulu, we're heading off now. Enjoy your experience with the Night Dweller's inspection. After handing Sulu over to the guards, Bai Jing and the others departed. Sulu's lips twitched, but he ultimately remained silent. The exterior guards began to compile a report, asking Sulu for his name, age, occupation, and home address. My name is Sulu. I'm 20 years old, residing in the lower district, though I am not originally from there. I am an exchange student from Zion assigned to the lighthouse. Indeed, Sulu is not a native of the lighthouse. He was a genuine Zionite and an exchange student. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have felt the need to emphasize this identity. However, the situation was clearly different now. The guards' attitude towards those from the lower districts contrasted sharply with their treatment of the upper class. Hence, Sulu had no choice but to invoke his status as an exchange student, hoping it would alleviate some of his troubles. An exchange student? Yes. As anticipated, the guard's demeanor softened slightly upon learning of Su Li's status. Exchange students, while not particularly valuable, carried a certain political weight, especially now that the four great city-states of humanity were in a relatively solid alliance. Despite their underlying competition, their ultimate goal remained unified, to escape the ancient darkness and seek the light. Even if you are an exchange student, you cannot bypass the lighthouse's inspection procedures. Come with us. Okay. Sula breathed a sigh of relief. By presenting his identity as an exchange student, he at least avoided the risk of unwarranted violence or discrimination. The lighthouse raised human rights issues annually, but what was the point? Upper-class individuals remained in their privileged positions, while the lower district inhabitants were treated as less than human. Following the guard, Sulu arrived at the monitoring station on the outer wall, lacking any prior knowledge about this process. He felt a knot of anxiety form in his stomach. Excuse me, could you please explain what the specific inspections entail? Specifics? You'll understand once you arrive. The guard produced a small box, and upon seeing it, Sulu felt an odd sensation wash over him. The heat flared up once more. Was he reacting to the box? When the guard opened it, Sulu caught sight of a squirming worm inside. Emotion worm. An inexplicable thrill coursed through him at the sight of the worm, leaving him unsure of the reason behind his excitement. What was the purpose of this worm? Surely they did not expect him to consume it? The mere thought of ingesting a worm, something utterly revolting, somehow heightened his exhilaration, stemming from a peculiar instinct. Sir Guard, you don't mean I have to eat this. Do you? Eat? You must be joking. The price of the emotion worm is exceedingly high. You, a penniless exchange student, are not worth as much as this worm. Sulu grimaced at the label of penniless exchange student. However, he noted something intriguing upon the guard uttering the term emotion worm. The descriptor before him shifted in its twisted state. Emotion worm, the ability to self-correct? Quite intriguing. Sir Guard, what should I do now? Lie against the wall? Very well. Although the position felt somewhat humiliating, Sulu complied without protest. The guard removed his outer garments, causing Sulu to feel a twinge of panic. Fortunately, the guard did not remove his trousers, which eased Su Li's anxiety somewhat. At least the situation had not devolved into the worst-case scenario. As Sulu lay against the wall, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. The sensation indicated that the worm had settled onto his spine. A shiver of unexpected comfort coursed through him, yet the emotion worm visibly shriveled. What? This is bad. The guard, initially puzzled, swiftly retrieved the worm, inspecting it to ensure it was still alive before breathing a sigh of relief. He looked at Sulu with a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. Mentally noting, after a moment of hesitation, he placed the emotion worm back onto Su Li's back. However, as soon as it made contact, the worm began to wither again. This time even more severely, as if it were on the brink of death. Damn it, what did you do? Sulu replied. I'm just lying here. Surely that shouldn't warrant curses? The guard wore an expression of bewilderment, his fingers trembling with anxiety. The vitality of the emotion worm was exceptionally resilient. It could withstand even gunfire. Yet this particular worm seemed to be on the verge of collapse. If it died, the guard would be held accountable. Something is off. There is something wrong with you. The guard muttered, even reaching for the alarm on the wall. He had merely come to conduct a check, so why was he now resorting to calling for backup? I warn you not to move. The guard gestured sharply with his finger. All right, I won't move. But may I ask, do I have a problem? Unknown. The guard's response was curt, and he seemed uncertain whether the issue lay with Sulu or the worm. Sulu pondered deeply. Based on prior indications, the worm pertained to emotions. Dubbed the emotion worm, could it be that his own emotional state was the problem? Had he unleashed too many emotions, prompting the guard to raise the alarm? As he contemplated this, a figure clad in gray robes accompanied by several guards approached the station. The alarmed guard immediately pointed at Sulu, exclaiming, "Master Sorcerer." It's him. Chapter 13. The Necromancer at Long Last. Has the sorcerer appeared? In the Age of Darkness, numerous extraordinary professions existed, broadly categorized into two systems, the sorcerer system and others. The sorcerer was the most formidable vocation throughout this dark era and the one that the protagonist yearned to attain. Sula gazed at the individual before him, clad in an ample gray robe and adorned with a round-brimmed hat. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a pronounced nose and a pair of black-rimmed glasses perched upon it. Despite his rather ordinary features, his countenance exuded an innate charm. State your case. The sorcerer's voice rang clear, devoid of any ambiguity. This clarity evoked memories of a certain actor renowned for their eloquence in his previous life. The gray-robed sorcerer inquired, and the guard wasted no time in responding. Master Sorcerer, when the heartworm was placed on this individual, it appeared withered and near death. This fellow must be suspicious. He is a nightwalker, potentially tainted by the ancient corruption of the Guyindu. Sulu felt it imperative to defend himself at this juncture. Excuse me, good Sir Guard. I harbor no enmity towards you. Such baseless accusations are unwarranted. The guard attempted to retort, but the middle-aged sorcerer raised his hand, halting their dispute. Wasting time on such trivial matters was unwise. Guard, may I inspect the heartworm? Of course, Master Sorcerer, the guard replied, handing over the creature. The sorcerer examined it casually. The heartworm is untainted. He then turned his gaze to Sulu. Step forward. Reluctantly, Sulu approached the sorcerer, allowing him to perform his examination. The sorcerer placed the heartworm on Sulu's chest this time, rather than his back. Upon seeing the gunshot wound, the sorcerer adjusted his position slightly and applied pressure. A sound akin to the worm's lament filled the air, and the sensation of coolness intensified, surpassing previous encounters. The heartworm visibly perished before their eyes, and Sula felt a subtle thrill, akin to reaching a pinnacle of sensation, though previously uncertain. He now recognized the nature of that feeling, the Tree of Souls from Guyindu. Upon witnessing this scene, the guard pointed at Sulu in haste. Master Sorcerer. This is precisely the issue. He is indeed problematic. The guard, elated, cared little for Sulu's fate, as his own safety took precedence. As long as he was absolved of blame, Sulu's survival mattered not. He was eager to shift the blame onto him. However, the gray-robed sorcerer remained composed, observing the ashen remains of the heartworm with raised brows. Intriguing, truly intriguing. Sulu, feeling anxious, thought to himself, what is so intriguing? Speak plainly, I detest riddles. Master Sorcerer, have I erred in any way? Sulu inquired. The sorcerer shook his head, placing a hand upon Sulu's shoulder. Do not be anxious, young man. I harbor no ill intentions. Speak freely, what transpired yesterday? Sula hesitated for a moment, but then began to recount. Last night, we encountered something peculiar. Who were you with? Old Joe. Please elaborate on your experiences from last night in detail. Take your time, there is no rush. The sorcerer's demeanor remained tranquil, as if nothing warranted concern. His words inexplicably soothed Sulu. The narrative began with the first living corpse they encountered the previous night. As a struggling novelist, Sulu possessed the ability to weave a tale, recounting the events with vivid imagery, albeit in a modified version. Most of the content remained truthful, with the principal character responsible for defeating the living corpse altered to Old Joe. Old Joe sacrificed himself to save me. It is my fault for being so weak. Before he fell, he entrusted me with the care of his wife and daughter, and I will honor that promise. At this point, Sulu clenched his fists, determination radiating from his gaze. The sorcerer's eyes narrowed slightly, causing Sulu to feel a momentary disorientation. He could not discern the sorcerer's thoughts through his gaze, so he waited in silence. The atmosphere seemed to stagnate until a sudden cat's meow shattered the stillness, prompting everyone to turn toward the sound. A black cat was ambling along the wall, scavenging remnants discarded by the guards. What bad luck, one guard muttered, a sentiment shared by the others. In this era, black was deemed undesirable. The night watchers donned black attire solely to blend into the night. A creature like the black cat was often regarded as an omen of misfortune. One guard even contemplated drawing his weapon to shoot the cat, but the sorcerer intervened. Enough. Perform a good deed today to avoid misfortune tomorrow. Tomorrow night marks the arrival of the black tide. As guardians, it is best to refrain from unnecessary bloodshed. Upon hearing this, the guard lowered his head in shame, and the others remained silent, hesitant to speak. Performing a good deed today to avoid misfortune tomorrow? Sula mused, intrigued by this notion, which resembled the musings of geomancers and fortune-tellers. Was this world steeped in such beliefs? The sorcerer then turned his attention back to Sulu. Well, Sulu, your heart energy assessment has passed. Sulu felt a rush of joy at this news. The entire process had been far simpler than he had anticipated. Is it really that straightforward? Indeed, while your heart energy state is unique, it remains within the bounds of normalcy. You possess the full range of human emotions. They are merely obscured by some force. This may be a latent ability. Do not be overly surprised. Every year, Deep Blue produces many gifted youths, and I suspect you may be among them. The sorcerer's sudden influx of information left Sulu flabbergasted. Grateful, he expressed, "Thank you very much, Master Sorcerer. May I take my leave?" The sorcerer smiled. "No need to express gratitude. It is my duty. As for leaving, well, you may be getting ahead of yourself. Beyond the heart energy assessment, numerous other evaluations await you. The heart energy assessment is merely the simplest of tasks." Suli's mouth twitched in disbelief. The simplest task? Yes, the simplest task. Oh, by the way, my name is Gone. I am a necromancer. Chapter 14, The Sorcerer of Calamity, Flame LV1 Promotion Manual. A medium? Is he truly a medium? The events of last night remain vivid in my memory. At that moment, the golden toad referred to him as the young medium. Is there a connection between the two? Or is it merely a repetition of names? Sula chose not to inquire further, simply nodding in acknowledgement. All right, I understand, Mr. Gone. Gone departed, leaving behind a guard who cast a glance at Sulu, then at the retreating figure of Gone, perhaps surmising some of the circumstances. It seemed that Sulu possessed certain qualities that sorcerers were keen to observe, which is why he was so easily let go. However, there was still uncertainty about whether Sulu was genuinely free of taint. Thus, the forthcoming matters would be entrusted to these professionals. All right, lad, the sorcerer has left. Come with us. Sulu looked longingly at the departing Gone and nodded obediently. Okay, brother. After completing the mental examination, Sulu was taken to the guard hall, which was directly affiliated with the Lighthouse Council. Here, he began a series of somewhat brutal tests and screenings. The first was a physical examination, including blood tests, urinalysis, and bone verification, culminating in a reflex impact test. The first 3 tests were tolerable for Sulu, but the final reflex test felt excessively inhumane. A guard, seated before Sulu with several sheets of paper, attempted to coax him gently. Do you know? As a night dweller and an ordinary person, your body may have been contaminated by the ancient Guyindu. This is a pollution you are unaware of. However, through impact, your body can generate a natural defensive response. If ancient Guyindu contaminants occupy your body, they will naturally mutate to protect your survival. Essentially, it implies that I must be beaten to near death to test for ancient Guyindu? Sula raised an eyebrow. The lighthouse people do not deceive each other. Come on. Be honest, brother. His expression was earnest. It's not so terrible. Just endure it. Then please go easy on me. The guard regarded Sulu, pondering that he was not even a lighthouse dweller. It was acceptable for lighthouse dwellers to deceive Zion people. All right, I'll be gentle. What followed was a symphony of Sulu's anguished screams, which continued for nearly an hour. When it finally ceased, Sulu lay on the ground, half alive. Yet his face bore no marks of injury. It was evident that the guards were professionals in their craft. Just as Sulu believed the examination had concluded, the guard informed him that next would be a human soul interrogation. It is widely understood that ancient Guyindu not only contaminates the human body, but also invades and taints the human soul. The anomalies of the spirit and soul caused by ancient Guyindu are often more challenging to contend with than those of a physical nature. The principle of this test is somewhat akin to the impact test, aiming to stimulate the soul in hopes of provoking a response from the ancient Guyindu parasite. If your soul remains untainted by ancient Guyindu, there should be no issue. However, if it has, the ancient Guyindu's soul contamination will be activated. Little Sue. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Sula silently observed the dim light before him, his expression one of despondency, evoking sympathy. All right, bring it on. Thus, the guard seized one of Sulu's legs and dragged him inside once more. Another round of screams ensued. He entered the guard hall around 10 in the morning. But when he emerged, it was already evening. Sula changed into a new set of clothes, his face a mask of numbness as he exited the night watchman's outpost. His appearance, seemingly abandoned by the world, inevitably led one to ponder what he had endured within. However, upon reaching a deserted alley, the corners of Su Li's mouth began to lift slightly. The feeling of rebirth is indeed delightful. Meow. Sula turned towards a corner and spotted a black cat rummaging through a garbage bin. He frowned slightly, then smiled wryly. The last time I saw you, I had just begun the examination. Now I see you again just after its conclusion. A black cat of misfortune? Must you be so prescient? The black cat regarded the garbage bin with disdain, as if it found nothing to its liking. It leisurely approached Sula. Meow. I have no money to buy you food. Sula crouched down, extending his hands in a gesture of honesty. The original owner left no inheritance. He was genuinely impoverished. At that moment, a stray dog with a brindled coat wandered into the alley. It eyed Sulu warily, then glanced at the black cat, displaying a hint of hostility. However, it refrained from barking at Sulu and instead circled nearby, maintaining a vigilant stance. Having regained his freedom, Sulu was evidently in good spirits. He inched closer to the black cat and pointed at the brindled dog, saying, "This dog finds itself in a moral quandary. It is tempted by hunger to steal a bite. Yet it recalls the sage words left by its father. A good dog may fail to guard its home, but it must never abandon its principles. It has succeeded in the first part, becoming a stray, thus it must not lose its moral compass." To his surprise, the dog began to lick the refuse in the pile. Observing its contented demeanor, it seemed to have found both physical and spiritual nourishment. Yet, looking at its teeth, they were pristine and white. This scenario teaches us that the color of one's teeth bears no necessary relation to indulging in refuse. After sharing these musings, Sulu looked expectantly at the black cat. "What do you think of my writing?" The black cat turned its head away, its gaze akin to that of a critic observing a fool. Sulu chuckled at the departing feline. The previous incarnation of Sulu had perished, yet he was alive. He had experienced battles with the undead, entanglements with spirits, and the trials of the night. He had witnessed the night watchmen and the sorcerers, undergoing the most rigorous examinations of the lighthouse. All of it was worthwhile. This feeling is truly magnificent. Shaking his head, Sulu began his journey homeward, guided by the street lamps. The Lighthouse University resided in the upper city. As an international student, he was entitled to reside in the upper city, provided he remained enrolled. However, that arrangement would inconvenience his outings with Shoku. As he walked, the occasional steam unicycle passing by evoked his wonder, and he often glimpsed small workshops displaying gas canisters and various pressure storage devices. This place is indeed a new world. Upon returning to his residence, Sulu retrieved a key from beneath the third stone tile on the wall. Let us not entertain notions of keys being stolen in such a manner. While theft is not impossible in the lower city, it is indeed rare. Upon unlocking the door, Sulu hesitated before stepping inside. The room was enveloped in darkness. The upper city basked in ample light, yet the lower city was devoid of it. Upon returning home from a journey, the first task is invariably to kindle the oil lamp or light a candle. As the flame illuminated the space, Sulu slowly entered. The room was quite simple, furnished with a writing desk, a bed, and a chest for books and documents, nothing more. Most homes in the lower city were akin to this. The residents lacked a certain cultural sophistication, with many unable to read, thus rendering these items unworthy of theft. Recalling the memories in his mind, Sulu retrieved a somewhat aged notebook from a pile of materials. Upon opening the first page, he was greeted by the long-awaited sight. The Sorcerer of Calamity, Flame. LV1 Promotion Manual. Chapter 15, Condition 3. The trial by fire. Before me lies this modest tome, likely the most deeply etched item in the original owner's memory. Sulu is well aware of the original owner's character. The only memories that have left a significant impression, aside from a few childhood companions, seem hardly worthy of remembrance. Even the recollections of past parents are faint. Yet, this singular volume, despite his familiarity with its contents, beckons him to peruse it upon his arrival here. After all, it is a record of extraordinary phenomena. On the first page, it reads, "Disasters, as the name suggests, embody calamity and harm." The disaster sorcerer stands as the most formidable among all sorcerers. Their abilities are as direct as their title implies. They can create disasters as independent entities. They wield powers of frost, flame, thunder, earth, and storms, unleashing violent energies capable of tearing asunder all in their path. They possess terrifying lethality, explosive potential, and extensive area attacks. Destruction is their very essence. However, the drawbacks of the disaster sorcerer are equally apparent. In contrast to other sorcerers, their abilities tend to be more straightforward and palpable, resulting in a diminished capacity for self-defense and fewer unique abilities. Their ascension process is often extreme. The notes are sparse, spanning only a few pages, primarily detailing the capabilities and drawbacks of the disaster sorcerer. As Sula flips through the manual, he inadvertently applies more pressure with his fingers. Upon reaching the final page, he takes a deep breath once more. Disaster sorcerer, flame LV1 ascension, sacrificial method. Specific conditions are as follows. LV1, sorcerer of flame sacrificial ascension conditions. 1. Consume ancient and pure substances. The more untainted and potent, the higher the success rate. 2. Weave a crown of 10 flame flowers with peculiar threads, wearing it atop one's head at noon on a Monday, while basking in the sun's afterglow. 3. Trial by fire. Successful completion of the trial by fire allows for ascension. Upon reading this, a smirk involuntarily tugs at Su Li's lips. The text omits any mention of failure. Yet the original owner's notes are rife with accounts of failed ascension attempts. The consumption of ancient pollutants carries a high probability of immediate death, with a small chance of transformation into a grotesque being. Either scenario signifies the end of life, nullifying any need to contemplate further consequences of failure. The second requirement, to bask in the sun's afterglow, is a mere ritualistic and resource-based condition, leaving him uncertain about any additional variables. The final requirement, straightforward yet critical, is the essence of the sacrificial method, the trial by fire. The outcome of this trial is not subject to consideration. The absence of the word successful trial by fire implies that if one fails, their fate is likely sealed. Digesting the manual's contents, Sula finds himself at a loss for words. Is he curious? Indeed. Does he aspire to this? Certainly. Yet, if pressed to attempt it, he feels compelled to hesitate. Moreover, he harbors a sliver of doubt regarding the authenticity of this ascension manual for sorcerers of flame. Is it truly genuine? While he cannot ascertain this, the original owner appeared unwavering in their belief in its contents. It was this unwavering faith that led the original owner to slay Old Show and seize the ancient seed. Consuming ancient pollutants is a perilous endeavor, with a survival rate bordering on 1 in 10. Yet, the ancient fruit diverges. It is a pure product, and most who consume it encounter no issues, with some even awakening additional powers. The sole drawback is its exorbitant cost, so exorbitant that even half of an ancient seed's price is beyond the original owner's means, requiring a decade to procure. The original owner's insatiable thirst for the extraordinary propelled them down this irrevocable path. In contemplation, Sula glances once more at the final page. The manual emphasizes the sacrificial method. Are there no alternative methods? If alternatives exist, might they prove far safer than the sacrificial approach? These lingering doubts occupy Suli's mind. Yet no answers are forthcoming. Today is Tuesday, perhaps he shall revisit this matter in a few days. Sula carefully stows the manual and approaches the window. Gazing down at the narrow passage between two modest abodes, he remains silent for an extended period. Paper, an abundance of it, crumpled into disarray, fills the ground. The contents easily surmised by any man. The sheer volume nearly blankets the entire passageway. Opposite lies a windowless space, suggesting these papers were likely discarded by the original owner. He begins to comprehend why he possesses such an abundance of lustful fruits. Yet, the specifics elude him. What was he so fervently pursuing? This question lingers in Su Li's mind for hours, unanswered even as night descends. Approaching the door, he notes that the streets of the lower town are deserted at this hour. The pristine moonlight, mingling with the glow of street lamps, spills across his face. The moon is white, yet why does the original owner's memory recall it as crimson? Suddenly, an intense heat wells within him, far more potent than before, nearly driving him to madness. Struggling against this discomfort, Su Lu clutches his head, and the surrounding objects warp into a kaleidoscopic distortion. As he surveys his surroundings, he observes no signs of anomaly. Yet, where does this overwhelming sensation stem from? With a surge of curiosity, Sula halts abruptly and gazes skyward. The once immaculate moon has transformed into a blood-red orb. In this state, his otherwise blurred vision sharpens as he fixates on the crimson moon. It spins, and the air around it whirls in tandem, resembling gears with grooves, like a countdown. The calamity of the blood moon will arrive in 1 day and 1 hour, he murmurs. The warning had first emerged upon his arrival in this realm, a detail he remembers vividly. 2 days felt like an eternity to him then. Trivial when compared to the imminent anomalies that would refresh in their small abode every 10 minutes. But now, The context is different. He has entered a haven. Yet, even within this sanctuary, the warning of the blood moon's calamity persists. This signifies that even within the embrace of ample light and safety within the city, the reality remains unchanged. Tomorrow marks June 30th, the eve of the season's scorching end. This night also heralds the arrival of the ancient black tide. Is the blood moon's calamity synonymous with the ancient black tide? Chapter 16. The widow of a veteran reflecting upon the memories that align with the current moment. It seems that only the ancient tide of darkness resonates. It is the day that occurs every 3 months, marked by the bizarre surge that threatens human bastions. On this day, whether it be the lighthouse, Zion, Tianrui Lifeng, or the Red Moon Sanctuary, an onslaught of anomalies is always anticipated. This calamity has persisted for several epochs, spanning thousands of years. During the fourth epoch, humanity struggled greatly against the dark tide, but everything changed with the advent of the steam revolution in Zion. Entering the steam age, humanity acquired firearms and cannons. Even without the aid of sorcerers, ordinary humans now possess the means to contend with the aberrations. Thus, in recent years, as long as one remained indoors and refrained from reckless wandering on that fateful night, one would generally be safe. The anomalies that assailed the city-states were typically subdued by the guards and sentinels of the high walls, seldom reaching the heart of the city. Nevertheless, humanity has always referred to this event in its entirety as the ancient tide of darkness, abbreviated to the dark tide. Yet, the warning here is the catastrophe of the red moon, which does not align. Under normal circumstances, the dark tide should pose no significant threat, as the sentinels are equipped to handle it. However, the repeated warnings and the overwhelming sensation lead Su Lu to believe that this so-called catastrophe of the red moon may not be as straightforward as the dark tide of yore. Regardless, he must prepare himself. As he gazed at the flickering lights, he gradually succumbed to slumber. The next day, Su Lu awoke early. After a brief wash and grooming, he donned a sharply tailored suit, the only outfit of worth that belonged to the original owner. Despite being somewhat slender, Su Lu was content with his appearance. He hoped for a smooth endeavor. Stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of numerous pedestrians busily procuring defensive supplies. The air filled with the cacophony of vendors peddling their wares. This locale epitomized the art of street vending. 9 cents for a sandbag? Are you robbing me? Buy if you wish, or leave if you don't. Standard issue retired knives, gently used, for just $1.50. The purchasing power of lighthouse currency remained strong, rendering prices remarkably low. Beyond weaponry, the vendors primarily offered wooden planks, nails, and sandbags. The lower district was far less secure than the upper district. While the anomalies of the dark tide were largely intercepted by the sentinels, occasional strays could still pose a threat. Thus, taking precautions was entirely reasonable. Even aside from the aberrations, the dismal environment of the lower district was rife with gangs and vagrants, making household defenses a prudent measure. Following the memory of the location, Su Lu arrived near the water station at number 62 in the lower district. Old Zhou's home was situated here. The original owner had known Old Zhou from school. A retired soldier now serving as a security guard, he had crossed paths with Su Lu, an eccentric foreign student. Their acquaintance had blossomed when, one day, Su Lu was caught by Old Zhou while clandestinely studying the sorcerer's forbidden knowledge. After some entanglement, they became friends. Both were in need of money, and they devised a plan to venture out and seek fortune. Routine inspections were necessary, and if only one person remained, they would be deemed the night watcher. If a teammate fell, what transpired in the darkness remained a secret, with no one to attest to whether one had been tainted by the ancient tide. Thus, the death of a comrade necessitated a night watcher examination. With Su Lu's acquired arcane knowledge and Old Zhou's veteran prowess, they formed a formidable partnership, embarking on expeditions to uncover relics from the bygone era and remnants of the ancient tide to sell. Prior to this endeavor, they had successfully ventured out 3 times, yielding modest gains, but compared to their meager wages and scholarship, it was a small fortune. Had they not encountered the fruit of the ancient tide, their collaboration might have continued indefinitely. Alas, such is humanity. Interests can forge alliances but also breed treachery. With a faint sigh, Su Lu composed himself. The previously gentle demeanor transformed into one of seriousness and resolve. He rapped on the door. "May I inquire if Aunt Zhou is at home?" Su Lu was unaware of Shouke's wife's name, as Zhou often simply called her wife, and given the original owner's nature, he would not have probed further. The only detail he knew was that their daughter was named Shotingting. "Who is it?" A voice, imbued with warmth yet laced with hesitation, soon emanated from within. "Hello. My name is Su Lu. I am here regarding Mr. Shouke." Sula sensed that the other party had approached the door, likely assessing him. Observing his surroundings, he understood that this widow and her daughter, residing in the lower district without Shoku as their protector, faced a steep rise in peril. After a moment, as if confirming Sulu was neither a gang member nor a vagrant, the door opened to reveal a woman in her 50s. She appeared quite ordinary, the sort one might overlook in daily life. "Hello, I am Sulu." I came to. Before he could finish, Joku's wife raised her hand to halt him, her gaze dropping, seemingly unable to meet his eyes. "Come in," she said, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Very well." Upon entering, Sula heard the voice of a young girl. "Mom, who is it?" A girl, a couple of years younger than Sulu, emerged clad in a slightly thin shirt and oversized slippers. Sula quickly discerned her appearance. She was slender to the point of being gaunt, her arms and legs lacking any substantial flesh. Her hair, dyed a faded yellow, appeared dry, and aside from her small eyes, her face was notably dotted with freckles. Sulu had not anticipated that Joku's daughter, whom he had only heard praised, would look like this. It was reasonable, considering that old Joe was merely a retired soldier working as a security guard, living on the fringes of the lower district. A person of such humble means was unlikely to have a child of ethereal beauty and keen intellect. Such characters typically belong to novels and dramas. "Who are you?" "Hello. I am Sulu." "You must be Shodingting?" "Yes. What do you want? Is that old ghost and dead again?" Sula furrowed his brow at her attitude and tone. Was she genuinely unpleasant, or merely masking her wariness? Regardless, he reminded himself that Shodingting and her mother were the family members of Shoku, who was deeply concerned for them. "Please, you two continue your conversation. I'll fetch you a glass of water," Joku's wife said, rising in a flurry, her fingers nervously fidgeting. Sulu observed her demeanor and understood that this ordinary woman was quite perceptive. She likely knew of old Joe's recent outings and perhaps had an inkling of his purpose for visiting. "There is no need for that, and Joe, you should already understand the reason for my visit," Sulu stated, and at this, Joku's wife covered her mouth in alarm. "Mom, what's wrong?" "Hey kid, why are you bullying my mom?" Shodingting wrapped her arms protectively around her mother, who, upon being embraced, began to sob uncontrollably. Shortly thereafter, Shodingting appeared to realize something, lifting her gaze to Sulu. "No, it can't be. My dad?" Chapter 17. Benevolent Lies. Sulu gazed upon the pair of orphans, a mother and daughter, and sighed deeply once more. He had previously contemplated various approaches and phrases to face them, yet ultimately, all those thoughts and excuses were dismissed. Joku had already passed away. No matter how elaborate the story might be, a life lost cannot be reclaimed. The so-called benevolent lie, in the context of this mother-daughter duo relying on one another, could potentially become the catalyst for disaster, a fate neither old Joe desired nor could fulfill his last wishes. Though he was not the one who caused Shoku's death, Sulu was now the embodiment of his essence. Thus, he chose to speak the truth. "You may have guessed it. Indeed, Mr. Joku met an unfortunate end due to a peculiar incident while he was away." "You lie. The old man may have been frail, but his life was exceptionally resilient." "It cannot be true. It is simply impossible. You are fabricating stories. Get out. I demand you leave." At this moment, Shodingting was overwhelmed with emotion. Upon hearing of her father's demise, her earlier indifference vanished. Her rebelliousness and ideological conflicts were overshadowed by her profound feelings for Joku. "I am truly sorry. But regarding the tragedy that befell Mr. Joe, I cannot deceive you. He sacrificed himself heroically, and his death will be remembered." Sulu added silently in his heart, "It will be remembered by me." As Sulu's resolute words sank in, Shodingting began to weep silently. The mother and daughter clung to one another. Their sole anchor in this world now vanished. What lay ahead was not merely the challenge of survival, but also the perilous environment of the lower city, now devoid of male protection. Sulu was acutely aware of this reality, understanding that old Joe's final concern echoed this very notion. This, indeed, was old Joe's last wish. Sulu recognized that at this juncture, he must fulfill the role he had been destined to play. "I apologize for interrupting your grief, but I must continue. My words are not yet complete." Shodingting wiped her tears with her sleeve. The previously impulsive and rebellious girl quickly regained her composure upon learning of her father's passing. Perhaps this was the fate of children from the lower city. In the absence of support and protection, they were compelled to mature swiftly, lest they be devoured by the harshness of their environment. Shodingting had always been aware of these harsh truths, yet Joku's presence had afforded her some respite. Now that old Joe was gone, she needed to be strong. "Very well, what else do you have to say?" Su Lu assessed Zhou Tingting's emotional state and then spoke with a semblance of formality in light of Mr. Zhou Ke's courageous actions and his assistance to the personnel of the lighthouse. Our company will implement the measures for the families of the fallen within 30 working days, relocating you to a residence near the moat in a standard suite. Within 45 working days, the compensation due to Mr. Zhou's family will be dispersed, amounting to 7,500 yuan. Additionally, the death insurance will total 625 yuan, summing to 8,125 yuan. Such a sum? The mother and daughter exclaimed in unison. As a security guard, Zhou Ke earned a meager monthly salary of 25 yuan, amounting to merely 300 yuan a year. This income, while decent in the lower city beneath the lighthouse, was insufficient for Zhou Ke's aspirations for Zhou Tingting to attend Lighthouse University, hence his ventures outside. Typical compensation would suffice for 2 to 3 years, and some companies would offer nothing at all, let alone the seemingly outrageous figure of 8,125 yuan, equivalent to Zhou Ke's 27 years of earnings. Is what you say truly real? Zhou Tingting inquired uncertainly. If there are no issues, I would kindly request a strand of hair from each of you. Su Li's expression was somewhat detached and preoccupied, offering no explanation for this peculiar request. Though the mother and daughter found it odd, they did not voice any objections. Such a demand sounded akin to the whims of a sorcerer. Perhaps only a sorcerer would be capable of dispensing such a generous sum. Su Li collected their hair, wrapping it in a white cloth. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Upon uttering these words, he prepared to depart, silently counting down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Wait, when can we expect to receive this money? Zhou Tingting called after him. Su Lu halted, recognizing this response as normal, indicating that the mother and daughter harbored no suspicions about him. For those living in poverty, while money may not be the most important thing, it is undoubtedly essential. Turning back, Su Lu removed his white gloves and explained, typically, you should be able to relocate within 30 working days. While the compensation will require a full 45 working days for processing, the operations of large companies are rather complex. I hope you can understand. If there are no further inquiries, I shall take my leave. Well then, Mr. Su, safe travels. Su Li nodded, departing without hesitation. Under the watchful eyes of the mother and daughter, he cast aside his white gloves onto the ground, as if visiting their home had been a rather mundane affair. His silhouette gradually receded, disappearing from their view. After turning down a few alleys, Su Li leaned against a wall, feeling somewhat fatigued. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly, yet it was all a facade. Everything was a lie. There was no company, no compensation, and certainly no insurance. His disdainful expression and indifferent demeanor were all mere performances. Every word he uttered was fabricated, a necessary deception to fulfill old Zhou's last wish. In order to honor that wish, he had concocted this entire narrative. But fabrication is not deceit. He had no intention of deceiving them. Thus, he must complete the relocation of the mother and daughter within 30 working days and ensure the disbursement of 8,125 yuan within 45 working days. In truth, accomplishing this task was neither exceedingly difficult nor particularly easy. The optimal strategy was to become a sorcerer, thereby resolving all matters with ease. A secondary approach would involve seeking assistance from Bai Jing, who likely recognized his abilities. The least favorable option would be to procure a fruit from the soul tree and sell it for funds. The best course of action was undoubtedly to become a sorcerer, and that was precisely what he intended to pursue next. Old Zhou, your last wish. Before Su Lu could fully articulate the remaining words, he felt a surge of warmth. This warmth coursed through his body, compelling him to clench his fists. Despite a tinge of self-doubt, he sensed it. His strength was augmenting. His body felt lighter, and his powers of observation sharpened. Chapter 18. The Guidelines of the Medium's Spirit of the Veteran, Ancient Relics, TU level experience. Your shooting and combat skills have seen a slight enhancement. Soldier Spirit, Effect 1. Slight improvement in physical fitness. Soldier Spirit, Effect 2. Release the spirit of the veteran, temporarily enhancing oneself, but causing the relic to be destroyed upon use. Description. A manifestation of the will of the veteran. This is stronger than the individual himself. Ah, how amusing. Su Lu suddenly burst into laughter, disregarding the disdainful glares from passers-by. The slight enhancement in his physical fitness seemed rather significant. He had yet to fulfill those promises, nor had he even begun. Nonetheless, the last wishes of old Zhou had been accomplished. It would be completed, he reassured himself. How to describe it? Everything that once felt burdensome now seemed to float with ease. He should now be able to effortlessly lift items he previously struggled with, such as bed frames, cabinets, or even the body of an adult human. Well, despite the weight of numerous responsibilities and grand aspirations, such as becoming a sorcerer, his immediate priority was to find a safe haven and simply survive. Su Li's objective was clear. He aimed for the upper town, one of the few places he could freely access, Lighthouse University. There, affordable campus dormitories and a budget-friendly cafeteria awaited him, but these were not the most crucial aspects. The true treasure lay in the university's library, the second largest in the entire lighthouse, which proved irresistibly enticing for a financially strapped student. The policies at Lighthouse University were unique. As long as one did not opt for graduation, they could remain for up to 5 years. The original owner was diligent, having completed all credits within 2 years, yet he never chose to graduate, all due to the university's favorable regulations. Without any means of transportation, Su Li's pace was somewhat slow. At that moment, a steam tricycle halted before him, the driver waving cheerfully. "Young man, are you a student of Lighthouse University? I can take you to the suspension bridge for 20 cents. The suspension bridge, spanning the city moat, was one of 4 bridges connecting the lower town to the upper town, the only route besides the waterways. Su Li, however, was still quite far from the bridge. And alas, he had no money. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Driver, I see a dark aura on your forehead. Get lost. If you have no money, just say so and stop wasting my time." The driver sped away on his steam tricycle, leaving Su Li with no chance. He sighed. This society is truly pragmatic. The expanse of Lighthouse was considerable. Without any means of transport, traversing from the outskirts of the lower town to the upper town would take 3 to 4 hours. Even at a brisk pace, lacking funds, walking became his only option. Well then, walking is a form of strength, he mused, maintaining a positive mindset. Although the long trek would be exhausting, it afforded him the opportunity to acclimate to the physical enhancements bestowed by the spirit of the veteran. The bustling city, shrouded in smoke, and the intermittent sound of steam whistles proclaimed its vitality. After nearly half a day of walking, Su Li finally arrived at the central city moat. A repetitive announcement echoed through the air, "Citizens of Lighthouse, tonight at midnight, marking the end of June 30th and the beginning of July 1st. We shall face the scorching tide of the ancient dark resonance. Unless absolutely necessary, please do not stray from your residences. Avoid going out, limit communication, ensure family protection, and patiently await the end of the dark tide. This is for our own safety and for a brighter future. May the light of Lighthouse forever illuminate the earth. May it bless you all." The broadcast continued, yet few paid it any heed. Within the city, they no longer required the extensive defenses necessary at the edges of the lower town. As Su Li approached the suspension bridge, he was unexpectedly halted by the guards. Among the throngs of pedestrians, it was perplexing that he was singled out, causing an unsettling tightness in his chest. "Excuse me, is there a problem?" he inquired. "You bear the mark of the night dweller. I cannot allow you to enter." The guard's gaze was somewhat resistant, as if he wished to avoid further conversation. However, the mention of the night dweller mark left Su Li feeling helpless, as it was beyond his control. He presented his student ID, hoping for an explanation. Yet, after a brief glance, the guard shook his head once more. "No, as a night dweller, you must remain in the lower town for 3 days. But I have already passed the night dweller inspection. Stop with your nonsense. Tonight is the dark tide. Allowing a night dweller like you in could lead to distortions, resulting in the death of upper town citizens. Who will take responsibility for that? You? Or I? I'm just a bridge guard. Please don't put me in jeopardy." Su Li felt a sense of resignation. It appeared that his worst fears had materialized. He pondered whether it was still feasible to request a certificate from the guard. Just then, a cat's meow echoed from one side of the suspension bridge. For reasons unknown, both Su Li and the guard instinctively turned to look. A sleek black cat sat atop the bridge railing, grooming itself with a paw. Meow? As Su Li watched, the cat glanced back at him. "Not you again. Every encounter with you seems to bring misfortune." At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Su Li. "Su Li? Mr. Gon?" Su Li turned to recognize the figure approaching Gon, the medium who had conducted his inspection. "Yes, Mr. Gon." But right now, Gon smiled and turned to the guard, saying, "Let him enter with me. I conducted his inspection. And this is my identification. Should any issues arise, I will be responsible alongside the external inspector." The guard hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. "Very well, Sir Sorcerer." "Thank you, Mr. Gon. You have aided me once again." Su Li expressed his gratitude with a nod. Gon waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. Performing a good deed daily, warding off calamity monthly, This is the guideline of the mediums. The guidelines of the mediums? Sula suddenly recalled the promotion method of the flame sorcerer. Could he inquire about the authenticity of that manual with Gon? Chapter 19. Perform a good deed daily. Avoid a calamity monthly. Gon cast a fleeting glance at Sulu, his seemingly shallow gaze capable of penetrating the depths of one's thoughts. He inclined his head slightly and remarked, "If there is nothing of consequence, I shall take my leave." Wait a moment. Sula finally spoke as Gon was about to depart. This was indeed a risky endeavor. The lighthouse was a city-state with an intangible hierarchy. The upper and lower districts naturally divided social classes, while sorcerers and commoners constituted yet another distinct class. To question a sorcerer indiscriminately was not merely impolite. Encountering a person of malevolent disposition could lead to fatal consequences, with no one to hold accountable. His courage to address Gon stemmed primarily from the two previous encounters, during which Gon had exhibited ample friendliness. Perhaps this was an opportunity for him. Oh, is there something else? Gon turned around. Sulu, abandoning his hesitation, produced the manual titled Promotion of Disaster Sorcerers from his arms and presented it to Gon. Mr. Gon, if you have a moment, I would be grateful for your guidance. Guidance? In certain circumstances, the counsel of a sorcerer can be quite costly. Sula lowered his gaze. He was devoid of funds, yet he refrained from voicing this. For who could not feign ignorance? Well, I surmise you are lacking in resources? Gon jested, then casually flipped through the manual. So, this is the promotion manual for disaster sorcerers. I did not expect you to possess such a tome. Is it genuine? Sulu inquired, a mixture of disbelief and excitement in his voice. If by genuine you refer to the method of promotion, then yes, it is indeed authentic. However, the path of sacrifice is fraught with challenges. Sulu, being a pragmatic individual, chose not to feign modesty at this moment. Moreover, the tradition of seeking knowledge was a revered virtue among scholars of the Celestial Empire. What does the path of sacrifice entail? There are 3 paths available for the promotion of sorcerers: the path of faith, the path of ritual, and the path of sacrifice. If one were to delve into a detailed explanation, it would become rather intricate. However, you may grasp their meanings through their literal interpretations. Sula maintained a calm exterior, though his heart raced with excitement. Indeed, there were other paths. To understand them literally, does faith pertain to the worship of a deity? He immediately connected this to the legendary golden toad, rumored to be an ancient spirit. Was there a correlation? As for rituals, he had seen many on television. Lastly, the path of sacrifice referred to the methods documented within his manual. The so-called self-immolation for promotion. Was this the process of sacrifice? Sulu had yet to encounter the conditions for the other 2 methods, but he was wary of the difficulties associated with the sacrifice method. Mr. Gon, are the other 2 methods simpler than the path of sacrifice? Sulu was brimming with curiosity regarding the promotion methods. The implications of this matter were vast: his future safety, old Shou's last wishes, and whether his status would be exalted or akin to that of an ant. He merely glanced at his watch before adjusting his black-framed glasses. Sulu, I previously mentioned that the counsel of a sorcerer is indeed quite precious. The goodwill I require has already been sufficiently met. Any further discourse would be an imbalance for me. However, the answers you seek have long been inscribed upon your quest for knowledge. Perform a good deed daily. Avoid a calamity monthly. May the red moon protect you. With that, Gon stuffed the promotion manual into Sulu's pocket and turned to leave. Sula remained rooted in place, his face awash with confusion. He had many questions. What did he mean by goodwill being a resource? If it was a form of gain, then his phrase about performing good deeds and avoiding calamities could not merely be a platitude. And the final statement regarding answers being inscribed on his path of knowledge, what did that signify? Sula pondered, but could not arrive at a clear answer. Never mind. I shall head to school. Just as he was about to depart, Sula suddenly recalled the black cat, turning to glance at the suspension bridge, only to find that the feline had vanished. The black cat. Now contemplating the black cat, Sula found himself unable to ascertain whether his fortune was fortuitous or otherwise. Armed with his student ID, he faced no obstacles entering the campus. The clock had already struck past 5 in the afternoon. Sula clenched his fists and gazed upwards. At this hour, the moon was obscured from view. Yet the intense feeling within him had not waned. The red moon boldly appeared beside the sun, its sinister hue capable of overshadowing the sun's radiance. The calamity of the red moon shall descend in 6 hours and 36 minutes. Calming his emotions and restoring his focus, Sulu exhaled. Gurgle. His stomach rumbled. Oh, how he craved a meal. From the moment he rose that morning, he had not consumed a morsel, his hunger gnawing at him. Alas, he truly had no funds. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Sula turned to a fellow student returning to school. "Classmate, I see darkness gathering upon your brow. Within 3 days, you shall encounter misfortune." Limo's mouth twitched. Had he not been even thinner than Sulu, he might have lunged at him upon hearing such words. "What do you mean by that? Only through performing a good deed can one avoid calamity. I sense a connection between us. How about this, for 1 yuan? I shall offer you a divination to ward off evil. What do you say?" Limo showed no inclination to engage further, dismissing Sulu as a lunatic. Sulu, accustomed to such reactions, paid it no mind. As Limo dragged his luggage forward, Sula suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and warmth wash over him. Just then, Limo tripped over his suitcase, the kind of misstep that could only be attributed to one's own folly. He collided headlong with a stone pillar, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Several bystanders who had overheard the exchange between Sulu and Limo stood in shock. In truth, not only they, but even Limo and Sulu himself were taken aback. "No way. Is this for real?" Sula felt a surge of uncertainty, thinking he ought to assist Limo. Yet, recalling his prior words, he hesitated, feeling it would be inappropriate to approach directly. He then turned his gaze to a nearby group of students. "Hey, don't curse me." The girl whom Sulu was staring at exclaimed in panic. This. Chapter 20. The malevolent spirit. At this moment, the people around Sulu regarded him with a look of sheer avoidance. Sulu felt somewhat helpless. Had he not done anything wrong? Why must they gaze at him as if he were a monster? Surveying his surroundings, he quickly realized that no one was inclined to offer assistance. Mustering his courage, he approached Limo. "This fellow student, allow me to help you up." Limo looked up at Sulu, his eyes betraying a mix of regret and fear. "Please, don't kill me. I merely wish to continue my studies." "Are you truly certain you don't need to assist me?" "Really, I don't need your help. You go about your business. I'm fine," Limo replied, handing Sula 5 yuan, which constituted half of his monthly living expenses. "Please don't think it too little." Sulu gazed at the blood gushing from Limo's forehead and the money in his hand, falling into a contemplative silence. Any words he might utter would likely fall on deaf ears. He chose not to accept the 5 yuan and prepared to leave. Not out of a sudden change of heart, but rather due to an unsettling feeling that taking the money would lead to misfortune. A tale as old as time. He muttered to himself. "Take care," he bid Limo before making his way to the center of the school. A glance at the clock tower indicated he still had some time. The nature of the Red Moon calamity and its relation to the Black Tide remained unclear to him. However, he was well aware of the Black Tide's circumstances. Countless anomalies assaulting human strongholds, their ultimate target being the depths of the lighthouse, the towering structure that loomed above. Thus, even if there were gaps in the city walls, the residents of the lower district were not in grave peril. With the current state of firearms and artillery, the Black Tide over the past few years had failed to leave a lasting impression aside from occasional reports of scattered anomalies claiming the lives of lower district civilians. Lighthouse University remained a focal point of protection in the Lighthouse city-state, making it sufficiently secure for those who resided within its walls. As Sulu was about to head towards the student dormitories, a shrill sound erupted from the loudspeakers, akin to the hurried friction of a microphone being grabbed. "Attention all students. Please proceed immediately to classrooms A, B, and C for concentrated defense and protection. The ancient melodies of the Black Tide tonight may exhibit unforeseen changes. It is imperative that you heed this announcement and safeguard yourselves." The school's announcement blared relentlessly, drawing the attention of students nearby. Their expressions ranged from skepticism to disbelief, with some showing outright disdain. After several deep breaths, the voice on the other end resumed. "Students, this is Vice Principal Mo Lan. What I have just conveyed is indeed true. Please remain calm. According to the Lighthouse Council's monitoring, this iteration of the ancient melodies of the Black Tide may manifest uncontrollable circumstances. It is crucial for everyone to head to classrooms A, B, and C promptly to establish defenses with the supervising teachers. Lighthouse University is the beacon of hope for the Lighthouse. We shall not abandon a single student. Therefore, I urge you all to cherish your lives and follow the instructions given. May the light of the Lighthouse forever illuminate your paths." To many students, Vice Principal Mo Lan's words evoked a sense of dread. As university students, they possessed a sufficient understanding of the situation. The Black Tide was not inherently terrifying, merely kept at bay by the guardians and watchmen outside the city. The fact that the principal had publicly acknowledged a problem was indeed a cause for alarm. As the announcement repeated, the expressions of the students shifted, their steps quickening with urgency. Sula pondered for a moment, Is the higher administration of the lighthouse aware of the so-called Red Moon calamity? He hastened his pace and, upon spotting a frantic male student near the girls' dormitory, came to an abrupt halt. His body tensed as he clearly observed a nearly 2-meter phantom closely following the student. Level 1 anomaly, 5 heads, phantom. This disturbing entity, known as the 5 heads, bore 5 animal heads. Foremost was a horse, accompanied by a goat, a cow, a chicken, and a dog. Each head clutched a weapon, lacking arms, and exuding an unsettling aura. It hovered behind the student, the horse's side nearly grazing the young man's neck. Sula found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to shout out or feign ignorance, just as the 5 heads prepared to claim its victim. He recalled the words of Gone, perform a good deed by day, evade calamity by night. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted, "Hey, watch out." The student halted in surprise, and Sulu's urgent call seemed to have an effect. However, the 5 heads paid no heed to Sulu, its actions remaining unperturbed. With a swift motion, it struck. There was no splatter of blood, no wound, no sound. The student collapsed as if fainting. Yet Sula knew the truth. The man's soul had been severed. Under normal circumstances, passers-by would have stopped to check on him, for mutual aid was the prevailing ethos of this dark era. Yet now, everyone was hurriedly gathering their belongings to establish defenses against the impending crisis of the black tide, leaving no time or inclination to investigate. The student had been slain by the 5 heads. As Sula watched the entity consume the deceased's soul, he wrestled with whether to continue warning others. Just then, the 5 heads seemed to sense something, its gaze drifting toward his direction, as if searching for new prey. Suli's scalp prickled, and sweat trickled down his spine. He understood that fleeing now would surely draw attention. Instead, he adopted a counterintuitive approach, lowering his gaze and numbly forging ahead, his fingers tightening into a fist. Beneath his fingers lay the golden toad mark, a symbol with the power to vanquish phantoms. The previous phantom, Joku, was also level 1, just like the current 5 heads. The golden toad was undoubtedly capable of dealing with it. As Sula prepared to take action, the 5 heads glanced at him, exhibiting a moment of hesitation and disdain. Then, as if responding to some unseen call, it soared into the sky. Sulu exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. He could sense the creature's retreat. Yet he dared not raise his head, fearing that a mere glance would result in a fateful lock of eyes with the 5 heads. Although the likelihood was slim, such scenarios were a staple of dramatized tales, and Sula wished to avoid such a fate. It should be fine now. He exited the girls' area, quickening his pace until he reached the boys' dormitory. Weaving through the crowd, he hurried to his own room, Building 18, Room 202. The dagger and firearm had been confiscated by the watchmen, leaving only the remnants of what the previous occupant had deemed valuable, confirming that the dormitory was vacant. Sula promptly lifted his bedboard. Beneath it, bound with cloth strips, lay a package alongside a sheathed longsword. This was a genuine guard-standard sword, purchased with 2 years' worth of scholarship money. The previous occupant had even contemplated enrolling in swordsmanship classes, but those plans had been shelved after acquiring the Sorcerer's Manual. In addition to the weapon, the package contained 2 phosphorus fire blocks. Phosphorus fire was an auxiliary product of alchemists, essentially refuse deemed unnecessary by them. However, even what was considered waste by sorcerers held value in the hands of ordinary individuals. Phosphorus fire was highly unstable and prone to explosive combustion. By crafting a core with phosphorus fire, binding it with small pieces of flint, and wrapping it in sand or gravel, one could create a rudimentary explosive device resembling a claymore. Having secured both the weapon and the phosphorus fire, Sulu felt a modicum of relief. With a weapon in hand, he could finally feel a semblance of security, observing the throngs of people below. Sulu was reminded of the strange spectral entity encountered earlier on the road. Such apparitions are akin to invincible beings for ordinary humans. Despite the original owner having conducted some research on anomalies, they remained utterly helpless against the elusive specter. The ghost proved to be exceedingly troublesome. Just as Sulu was lost in contemplation, an alert suddenly materialized. A corpse is within the safe zone, having been deceased for over 4 hours. It will transform into a level 1 anomaly in 15 seconds. Sulu. Chapter 21. The pursuit. Is it truly the case that wherever I go, monsters appear? This time, Sula did not hesitate. He took off running. He was genuinely curious about why there were corpses within a safe zone and where they originated from. However, he had no time to investigate further. The 15 seconds he had was merely an opportunity to escape. Moreover, the time at which the monsters manifested might not correspond with the given alerts. Last time, Old Joe had transformed into a corpse a few seconds before the warning, just a brief moment, yet undeniably premature. As Sula dashed down the stairs, a girl with shoulder-length hair blocked his path. "Excuse me, is that you, Sulu? Sulu?" he thought, conceding that her voice was rather melodious. Yet he would not be tempted. Reflexively, he glanced at the girl, her rosy, oval face framed delicate, enchanting eyes beneath a cascade of silky, raven-black hair. Beneath her sweet exterior lay a shapely figure, a stark contrast to the frailness of Zhodingting. Yet, the original owner's memories held no trace of this girl. Was there a gap in his recollection? Never mind, pondering such matters was futile. Though you may call me Sulu, I must flee. My life takes precedence over any relationship. Let go. I must escape. Sulu attempted to break free, but the girl was quicker, her grip surprisingly firm. To his embarrassment, he found himself unable to escape her hold. He longed to explain, but time was of the essence. "Let go. There is a monster behind us," he shouted urgently. The girl appeared bewildered. "A monster? Even if it's the black tide tonight, it shouldn't show up just yet. There are still hours until midnight." "Wait, what is that?" Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something, and Sulu caught sight of it as well. A remarkably muscular figure surged toward them. A living corpse. Though Sulu had only encountered one before, he was certain of what lurked behind him. The living corpse was a mass of sinewy muscle, its robust physique and protruding bones reminiscent of a creature from a video game. The tyrant. "Shouldn't you perish on your own? Why drag me into this?" Sulu exclaimed, swiftly shaking off the girl's grasp, ready to flee. "But Sulu, won't you take me with you?" Her voice trembled, panic evident. Despite her earlier display of strength, her courage seemed to dwindle in the face of danger. After she spotted the monster, Sula received a new alert. Area heart energy is rising sharply. Please remain vigilant. All monsters are drawn to fear. Fear is their delectable bait. Fear and heart energy. Sulu had received similar warnings before, but in the past, his fear had not attracted monsters. In fact, he could absorb the emotions of the heart energy bugs, rendering him largely unconcerned about such matters. Yet, the girl before him was different. If she succumbed to fear, she would undoubtedly become a beacon for the creatures. It was important to note that the living corpse was not the only aberration present. The spectral entity he had encountered earlier was still lurking within the campus. He had no idea what connection he shared with this girl. Were they merely acquaintances, or perhaps more? "Stars, you fool. The saintly rarely survives 3 episodes." After cursing, Sula grasped the girl's arm, and they began to sprint. The living corpse pursued them, its attire suggesting it had once been a dormitory supervisor. Had this supervisor perished in a room above, next door to his own dormitory? The appearance of a living corpse in pursuit had drawn the attention of several students. What is that? A monster? How could a living corpse appear at school? As the living corpse emerged among the crowd, the students instinctively scattered in terror. Yet, Suli's situation was far worse. As the living corpse bore down on them, it opened its gaping maw, targeting the girl he was clutching. Fear provided an irresistible allure to the monster. It was evident that the effects of heart energy had begun to manifest. Sulu and the girl leaped through a window, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah and the agility of a lemur. This state felt exhilarating. Perhaps they could indeed elude the living corpse. Crash! A thunderous sound echoed from behind them, and Sulu stole a glance, feeling a sense of despair. Well, that hope proved unfounded. The reality was worse than anticipated. The living corpse was significantly faster than them, its strength and physique overwhelming. It barreled through obstacles, while Sulu and the girl appeared as mere clowns in comparison. "Sulu, are we going to die?" "I don't want to die," the girl cried as they ran, her pace quickening beyond her earlier speed. Sulu felt a sense of misfortune, realizing he could not outpace her. A famous scholar once stated that when a lion chases you, you need not outrun the lion. You merely need to be faster than the other humans. But now, someone was indeed faster than him. What should he do? This was urgent. However, Sulu had underestimated the allure of heart energy to the monsters. The living corpse caught up to them, yet instead of attacking Sulu, it lunged toward the girl to his left. "Hey, Stars, you fool." Sulu couldn't help but curse again, channeling the strength of an old soldier as he propelled himself forward, kicking the girl away from danger. Whoosh! The creature's claws swiped between them, and Sulu narrowly evaded the strike, while the girl lost a few strands of hair in the process. Having missed its target, the living corpse turned its gaze towards Sulu, abandoning the tantalizing fear of the girl. It bared its teeth, licking its elongated tongue. Sulu took a few steps back, creating distance as he tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Facing the living corpse, he felt an unusual calmness wash over him. This sensation was peculiar. He was not devoid of fear, but rather, his fear was absorbed by some inexplicable force. After his panic and dread were siphoned away, he was left with an unparalleled sense of tranquility and clarity. Oh, ancient soul of the Tree of Spirits, if you truly belong to me, lend me your aid. Chapter 22. A fateful encounter. Weighing the standard longsword in his hands, Sulu had never wielded such a weapon before. However, he reassured himself that if he had possessed this instrument in his youth, the fields of blooming rapeseed would have been devoid of heads. Taking a deep breath and gazing at the claw of the approaching undead, he suddenly drew the sword. Clang! Yet, the undead before him did not falter at all. Losing its hand seemed trivial to it. Its other claw swept towards Sulu once more, but his right hand, clutching the sword, felt strangely heavy. His entire arm was tingling with numbness. Despite the boon of the veteran's spirit, his untrained body was no match for the undead. The force of their clash had left his arm temporarily incapacitated. He feared it would take some time for his arm to regain sensation. Nevertheless, Sulu remained remarkably composed, his indifferent expression suggesting he had already secured victory in this battle. Nearby classmates, including the girl he had rescued, were momentarily stunned by his feat of severing the undead's hand. Wow, this guy is fierce. Come on, brother, you got this. There's a monster. Someone help. Some paused to silently cheer him on, while others shouted, eager to assist him. Although they were merely ordinary university students, they did not shy away in panic. Their voices and cries reached Sulu's ears, instilling within him a profound sense of resonance. In his previous life, due to certain events and individuals, the world had grown exceedingly indifferent. Even elderly individuals who had fallen were often met with apathy. This callousness pained Sulu, yet he felt powerless to effect change. However, here, the situation was different. The people around him, even those privileged students from the affluent upper city, were infused with a fervor unique to the dark times they lived in. Though devoid of extraordinary powers, they still dared to confront the shadows of the world and the terrors that lurked within. They might be weak, but their spirits shone brightly. For the first time, Sula felt that this dark world was quite admirable. Everyone, stand back. I am about to slay the foe. Please, do not hinder me. Calmly. Sula retrieved the phosphorus fire, silently counting his steps to gauge the distance, before hurling it forward. Boom. A fiery explosion erupted, showering the undead's face with debris and dust. While the blast was not particularly powerful, the proximity was sufficient to burst its eyeballs. The previously rampaging undead let out a wail, its steps becoming unsteady as it began to retreat. Without its vision, its ability to perceive its surroundings was severely hampered, causing it to thrash about wildly. Sula took a few steps back, evading its attacks. At that moment, the undead suddenly turned its head towards the girl. Though it could not see, its instinctive fear was not reliant on sight. Sulu observed the dazed girl, scrutinizing her before muttering to himself. If I were to call out to her affectionately, would she even know who I am? If she were my girlfriend, then this would be a worthwhile endeavor. Shaking his head, he called out loudly, "Run." Upon hearing Sulu's urgent plea, the girl's gaze seemed to clear slightly. His words also drew the undead's attention. Although it could not see, its hearing was intact. Its instinct compelled it to prioritize eliminating Sulu as a threat, and it charged towards him once more. How swift! Sulu felt his stiff right arm tremble, still not fully recovered. He inhaled deeply. The spirit of the veteran, though deceased, remained alive within him. The swordsmanship of Shoku's army surged through him at that moment, gripping the sword with both hands. The ancient resonance of the soul tree absorbed all his chaos and fear in an instant. The immature fruit of fear on the tree ripened, releasing an energy that enveloped Sulu in a state of unparalleled clarity. He could almost predict the undead's next moves, the trajectory of its attacks. It would thrust its left claw into my heart, and then bite through my neck. This process would transpire in approximately 3 seconds, ample time. Sulu contemplated numerous strategies, and in a mere instant, he arrived at a conclusion. Closing his eyes slightly, he began to ponder, what should I do? I have it. After a period of contemplation that seemed long to the onlookers, he dashed towards the undead, thrusting his iron sword forward. Compared to the undead, his strength was minimal. Even with the veteran's spirit empowering him, it was nearly impossible for him to slay the creature by sheer force alone. Thus, he needed to leverage the undead's own momentum. Where would this force come from? Naturally, from the undead itself. Its incredible speed generated immense kinetic energy. Sulu's own dash, the thrust of his sword, combined with the impact from the undead, was a sufficient counter. Because the battle unfolded at such a rapid pace, many spectators were still processing the events unfolding before them. As Sula charged towards the undead, they finally grasped the gravity of the situation. What courage it must take for an ordinary person to charge towards a monster. Swish. The iron sword penetrated the undead's skull. The creature's hard cranium nearly bent the sword beyond usability. Yet, the combined force was enough, and the warped blade ultimately pierced through the undead's head. In that moment, Sulu was also thrown back. Thud. He crashed heavily onto the ground, feeling as if all his bones might shatter. The undead's strength was truly unfathomable. This was merely a level 1 creature. If a level 2 monster were to charge into a crowd, the carnage would be unimaginable. He mused how advantageous it would be to possess a firearm. Reflecting on how easily he had dispatched the last undead, this time he had to exert every possible resource just to barely defeat one. The disparity was evident. The power of firearms, regardless of the world, remains formidable. Ah, it seems I have triumphed. The fallen undead left many in a state of shock. Their astonishment stemmed not only from the demise of the creature, but also from the realization that Sulu had not exhibited extraordinary powers. That individual truly did it. Yes, he succeeded. He killed the undead. An ordinary person managed to slay a monster without firearms? Remarkable. Although being surrounded and praised by a throng felt gratifying, Sula thought they should be doing something else at this moment. After all, he was somewhat shy, and being the center of attention made him feel somewhat embarrassed. You're amazing, Sulu. The girl crouched before him. From Suli's angle, she looked quite enchanting. Chapter 23. The Sorceress. How astonishing. As the girl leaned down, she sparked a flurry of imagination. In his past life, though he had encountered countless women, they were all kind souls who had offered him their goodwill throughout his peaceful existence. As for his practical experience, Sulu could only say, I possess an abundance of theoretical knowledge. Reluctantly, he shifted his gaze to her face. Ahem, are you all right now? The girl nodded, her excitement evident. Her gaze towards Sulu, besides a certain delight, even bore a hint of admiration. Sulugu, I never expected that after a few years. You have become so formidable. A few years? Sulu instantly sensed something amiss. If it had indeed been years since they last met, could she still be considered a girlfriend? Certainly not, even if they were in a romantic relationship. A few years apart would likely result in something akin to a small sapling growing on their heads. Apologies, the situation was urgent earlier, and I didn't get a chance to ask. May I inquire, who are you? Do we know each other? The girl appeared taken aback, seemingly displeased by Su Li's words. Sulugu, it's me, Wong Man. Have you forgotten? Wong Man. Su Li's memories were suddenly thrust into the past. Amongst the fragmented recollections akin to scattered puzzle pieces, a figure named Wong Man did indeed emerge. She had been a childhood companion before he left for the lighthouse to study, both of them residing in the same compound. However, the Wong Man of his memories was exceedingly plump, almost comically so, standing at around 150 centimeters and weighing 160 kilograms. There was no resemblance whatsoever to the girl before him. Well, her facial features bore some resemblance, but to claim they were the same person would be implausible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sulu waved his hand dismissively. Do you think I've become more beautiful? Many people have said so. And you, Sulugu, have improved as well. You were quite withdrawn before. Suli's lips twitched. If the original owner had not perished, he would indeed have been quite introverted. Gazing at Wong Man, Suli's expression grew conflicted. What brings you to the lighthouse? Are you here to study as well? Wong Man blinked and then shook her head. Of course not. I am now a debut trainee at the Zion Arts Academy. We have come to the lighthouse for a performance exchange and will be leaving in a few days. A debut trainee at the Zion Arts Academy, pursuing a literary path? There are few stars in this era, and the standards for trainees are exceptionally high. Although the Wong Man of his memories could never have been associated with such a role, the girl before him certainly possessed the qualifications. Sula nodded. I see. So you will be leaving soon? That is wonderful. Sulugu, are you not welcoming me? No. It's just that I feel there is not much opportunity for development here at the lighthouse. Encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land also hinges on one's own accomplishments. Suli's expression dimmed. He had no desire to engage too closely with Wong Man, especially considering they had been childhood companions for over a decade. His understanding of the original owner in certain aspects might even be inferior to Wong Man's. The more they interacted, the more likely complications could arise. Wong Man opened her mouth but fell silent. Suli's words were grounded in truth. Each person's circumstances were distinct. And as adults, speaking recklessly would only provoke misunderstandings. I believe Sulugu will undoubtedly become an extraordinary person. Sulu forced a smile as his classmates approached. Excuse me, do you need any assistance? Most of these were enthusiastic students who had witnessed Su Li's battle with the undead. They could not help him during the fight. But now, seeing him resting, they naturally inquired. Seeing them draw near, Sulu quickly waved his hands. No, it's already taken care of. I'm just resting here. Are you sure? Absolutely. After several confirmations that Sulu indeed required no help, they gradually dispersed. All right, if you need anything, come find us. I'll be in classroom C3. I'm in A12. I'm in B6. They each left their class details before hurrying away. Sulu watched their departing figures and smiled faintly. Occasionally playing the role of a good Samaritan wasn't he so bad. Sulu picked up the bent iron sword from the ground. Although it was deformed, being a standard longsword forged from fine iron, it remained valuable to him. Sulu currently possessed not a single coin. He could not afford to be as careless as some affluent youths who would discard a broken sword without a second thought. No, I believe that in dark times, mutual assistance is essential. Our ancestors thrived because of such support, allowing humanity to endure until now. Wang Man suddenly spoke. Her expression earnest, revealing her genuine conviction. Su Li's lips twitched. The high moral standards of those around him left him feeling somewhat out of place. Moreover, those with such elevated morals regarded him with admiration, further heightening his discomfort. Ah, you're right. Sula mused, glancing sorrowfully at the bent sword in his hand. His only weapon was now damaged, and he had already consumed 1 pack of phosphorus fire. He had found no ancient relics on the bizarre corpses either. While these matters were manageable, the greatest loss remained. He had lost a potential girlfriend. What he initially thought could be a blossoming relationship had now reverted to a childhood friendship. This was a significant setback. Yet, Sulu could only remain silent and maintain an air of profundity. What else could he do? Life must go on. Sulu, where are we headed? According to the vice principal's instructions, we should head to the classroom first. As they walked, Wang Man chattered incessantly, but Sula hardly engaged in conversation. Most of her words revolved around events from their youth. The original owner had very faint memories of those times. Yet he could glean some familiarity with the current changes in Zion from Wang Man's narratives. Sulu, why are you so quiet? It's nothing. Just contemplating the recent encounter with the undead. Sulu was reviewing the battle, pondering whether there were better solutions. There was no need to conceal anything from Wang Man. Even in that peculiar ethereal state, the risk of confronting the undead remained considerable. Unless necessary, he would avoid such reckless combat methods in the future. The enhancement from the soul of the veteran had improved his physical attributes somewhat, but it was far from sufficient, even against a level 1 anomaly like the undead. He struggled to find effective solutions. The iron sword and phosphorus fire had nearly become consumables. This situation was untenable. Sighing, he lamented, if only I had a gun. Wang Man suddenly halted, her body tensing as she asked, do you need a gun? Do you have one? Sula countered. Wang Man slowly lowered her head. No, I don't. Sulu regarded her thoughtfully before nodding. Oh, wait for me, Sulu. The two rushed onward, but as they approached the classroom, the number of students around them dwindled. Sulu found this somewhat unusual. Just as they reached the corner of the teaching building, Sulu suddenly halted. A powerful force surged behind him, but fortunately he had braced himself against the wall, preventing himself from stepping forward. Wang Man looked at him in surprise, puzzled by why Sulu, who had been striding confidently, had suddenly stopped. Sulu, what? Sulu swiftly turned, covering Wang Man's mouth. Their proximity was intimate. With Wang Man nearly pressed against him, she frowned slightly, only to be pinned against the wall by Sulu. Her mind began to wander uncontrollably. What could Sulu be intending? Surely he wouldn't do anything before class, would he? Should I refuse him? If we were to enter a romantic relationship, it would inevitably lead to a long-distance affair, and the company forbids such entanglements. Must I conceal it? Su Li's gaze remained fixed on the corner ahead. A creature stood quietly in place, seemingly fearful of whatever lurked within the teaching building, its body hunched and exuding an air of submission. Sulu turned his attention toward the school. Was there some formidable presence inside? Perhaps it was a teacher? In an institution such as this, it was only natural for there to be formidable human entities. Given the passage of time, the teachers and the lighthouse guardians must have become aware of the peculiarities. Yet, if it were indeed a teacher, such reverence would be unfathomable. Just as Sulu contemplated this, he fell into silence. A figure, clad in pristine cicada silk, with translucent wings, descended gracefully from above the teaching building like an angelic messenger. An arm, as white as jade, emerged from the sleeve and gently caressed the creature's head. This simple gesture caused the being to tremble with even greater reverence. Although Su Lu could not discern its face, he was certain of one thing: human arms ought not to be so unblemished. A wave of heat surged from his abdomen as information about this entity began to materialize before him. Cicada Witch, Level 3 Aberration, Patrol Class Polluter, Ancient Echo. Chapter 24. The Black and White Witch Cicada. The term witch cicada, when interpreted literally, suggests a cicada that wields sorcery. Su Lu observed the figure before him from a distance, noting that its wings resembled cicada wings. Its pristine white garments fluttered gently, akin to the exoskeleton of a cicada. Was it human or cicada? One thing was certain: the entity was indeed peculiar. What could be meant by patrolling level pollutant? Moreover, this level of threat seemed beyond the capabilities of even the golden toad. Did the golden toad truly deem itself a deity? And are there only 3 levels of divine beings? As Su Lu's gaze shifted to the figure's concealed hand, his pupils constricted in alarm. With his keen eyesight, he discerned that the witch cicada clutched a severed corpse, although the remains were unrecognizable. The identification badge embedded in the chest indicated that the individual had been a teacher at the university. Had the teacher also fallen victim? What calamity had befallen Lighthouse University? To speak more gravely, what had truly transpired within the confines of this prestigious institution, reputed as one of the safest places in the entire lighthouse? Now, a grotesque being brazenly stood before the teaching building, having slain one of its educators. Even if the black tide had arrived prematurely, such a scenario was beyond comprehension. Where were the other guards? Where were the night watchers? Boom, boom, boom. The distant explosions seized Su Li's attention, as well as that of the 2 strange entities before him. Upon hearing the sounds of detonation, the witch cicada and the 5-headed creature took flight in that direction. Su Lu remained silent for a moment, and upon confirming that no other aberrations lurked nearby, he gradually released his hold on Wang Man's mouth. "All right, let us go." Turning to Wang Man, he noted her cheeks were flushed. "What's wrong?" Wang Man, with tear-filled eyes, seemed on the verge of tears. "Brother Su Lu." Su Lu felt a pang of awkwardness, glancing down to realize his brotherly standing was somewhat lacking. He slightly bowed his head, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. After about 30 seconds, Su Lu straightened himself. "All right, let's move." "So soon?" Wang Man questioned, her curiosity piqued. Su Lu responded, "What are you talking about? How can you be so irritating?" He walked ahead, while Wang Man trailed behind him. "Brother Su Lu, wait for me." Observing Su Lu's retreating figure, Wang Man stifled a laugh, her lips curling in a subtle smile. Although she hadn't witnessed the 5-headed creature, she had seen the witch cicada clearly. Despite not knowing the nature of this aberration, she had distinctly seen the corpse of the teacher in the witch cicada's grasp. The educators of Lighthouse University were no ordinary individuals. They were at least level 2 experts, with some even being level 2 sorcerers. The fact that this aberration could slay a teacher indicated it was undoubtedly of level 2 or higher. Therefore, while Su Lu had acted bravely, he was fundamentally protecting her, a realization Wang Man was acutely aware of. Su Lu hurriedly reached classroom A7, with Wang Man diligently following. At that moment, only one teacher, armed with a large sword, stood guard. Though still wearing the teacher's identification badge, he was clad in battle attire, exuding an air of formidable prowess. However, Su Li's focus was not on this teacher's appearance, but rather on the alarming fact that only one instructor was present. While this teacher appeared remarkably capable, he seemed inadequate compared to the earlier witch cicada. Had the school's defenses deteriorated to such an extent? "Teacher," both exclaimed in unison, upon seeing Su Lu and Wang Man. The guard, Teacher Zhang Zhe, momentarily hesitated, particularly lingering his gaze on Su Lu. "You've arrived. Please, step inside. But you," he gestured towards Wang Man, "stay outside." Wang Man, though perplexed, was not naive. After a brief moment of hesitation, she realized Zhang was preventing Su Lu from entering. "Hey, what about Brother Su Lu? You go in first. There's no need for you to concern yourself with other matters." "Absolutely not. Brother Su Lu saved me twice." Zhang's demeanor grew stern. Wang Man glanced between Zhang Zhe and Su Lu, uncertain of how to proceed. Zhang was a retired night watcher with extensive combat experience. Su Lu was drenched in sweat, his attire and weaponry revealing evident signs of battle. In contrast, Wang Man appeared unscathed, devoid of any visible injuries or the foul aura of pollution. Hence, Zhang permitted her entry. Su Lu, however, was a different case altogether. He bore multiple abrasions, some stained with blood, his chest and neck marred with crimson splotches. making it impossible to discern whether the blood was his or belonged to the aberration. The lingering aura of pollution nearly radiated from him, rendering it unsafe for him to enter. Should Sulu undergo a transformation during the black tide, it would indeed be akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep, resulting in utter chaos. Zhang had no personal vendetta against Sulu, but for the safety of the majority, he felt compelled to keep him outside. Wang Man, you should go in, Sulu interjected. Can I stay out? Wang Man implored, her eyes pleading with Sulu, who suddenly adopted a chilling demeanor. Go in. Wang Man, intimidated by Sulu's coldness, reluctantly complied. Although their time together had been brief, she had already discerned the stark difference between the current Sulu and the one she had previously known. Under Sulu's insistence, she obediently entered the classroom. Oh. As Wang Man stepped inside, Zhang Zhe exhaled a sigh of relief, and Sulu felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Thank you, Zhang expressed, surprising Sulu with gratitude from a teacher over such a minor matter. No need for thanks, teacher. I understand you're looking out for them. Zhang felt a twinge of discomfort having his words preempted, yet he managed to smile. The previously aloof expression on his face softened in that moment. While I cannot allow you to enter, you may remain here. My strength may not rival that of the sorcerers, but I will protect my students, including you, until my last breath. Zhang's heartfelt words elicited a sense of warmth within Sulu. Thank you, teacher. Don't mention it. You are, after all, a student. Sulu regarded Zhang Zhe, and after a few moments of contemplation, resolved to promptly relay his observations. For aside from Zhang, he had little else to rely upon. Teacher Zhang, what did you witness? I just saw the witch cicada holding half of a teacher's corpse, though I couldn't discern its features. The witch cicada? Was it black or white? Yang's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and his inquiry about the color confirmed to Sulu that he was indeed speaking to the right person. It was white. I see. Understood. Zhang nodded thoughtfully. Producing a peculiar piece of paper, he pricked his finger, allowing blood to seep onto the paper, which instantly ignited and vanished. Thank you. You've provided vital intelligence. You will certainly be rewarded for your contribution. Though Sulu felt a flicker of anticipation regarding the promised reward, he prioritized his own survival. Teacher, why are there so many aberrations within the school? What are the night watchers and the school's defense forces? What is your name? My name is Sulu. Oh. Sulu, today the situation regarding the black tide has undergone some alterations, possibly differing from what we have encountered before. The specifics have yet to be elucidated, however. It is certain that tonight will pose far greater dangers than in the past. I am aware of this. Sulu certainly understands that tonight's black tide transcends its conventional nature. The true moniker for tonight's event is the calamity of the red moon. Teacher, you seem to possess some knowledge about the Wu Chan. Could you share it with me? Certainly, though my understanding is somewhat limited. That is quite all right. Share what you can. Very well. The Wu Chan is also phonetically synonymous with the concept of impermanence, known as the black and white impermanence, a duality embodying the essence of a contaminating entity. The white variant is the Bai Chan, female, capable of summoning malevolent spirits and wielding sorcery. The black variant is the Hei Chan, male, endowed with formidable physical strength, impervious to blades and bullets, due to their striking resemblance to humans. They are often referred to as the harbingers of death, possessing immense power. They are also dubbed as the emissaries of the Grim Reaper. For the emergence of the black and white Wu Chan invariably heralds calamity. Should the Wu Chan manifest here, does the teacher have a means to counter it? This is a matter for Zhang Zhe. Upon hearing this, Sulu has already formed some judgments, without a doubt. The current Zhang Zhe would be unable to contend with the Wu Chan. If the Wu Chan truly appears, we must rely on the toad. Indeed, one must ultimately depend on oneself. Tonight is surely not to be taken lightly. Chapter 25, The Erroneous Answer. Leaning against the wall outside the classroom, Sulu exhaled softly, feeling a slight sense of relief. At the very least, with the teacher's supervision, he could barely consider himself safe. As he relaxed, fatigue washed over him. Fortunately, sitting here, he was undisturbed by Zhang Zhe. The latter had begun to assign some students to construct rudimentary defenses, primarily wooden fences, ground stakes, and a peculiar red and white powder. Sulu's curiosity was piqued by the latter. According to the original owner's memories, this powder was sprinkled by the school every time. Yet its primary function remained a mystery to him. The original owner had devoted all his energy to studying the extraordinary, primarily focused on becoming a disaster sorcerer. He had little capacity to comprehend other matters, leaving him ignorant of the purpose of the powder. The calamity of the red moon will descend in 3 hours and 52 minutes. Glancing at the sky, he noted there was ample time. He could take advantage of this interval to inquire about something. It was well known that Su Lu adhered to the noble tradition of asking questions without shame. Thus, he boldly asked, "Teacher Zhang, what is this powder?" "You mean the red and white powder?" Zhangzhe replied. "These are the ashes of anomalies, of course, treated to eliminate most of the ancient pollution. The red belongs to the red moon category, while the white is from the ancient pollution category. When mixed with a sorcerer's power and scattered on the ground, they possess the ability to manifest ghostly entities. Primarily, they are used to prevent potential ghost species from appearing." Upon hearing that the powder could cause ghost species to manifest, Su Li's eyes sparkled with interest. In truth, the effect of this powder held little significance for him. However, if utilized wisely, it could serve as a hidden advantage to mask his own abilities, while the capacity to see ghostly entities could be displayed. It was primarily for self-preservation in the presence of the Night Watchers, which was rather foolish and could invite unnecessary trouble and the covetous gaze of certain individuals. With the concealment provided by the ashes, his abilities would not be so conspicuous. "I see now," Sula nodded in understanding. Yet, the conversation seemed to have opened the floodgates for Zhangzhe. He gestured towards the bustling figure of Wang Man, who had been hovering nearby. "This girl, she should be from the Zion literary troupe, right? Such individuals typically possess high aspirations. Surely, you two have had your share of encounters?" Sula hesitated. The events that transpired between him and Wang Man had only taken about 20 minutes. Yet, within that brief span, they had faced death twice. When the stakes are elevated, time can stretch infinitely. "Indeed, much has happened. An anomaly was pursuing us, and I killed it," Sula replied succinctly. His brief statement caused several students who had been listening to their exchange to pause their activities and turn their attention towards Su Lu and Zhangzhe. They cast inquisitive glances at Zhangzhe, seemingly eager to discern the truth of this revelation from their teacher. Understanding their curiosity, Zhangzhe nodded affirmatively. He sensed an unusual composure and maturity in Su Lu, which belied his age. The bloodstains on Su Li's neck, head, and clothing, along with the potent aura of ancient pollution, were undeniable evidence. Zhangzhe was convinced Su Lu had indeed killed an anomaly. He also had a hunch that this was not Su Li's first encounter with such a situation. How many times has it been? The implication in Zhangzhe's question struck Su Lu as ambiguous, as if suggesting he frequently engaged in such deeds. The surrounding students grew more intrigued by Zhangzhe's query. Had the circumstances been different, the boys might have playfully embraced Su Lu, boasting over drinks about his exploits. Noting Su Li's conflicted expression, Zhangzhe chuckled. "This isn't your first time, is it? You seem remarkably unperturbed, unlike my own experience during my inaugural encounter, which left me utterly anxious." Sula found Zhangzhe's words increasingly ambiguous, yet they seemed to convey an attempt to explain his demeanor. The other students turned their gazes towards Su Lu, and indeed, he appeared calm, betraying no signs of anxiety. A wave of admiration began to spread among them. It was this very composure that led Wang Man, who had played alongside Su Lu since childhood, to regard him with newfound respect. In an age of darkness, many were powerful, but few remained calm and strong. The existence of mental prowess often prevented many powerful individuals from confronting their fears, anger, or desires. Those who could maintain a tranquil mindset in the face of anomalies exuded a unique charm in this era. The second time, Sula replied honestly. He was not entirely devoid of tension. Rather, all his anxiety and fear had been absorbed by the ancient pollution soul tree. Moreover, the soul tree, after absorbing these emotions, imparted an inexplicable state of ethereal clarity and calmness. Thus, he had managed to reach such a level of composure. To claim that he had achieved this merely on his second attempt would be an exaggeration. "You, my friend, are rather impressive," Zhangzhe praised again, causing Su Lu to awkwardly avert his gaze. "Well, it's nothing much." Meanwhile, Wang Man, feeling as though she had received a compliment herself, puffed out her chest with pride. Following that, Su Lu and Zhangzhe fell into silence as the remnants of anomalous blood clung to Su Lu, and the aftermath of battle weighed heavily upon him. Zhangzhe refrained from involving Su Lu in the construction of defensive structures. Su Lu simply leaned against the wall, resting quietly for a spell before turning to his own tasks. Several hours later, having completed her own duties, Wang Man stepped outside the classroom. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Su Lu, who was crouched on the ground. "Su Lu, what are you doing?" "I'm digging for earthworms." "Digging for earthworms? Why do you need to do that?" "Of course, to summon frogs." Wang Man? Seeing the seriousness etched on Su Lu's face only deepened Wang Man's confusion. "You're summoning frogs? The dark tide is about to arrive, Sulu. I know. Sulu replied without looking up, continuing his task. She watched him for a moment, sensing that he seemed disinclined to converse, which began to vex her. Are you really going to dig for earthworms all night? Is there a problem? Sulu countered, leaving Wang Man momentarily speechless. If you don't want to talk to me, just say so. Why beat around the bush? Watching her storm off in a huff, Sulu was left bewildered. I was genuinely trying to have a conversation with you. Why do you think I'm deceiving you? In truth, he did not wish to engage with Wang Man, a sentiment she had accurately perceived. Time ticked by. Sulu continued to dig, eventually unearthing 10 earthworms, and even a few extra for good measure. As midnight approached, he looked up at the sky. Unlike the previous night's darkness, the night sky now radiated a crimson hue. Beside him, Zhangzhe also gazed at the red moon. Commencing his prayer, Red Moon, illuminate the earth. Holy Master of the Red Moon, bless my deep blue. May humanity traverse the darkness and step into the light. Sulu quietly observed and pray. He found himself at a loss for words regarding Zhangzhe's invocation, yet he too gazed at the red moon. The calamity of the blood moon shall descend after 13 minutes and 45 seconds. Shula is uncertain whether there exists a connection between the blood moon and the so-called blood moon calamity. At his current level, he is not yet equipped to delve into such matters, whether it be the blood moon calamity or the ancient resonance of the dark tide. They seem inconsequential at this moment. He merely hopes for a tranquil evening. It is said that if one can endure until approximately 4:30 to 4:50, the first light of dawn will illuminate the earth, causing the strange phenomena to recede like a tide. Zhangzhe, observing Shula as he gazes upon the blood moon, expresses a sentiment. The blood moon is truly beautiful. Its existence imparts knowledge and bestows strength upon us. It has paved a new path, allowing sorcerers to emerge and humanity to evolve. Shula, do you know? When the blood moon is full, it heralds the arrival of the dark tide. Shula's thoughts abruptly halt as if a revelation dawns upon him. Zhangzhe's mention of knowledge strikes him, but it is not merely knowledge. Gon had previously informed him that the answers are inscribed upon the path of inquiry. It is the path. The blood moon has granted us a new avenue, and the answers have long been recorded along the journey of learning. Is it possible that Gon's words imply that the essence of learning is encapsulated within the artifacts of knowledge? In haste, Shula retrieves the manual from within his possession, swiftly flipping to the final page. Whether it is due to the influence of the blood moon or a newfound enlightenment, the text upon the page begins to distort before his eyes. Moreover, the prerequisites have increased by 2. Disaster Sorcerer, Flame LV1 Promotion, Sacrificial Method. Specific conditions as follows. LV1. Sorcerer of Fire Sacrificial Promotion Conditions. 1. Consume the products of ancient resonance. The purer and more potent the energy, the higher the success rate. 2. Weave a wreath of 10 flame flowers using the threads of the strange, to be worn atop the head at noon on a Monday, basking in the afterglow of the blazing sun. 3. Embrace the flames. 4. Should the flames of the embrace be of the sorcerer's fire, the success rate shall be elevated to a maximum of 25. 5. Amidst the embrace of flames, consuming the ancient resonance fruit, wrath, will enhance the success rate to a maximum of 50. Shula experiences a jolt of disbelief. This means that even if all conditions are fulfilled, the success rate of the sacrificial method remains a mere 50. A 50-50 chance of becoming a sorcerer, or a 50-50 chance of incinerating oneself. How splendid! What a delightful method of self-destruction. Shula feels a sense of helplessness. In his previous life, some prominent figures equated a 98% probability with a near-death experience. Although he does not espouse such extreme views, he is not inclined to take reckless risks. A 50 success rate is akin to courting death, is it not? Is this truly the answer? Chapter 26. The Red Moon Sorcerer. The medium. To be candid, Sulu felt a tinge of disappointment. A sudden meow broke his train of thought, prompting him to glance in the direction of the sound. To his astonishment, all he could discern were 2 glimmering green eyes peering from the shadows. Yet, recognizing those familiar eyes and the sound, he cautiously ventured, "Is that you, Black Cat?" The feline emerged from its concealment, sauntering leisurely towards Sulu before leaping onto his shoulder with a swift motion, meowing again. "Meow? It's perilous here. What brings you to this place?" At that moment, the manual in Sulu's hand began to emit a subtle warmth. Although there were no apparent changes to the manual itself, he could distinctly feel the heat radiating from it. "What is it?" Sulu directed a questioning gaze towards the black cat, hoping for some insight. However, the cat merely groomed its paws, seemingly indifferent to his plight. "What was I thinking? expecting a cat to provide answers? I must be losing my mind, he mused, shaking his head in self-deprecation before adopting a more serious demeanor. Turning his attention back to the manual, his expression grew focused. As the familiar warmth enveloped him, the manual underwent a transformation. On the very last page, the one that constituted the cover, new content began to manifest. Red Moon Sorcerer, Medium LV1 Ascension. Ritual requirements are as follows. LV1. Medium Ascension requirements. 1. Consume ancient sound-producing substances. The purer and more potent the energy, the higher the success rate. 2. Make 3 correct judgments amidst the ancient sound's dark tide. 3. Within 10 minutes following the third judgment, consume 169 grams of peculiar ash, chewing thoroughly without drinking water. 4. Call upon the red moon or the ancient sound with your own blood to summon a medium entity. 5. Successfully elicit the phrase, "Greetings, esteemed medium." Upon reading this, Sulu clenched his fist tightly. This, perhaps, was the true answer, although the ascension criteria for the medium seemed, in some respects, even more absurd than those of the flame sorcerer. Its advantage lay in the fact that, apart from the first condition, none posed a lethal threat. Zhangzhe had previously mentioned that the ashes had been purified by a sorcerer, eliminating ancient sound contamination. Therefore, consuming 169 grams of the peculiar ash would not lead to death. As long as one adhered to the prescribed steps, becoming a sorcerer was within reach. Coincidentally, it was the time of the ancient sound's dark tide, and there was an abundance of peculiar ash nearby. Yet, the sheer coincidence felt almost surreal. Sulu couldn't help but ponder whether this was all merely a series of fortunate accidents or if some individuals had orchestrated it as a trap. His thoughts drifted to the medium, gone. Could it be that this entire scenario was arranged by him? What could he possibly gain from it? Sulu found himself perplexed, recalling that Gon had also claimed to be a medium, a level 1 red moon sorcerer. Did that mean that upon his ascension, they would be of equal standing? Meow. The black cat suddenly meowed, directing its gaze skyward. Following its line of sight, Sulu looked up to the heavens. The red moon calamity descends. As the alert of the red moon calamity echoed, Sulu was startled by a piercing scream emanating from above. He gazed upward in astonishment. The shriek seemed to resonate from the sky itself. Was it the red moon crying out? Or something else entirely? Uncertain of the source, he sensed it was definitely not an ordinary occurrence. Instinctively, he surveyed his surroundings, but it appeared that no one else could perceive the sound. It was as if he alone was privy to it. Is it coming? Don't panic. The dark tide isn't as fearsome as it seems, Zhangzhe reassured, albeit gripping his weapon tightly. Is it really? Sulu remained skeptical. Typically, the dark tide posed little threat, failing to breach the outer walls. Humanity's steam-powered devices, firearms, and artillery could repel it without necessitating sorcerer's intervention. Yet today was no ordinary day. Before the red moon had even risen, and while the dark tide had yet to descend, strange entities had already begun to manifest within the school. Disturbingly, a teacher had fallen victim to a level 3 witch cicada. Under normal circumstances, such incidents would warrant immediate attention from the night watchers. Yet, the current atmosphere seemed to normalize the appearance of these anomalies, with no one raising objections after several fatalities. Naturally, some students inquired of their teachers about the strange occurrences within the school. All these circumstances pointed to one undeniable truth. Tonight, the dark tide would be markedly different from all previous encounters. Of course, the dark tide was typically straightforward to navigate, and Zhangzhe had vowed to shield them. Sulu sensed that Zhangzhe was setting himself up for trouble, yet he nodded in agreement. Let us hope so. Soon, the distant night was pierced by the sounds of cannon fire and gunshots. It appeared that the guards at the lighthouse had engaged the creatures of the dark tide. The relentless barrage of artillery made the night feel interminably long. As time ticked away, Zhangzhe occasionally glanced at his wrist. Just this gesture alone revealed the tension simmering within the retired night watcher. Sulu was still grappling with an age-old question. Why was Zhangzhe the only teacher present? What secrets lay hidden within the school and the lighthouse? Had something transpired at the lighthouse that necessitated the mobilization of significant forces, thus leaving the defenses of Lighthouse University compromised? Sulu, are you feeling tired? Zhangzhe inquired suddenly. After 2 hours of waiting, fatigue had begun to settle over everyone. It was nearly 2:30 a.m., arguably the most exhausting hour for humankind. Indeed, both the school and the Lighthouse Council had cautioned the populace, especially students, to rest adequately before the arrival of the dark tide. Even during less threatening instances, this advice held true. However, much like the age-old adage that one should study diligently before an exam, many still succumbed to distractions when the time came. This world mirrored that sentiment. Some had persevered to this hour, their eyelids growing heavy. Zhang Jie, naturally alert to this scenario, understood that the duty of the night watchers was to protect the public. When the populace could not safeguard themselves, the night watcher's role became paramount, even if he were merely a retired one. I'm not tired. Sulu remained calm, speaking truthfully as his gaze remained fixed on the horizon. Through his increasingly distorted vision, he could sense fierce battles unfolding toward the direction of the walls. The cannon fire reverberated, indicating that the tide of anomalies had been intercepted outside the fortifications. He harbored a strong desire to witness the clash between the war machines of the steam-powered age and the strange entities. Yet, it was evident that the moment was not ripe. Youth truly possesses boundless energy, Zhang Jie remarked, struggling to find conversation. Sulu, feeling somewhat bored, turned to Zhang Jie. But before he could speak, the cat on his shoulder interrupted him. Meow? Sulu instinctively glanced at the feline, just in time to catch sight of the classroom behind it, sending a jolt of alarm through him. Those under the influence of the ancient sound as progeny will undergo distortion within 10 seconds. Those under the influence of the ancient sound as progeny will undergo distortion within 14 seconds. Mr. Zhang Jie, behind you. Zhang Jie was suddenly taken aback, and as if sensing something amiss, he abruptly turned around. The sword he had clutched tightly in his hand was hurled forth like a rapidly spinning windmill. With a clang, it impaled a student whose features had grotesquely distorted and whose eyes had turned pitch black against the wall. Dark blood spilled onto the ground. Yet, even though the sword had penetrated the wall and shattered half of the student's body, the writhing did not cease. The blackened flesh stretched open the wound, resembling layers of viscous oil spreading outward. Stand back. Zhang Jie charged forward, heading straight for the student now transformed into a mass of blackened meat. Wang Man, be careful, Sula shouted to her. Although Wang Man was confused, she had complete faith in Su Li's words. He had saved her twice already in this moment. He was undoubtedly more trustworthy than Zhang Jie. She hurriedly ran towards Su Lu, and as she did, he had already thrown the previously bent iron sword. Thud. The iron sword merely struck another distorted creature in the face, causing a slight impediment, but failing to inflict any significant damage. Despite Su Lu having straightened the sword, its crooked blade lacked the necessary force to deliver a decisive blow. Moreover, Su Li's strength paled in comparison to Zhang Jie's. A series of piercing screams erupted after Su Lu had thrown the sword, as a horde of frightened individuals rushed towards the exit of the classroom upon encountering the aberrations. Following the Zion steam revolution, the entire deep blue industrial level had ascended to new heights, though the benefits were not yet markedly apparent in the lower city. In the upper city, however, neither the populace nor the students had endured any disturbances from the aberrations for decades. Typically, the black tides were dealt with by the night watchmen wielding firearms, leaving the ordinary students in the upper city with little experience in confronting such threats. They could only rely on their instinctive reactions, for to them, the classroom had become a perilous environment. Yet, this flight response left Zhang Jie utterly astonished. Both he and Su Lu understood one fundamental truth. The classroom was the safest haven. Even with the presence of aberrations, it remained far more secure than the outside. Zhang Jie was indeed exceptionally powerful, a high-level swordsman, classified as a second-tier expert. Under normal circumstances, he possessed sufficient strength and efficiency to eliminate 2 first-tier aberrations within the classroom. Even if these creatures surged towards the crowd, their capabilities would at most endanger 1 or 2 students. The majority would remain safe. Such a straightforward truth, however, was comprehended only by those who chose to stay. The others fleeing had failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Furthermore, Zhang Jie and Su Lu lacked the time to elucidate matters. They could not fathom how perilous it would be outside without Zhang Jie's protection. Some hesitated, some stopped, yet the majority pressed on towards the exit. Su Lu did not impede their escape, nor could he. In times of fear, one cannot expect rational judgment from humanity. He was powerless to save so many. Feeling utterly helpless, this could be deemed a misjudgment. Su Lu recalled the criteria for becoming a medium, the second of which entailed 3 correct predictions. What exactly constituted a correct prediction? Did Zhang Jie's warning count? Did throwing the sword count? Did allowing Wang Man to flee count? As Su Lu pondered these questions, those fleeing had already crossed the defensive barriers, traversing the trenches. Each bore wounds, traces of blood marking their bodies. These bloodstains, along with their exposed flesh, perhaps served as the finest prelude to this catastrophe. As he observed these individuals, distorted prompts incessantly emerged. Fear is the delicacy of all aberrations, drawing them forth. Psychic energy exceeds level 1 alert. Chapter 27. Zhangzhe with twin blades. The warning that the hard energy has exceeded level 1 alert has appeared nearly 10 times. This notification signifies that the conditions to attract the aberrations have been thoroughly met. Thud. A person burst forth from the protective zone, crashing heavily to the ground. His fall was devoid of any prior indication of being attacked. The distance was too great, and a layer of crimson mist obscured the view, allowing Sulu to barely glimpse a fleeting shadow on the individual. However, he was acutely aware of the grim reality before him. It was highly likely that the person, upon escaping the safety zone, emitted a potent wave of hard energy that drew in the aberrations. He had just been slain by a specter, or something akin to it. This individual's demise failed to serve as a sufficient warning for others. A multitude of students continued to flee towards the perilous expanse beyond the safety zone. They ran frantically, crying for help, only to collapse one after another. As the death toll climbed, those behind began to hesitate. Yet, by that point, it was already too late to halt their escape. Inside the classroom, Zhangzhe wielded a massive sword, swiftly dispatching 2 grotesque aberrations. Upon bursting forth, he was met with a sight that twisted his features into a grimace. Damn it! Why must it be this way? Zhangzhe's expression morphed into one of fury. Sulu, observing Zhangzhe's demeanor, instinctively interjected, "Stay calm, teacher. If anything happens to you, we are all doomed." Many of the fleeing students began to retreat, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. Some even wore expressions that became increasingly unsettling. Yet, shrouded in the crimson moonlight, their true countenance was nearly imperceptible. A person within the safety range has been contaminated by ancient sounds and will transform into a level 1 aberration in 9 minutes and 56 seconds. This notification had also manifested numerous times. Sulu understood that among the group before him, a significant portion had already been tainted. Teacher Zhang, I believe you should prevent them from entering. After venturing out once, you can no longer ascertain who is clean and who is not. There are still many classmates in the classroom. As a retired night watchman, you should comprehend my meaning. Zhangzhe grasped Sulu's concern. Though he could not perceive the current state of the aberrations, he could read human emotions. After fleeing, some among them were undoubtedly contaminated. This was inevitable. They would spill blood, and many students would perish. Approximately 300 students remained in the lecture hall. If he allowed the incoming group to enter, and if a quarter of them were to mutate, the remaining students would dwindle to less than half. Moreover, the ensuing heart energy effects would spiral beyond control. Sulu, what do you think I should do? You already possess the answer in your heart. Why do you seek my counsel? Sulu was aware that Zhangzhe's thoughts remained elusive to him, yet he could not bear the burden of responsibility. His judgments had ceased to influence Zhangzhe, leaving the decision squarely on Zhangzhe's shoulders. As Sulu concluded his statement, a moment of clarity dawned upon him. Is this the sensation of accurate foresight? Zhangzhe appeared visibly torn, his gaze fixated on the students scrambling towards the classroom. The experience of a retired night watchman dictated that he should eliminate every student in this moment. The principle of better to mistakenly kill than to let one escape was ingrained in him. Yet, years of teaching had instilled a sense of hesitation. He was now a teacher, not merely a guardian. Understanding the truth was akin to recognizing that a critically ill elder would not survive even with financial investment and treatment. Many would still deplete their fortunes to save them. Comprehension and action were 2 entirely different concepts. Perhaps I can temporarily gather them in a corner of the classroom. Sulu immediately shook his head, deeming it the worst possible decision, nearly indistinguishable from allowing them to rush in. He recognized that persuading Zhangzhe was futile at this juncture. Zhangzhe would not heed his words, and time was running short. Sulu turned to his side, where Wang Man had stealthily followed him. Upon meeting Sulu's gaze, she appeared somewhat guilty. Sulu, what is it? I have something to discuss with you. Huh? What is it? You have a gun, don't you? Sulu's gaze betrayed his anticipation, while Wang Man lowered her head, obscuring her expression. Sulu frowned slightly. Time was of the essence. If Wang Man was unwilling to share, he would not press further, understanding that everyone had their own safety concerns. However, unexpectedly, after a brief moment, Wang Man produced a small revolver from somewhere and placed it into Sulu's palm. The 4-shot revolver still bore her warmth. Sulu stared at the firearm in astonishment, noticing a hair clinging to it. What are you staring at? That's just a bullet. Stop looking. Wang Man's face flushed, clearly attempting to conceal something. Yet, Sulu could not overlook the hair coiled around the gun's grip. I guess it must be armpit hair, right? Thanks. He could only express his gratitude to alleviate the awkwardness between them. Nonetheless, he understood Wang Man's actions, after all. Weapons were prohibited at Lighthouse University. In the past, when weapons had not been banned, the university had frequently witnessed shootings, a grave educational disaster. In response, the lighthouse authorities dispatched numerous experts to safeguard the institution. After all, the students represented the future of Lighthouse, and nurturing their education was paramount. Wang Man's ability to conceal a firearm was a remarkable feat in itself. With a 4-shot revolver and an additional 2 magazines, that translated to 12 bullets. The gravity of this situation weighed heavily on Sulu. It was far worse than he had anticipated. They were human beings, far more cunning than the undead aberrations. Thus, when crossing barriers, they would instinctively clear any obstructions. This was the first layer of calamity, the onset of disaster. Zhang Jia noticed this as well. He glanced at Sulu, who remained silent, unwilling to engage in conversation. As the first student charged towards the classroom, Zhang Jia struck decisively. The student's body was instantly severed, blood spraying forth, which caused many behind to waver. Yet, their hesitation would not impede the aberration's assault. In the next moment, slaughter resumed. Zhang Jia observed the students collapsing in silence, once again filled with doubt. "Teacher, save me." A student fell before Zhang Jia, only to have their soul harvested by the aberration. The 5-headed specter, tainted by the aberration's ashes, flickered before Zhang Jia. Having slain his student and extinguished the last vestiges of his reason, Sulu, witnessing this scene, could only frown slightly, reflecting on the notion of foresight. This teacher Zhang, it seemed, would be incapable of making the correct judgment. Perhaps Zhang Jia lacked the requisite discernment, or perhaps he was not a sufficiently rational educator. Yet Zhang Jia, as a retired night watchman, harbored an undeniable fury towards the aberrations. Night Watch Team 11, wielding dual blades, Zhang Jia, he extracted a vial from his pocket and, after taking a few swift gulps, spat the liquid onto his battle sword. With a twist of the mechanism at the hilt, the colossal blade astonishingly split into 2, transforming into twin sabers. Grasping the dual blades tightly, Zhang Jia charged into the fray, where the aberrations clashed with the crowd. The flames that clung to the blades glimmered ominously, heralding death as they swept through, leaving the 5-headed creatures to wail and disintegrate into ashes. Sulu was uncertain about the nature of the flames enveloping Zhang Jia's weapons, yet the prowess displayed in battle clearly surpassed his imagination. How could he, at merely level 2, exhibit such ferocity? Previously, Jin Chan had revealed little of his capabilities. In stark contrast, Zhang Jia now seemed to Sulu like a deity of war. The level 1 5-headed creatures fell before him, almost as if he were dispatching them with but a few strokes. What a spectacle! With a thunderous shout, Zhang Jia's shirt tore apart. His body, marred by a multitude of centipede-like wounds, left many students in shock. What kind of battles and carnage had he endured during his time as a night watchman to bear such scars? Some stared in astonishment, while others hesitated. Among the crowd, a few classmates began to grasp that this situation might spiral out of control. After all, during the Dark Era, aiding others was a commonplace act. They were not inclined to rationality, at least not with the clarity that Sulu possessed. Sulu silently observed the throngs behind him. Trouble was brewing. Beside him, Wang Man looked at him with a hint of confusion. What is happening? Wang Man still seemed perplexed, prompting Sulu to furrow his brow at her apparent lack of understanding. Contamination. Wang Man gasped, instantly turning to look behind her. Indeed. What if those who had ventured outside were tainted? Now, they were all crammed into the classroom together. If they became distorted. Sulu, what should we do now? Come here. The individual who had just rushed past them was already contaminated. Noticing Su Li's somewhat protective gesture, Wang Man flashed him a sweet smile. Hey. Sulu ignored her, focusing on Zhang Jia's ongoing battle while also keeping an eye on those who had rushed in. He had contemplated explaining everything, but that thought was swiftly abandoned. At this moment, voicing his concerns would not only be met with disbelief from those who had not encountered the aberrations, but it could also incite chaos within the classroom, leading to an immediate riot. The notion of rushing out alone was equally foolish. This must be what it felt like to be caught between a rock and a hard place. In such circumstances, what constituted a correct prediction of events to come? Chapter 28. Headshot. Sighing softly, Sula rubbed the golden toad emblem in his hand. At this moment, his hopes rested solely on Zhang Jia's combat prowess and the few cards he held. As Zhang Jia battled the aberrations, a clear commotion erupted from the classroom behind Su Lu. What are you doing, Su Miao Miao? A shout pierced through, provoking chaos within the classroom, which Zhang Jia, engaged in combat, could not ignore. He turned to see Su Miao Miao, a student, viciously biting into the neck of a male classmate. Her bite was ferocious. tearing away a chunk of flesh in an instant. Twisted and contorted, her limbs ensnared the unfortunate student, her angles clearly defying the norms of human anatomy. A normal person's arm could never bend at such an unnatural angle. She has been contaminated. Fall back, Zhang bellowed, his distraction rendering him vulnerable to the approaching grotesqueries. Several living corpses lunged at him, leaving a trail of wounds across his body. The aberrations before him savored the blood on their nails, as if relishing a delicacy. Zhang understood that if he failed to fend off the creatures before him, everything behind him would be equally exposed. In desperation, he turned to Sulu. Sulu, help me. Why is it just you, a single teacher? Sulu queried. I'll explain everything once this is over, Zhang replied. Sulu regarded him. And despite his reservations, he nodded and advanced toward the classroom. The perilous nature of the situation was undeniable, but he had to act. If Zhang could not focus on the fight, their front line would surely collapse. Should that happen, Sulu himself would become a target for the aberrations. There would be no exceptions. All right. As Sulu strode toward the classroom, Wang Man hurriedly grasped his arm. Brother Sulu, it's dangerous in there. Sulu nodded, patiently explaining, if Zhang dies, we all perish. Therefore, he cannot die. Wang Man was taken aback. But teacher Zhang is so formidable. How could he die? Enough. Sulu, can you be clearer? Wang Man pressed, hesitating as Sulu entered the fray, raising his gun toward the ceiling. Bang. 12-1. The surrounding psychic energy is rapidly increasing. Please take heed. Fear is the delicacy of all aberrations. It will draw them here. Rage is the delicacy of all savage forms. It will attract them as well. Psychic energy has reached level 1 alert. A barrage of alerts fill the air. When a mass of humanity experiences fear, the crowd itself becomes a harbinger of danger. Rage invites the savage, while fear beckons all aberrations. With hundreds of students present, their collective fear and other emotions had already approached the limits of psychic energy. This classroom, therefore, was akin to 100 glaring torches, illuminating the night and attracting the wandering aberrations. If not dealt with swiftly, it would spell disaster, one that was utterly irredeemable. Could he turn the tide? Sulu pondered, though he found it daunting. Nevertheless, he knew he had to act. Swiftly, he approached the deformed girl, Su Miao Miao, and raised his weapon. Bang! Her head exploded in a gruesome display. The boy she had bitten was finally liberated, gazing at Su Lu with profound gratitude, murmuring weakly, Thank you, thank you. I bang. In an instant, the boy's head too burst apart. 12-3. The surrounding students were left agape, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Hadn't Sulu come to rescue them? What are you doing? One hesitantly inquired. I am saving you, to be precise, I am saving all of you, fools. Sulu retorted, his previously calm demeanor replaced by a savage intensity, exuding an air of merciless authority. At this juncture, he understood that a softer approach would not suffice to instill fear in the crowd. He couldn't simply say, This individual has 8 minutes and 56 seconds before transforming into a level 1 aberration. After slaying 2 individuals, the students regarded Sulu with newfound trepidation. Though his frame was slight, the gun in his hand, coupled with the aura of a seasoned soldier, lent him an intimidating presence. Following the second execution, Sulu felt a renewed sense of completeness. Was this the second instance of a correct prediction? Having experienced 2 such moments, Sulu began to grasp the essence of accurate foresight. It was not merely about right or wrong. It was about discerning the pivotal moments that could alter the course of events. In both instances, had he hesitated, the classroom situation would have descended into chaos, one that would far exceed his ability to control. Thus, decisively taking lives was indeed a correct prediction for ensuring the safety of the situation. Standing firm with his weapon, Sulu turned to the crowd and finally spoke. Are there any capable and intelligent students who can lend a hand? If you possess even a modicum of intellect, you should understand my reasoning and the current circumstances of this classroom. I cannot manage this alone. If you wish to survive, come and assist me. Though his words were blunt, their meaning was veiled. As he articulated his intentions, some dissenters emerged. However, Suli's response was swift, wherever he sensed rebellion. His gun pointed directly at them. Soon, compliance reigned among the crowd. I understand your intent. I can assist. Finally, one brave soul stepped forward. Suli's immediate impression of this individual was that he was tall and robust, a true behemoth. The man towered over 9 meters, broad-shouldered yet somewhat simple-minded. While Sulu knew not to judge a book by its cover, a flicker of doubt crossed his gaze. When the hulking figure approached and whispered, Suli's eyes sparkled with recognition. Indeed, appearances could be deceiving. Are there others? Sulu inquired once more, with the first volunteer stepping forward. It became remarkably easier for others to follow suit. Gradually, those who could discern the gravity of the situation began to emerge. Sulu exchanged a few words with each, assessing their mental acuity. The time for transformation was limited to 10 minutes, making this process rather time-consuming. Yet, he deemed it essential. He lacked the ability to instill clarity in a short span, and ensuring that these individuals were reliable was paramount. Before long, a dozen individuals had gathered around Sulu. While they may not have been entirely convinced by him, they at least acknowledged his presence and recognized the dire state of affairs within the classroom. They understood that to save themselves, action was imperative. Sulu turned to the last individual. "What is your name?" "I'm Zhang Chang. I wish to help," came the response from a slightly plump girl. "Very well. Zhang Chang. Join me," Sulu beckoned, waving her over. Zhang Chang was somewhat astonished. "Do you not need to inquire about anything else?" "No," he replied. "I possess an innate ability to discern character. Upon seeing you, it is evident that you are extraordinary." Sulu greeted her with a smile, once more gesturing to invite Zhang Chang. The expressions of others were somewhat peculiar. What did it mean? Did girls receive preferential treatment? This woman was not particularly attractive. Certainly not in comparison to Wang Man, who clung to Sulu. Was Suli's taste truly so unique? As Zhang Chang approached, Sulu suddenly sprang into action. He delivered a kick to Zhang Chang's knee, seized her arm without regard for her anguished cries, and brutally snapped her arm before pinning her down. "What are you all staring at? Assist me." With Su Li's thunderous shout, the onlookers finally stirred into motion. Some hesitated, yet 2 or 3 audacious souls mounted Zhang Chang, who struggled against the 4 imposing men, one of whom was quite burly. Despite their size, they found themselves unable to subdue an utterly ordinary girl. Even the dimmest of them began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "It's a self-defense reaction from the contaminator," one exclaimed. "Who possesses a weapon?" Resulting in her, Su Lu spoke again, contemplating the prospect of firing a bullet to the head, yet he preferred that the others take action. Secondly, he sought to ascertain their allegiance. His actions were rife with ambiguity. How could he ascertain the identity of the contaminator? Were there any errors among the victims? Such questions would likely be addressed after the calamity of the Red Moon. He had to consider his future, thus he must engage in such endeavors. The notion that the law does not punish the many is, in essence, a rationale devoid of reason, even though he had not transgressed the law. After Su Lu posed his question, those restraining the girl remained silent, seemingly awaiting others to intervene. Yet this was not the outcome Su Lu desired. If these individuals remained inactive, his subsequent strategies would be rendered perilous. Consequently, Su Lu loosened his grip slightly. "You cannot hold her down. Do you not possess a firearm? Do you believe bullets are infinite?" Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily taken aback, with some failing to comprehend. Did this not expose his limited ammunition? What was Su Lu contemplating? Indeed, after Su Lu mentioned his scarcity of bullets, a frail student standing nearby suddenly lunged forward. He drew a dagger from his pocket and plunged it into Zhang Chang's back. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. Chapter 29. The butcher Su Lu, the gaunt figure, was oblivious to the number of stabs he inflicted upon Zhang Chang. He continued relentlessly until fatigue overtook him. Zhang Chang, meanwhile, had long since ceased to make a sound. A solitary figure approached, grasping the gaunt one's arm. "Do you realize what you are doing? What of it? Is it wrong to wish to survive?" He retorted. "They too desire to live. They have been infected, and I can do nothing for them. I am saving myself, as well as you." The gaunt one's words resonated with Su Lu's earlier sentiments. In these dark times, mutual assistance was indeed paramount. Yet, what constituted true assistance? Was it neglecting those who had been tainted? Certainly not. Genuine help entailed eliminating the contaminated individuals to restore a secure environment for all. This was the very purpose behind Su Lu's actions. The conversation startled the others, igniting a latent emotion within them. Even Su Lu, along with a few others who had subdued Zhang Chang, bore bloodied faces that appeared fearsome beneath the crimson moon. Even Wang Man, who was somewhat close to him, felt an involuntary tremor of fear at the sight of Su Lu. Su Lu raised his firearm once more, aiming at one of the infected. "You, yes you." The woman in the tank top moved to the left wall. He added sternly, "No one else move. I shall repeat myself. Anyone who stirs shall be shot." The indicated woman froze in shock and disbelief before attempting to resist. "What gives you the right to command me? I have done nothing." Bang. Su Lu coldly lowered his weapon. "I instructed you not to move. I will judge who is infected. If you doubt me, you may leave the classroom now." I shall not hinder you nor act against you. When the girl S had exploded, an eerie silence enveloped the others. Nearby individuals regarded Sulu, particularly as he brazenly reloaded a fresh set of bullets, prompting silent incredulity. Had he not claimed to be out of ammunition? Who could wager on the quantity he might possess? Indeed, Sulu had intended to create this uncertainty. He had openly declared his lack of bullets only to reload in plain view, instilling a sense of deception. His ruthless decisiveness was evident to all present. None dared risk their lives in defiance. Another one killed, he is a veritable butcher. Lower your voice, lest the butcher find a reason to declare you a contaminated one and end your life. If that individual were indeed a monster, would his actions be unjustified? How can one ascertain if he is a monster? He is not a sorcerer. Whispers about Sulu began circulating among the group, the murmurs low yet audible to him. Enhanced by his heightened awareness, he anticipated such discussions, but felt powerless. Reputation paled in comparison to the value of one's life. That man in red, the one in the dress, and these three, bring them forth. Bring them forth? Are we to act immediately? Indeed. Sulu issued another command, in the toweringly way. Along with the earlier knife-wielding gaunt one, exchanged glances before taking action. There may have been more diplomatic approaches, but time was of the essence. With approximately 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining until the first wave of aberrants would appear, he lacked the luxury for lengthy discourse. Swift action was the most effective course. The three intended victims attempted to resist, but leeway did not afford them a moment's reprieve. One girl lunged to claw at him, only to be sent sprawling to the ground by a forceful kick. The gaunt one was even more brutal as one attempted to fight back. He plunged a knife into the assailant's abdomen and then yanked him by the hair, dragging him towards Sulu. Sulu regarded the gaunt one. Though he remained unaware of his name, he instinctively felt that this individual would achieve greatness should he survive. It was not merely his ferocity that set him apart. It was a distinguishing factor that could elevate him above the ordinary. Do not go too far. Any fatal injury will provoke an early mutation. Understood, the gaunt one nodded, acknowledging the warning. Sulu had gleaned this knowledge from the defensive protocols regarding the ancient pollution. One must not inflict excessive harm upon the host's body. Severe injury would incite the ancient pollution to preemptively mutate in order to protect the host, an outcome Sulu wished to avoid. Fortunately, this mutation could not be artificially induced. After all, these individuals were unwilling to transform into monsters. They too wished to survive. Take action. Each kill is a shared responsibility. Kill. Do you not yet comprehend? In the absence of a means to cleanse the contamination, they can no longer be deemed human. Can you ascertain that he is a contaminated one? The individuals present hesitated, perhaps seeking to buy time or unwilling to sully their hands. Yet, at this juncture, Sulu would not afford them any opportunity. We have but minutes left before our demise, and you linger here? I assure you, I can guarantee that every individual I name is indeed a confirmed contaminant. You have 2 minutes. Should you fail to eliminate all contaminated within this classroom, I will depart. Should you wish to perish, remain here. Sulu refrained from explaining how he could identify the contaminated, but once he issued his ultimatum, one individual hesitated briefly before seizing a curved sword and advancing swiftly, thrusting it forth. The urgency was palpable. Time was of the essence for all. Proceed. Very well. With the first strike initiated, the subsequent events unfolded with less complexity. Armed with firearms, knives, and the support of a dozen accomplices, Sulu began naming names. You. And you step forward. No, I do not wish to die. The fates of those named mirrored those of their predecessors. Each declaration from Sulu represented an act of ruthless execution in the eyes of the onlookers. Under his oppressive presence, this grim naming game faced no resistance. They clung to the belief that they remained human. They felt assured that they would not become aberrants. Sulu, embodying the role of a merciless butcher, continued his slaughter with increasing swiftness, naming 3 each time. 3 was the upper limit of what could be managed, yet even this pace felt insufficient against the impending mutations. You, and you, the one in green, and you, the tall one. This time, Sulu named 5 individuals, and as anticipated, immediate resistance arose. You have no right to do this. You cannot execute anyone. We are citizens of the lighthouse. Upon uttering this, he dashed towards the classroom exit, prompting others to follow suit, some among the crowd joining in the flight. Remaining in the classroom meant facing execution by Sulu. It seemed more prudent to venture outside, where survival might still be possible. As they fled, Sulu felt a wave of relief. Time was short. Had they not escaped, his ammunition would likely fall short. Sulu, they have exited. Indeed, quite well. Sulu paid no mind to those who had bolted. with less than a minute until mutation. Zhang Zhe would personally deal with them. He wiped the curved sword in his hand with a tattered cloth, casting his gaze over the remaining individuals in the room. He sought to ensure that no concealed ancient pollution dwelled among them. After scanning the crowd, Su Lu finally exhaled, allowing himself to relax. Upon witnessing Su Li's relaxation, the others gradually followed suit. Surely, there was nothing to worry about now? Suddenly, a sequence of loud thuds erupted. Four individuals collapsed, while the remaining hundreds quivered in silence. Too frightened to utter a word, they silently observed Su Lu load the bullets. Naturally, many in the crowd internally lamented. He still possesses ammunition? Damn it. Not a single punctuation mark of his can be trusted. Su Lu mentally counted, 12 to 8. 4 bullets remained, a rather fortunate outcome, one might say. He truly sighed in relief, believing the previous crisis had been averted. Yet, the mere sight of his exhalation instilled greater fear among his classmates. Could it be? After just loading 4 bullets, another wave of trouble arose? All right, everyone, let us not be so disheartened, he urged. I understand that you have not experienced such darkness. But have you considered that this turmoil may not be a solitary occurrence? As university students, lacking the courage to confront death, how can we hope to survive in this bleak era? I bring you good news. There is no longer an issue among us. At least, we have navigated the crisis of the contaminants in this classroom. Upon hearing Su Li's assurance, most of the students finally felt a sense of relief, one confirmed. Is that true? Indeed, Su Lu affirmed, prompting many to weep quietly. After the tension subsided, sorrow began to seep in. Emotional energy is currently rising. Please take note. Intense grief also constitutes a form of emotional energy. With nearly an hour until dawn, a solution must be found for the students' emotional turmoil, lest their distress impose great pressure on Zhang Zhe. Thus, the classroom remained perilous. Seeing the classroom secured, Wang Man, the ever-enthusiastic follower, hurried over. Su Lu, how did you discern that those individuals posed a threat? I possess the talent to become a sorcerer. Huh? Wang Man appeared perplexed. Isn't it true that those with the aptitude to become sorcerers are taken away upon their first year? Those remaining at the school, even if they aspire to become extraordinary, will likely only follow the paths of swordsmen, duelists, or monks. Are you serious about having the talent to become a sorcerer? Indeed. So, what should we do now? We must devise a means to soothe everyone's emotions. In such circumstances, emotional stability outweighs combat prowess. How do we calm everyone's spirits? The others shared in the confusion. Such matters were not within their expertise. Su Lu, why are you looking at me like that? You are part of the arts troupe, aren't you? I'm merely a trainee now, Wang Man replied, somewhat bashful. Surely you can sing, dance, or play basketball. I can sing and dance. But what do you mean by playing basketball? I've never engaged in it, so I cannot ascertain if I meet your expectations. Never mind. At this moment, singing will suffice. Su Lu gestured toward the center of the classroom. Go on, I have faith in you. Su Lu? Chapter 30. A New Era. Old remnants Wang Man had comprehended Su Li's intentions. Yet under such circumstances, singing? Wasn't that somewhat disrespectful to the deceased? Everyone had endured so much. Was this truly appropriate? Wang Man remained hesitant. However, this time, Su Lu's expression grew earnest. Wang Man, what I am asking you to do is not merely to sing. In this dark age, each of us must find our own role. Some are tasked with fighting, others with logistics, and some with soothing emotions. After everything we have experienced, everyone is in a state of panic. This is where your talent comes into play. I believe your voice can calm their troubled hearts. Do well. And do not let me down. Seeing the seriousness in Su Li's eyes, Wang Man nodded solemnly. It felt as if she bore a heavy responsibility as she stepped into the center of the classroom. Su Lu, I promise I will not disappoint you. As she approached the front, Wang Man bowed to the remaining students and introduced herself. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Man. I know you have all been through a lot, but I hope my song can bring you some peace. Do not give up easily. Tomorrow holds more wishes. With courage, we gain strength. When love and hope reflect the warm moonlight. Her melodious voice had the power to instill tranquility, a gift Wang Man evidently possessed. Not to mention, her singing prowess utterly surpassed Su Li's expectations. This woman might indeed possess the potential to become a superstar of this era. Upon witnessing a similar omen, the weight on Su Li's heart gradually lifted. Was this the third time? The entire process had been brief, yet they had faced 3 significant crises within that short span. Su Lu had made 3 accurate predictions. Thus, the overall trajectory of events was turning toward the favorable side. After the third instance, There was a need to consume 169 grams of peculiar ashes within 10 minutes. This figure seemed exceedingly precise. How could one achieve exactly 169 grams? While the students were still savoring the song, Sulu quickly stepped outside the classroom, where Zhangzhe was still battling the strange entities at the entrance. He was drenched in blood, and numerous corpses of the living dead lay scattered about. The allure of the strange entities was far beyond Su Li's imagination. Teacher, I feel like I can't hold on much longer. Zhangzhe appeared to be struggling. His movements had begun to slow, and the flames on his dual blades had extinguished. Although the number of strange entities had significantly diminished, his speed in dispatching them had also drastically decreased. This was not a sustainable situation. Sula glanced at the golden toad mark in his palm, deciding to wait a moment longer and inquire about Zhangzhe's condition first. Teacher, how are you feeling? It was evident he was no longer merely fatigued. This realization dawned upon Sulu. Zhangzhe was at his limit. As time approached 4 o'clock, if Zhangzhe could not endure, Sulu would have to take on the subsequent defensive measures. Making his decision, Sulu placed his fingers on the golden toad mark, preparing to summon aid when suddenly, fireballs rained down from above. Boom! The fierce flames and explosions engulfed the area in an instant. Those strange entities and corpses were obliterated within mere breaths. Their annihilation a testament to an astonishing power that prompted Sulu to think of a particular profession: disaster sorcerer. Fire. 2 men clad in black hurried from the depths of the campus, one following the other. Sulu's gaze fixed upon them, and he felt an inexplicable thrill that caused beads of sweat to form on his back. Night Watchers. In the classroom, several sharp-eyed students also spotted the Night Watchers. Their exhilaration and sense of safety caused their hearts to descend rapidly. However, as the two approached, Sulu's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. Was that person Wang Shu? Gu Beichen and Wang Shu arrived near the classroom in succession. The strikingly handsome Gu Beichen, almost flamboyant in appearance, bore a somewhat effeminate demeanor. Though capable of unleashing fireballs that could obliterate everything, his gait and demeanor were peculiar. He strode with an air of superiority, his chin held high, as if the world owed him a debt. Sulu was not fond of such individuals. Wang Shu was more amiable, maintaining his usual affable demeanor. His strength was modest, and upon reaching Zhangzhe's side, he immediately began to tend to him with basic bandaging and care. However, upon assessing Zhangzhe's physical condition, Wang Shu's expression darkened. Senior, how much stimulant have you consumed? Zhangzhe remained calm, his demeanor reflecting a sense of relief. 5 or 6 vials. I can't recall exactly. Wang Shu's pupils contracted slightly. 5 or 6 vials of stimulant, and in quick succession. It was a miracle that Zhangzhe had lasted this long. Not merely a medical marvel, continuous combat with the strange entities would overwhelm even the most resilient of bodies. This indicated that Zhangzhe had already succumbed to contamination. Given his current state, Wang Shu's expression grew somber. Senior, you have done much for the lighthouse, all will be remembered. Yet, Zhangzhe shook his head, his gaze drifting towards Sulu. Tonight, I have committed many errors, misjudgments that nearly cost these students their lives. Thankfully, in times of calamity, there are always those who step forward, much like the heroes of the past, and like that young man now. The transformations of each era are the culmination of countless sacrifices. These students will become the backbone of the lighthouse. Ultimately, I am but an old relic of a bygone era. You have begun to wield firearms, while I still cling to my 2 blades. Senior, please do not speak. Wang Shu urged, attempting to halt Zhangzhe, but Zhangzhe merely gestured dismissively. If I do not speak now, I fear there will be no chance left. Call that young man over here. It's you? Come here. The senior has a matter to discuss with you. All right. Sulu approached Zhangzhe, who beckoned him closer. Sulu, I can't hold on any longer. In truth, Sulu had already discerned Zhangzhe's condition without needing to be told. Human male, contaminated by ancient energy, will undergo mutation at an unknown time. Sulu realized he lacked the ability to alter anything and could only gaze hopefully at Wang Shu. Yet, Wang Shu merely shook his head, silent. At this point, Sulu understood that Zhangzhe's fate was irrevocable. Do not linger, Sulu. There is no saving me. I have no family. As for friends, they have all perished, having departed before me. They were fortunate. Your performance today has been exemplary. Such excellence deserves respect. I have saved some money in my personal account at the Lighthouse Bank. The password is 110626. Please withdraw it. Keep a portion as my gratitude, and donate the rest to the school. Our era has long since ended. The future belongs to you. Sula remained silent, gently closing Zhangzhe's eyes. Wang Shu then lifted Zhang Zhe's lifeless body before Gu Beichen, offering a solemn salute. At this moment, even the proud Gu Beichen slightly restrained his expression and saluted respectfully. Senior, safe travels. The flames at Gu Beichen's feet consumed everything, including Zhang Zhe's corpse. The ensuing battle was now entirely in the hands of him and Wang Shu, with Gu Beichen being the primary force. The destructive power of the disaster sorcerer was vividly showcased at this instant. Sulu was unaware of what level of sorcerer Gu Beichen was, but judging from his performance, a mere flick of his hand could unleash a fireball capable of obliterating one or even 2 or 3 living corpses with sheer physical force. In terms of destructive capability, he surpassed Zhang Zhe by several magnitudes. Sula glanced at the crimson moon, estimating the time. His 10 minutes had likely passed the halfway mark. It seemed the end was near, and he needed to hurry. With the night watchman duo present, the area was essentially secure. He had to fulfill all the requirements for the summoner's advancement before the crimson moon's calamity concluded. Thus, Sula stealthily approached the perimeter of the fence, cautiously gathering the ashes scattered on the ground. This action caught Wang Shu's attention, but he refrained from questioning at that moment. Remarkably, he moved closer to Sulu, shielding him from any potential approaching anomalies. The senior holds you in high regard. Thank you for your assistance in this matter, Sulu. Do not mention it. I am merely acting in self-defense. Sulu did not wish to take credit for such matters. After collecting several handfuls of ashes and examining them with his ability, he noted, anomalous ashes, 203 grams. Damn, that is quite a bit. He let a portion of the ashes fall and checked again. Anomalous ashes, 175 grams. Almost there. After several repeated tests, he finally obtained a weight of 169 grams of ashes. Without hesitation, he swallowed the entire amount, leaving nothing behind. It was dry and difficult to swallow, akin to sand. Sula found it somewhat challenging to ingest, yet he persevered, gradually consuming the 169 grams of ashes. Following the ingestion of the ashes, he would proceed to the 4th and 5th steps, which could essentially be considered a single step, using his own blood to summon the ancient sound or the crimson moon's spiritual beast, and then having it address him with, "Greetings, Master Summoner." Sula used his curved sword to make a cut on his hand, causing blood to flow abundantly. He opened the manual and observed the additional summoning array ritual appended to the 4th step. Using his blood, he meticulously drew the array upon the ground. Due to his inexperience, Sulu expended copious amounts of blood to complete the summoning array. Feeling a bit lightheaded from the loss, he found the sacrifice worthwhile. As he was close to completing the 4th step, meow. Suddenly, the black cat that had been hiding in the corner let out a cry, its emerald eyes seemingly reflecting a myriad of emotions. This peculiar occurrence left Sulu feeling rather odd, as if the cat were expressing approval or perhaps anticipation. Chapter 31. Sulu, the medium, and the tree of ancient sound. It was merely a cat. Sulu was preparing to summon, but his fingers tightened, causing him to halt abruptly. After hesitating for a few seconds, he turned to the black cat and bent down to stroke its head. "Ah, you rascal. Others say you are an omen of misfortune. However, each time I encounter you, my luck seems to hold steady. How about this? If I navigate through tonight safely, I'll treat you to a pack of dried fish. What do you say?" Meow. The black cat affectionately nuzzled against Sulu, an act that brought him joy. Indeed. As he had stated, his fortune appeared to be favorable whenever he crossed paths with the feline. He wished for a touch of luck this time as well. Thus, the earlier moment of petting the cat could be construed as an absorption of fortune. Enhancing his luck would facilitate a smooth ascension and the successful completion of the ritual, leading him to become a genuine sorcerer. With a serious demeanor, he mused, performing a good deed daily and avoiding calamity monthly. I have already done numerous good deeds today. Is it too much to ask for a reprieve from disaster? According to the principle of saving a life being worth more than building a pagoda of 7 levels, having saved over 300 lives should equate to a pagoda of 2,000 levels. Surely that suffices? And to the black cat, he implored, if you truly symbolize fortune, grant me success. Sula chanted fervently, invoking all his prayers. Then, facing the bloodstained summoning array on the ground, he pressed his bloodied palm upon it. Let us begin. A hum resonated as a faint spectrum of colors enveloped Sulu's being. His distorting abilities activated, causing everything around him to fold and transform before his eyes. Energy began to converge towards the heavens, and in his dazed state, he seemed to catch sight of a colossal shadow in the sky. Just as he was attempting to discern the nature of the shadow, an elegantly poised voice whispered in his ear, young medium. What compels you to summon me with this spell? Sulu was taken aback, uncertain of who was addressing him. Lacking any mentorship, he was oblivious to the potential occurrences during the summoning process. All he could do was strive for success in this spiritual endeavor. I aspire to become a medium. A sorcerer of the Red Moon. Oh, to become a sorcerer of the Red Moon? Is there an issue with that? As soon as Sulu posed the question, he sensed the discord in the tone and quickly added, I do not intend to challenge, merely seeking to ascertain if I have erred in any way. Haha, no. Everything unfolds along the path of destiny. However, the power of taboo is not easily traversed. Are you prepared? The path of destiny, laden with the burdens of taboo powers? Although puzzled by the implications, Sulu nodded earnestly. This was a genuine opportunity to step into the extraordinary. Yes, I am ready. Having come this far, he had no alternative options. The future remained an enigma. He could not predict the nature of the impending dark tide of ancient sound 3 months hence. Nor could he gamble with his life on the perilous ascension of a calamity sorcerer. Seizing the present and obtaining all possible safe powers was the wisest course of action. Speak your name, the profession you desire, and your cornerstone. What is a cornerstone? Sulu inquired, perplexed. A cornerstone is the foundation of all. The true essence of the extraordinary, a tangible entity. His mind raced with thoughts of beloved possessions, his phone, computer, even the airplane model he had purchased in a previous life. Not to mention the adorable Tifa figurine. All were undeniably real. Yet, those items belonged to a past existence. In this life, he was nearly destitute, devoid of anything of value or significance. But if it must be something tangible, he decided to give it a try. Sulu, medium, tree of ancient sound. An extended silence ensued, during which Sulu dared not move or speak. Excellent. Young medium, Mr. Sulu. As the words resonated, brilliance erupted. And Sulu felt the spirit tree of ancient sound within him sway gently, yielding 7 fruits, predominantly lustrous desire fruits. These desire fruits were instantly disintegrated by the vibrant energy before him, soaring into the sky, merging into the distant shadows. Amid the chaotic luminosity, Sulu gazed ahead, where a beautiful angel gradually materialized before him. Within and beyond the classroom, including Wang Shu and Gu Beichen, all who could see the crimson moon turned their gazes towards the scarlet sky. Intense energy coalesced above, primarily drawn from the surrounding fallen anomalies. Living corpses, 5-headed beasts, and other unknown creatures were disassembled and extracted, forming a surge of energy in the heavens. A smaller portion of this energy was linked to Sulu, who was in the midst of the ritual, creating a somewhat eerie triangular state. As the phenomena in the sky gradually took form, astonishment flickered in their eyes, mingled with disbelief. Even Wang Man, who had been serenading her classmates, dashed forward, exclaiming, Sulu, what on earth are you doing? Finally emerging from his trance, Sulu's gaze began to clear, the colorful glow in his eyes fading gradually. Red reclaimed its dominion over everything. The crimson moon, the sky, and the beautiful angel. They transformed into white garments, white wings, and a white cicada. Observing the white cicada above, Sulu found himself in a state of bewilderment. Even with a hint of speculation stirring within him, he could not fathom the implications of this outcome. Did I summon a white cicada? At that moment, Wang Shu, who had been covering for Sulu, suddenly interjected, Sulu, have you been ensnared by ancient sound? I don't know. I shouldn't have been, right? Another one succumbing to the anomalies? Gu Beichen remarked, his tone still dripping with disdain. Both he and Wang Shu remained fixated on Sulu, their gazes unmoving from the sky where the white cicada lingered. Even Sulu, typically composed, felt a tinge of uncertainty. He surveyed the surrounding faces. Most bore expressions of disappointment and disdain. Even Wang Man's countenance bore traces of sorrow. Alas, after all I've done, is it all for naught now? These individuals had no grasp of the actual circumstances, yet were quick to judge based on their emotions and preferences. Sulu turned his attention back to the white cicada, which remained with its eyes closed, exuding tranquility and sweetness. Whether it was still waking or waiting for something, he could not tell. White cicada, level 3 anomaly, ancient sound. Summoner, Sulu. Well, the last vestige of hope had shattered. Perhaps other entities could deceive him, but his abilities had yet to fail him. This white cicada was indeed summoned by his own hand. Stars, what a star! I actually summoned a white cicada. Will it heed my commands? At that moment, no one dared to confront Sulu, for in some sense, he had become an envoy of the anomalies. They feared that if provoked, the white cicada might unleash havoc upon them all. The more they pondered, the more terrifying the thought became. Even Gu Beichen and Wang Shu cast doubtful glances at Su Lu. Has he fallen prey to ancient sound's allure? Gu Beichen questioned. Do you think there's a chance that you mean a medium? Amidst the turmoil, a sudden loud bang resonated from the left side of the classroom. Boom. Flames and thick smoke billowed forth, clearly visible even under the crimson light of the moon. Had other classrooms also met with disaster? Over 400 students were present. Gu Beichen's expression darkened. Dawn was approaching, yet if other classrooms had been breached, the remaining creatures would inevitably venture here. The presence of sentient beings made this almost an unavoidable outcome. Gu Beichen turned his gaze sharply towards Su Lu, pointing at him with a serious demeanor as he addressed Wang Shu. Fool, keep an eye on this lad. Understood, Wang Shu replied succinctly. With that, flames erupted from Gu Beichen's form, surging towards the direction of the explosion. Meanwhile, Wang Shu retrieved a vial from his pocket and consumed its contents before positioning himself beside Su Lu. He cast a glance at the white cicada in the sky, contemplating for a few moments. Having previously interacted with Su Lu, Wang Shu was aware of Bai Jing's assessment of him. Bai Jing remarked that Su Li's personal history was rather peculiar, with his past performance starkly contrasting with his conduct following the night. Su Lu himself bore a certain degree of risk. Such individuals were best kept under control. However, it was evident that Su Lu had now transcended his former self. He had laid the groundwork for transformation. His abilities were destined to be fully revealed amidst the encroaching black tide. Initially, Wang Shu was uncertain of the nature of Su Li's powers, but after witnessing him summon the white cicada, clarity dawned upon him. Wang Shu had always felt his abilities were lacking, hindering his judgment of others. Yet, he found solace in the fact that the captain had a keen eye for discernment. Su Lu, could I still place my trust in you? Was the cicada truly summoned by him? And did he genuinely deserve the trust of others? Should I explain that my aspiration is to become a medium? In truth, I aspire to be a sorcerer. Wang Shu observed Su Lu, clearly hoping for a different response. Shaking his head, Su Lu paused in contemplation before speaking again. Aside from me, you might struggle to find another reliable ally. Wang Shu was taken aback. He had expected Su Lu to assert that he could always be trusted, yet he was surprised by this candid admission. The captain was right. You are indeed extraordinary. Chapter 32. Greetings, esteemed medium. What? Bai Jing? Before Su Lu could finish his inquiry, Wang Shu unexpectedly abandoned the white cicada in the sky, Su Lu beside him, and the more than 300 students behind. He dashed toward Gu Beichen's direction. This left Su Lu in a state of shock. Was this what he meant by trust? Hey, are you just leaving us behind? I'm sorry, Su Lu, but Gu Beichen is of greater importance to me. Upon hearing this, Su Li's eyebrows twitched several times, and he turned to Wang Man behind him. Is that what he means? Wang Man, slightly blushing, replied, well, it's only natural for someone as handsome as Gu Beichen to attract attention. Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Was the world truly unfolding in such a manner? Gu Beichen clasped his hands together, transforming the molten fire into a slender thread that shot toward the distant sky. In the distance, a shadow was rapidly approaching. Its form magnified in Su Li's pupils, as more people began to discern its appearance. Black wings, a dark cloak, and a body as black as jade. Clang. Like a jade stone, its fingers blocked the fiery ray's attack, charging forward with unyielding force. The black cicada had finally made its appearance. Black cicada, level 3 anomaly. Ancient sound variety. Suddenly landing, the black cicada stood with its hands behind its back. Its fingertips, now scorched red from the fiery ray, revealed that Gu Beichen's attack had indeed been effective. Gazing at Gu Beichen, the black cicada slowly opened its mouth. Beneath its handsome visage lay a mouth filled with sharp fangs. Its short, pointed tongue quivered, producing a series of heart-stirring cicada calls. Even the two night watchmen believed this was an attack from the black cicada. Yet Su Lu discerned that it was speaking, and he could understand its meaning. Level 2 Flame Disaster Sorcerer, Flame Walker. Su Lu instinctively glanced at Gu Beichen. Was he, like Zhang Zhe, also at level 2? However, the destructive capacity and combat prowess of the two were not comparable. The abilities of sorcerers were indeed on an entirely different level from other extraordinary beings. Even at level 2, Gu Beichen possessed the capability to counter the level 3 anomaly, the black cicada, something level 2 swordsman Zhang Zhe could not achieve. Gu Beichen noticed Wang Shu rushing over as well, furrowing his brow slightly. Fool, I asked you to keep an eye on those guys. You probably can't intervene in this battle. I've taken my medicine. Don't worry, I won't be a burden. Listening to their camaraderie-laden exchange, Su Lu felt a wave of exasperation. The surroundings were far from safe, although the arrival of the night watchman had alleviated the students' anxiety. The process of summoning the white cicada and the emergence of the black cicada had cast a shadow over their hearts. There were still many individuals whose mental energy exceeded limits, continuously attracting surrounding anomalies in the classroom. While Gu Beichen and Wang Shu could manage the anomalies coming from the direction of the black cicada, they could not handle the threats from other directions. The night watchman, though tasked with protecting the lighthouse populace, operated under a different ethos than Zhangzhe. Zhangzhe would sacrifice himself for the students' safety, while the night watchmen prioritized their teammates. Gu Beichen and Wang Shu. As Wang Shu had previously stated, teammates were of greater importance to the night watchman than anyone else. This was their principle for survival. It was time to rely on oneself. As someone who could perceive spectral anomalies, Sulu had an inkling of the challenges ahead. The black cicada and the duo of night watchmen engaged in fierce combat. Gu Beichen, utilizing potent fire spells, barely managed to keep pace with the black cicada. However, the gap in their ranks was too vast for his sorceress abilities to bridge. Whenever he faltered, Wang Shu would intervene, either blocking or withstanding the attacks, always shielding Gu Beichen from danger. Together, they managed to hold their ground against the black cicada, but this stalemate came at a price. Gu Beichen exhausted a significant amount of red moon spirit, while Wang Shu was overstretching his own physical limits. They were stalling, waiting for Dawn's arrival and the reinforcements from other night watchman units. Fool, hold on a little longer. Dawn is almost here. Stop talking and conserve your strength. Wang Shu gasped. Suddenly, with a swift strike, the night watchman's sword in Wang Shu's hand was severed by the black cicada. Its sharp fingers pierced Wang Shu's body, effortlessly snapping a rib, before the black cicada was finally forced back by a fireball. Fool, you vile, disgusting insect. You shall perish tonight. Though this declaration sounded rather formidable, it carried an inexplicable hint of foolishness when uttered by Gu Beichen. The black cicada shrugged nonchalantly, appearing entirely unfazed. Just as Gu Beichen gathered energy to unleash a forbidden technique, the black cicada's figure suddenly vanished. Caught off guard, Gu Beichen found himself momentarily stunned. He sensed danger but was uncertain of its source until a shadow loomed behind him, aiming for his neck. Oh no! Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated, followed by the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. Gu Beichen quickly surged forward, creating distance, before grabbing Wang Shu and seeking refuge behind cover. Only to glance back. A golden frog, dangling its tiny legs, was gleefully brandishing a pitchfork atop the black cicada. "Amma, amma." The frog munched away, and upon noticing Gu Beichen's gaze, it gave a thumbs up. Earthworms are delicious. Gu Beichen. Wang Shu. Though they could not comprehend the frog's words, it appeared that they had been saved. What a grotesque creature. Who conjured this? Though tinged with disdain, Gu Beichen recognized that this being had come to assist them. After staunching his own bleeding, Wang Shu turned his attention towards Su Li's direction. Is that the unique individual the captain mentioned? It must be an ancient Shikigami. Indeed, Su Li summoned the golden toad. Unlike the previous occasion, after summoning the golden toad, Su Li willingly offered an earthworm, promising that more ancient sound fruits would follow. The moment the golden toad received the earthworm, it devoured it whole, displaying an unappetizing manner of eating that warrants no further description. However, upon seeing the black cicada, the golden toad posed a question to Su Li. Kid, this fellow is no easy opponent. It's an ancient sound variety. Hearing this, Su Li became acutely aware of the factional dynamics among the anomalies for the first time. Were ancient sound varieties particularly challenging to contend with? Not only challenging, but opposing them would mean facing endless entanglements. So, does the golden toad require any additional items? His words made it sound as though he was insatiable, but he knew he was no match for the black cicada and could only do his utmost. Su Li nodded in acknowledgement, though he felt a profound shock within. The level 3 golden toad explicitly stated it was not a match for the level 3 black cicada. This implied that deities were not necessarily superior to ancient sound varieties. What, then, of the anomalies associated with the red moon? Su Li was aware of the existence of red moon anomalies, yet he had never encountered them. Here we go. The frog leapt skyward, launching itself at the black cicada. Despite its seemingly cumbersome physique, it surprisingly matched the black cicada in both speed and strength, being the only entity present capable of contending with the black cicada. A resounding thud echoed as the steel fork struck the black cicada's head. The ebony hat, as exquisite as jade, shattered upon impact. However, the toad was not unscathed. The cicada's sharp talons pierced its abdomen, scattering the earthworms it had just consumed. In distress, The toad curled its tongue to reclaim the worms, only to have them spill out once more. With each drop of blood, the toad's robust upper body seemed to diminish slightly. Curse those ancient tones, each more contemptible than the last. After venting its frustration, the toad charged forward again, accompanied by the fiery thread conjured by Guyindu. The technique, spirit, combat, the fiery thread. The black cicada attempted to retreat to evade the fiery thread, but the toad denied it such an opportunity. It opened its mouth wide, clamping down on the cicada's head, while the fork ensnared it tightly. Laughing heartily, it proclaimed, "Ha ha ha, the toad is a master at catching cicadas." Suddenly, with the toad's boisterous laughter, the fiery thread pierced through the cicada's chest, simultaneously penetrating the toad's belly. More of its sustenance spilled forth, and its form appeared even frilier, as if it had lost a portion of its strength. With another wound inflicted, it had suffered greatly. The weakened toad could no longer suppress the cicada, which violently flung the toad into the air, crashing heavily before Sulu. "Spirit user, you have witnessed my efforts. Remember to leave what I desire next time, and perhaps bring more worms as well." Before the toad could finish, its body contorted violently, and with a resounding pop, it dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. Sula gazed at the pool of toad's blood, recalling its earlier antics, feeling a bittersweet blend of amusement and emotion. "Thank you. Having suffered such wounds, I hope you're well." "Oh, wait, it seems it wasn't human." Suli's attention shifted back to the battlefield, where the cicada, clutching its chest, glared frostily at itself, seemingly indifferent to Wang Shu and Gu Beiqin. In that moment, it appeared that its sole focus was on Sulu. The cicada slightly parted its mouth, emitting a chirp once more. Sulu distinctly heard its words. "A newly awakened spirit user must be eliminated. This is the will of my master." With that, the cicada shot forth like a bolt of black lightning towards Sulu. Gu Beiqin had just released the fiery thread and was powerless to intervene, while Wang Shu attempted to obstruct it but could not match the cicada's speed. This streak of darkness closed in on Sulu, drawing ever nearer, until finally it stood before him. Boom! Smoke billowed, and the cicada was forcefully propelled away by an immense power. Layers of white shadows enveloped Sulu. The white cicada in the sky finally opened its eyes, gazing at Sulu as it softly spoke. "Greetings, esteemed spirit user." Chapter 33, The Forbidden Sorcerer. The medium at the moment Bai Chan uttered those words, Suli's tranquil heart surged with excitement. Had his prior preparations, arrangements, and rituals truly succeeded? It felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. Yet, before his exhilaration could fully erupt, time seemed to come to an abrupt halt. A chilling aura surged from within him, a force vastly different from that of the ancient sound tree and the souls of the veterans. If one were to encapsulate this feeling in words, it would be that he could distinctly sense this power as crimson, a vivid blood red. It felt akin to a reward obtained after the completion of a grand ritual. This force emanated from the red moon. As Sula felt this power coursing through him, it spiraled and explored, as though searching for something within his being. Ultimately, the icy breath halted before the ancient sound tree, accumulating to form a pool. The more the pool filled, the colder Sula became. At the forefront of the pool stood the ancient sound tree, with the red moon at its center. A transcendent sensation blossomed in Suli's heart. Was this an elevation of life's essence? It felt different. The radiance of the red moon shone upon the ancient sound tree, which began to absorb the crimson pool before it. As the tree absorbed, the pool dwindled, and the chill within Sulu gradually abated. The red moon at the pool's center grew increasingly indistinct. After an indeterminate span of time, the once blue ancient sound tree had transformed into a vibrant red. When the two merged into one, Sula clutched his head. The peculiar ability he had only vaguely grasped began to crystallize into clarity. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the ancient sound tree within his spiritual realm. Prompts reappeared, no longer distorted or ambiguous, clear and precise. Those were the powers of the ancient sound fruit. Suli's pupils subtly shifted, the crimson replacing the original deep brown. His innate abilities were finally mastered. Forbidden Sorcerer LV1, the Medium Innate Ability 1, Ancient Sound Destiny Innate Ability 2, Ancient Sound Secrets Ability 1, Medium Summoning, Ancient Gods. Ancient Sound, Red Moon, Evil Deities. At that moment, Sulu finally grasped the essence of his powers. The innate ability, Ancient Sound Secrets, was undoubtedly this. But what of Ancient Sound Destiny? Moreover, shouldn't his elevation be as a Red Moon Sorcerer LV1, the Medium? How had it morphed into Forbidden Sorcerer LV1, the Medium? Amidst his confusion, time appeared to flow once more. And Suli's immediate instinct was to seek the black cicada. Yet, The black cicada had long since vanished. Sula suppressed his thoughts, gazing skyward and nodding slightly. Greetings. Miss Bai-chan returned the gesture with a soft smile. At your service, esteemed medium. Was that the voice from his ethereal realm during that mesmerizing moment? It felt somewhat different. Can you eliminate it for me? Sula pointed at the black cicada. There was no time for hesitation. His primary focus was to vanquish this creature. Of course, Bai-chan raised her hand, and countless white phantoms began to coalesce around her. Just as Zhangzhe had previously stated, the black and white were two halves of the same whole. Bai-chan represented the feminine, while the black cicada embodied the masculine. The white conjures magic, while the black engages in physical combat. Though each possessed distinct strengths, they were equally formidable level 3 aberrations. Having spoken, Bai-chan guided the phantoms toward the black cicada. The black cicada did not retreat, launching a punch at Bai-chan. Bang. The white phantoms collided with the black fist. The fist shattered the phantoms, yet the aftermath propelled the black cicada backward. Injured, the black cicada retreated, staggering backward for several steps before finally halting. Bai-chan, however, floated effortlessly in the air, unwavering, at the pinnacle of her power. Even in pristine condition, the black cicada posed no threat to her, let alone now. The black cicada landed on the ground, its narrow eyes scanning Bai-chan, as if assessing her current state. In turn, Bai-chan observed it. The two cicadas locked eyes. Chirp, chirp. A chorus of cicada sounds resonated in the air, shattering the frosted glass of the classroom. The glass, of poor quality, shattered instantaneously under the sonic vibrations. The onlookers covered their ears and recoiled. Only Wang Man, despite covering her ears, seemed to possess an unusual resistance to the sound waves. She excitedly rushed to Su Li's side and, as the sound diminished, exclaimed, Su Lu, you truly have not become a slave to the aberrations. You have succeeded in becoming a sorcerer. The students who had earlier doubted Su Lu fell silent, unsure whether their shame stemmed from their previous skepticism or from Su Li's newfound strength. However, witnessing the entangled black and white cicadas, they collectively exhaled in relief. Mutual support was the prevailing theme in this dark age, yet a shared disdain for aberrations was equally paramount. If Bai-chan stood on their side, their safety seemed assured. Letting go of other concerns, they were at least alive, were they not? Meanwhile, Wang Shu, aided by Gu Beichen, gazed at Su Lu and murmured. He is indeed the one the captain valued. He has achieved what was deemed impossible, becoming a medium like Mr. Gon. The captain has a keen eye. What do you think of him, Beichen? Gu Beichen, slightly proud, lifted his chin. Not bad. Becoming a sorcerer is merely satisfactory? Surely it should be deemed exceptional? Humph. Upon hearing Wang Shu praise Su Lu, Gu Beichen turned away in dissatisfaction, as if the words I refuse to accept this were written across his face. As all eyes were on him, Su Lu, the focal point of the event, gazed at Bai-chan in the sky. He too harbored doubts about whether his summoned Bai-chan could defeat the black cicada. Boom. Another collision erupted, and as the black and white cicadas separated, a beam of soft light illuminated the ground. This light seemed to dispel the crimson and carnage, imbuing the entire sky with a sense of sanctity. Dawn had arrived. The black cicada perceived the morning light, and its murderous intent swiftly dissipated. After the dark tide, the aberrations lost their will to fight, including the black cicada. It scanned the surroundings and then fixed its gaze firmly on Bai-chan, wary as it retreated. In its view, only Bai-chan among the present beings posed a threat. Thus, vigilance against her was all that was required. The black cicada's intentions were evident, and Su Lu recognized its desire to flee. However, he was determined not to allow its escape. A level 3 aberration that fled was far more dangerous than one that perished. Not to mention, if it could yield any ancient sound relics, it would be a boon for all. For him, and indeed for others, a dead aberration was a good aberration. Act now. Su Li's command was not solely directed at Bai-chan. He believed that if Gu Beichen and Wang Shu were not particularly dim-witted, they should strike together at this moment. The three combined. Oh no, he too would fire off 2 shots. This could be considered a comprehensive ambush. Bang, bang. Sula fired the first 2 shots, using 2 bullets, successfully diverting the black cicada's attention for over a second. As he shot, it came as no surprise that Wang Shu was already prepared for an attack. He charged toward the black cicada's escape route, sweeping his blade with fervor, forcing the black cicada upward. In the celestial realm, the black cicada, though capable of adjusting its flight posture with the mere flutter of its wings, exhibited a flexibility far inferior to that on solid ground. This vulnerability afforded Gu Beichen an opportunity to strike. Once more, he unleashed the line of flames, a crimson beam akin to a sweeping laser, which lashed across the black cicada's wings. The sound of sizzling filled the air, as even the sturdy wings could not withstand the searing onslaught of the flame walker. Though Guyindu harbored a sense of pride, he possessed a remarkable acumen for combat. With the white cicada now present, the need for him to pursue the kill diminished. His objective was solely to restrain the black cicada, for the final blow would undoubtedly be delivered by the white cicada. The white cicada soared towards its counterpart, merging its hands in an intricate gesture reminiscent of a mystical incantation. Simultaneously, a cicada's song emerged from its lips, comprehensible only to Sulu. The ancient sound invoked a formidable technique, ancient sound of many secrets. Approach. All. Before. White pagoda. A brilliant white radiance descended upon the black cicada, its resplendence almost blinding. Yet, only Sulu, possessing the insight to perceive the true essence of the ancient sound's power, understood the chilling terror concealed within this technique. The so-called white light was merely the emanation of countless white maggots, which rapidly adhered to the black cicada and commenced their gruesome feast. The black cicada harbored a certain toxin within its body. A few bites from the maggots would lead to their demise. However, the sheer multitude of maggots proved overwhelming. As each white maggot perished, more swiftly took its place, continuing their relentless consumption. Amidst the cacophony of cicada cries, the black cicada was gradually devoured, dissipating into the ether. To onlookers, the white cicada's white pagoda appeared magnificent, as if the splendid white light were purifying the black cicada. The scattered maggots vanished like fleeting motes of light. A mesmerizing interplay of black and white, an exquisite sight indeed. Truly beautiful, Wangman exclaimed, her admiration genuine. If you had truly witnessed it, you would not speak so. Sula muttered, kneeling at the spot where the black cicada had vanished, groping about as if searching for something. Suddenly, sensing an intuition, he raised his gaze towards the white cicada hovering above. The time has come, esteemed spirit caller. Thank you, Sulu expressed, relief washing over him as he realized that the white cicada's active presence lasted a mere 6 minutes. Had he not acted decisively, the black cicada may have eluded capture. The white cicada nodded slightly at Sula before twisting its form, bursting into a cloud of white smoke and vanishing from sight. The crimson hue in the sky gradually receded, giving way to the return of light. The surviving students erupted in joyous cheers, only to be overcome by tears moments later, their emotions finally finding release. Wangman dashed towards Sulu, arms outstretched, evidently seeking an embrace. Sulu regarded her with a restrained expression, suppressing the urge to furrow his brow, and gently pushed her away. Women hold no sway over my heart. My sword shall remain untainted. Beauty is a siren, leading one astray from the path of righteousness. I have only just become a sorcerer, a forbidden sorcerer at that. How ominous that title sounds. Who knows what taboos may linger? You seek to disrupt my tranquility? Impossible, utterly impossible. Sulu, brother, Wangman called out, her voice imbued with a mix of shyness and timidity. Upon realizing his misjudgment, Sulu pondered, what a blundering hand, how it wanders aimlessly. Could it be that the ancient sound has tainted me, awakening some indescribable will? I must purify it thoroughly tonight. Chapter 34. The secret language of ancient sounds. Cough. I did not mean to. Sulu wore a serious expression, but if not for his eyes constantly drifting toward her chest, Wangman might have actually believed him. Sulu was being rather excessive. What do you mean excessive? Do not slander me, he retorted. Let us go. If all goes as planned, we will soon face numerous examinations. Sula deftly shifted the topic. Examinations? Wangman pondered. Indeed, Sulu was correct. Many tests awaited them. Furthermore, it seemed their principal and even the legislators would be delivering speeches and announcements in the upcoming days. Legislators, principals, speeches, and announcements? Wangman, not being a member of the lighthouse, felt no particular sense of belonging. Yet she was not entirely dim-witted. The appearance of such figures could only imply one thing. Something significant had transpired at the lighthouse. Was it related to the changes in the black tide? More accurately, it pertained to the issue of the son of ancient sounds. Sulu, eavesdropping nearby, perked up at the mention of the title son of ancient sounds. If his memory served him right, the initial 2 distorted students from last night had been enticed by the son of ancient sounds. This was evidently distinct from other forms of pollution and distortion. The peculiarities of the sun's influence involved chaotic dark flesh, reanimated corpses, spectral entities, and 5-headed monstrosities, all of which were entirely unique. What exactly is the son of ancient sounds? Wangman inquired curiously. Sulu internally praised her astuteness. She was indeed a thoughtful younger sister. However, Wang Shu shook his head. Such matters are beyond the comprehension of a mere novice night watcher. Noticing Wang Shu's reluctance to elaborate, and as he prepared to leave, Sulu quickly asked, "Could you escort us first? As night watchers, you should possess that authority, right?" Wang Shu exchanged glances with Gu Beichen, who arrogantly turned his head away, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. Yet, Wang Shu understood that given Gu Beichen's previous conduct, he had acknowledged Su Li's capabilities. Otherwise, he would have outright refused, leaving no room for negotiation. "Very well, but we can only escort the two of you." "No problem at all," Sulu replied. "Why should we follow them?" Wang Man whispered. "Because all examinations are not created equal. The nature of group checks and individual checks is distinctly different." Huh. Wang Man initially failed to grasp this until she accompanied Wang Shu to the checkpoint, where the meaning became clear. First, they underwent emotional stabilizers and disinfection, followed by virus detection, injury assessment, psychological evaluation, and finally, core energy examination. Under normal circumstances, Sulu and the others would have to queue among over 10,000 students for these tests. Even with efficient testing, it would likely consume an entire day. However, by merely trailing behind Wang Shu and his companion, they could access the Night Watcher passage, facilitating a swift and convenient examination. This time, Sula focused on controlling his abilities, refraining from absorbing the power of the hard energy worm. Previously, he had relied on Gon's assistance to pass safely. Here, among Night Watchers, recklessly eliminating a hard energy worm would only lead to trouble. Having previously endured the Night Watcher examination, these checks were but trifles for him. After completing the series of tests, Sulu emerged feeling refreshed, stretching his limbs. What a delightful atmosphere. How splendidly bright the sun shines. On the other side, Gu Beichen exited first. This fellow, with an ego towering high, despite having shared battle experiences with Sulu, who even saved him, still maintained his aloof demeanor. He ignored Sulu, who was equally disinterested in him. As Sulu flipped through the Flame Sorcerer's promotion manual, he discovered that all information regarding the Red Moon Sorcerer, Spirit Medium, had vanished. Recalling the events following the conclusion of the battle, he realized he had not spotted the black cat that had been following him. Perhaps this was a matter of luck, which could only be utilized once. Sula Ji. Soon, Wang Man and Wang Shu emerged. Wang Man dashed to Su Li's side, beaming, "This truly is efficient." Sula Ji is incredibly clever. Hearing this, Wang Man felt a hint of displeasure, mistakenly believing Sulu wished to dismiss her. "Do I not need to attend school? Do I not have to work? Very well then." Wang Man appeared somewhat disappointed. "Wait a moment." Sula suddenly called out to her, prompting Wang Man to believe he intended to keep her around, and she instantly greeted him with a smile. "What is it?" "Oh," with a lack of enthusiasm. Wang Man accepted the lady's pistol Sulu offered, hesitating briefly before stowing it in her small backpack. This action left Sulu unable to discern how she had procured the weapon initially. Sulu refrained from engaging in excessive conversation. His level of cognitive recognition did not permit extensive dialogue with Wang Man, as it could easily expose him. Now that the black tide had passed, separation was the wisest choice. "All right, I shall visit you again next time." Wang Man remained vibrant, bouncing away after securing the pistol. Su Li's decision not to reclaim the weapon was simple. He was already a sorcerer, while Wang Man was merely an ordinary person. She required a safer environment far more than he did. Sulu was uncertain whether he could be considered a good person, but in a certain sense, he was not a villain either. After all, he was a child raised under the red flag. Wang Shu, observing the conclusion of the dialogue between Sulu and Wang Man, nodded at Sulu and slowly spoke. "If you have time, you may come to our team in the next few days. Our captain wishes to discuss something with you." Sulu regarded Wang Shu, slightly furrowing his brow. "By Jing? What could she possibly want with someone as inconsequential as me?" "Inconsequential?" "Sulu, you may not fully comprehend what you have become after the events of last night. The captain initially sought a simple conversation regarding the future. However, it is likely no longer that straightforward. You should be aware that we will accurately report the Black Tide incident." Sula nodded. He understood Wang Shu's words and actions. He had never harbored the expectation that two night watchers he had scarcely met would keep secrets on his behalf. "Understood, I will go." Seeing Su Li's agreement, Wang Shu nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently handing him a heavy object wrapped in black cloth. "This is meant for you." "What is it?" "You may open it yourself after we depart." Once Wang Shu handed the object to Sulu, he and Gu Beichen took their leave. After the tumultuous events of the Black Tide night, The night watchers likely had many tasks to attend to. They could not afford to waste time with Sulu, even if he had now become a sorcerer. Finally, it was over. Sulu smiled faintly. All things considered, the outcome was satisfactory. Next, he would fulfill Zhang's last wishes. Sulu examined the object in his hands, leaning it against the ground before unveiling the black cloth. A heavy dual-edged sword emerged before him. Tianrui Lifeng twin blades, sealed, ancient sound relic. Two-level dual blade. The sword can be split into two separate daggers. Cursed blade. The twin blades can absorb extraordinary energy, amplifying their power. Note 1. The non-standard battle sword of Tianrui Lifeng, once quite ordinary, has now undergone a remarkable transformation. Note 2. To fulfill Zhang's last wish is to lift the seal. Upon gazing at the heavy sword, Sulu felt a surge of emotions within. The final moments of Zhang were still vividly etched in his memory, just as Zhang had articulated. He may have erred in numerous ways, misjudged many situations. Yet he had fulfilled the responsibilities of a teacher. During his lifetime, he never took a step back. This weapon is far too weighty. I fear I may not be able to wield it. Sulu observed the heavy sword, recognizing that it was suited for warriors of formidable physique, swordsmen, duelists, or similar extraordinary professions. Having embarked on the path of a sorcerer, even if the sword were to be unsealed, it seemed of little use to him. Well, let me first endeavor to accomplish his last wish. Zhang's wish was, in essence, quite simple. He had relayed to Sulu his final words. He had deposited a sum of money in the bank, lacking family or friends, all of whom had perished. Thus, he expressed his desire for Sulu to withdraw this money after his passing and donate it to a school. A straightforward wish. Sulu felt confident he could fulfill it. How wonderful! Although he currently lacked funds, he would soon inherit a considerable legacy. He wondered how much it would amount to. Regarding Zhang's demise, he genuinely felt sorrowful, yet he harbored a subtle anticipation for Zhang's legacy. A portion of this inheritance was designated for him. Zhang had not explicitly stated the amount that was to be his. It was up to Sulu to discern that. Whether he took more or less was entirely at his discretion. However, the allocation of this inheritance could significantly influence the unsealing of the ancient relic. If he claimed too much, it might hinder the fulfillment of Zhang's wish. This double-edged sword might never be unsealed again. Once again, he found himself at a crossroads. A decision that truly tested one's mindset. The moment one finds it hardest to resist food is undoubtedly when hunger strikes. The time when one cannot resist the allure of indulgence is when cravings arise. In the realm of finances, one finds it most challenging to refuse temptation when in a state of poverty. Sulu was indeed impoverished at present, thus the forthcoming events might truly test his spirit. Just as Sulu prepared to visit the bank to withdraw the money, he was suddenly engulfed by a wave of intense dizziness. Sleep. Sleep. You should go to sleep now. You should go to sleep now. Sulu furrowed his brow slightly. Is it the secret language of the ancient relics? Or perhaps the fate of the ancient relics? Chapter 35, The Realm of the Mother Tree Sleep? Sulu was perplexed by the purpose of the voice urging him to slumber. However, filled with joy at the prospect of claiming Zhang's inheritance. Could he truly find rest at such a moment? To be more precise, this suggestion was not merely a sound, it was a subconscious reminder, akin to an innate ability possessed by forbidden sorcerers. His subconscious was urging him that now was the time to sleep, as something significant was destined to occur. Should he indeed succumb to slumber? After a series of checks, he noted that the time was nearing 7 o'clock, although he was eager to claim the inheritance. The tension of the previous night's battles, the elation of survival, and the exhilaration of becoming a sorcerer left him with a tinge of fatigue. Thus, the choice to sleep did not seem unreasonable. The dilemma was that Sulu was uncertain about what might transpire during his sleep. He sensed that this slumber would herald some event, yet he could not ascertain whether it would be fortuitous or catastrophic. This uncertainty gnawed at him. As he walked, he gazed at the central squares of various school areas. Numerous sentinels and guards were clearing away the corpses, human, grotesque, and some unknown entities that still drew breath. Any living creature that dared to emerge was swiftly dispatched by the sentinels. Sulu understood that these beings might have once been human, yet they had succumbed to contamination. The sentinels had the means to purify, but they could not cleanse the multitude of affected individuals. Time was of the essence. The equipment for purification and the sorcerers were woefully inadequate to match the number of the contaminated. Those tainted by the ancient sound could only be forsaken. The vast majority of corpses were incinerated, obliterated. Should there be disaster sorcerers present, a few fireballs might incinerate them, or frost could freeze them. subsequently reduced to ashes for complete disposal. In the absence of disaster sorcerers, the guards typically resorted to burning with oil. The flames could reach temperatures exceeding 1,500 degrees. Only at such temperatures could human bones be entirely consumed, thus preventing any grotesque distortion of remains. As he traversed the area, Sulu occasionally heard students weeping. Some embraced one another, while others mourned alone. These sorrowful emotions dulled the joy that had previously filled him. Perhaps individual joys and sorrows do not intertwine. Yet the collective sentiment of this world remains interconnected. The anguish brought upon by the ancient sound and the black tide upon Lighthouse University was unprecedented in decades. He wondered about the situation outside. Sula harbored a hope that all was well beyond the university's walls. Yet a moment's reflection revealed the improbability of such a notion. The Sentinels had taken considerable time to arrive, undoubtedly tasked with something of great importance. This implied that the world beyond was likely in a far worse state than the university itself. After walking for some time, Sulu abruptly halted before a pitch-black classroom. Here, only Sentinels were present, devoid of students or even the sound of weeping. Only a profound silence lingered. The ceiling of the classroom had collapsed, and Sentinels and guards were removing charred and mutilated bodies. Sulu could not count the number of corpses. He could only describe them as many. Had they all perished? For 100 lives extinguished? Although these individuals were strangers to him, Sula felt a twinge of discomfort as a fellow human. He inhaled deeply, turning away from the final incineration. Upon his arrival in this realm, he had struggled to comprehend why the entire lighthouse, the entire deep blue star, was so resolute in seeking true illumination to end this era of darkness. Now, he had begun to grasp a fragment of the truth. Returning to the male dormitory area, a guard stopped Sulu. "Wait, have you been checked?" "Yes, this is the verification mark." Sulu presented the verification insignia to the guard, who glanced at it briefly before returning it. "The council will announce some notices by tomorrow afternoon at the latest." "Understood. Thank you." Sulu nodded at the guard. He refrained from mentioning his newfound status as a sorcerer. Until he felt more assured, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Ascending to the second floor, Sulu reached his dormitory. Shaking his head, he lay on his bed and slowly closed his eyes, yet sleep eluded him. Touching the empty space beside him, he murmured, perhaps it is time to seek a companion." Despite the warmth of June or July, lying alone in bed felt chilling, particularly in his heart, which felt unusually cold. His frail body felt inadequate in the face of the darkness and bizarre threats that loomed. Perhaps only by finding a cherished companion to share this blanket could he find warmth against the encroaching shadows. As he muttered these thoughts, he gradually slipped into a deep slumber, the duration of which was unknown. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water echoed in Sulu's ears, and upon opening his eyes, he was once again enveloped in that dark world. The last time he encountered this scene was during his first glimpse of the ancient Sound Soul Tree. Indeed, was this not the place? He should have anticipated it. Huh? What the hell? Is there someone here? Sulu's eyes widened in astonishment as he distinctly saw an individual approaching him. As they drew near, he finally discerned the stranger's face, a bald man with a cold, horse-like visage, narrow, slanted eyes, a hooked nose, a goatee, and thin, purplish lips marked this person's appearance, which struck Sulu with an overwhelming sense of shock. Faced with him, Sulu felt paralyzed. The mere aura emanating from this figure was an unprecedented source of pressure. This individual could obliterate him in an instant. No, this person could annihilate Bai Chan, Hei Chan, and the frog. The bald man paused beside Sulu, sniffing the air with his hooked nose before casting a glance at him. "Oh, another one has died, huh? Heh. With that, he continued on, gradually fading into the darkness. Only when he had completely vanished did Sulu begin to breathe heavily. The sense of oppression had been overwhelming. Was this truly a human? Wasn't this the domain of the ancient Sound Soul Tree? Sulu felt a flicker of doubt. Although everything here mirrored his previous spiritual realm, how could an outsider, especially one he did not recognize, possibly exist within it? He decided to investigate further. Sulu turned his gaze forward. The faint blue light remained identical to the previous scene. He sensed a dampness beneath his feet, yet upon inspection, he could only see his toes. Everything else was engulfed in darkness. As he approached the blue light, he gradually discerned a colossal tree, its top obscured from view. Beneath it stood figures, more than one, from left to right. They were an old man, a youth, a somewhat rotund middle-aged man, an ordinary middle-aged woman, and a woman in red seated upon a rock. Since these figures were facing away from him, Sulu could only gauge their ages through their silhouettes, voices, and attire. "Old man, what do you have today?" The speaker was the youth, whose tone suggested a keen interest in the object held by the elderly figure to his left. "A mysterious fruit. Do you desire it? Will you give it to me?" The youth's laughter rang out, a sound so bizarre it sent shivers down Su Li's spine. The original owner's laughter had been reminiscent of this child's. "Here, take it," he said, extending his hand. "I'm afraid you might bite me." The two exchanged hollow smiles as they conversed. With each exchange, Su Lu gradually inched closer. As he approached, the group fell silent. The elderly man on the left rose first, casting a glance at Su Lu and grinning before departing. Following his lead, the youth also stood up. However, when he turned, Su Lu realized he was not merely a boy, but rather a short, somewhat unsavory young man. His stature was not quite that of a dwarf. Yet he certainly did not resemble an average person. He appeared to be of similar age to Su Lu. "You are the seventh. If another dies, you'll be sixth." "What does that mean?" "You arrived too late. Next time, come earlier," he cackled. Su Lu turned to him, refraining from further inquiry, simply watching him vanish into the shadows. "Excuse me." "Oh, certainly." Subsequently, a middle-aged woman approached, and Su Lu dutifully stepped aside. After all, the short man had mentioned he was seventh, suggesting that the ranking was based on their order of arrival. He was uncertain of its significance, but understood that these individuals possessed more experience than he. In unfamiliar territory, it was wise to remain humble. This middle-aged woman was the fourth person Su Lu encountered, leaving only two remaining. He slowly made his way to the tree, where a portly man glanced at the woman across from him before turning his attention to Su Lu. "A newcomer?" "Yes." "Then you must be unfamiliar with the rules here." "Indeed." Su Lu nodded earnestly. In an unfamiliar environment, guidance from an elder could prove beneficial, provided that elder had honorable intentions. The portly man, oblivious to the fleeting glimmer in Su Li's eyes, continued, "To put it simply, there are no fixed names here. But later we decided to bestow it with a unique title. By unanimous agreement, we refer to this place as the realm of the ancient Sound Mother Tree." Chapter 36, The Ancient Fruit of Elements. Lesser Ice. The realm of the ancient Mother Tree of Endow was etched in Su Li's memory. Indeed, this was the domain of the Mother Tree, a true wonder of the world, a place for communication, trade, and acquiring secrets from the four great city-states, as well as reaping the rewards of the ancient Mother Tree. Here, no one could discern your actions. Betrayal, bribery, and assassination were all possible. As long as you could afford the price, there would always be someone willing to fulfill your requests. The voice of the rotund man before Su Lu was undeniably persuasive. Yet Su Lu remained unfazed by his words. The ethereal effects of the ancient soul tree lingered, keeping him calm. He cast a steady glance at the man, and then at the woman turned away from him. "I see. Thank you for your guidance, elder. I shall be more vigilant," he replied. The rotund man was momentarily taken aback. He had shared so much, yet this young man appeared unperturbed. Wasn't he just a novice sorcerer? "Do you not find this place extraordinary?" "Indeed, it is remarkable. By the way, are there only 7 individuals here?" The man pondered Su Li's inquiry before responding. "Yes. There are only 7 of us. Whenever the Red Moon catastrophe concludes, our souls are brought here by the ancient Mother Tree. The reason for our selection is quite simple. All who come here have consumed the fate fruit of Endow." Su Li's heart trembled slightly at the mention of the fate fruit. Fate? Was it the very fruit he had fought for against Old Show? If the fruit he had contended for was indeed the fate fruit of Endow, then when had the secrets of Endow emerged? The information was insufficient. "I see." Observing Su Li's contemplative demeanor, the rotund man pointed to himself and then to the ancient Mother Tree behind him. "I am the 4th, and here you may simply call me that. The essence of the ancient Mother Tree awaits you. Proceed to claim your reward." "Do I receive a reward even without having done anything?" Su Lu inquired. The man smiled faintly. "Do not feign ignorance. Such pretense is futile here. It will only lead others to underestimate you. Surely you have accomplished something, for otherwise you would not be present." Su Lu nodded slightly. It appeared that the so-called rewards from Endow required certain conditions to be met. Wait. The man had mentioned the Red Moon catastrophe? This was clearly not the vernacular of ordinary deep blue individuals. "Are you also of the deep blue? Is that not obvious? Who else could we be?" Su Lu realized that these individuals possessed knowledge unknown to the average person, a disparity of information regarding the outside world. "Very well. How do I obtain the rewards here?" "Approach the ancient Mother Tree, and you shall understand." Su Lu regarded the ancient Mother Tree, then glanced at the rotund man, a sense of wariness blossoming within him as his mind raced. If this individual was not entirely benevolent, then his lengthy discourse must have ulterior motives. Sulu had revealed nothing upon arriving here, nor had he lost any wealth. This indicated that the man's intentions likely revolved around the rewards of the ancient mother tree. What could these rewards be? The fruit? All right, I shall proceed. Sulu wished to avoid conflict at that moment and slowly walked toward the ancient mother tree. Gazing at the colossal trunk, he was struck with awe. The tree was not as close as he had imagined. After taking several steps, he realized that the size of the tree had not changed, indicating that there was still a considerable distance remaining. However, as he approached, a familiar voice echoed once more. "Greetings, young channeler." Sulu was taken aback. This voice was the same he had heard upon his ascension to sorcerer status. Initially, he had believed it belonged to Bai Chan, but now it was clear that he was mistaken. "Oh, fate has brought us together again, channeler. Prepare to receive your reward." The voice granted Sulu no opportunity for inquiry before concluding. Following this, a pale blue branch, adorned with 3 fruits, materialized before him. These fruits were enveloped in a peculiar mist, radiating soft blue and gray luminescence, obscuring their true appearance and color from ordinary eyes. Yet, this did not deter Sulu. Activating the secrets of Guyindu, the forms of the 3 fruits gradually became clear before him. The first was yellow, resembling a lump of excrement. Guyindu fruit, gluttony. The second was blue, akin to a blueberry adorned with frost patterns. Guyindu fruit, lesser element. Ice. The last was pink, which Sulu possessed in the greatest quantity. Guyindu fruit, lust. As he gazed upon the trio of fruits, Sulu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The gift of talent. Lesser element, ice. Even if he could not grasp the full value of this fruit, he understood its rarity. To an ordinary person, it was a true treasure, capable of attracting dire peril. Even among sorcerers, the most commonplace gift of talent held unparalleled worth. The other 2 fruits, gluttony and lust, were merely emotional fruits and paled in comparison to the gift of talent. The choice was obvious. Just as Sulu prepared to reach out, the voice of the 4th interrupted once more. "Wait a moment, 7th. Do not be so hasty." "What is it, elder?" Sulu asked. The rotund man waved his hand. "I fear you may choose incorrectly and regret it. The rewards of the ancient mother tree are vastly enriching and truly are the Guyindu fruits. However, you have only one opportunity, and the value of the fruit correlates with your actions during the Red Moon catastrophe. It is worth noting that each choice remains hidden from view. Thus, be sure to contemplate thoroughly before deciding. Should you wish to gain additional rewards, you may sacrifice an artifact from Guyindu or an artifact as secret and pray for the fruit's arrival once more. However, the newly presented fruit will be equivalent in value to the artifact you sacrificed. So, young one, consider wisely." Sulu narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Thank you for the reminder, 4th brother. I have made my decision." Without hesitation, he seized the central fruit, the Guyindu fruit, lesser element, ice. As the fruit, adorned with pale blue frost patterns, materialized in his hand, an expression of disbelief and greed flickered across the man's face. With an air of feigned composure, he approached Sulu, saying, "7th, if you are uncertain about the nature of this fruit, I can offer you a complimentary appraisal." Sulu's heart sank, as expected. The man's true intentions had emerged. He scrutinized the rotund man, whose aura, while weaker than the previous individuals, was still formidable. If all went as anticipated, he was likely the weakest among them. What should he do? Should he acquiesce? The man clearly sought to extort the fruit from him. Yet, if he refused, what would happen next? Would he face danger if killed in the realm of souls, affecting his existence in the tangible world? If there is harm, will it come in multiples? If I agree, is it somewhat beneath me to pay homage to the 4th master? Should I not seek someone stronger? These questions necessitate emotional contemplation, rendering him momentarily indecisive and hesitant. Fortunately, in this ethereal state, Sulu's cognitive speed is remarkably swift. Even though he hesitates for what seems like an eternity, it appears merely as a fleeting few seconds to the portly observer. The portly man, naturally attuned to Sulu's indecision, spoke again. "What is the matter? Are you afraid I might seize your possessions?" Sulu's fingers trembled slightly, filled with reluctance. However, he was uncertain of the rules governing this place. He dared not gamble on the potential repercussions of such a threat. Just as Sulu grappled with his dilemma, the woman seated upon the rock, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Foolish." Huh. Sulu was taken aback. Was the woman in red addressing him? Or was it aimed at the 4th master? As Sulu processed this, the portly man visibly quaked. Compared to Sulu, his reaction was far more pronounced. Gazing at the silhouette of the woman in red, the portly man stammered, I am indeed foolish. I should not have acted this way. My apologies. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, he practically tumbled away in haste. He fled just like that? Sulu watched in astonishment as the portly man distanced himself, casting a puzzled glance at the woman in red. It seemed as though she had assisted him in some manner. Should he express his gratitude? Testing the waters, Sulu ventured, "Were you helping me just now?" The woman in red disregarded him, leaving Sulu with no choice but to ponder alone. If the portly man truly possessed the ability to seize his belongings, could he evade such an attempt? He could not, given the overwhelming disparity in their strengths. But what then was the purpose behind all his words, his attempts at friendliness? And his reasoning? Upon this realization, Sulu understood. It was because he dared not, or perhaps could not, act against him here. Having grasped this insight, Sulu promptly nodded to the woman in red. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Upon hearing his gratitude, the woman finally turned to face him. At the sight of her visage, Sulu's immediate reaction was one of astonishment. This woman is truly exquisite. With a jawline reminiscent of jade, beneath her rare feminine sword-like brows, sparkling eyes, a delicate nose, and pearly white teeth framed by crimson lips, her cascading, dark hair seemed to epitomize Sulu's aesthetic ideals. She appeared as graceful as a startled swan, as elegant as a gliding dragon indeed. Yet, when Sulu beheld her in full, a pang of alarm seized his heart. This woman was undeniably beautiful, but she possessed only a single eye. That solitary eye fixated on Sulu, imbued with an unending coldness. "You dare call me esteemed elder?" Chapter 37. The Azure Dragon Fruit. The metallic fruit, a profound sense of peril enveloped his mind. The term senior could lead to dire consequences if not properly elucidated. He could be slain on the spot. He had yet to savor the taste of sisterly affection, and he certainly did not wish to perish here. "Ah, my apologies. I assumed you were in your 30s or 40s. Is it unreasonable to address someone in that age range as senior? Who would have guessed you were so youthful and beautiful?" Flattery, as they say, is universally acceptable. Complimenting a woman's beauty is always a safe bet, regardless of her appearance. Even if she were a hefty figure, merely calling her a beauty would soften her heart. Women, it seems, can be somewhat superficial. Sulu's theoretical knowledge was entirely derived from benevolent souls on the internet in his past life, and he was confident in this understanding. Just as anticipated, upon his remark, the expression of the woman clad in red slightly improved, alleviating some of the pressure he felt. "Ah, had I known you enjoyed being praised, I would have lavished you with compliments sooner," Sulu mused inwardly, casting a glance at the woman. Indeed, she was extraordinarily beautiful, though her eyes were a pity. Noticing Sulu's gaze, the woman let out a disdainful huff and retrieved her eye mask from a nearby stone, gently placing it on her face. Rising from the rock, she leapt before Sulu. The sudden proximity caused him to instinctively step back. She was tall, estimating his own height at 180 meters. This woman must be at least 176 meters. Both of them were barefoot, indicating her height was entirely genuine. Such stature in the Dark Ages was indeed rare. "Am I ugly?" "Huh? No, not at all." Sulu, feeling somewhat guilty, lowered his head, unsure why he felt averse to meeting her gaze. After a moment of silence from the woman in red, anxiety crept into Sulu, prompting him to add with a hint of certainty, "Really, you are very beautiful." The woman turned her head away, preventing Sulu from seeing the slight upturn of her lips. Eyebrow pencil, mirror. Sulu then realized that the woman had removed her eye mask to draw her brows, turning her back to the others. As he observed her delicate fingers handling the eyebrow pencil and mirror, he felt as if he were gazing at a marionette. His curiosity about this woman ignited like a blazing fire. What experiences had shaped her into this? But did he dare to inquire? No, he did not. Thus, he remained silent and composed, feigning depth. The woman in red passed by him, and only after she had moved beyond did Sulu slowly turn around. Yet, unexpectedly, she pivoted, as if to announce something significant, stating to Sulu, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Old 7. Sulu, wasn't this previously mentioned by Old 4? He recalled his earlier observations of the woman and was puzzled as to why she reiterated it. It felt as though her declaration of him being Old 7 held some weight. The woman approached the ancient tree, the Guyindu, the very spot Sulu had visited before. It seemed she intended to claim her reward from this trial of the red moon. Sulu pondered. Had it not been for her intervention, he would likely have surrendered the ice elemental fruit. Out of courtesy, he felt compelled to express gratitude. "Thank you. Had you not reminded me, I would have relinquished this fruit." Truly, I am grateful. However, the woman showed no sign of stopping, not even glancing back at Sulu. How do you know I am not after the fruit in your hand? Hand it over to me now. Sulu was momentarily speechless, yet his mind raced. It was true. He could not ascertain her intentions. Though he had deduced that the hefty man would not harm him, he could not be certain about this woman. Even with an 80 confidence that she would refrain from aggression, what about the remaining 20? Was it wise to gamble the fruit on such uncertain odds? His expression shifted rapidly, but in reality, less than a second had passed. He finally inquired, "What if I refuse? I shall make you regret it." Sula hesitated. From the hefty man's reaction, it was evident that this woman was no ordinary individual. If he had to part with the fruit, could he not leverage it to curry favor with a powerful ally, thereby achieving a net gain? However, as he met her increasingly piercing gaze, he quickly relented. Life is unpredictable, and one should not tempt fate. He extended the fruit toward her. Very well. The woman finally halted, turning to squint at Sulu for a moment. Not bad. At least you do not appear to be blinded by greed. Sulu felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he quickly asked, "Old Four mentioned that trading is allowed here, meaning one can only acquire fruits through sincere exchange, correct?" The woman ignored his question, walking directly to the Guyindu tree and clasping her hands together, seemingly in prayer. It appeared she too had not claimed her reward. Compared to Sulu, her reverence towards the ancient tree was much more profound. The slightly proud woman bowed her head, bending her knee to kneel. In that moment, 5 robust paper strips extended from the tree, each adorned with fruits of various colors and shapes, all shrouded in blue and gray mist. To Suli's eyes, however, they radiated brilliance. Wow! Suli's eyes nearly bulged out as he gazed at the woman's rewards. Ancient Gushin fruit, elemental lower grade, iron. Ancient Gushin fruit, longevity. Ancient Gushin fruit, mysterious, corrosion. Ancient Gushin fruit, biological upper grade, azure dragon. Ancient Gushin fruit, elemental upper grade, metal. Wow, wow, wow. Suli's mind echoed with exclamations, for he could find no other words to articulate his intense astonishment in such a brief moment. What had this woman done? Had she saved the galaxy? Well, he wasn't even sure if they were in a galaxy. Nevertheless, the rewards were utterly outrageous. Even the seemingly least impressive elemental lower-grade fruit, iron, was on par with his own ice lower-grade fruit. In essence, his finest was equivalent to her least desirable. The others were even more incredible. The longevity fruit, by its name, suggested it could extend one's lifespan. The mysterious fruit, corrosion, had uncertain effects, perhaps related to decay. A mysterious ability indeed. The biological upper grade, azure dragon. Sulu was unaware of its specifics, but from the dramas and novels he had consumed, anything associated with dragons could hardly be ordinary. The elemental upper grade, metal, and iron being a type of metal, represented a clear distinction between upper and lower grades. While Sula remained awestruck by the rewards bestowed upon the woman, she too hesitated momentarily. This trial of the Red Moon had indeed brought calamity across the world. Thus, the rewards from the ancient Tree of Sound are exceedingly generous, judging by the rewards received by the earlier individuals and the young man before her. The rare talent fruits that seldom appeared in the past are now almost universally bestowed this evening, with everyone else having obtained their share of talent fruits. Her reward is assuredly destined to be even more exceptional and potent. What will it be? Which should she choose? After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved to select the first one, primarily because she had always chosen the first option before, and her luck had been quite favorable each time. Therefore, this occasion should be no exception. Once the woman in red made her decision, she reached out toward the first fruit, which appeared to be the least impressive among the 5, a low-level elemental fruit of iron. Sharp-eyed Sulu immediately discerned her choice, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. To forego so many valuable items in favor of a low-level elemental fruit was nothing short of wasteful. Should he intervene? What reason could he provide that she would find convincing? Amidst his chaotic thoughts, Sulu finally spoke up. "Hey, wait a moment." Although she found Sulu somewhat impetuous, the woman in red halted upon hearing his call. Truth be told, she had also felt a twinge of conflict each time she selected a fruit. Choosing a weak or unsuitable reward would seem like a waste. Given the presumed preciousness of this fruit, Sulu's interjection naturally caused her to hesitate. What now? How should I convey my thoughts to her? He gazed at the woman in red, taking a deep breath. "I believe you should reconsider your choice of the first fruit." The brow of the single-eyed woman arched slightly, her head tilting in curiosity. Why? Sulu found himself momentarily taken aback by her demeanor. Her tilted head seemed somewhat incongruous with her usual commanding presence. The earlier aura of dominance and indifference had dissipated, revealing a hint of endearing charm. The woman in red appeared to sense the unusual focus in Sulu's gaze. She straightened her posture slightly, her expression once again turning impassive as she awaited his response. Well, why not? Just a moment. I may need to organize my thoughts. Sulu was uncertain whether his reasoning was sound. However, from the perspective of a weaker individual, he recognized that this woman had extended kindness to him on 2 occasions. First, by cautioning him about the overweight man, and secondly, by declining to take the fruit meant for him. Adopting the mindset of the underdog allowed Sulu to clarify his thoughts, a strategy he had often employed in his previous life as a writer. Talent fruits, even those of lower grade, are items of immeasurable worth. Sulu believed that in this world, there truly exists no one who could disregard the value of a talent fruit. Even the mightiest cannot overlook its significance. Since she had shown goodwill, perhaps he, too, should reciprocate in kind. Those of worth are valued. They possess the standing to share information, abilities, and resources. Here, in the realm of the mother tree, this principle holds even truer. This is a place where consuming the ancient sound fruit of destiny is paramount. Given that his abilities could be utilized here, might it be prudent to employ them wisely for additional gains? For instance, guiding the other 6 individuals in their choice of fruits, thereby garnering extra benefits. Once he had established his footing here, could he not leverage the knowledge, information, and skills of the personnel within the mother tree realm? By further trading items and resources through his abilities, perhaps one day he could truly master the realm of the mother tree and become its overseer. Chapter 38. Crimson Sky. After allowing these thoughts to swirl through Sulu's mind, he steadied himself. The first of your fruits is the elemental lower grade, iron, which is the least impressive, or perhaps the second least impressive of the 5 fruits. The lone eye of the woman in red widened suddenly. She understood the implication of Sulu's words. He could perceive the attributes of these 5 fruits. Yet, this is the realm of the ancient Endow mother tree, where, aside from the fate power of Guyindu, any other abilities would be rejected. How could he possibly see them? Even though she was utterly astonished and incredulous, she managed to exhibit remarkable mental fortitude. She narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Sulu finally met her gaze. "Yes, it is true." The woman in red closed her eyes, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, she slowly opened them and pointed to the second fruit. "Continue." "Very well." Sulu smiled gently and continued. "The second fruit is the longevity fruit. I cannot ascertain its value, but for many, longevity is of utmost significance, is it not? I believe that the elders of large families, or the leaders of various factions, would greatly covet such a treasure." The woman's single eye narrowed once more, her inner tumult matching Sulu's own. Iron and longevity. Observing Sulu's conviction, she too felt a twinge of doubt. Could he truly see? This ability was no longer merely astonishing, it was irrational. How could anyone wield other powers in the vicinity of the ancient Endow mother tree? Or perhaps this power had been sanctioned by the mother tree's realm. Was it a type of energy akin to the Guyindu fate? The third fruit. Hearing the woman in red inquire, Sulu felt a weight lift from his heart. The continuous questioning indicated that she had begun to believe him. At least to some extent. Sulu was confident that once she began to trust him, complete faith would not be far behind. The third fruit is the mysterious corrosion. This time, the woman in red merely nodded, prompting Sulu to proceed. "Let me speak of the 4th and 5th fruits together, for they are quite extraordinary. While I lack comprehensive knowledge regarding the ancient Endow fruits, it is apparent that the value of these 2 exceeds that of the others." Her eye flickered with intrigue. Yet she restrained her curiosity. "What are they?" "Both of these are superior grade fruits." The woman in red remained silent, and seeing that she had no further questions, Sulu continued without hesitation. "The 4th is the biological superior, azure dragon. The 5th is the elemental superior, metal." The woman in red's fingers tightened suddenly. Her previously grasped mirror reduced to a powdery state. Casting a glance at the remaining fragments in her hand, she frowned slightly. She then bent down to gather the shattered pieces and powder, wrapping them in paper. After completing this task, she bowed slightly towards the ancient Endow mother tree. "I apologize." "Are you apologizing to the tree? It can sense the depths of one's heart." As soon as she spoke, the branches of the ancient Endow mother tree extended towards her, presenting the 4th and 5th fruits before her. Sulu blinked in astonishment. As the woman in red had just stated, the tree seemed capable of perceiving a person's innermost feelings. Upon hearing Sulu's descriptions of the fruits, The ancient Endow mother tree had willingly offered the last two fruits to her. The woman in red's choice would undoubtedly be one of these two. You speak the truth. Without hesitation, she took the fifth fruit. The elemental superior metal. This fruit was a pale golden square, its unique shape and distinct patterns rendering it seemingly unnatural. An elemental superior. It was undoubtedly formidable. How enviable. As he gazed at the fruit, Sulu suddenly realized that the woman in red had just affirmed his words. Sulu was bewildered as to how she discerned the veracity of his claims. Was it the ancient Endow mother tree's gesture of offering the fruits? Or did she possess some special ability of which he was unaware? The woman in red's unwavering gaze made Sulu feel somewhat uneasy. He glanced at the two fruits and, with a hint of modesty, remarked, "In truth, I only know the names of these two fruits. I am unaware of their specific effects. Not just these two fruits. I am quite unfamiliar with all regarding the ancient Endow fruits." The woman in red looked at the fruits. "Do you wish to know?" Sulu was taken aback. Was she inquiring of him? Yes. Instead of immediately explaining to Sulu, she turned to the ancient Endow mother tree. "This newcomer you have chosen is indeed intriguing." While she had been quite reverent moments ago, her tone now resembled that of a conversation with a friend. Why did her demeanor shift so drastically when addressing the same entity? Sulu boldly speculated. The object of her reverence was the ancient Endow mother tree. But the one who chose him was not. If it was not the ancient Endow mother tree, then was there another concealed presence here? Perhaps it was not even human. Sulu surveyed the surroundings. Apart from the endless darkness, it seemed devoid of anything else. Thankfully, it did not appear to harbor any bizarre creatures. Meanwhile, the woman in red had begun to explain the origins of the fruits to Sulu. In the first era of ancient times, talents were referred to as the talent sequence, the innate abilities awakened within humanity. Over time, however, this ability gradually faded, ushering humanity into an age of decline. Yet, at the onset of the second era, the ancient Endow world tree was born, and the talent sequence was rearranged, altering its form and descending as the seeds of Endow. The ancient Endow fruits are the seeds of Endow that can awaken special energies. There are 5 main categories: elemental, biological, mysterious, life, and mental energy. Among these, elemental and biological are further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. I shall not elaborate on the specific grading standards here, but I can certainly provide more details on these two fruits. The azure dragon is classified among the 4 sacred beasts, an ancient Shikigami totem, a mythical creature of legend. Its powers encompass water and lightning, accompanied by formidable physical strength and the ability to fly, representing an exceptionally potent fruit. Metal, as a superior elemental fruit, embodies the amalgamation and control of superior metallic elements, exhibiting remarkable versatility and potential for growth. Though it may not initially match the azure dragon in ferocity, its latent capabilities far surpass it once developed. Listening intently to the extraordinary knowledge imparted by his instructor, Sulu was fully engaged, both absorbing the information and appreciating the woman's presence. The woman in red, previously aloof, revealed a gentler side as she attentively elucidated. Noticing the unusual glint in Sulu's eyes, she quickly adopted a cold demeanor. "What are you staring at?" "And nothing. Thank you for sharing so much with me. I have just recently become a sorcerer, and with no guidance, I know very little." Sulu was sincere in this regard. He firmly believed that genuine sincerity could touch a person's heart. If the day ever came when he could be forthright with a lady, he felt certain he could win her over. "You just became a sorcerer?" "Yes, it happened just last night." "That is rather perilous. Considering the red moon calamity is the time when the energies of Endow and the red moon are most intensely intertwined. To ascend to the rank of sorcerer during such a period significantly heightens the chances of distortion, perhaps dozens or even hundreds of times. Could it be that some deranged individuals have once again devised an extreme sacrificial method?" With a sense of bewilderment, Hongi turned to Sulu and inquired, "What kind of sorcerer are you?" Upon hearing Hongi's question, Sulu pondered for a moment before revealing his profession. "I am a red moon sorcerer, an oracle." After a brief pause, he waved his hand dismissively. No, that's not quite right. My true profession should be that of a forbidden sorcerer, an oracle." As the words oracle escaped Sulu's lips, the aura surrounding Hongi shifted dramatically, and her gaze towards him transformed into something peculiar. "What is your name? Where do you hail from?" Sulu was taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor and her inquiries, hesitating momentarily. Sensing his trepidation, Hongi sought to alleviate his doubts by introducing herself. "I am Qixiao from Tianrui Lifeng." "Qixiao." The name resonates with the elegance of an ancient sword. "I am Sulu." 20 years old, male, a person of integrity and brightness. I did not inquire about your gender or age, Qi Xiao interjected. Oh, I am from Zion. But I am currently studying at the lighthouse. The lighthouse, you say? Have you encountered any peculiar individuals or events of late? He contemplated sharing that since his arrival through the rift, every person and event he had encountered had been extraordinary. Internal strife, survival in the darkness, campus horror tales. The blood moon calamity, the woman in red within the world tree. When you speak of strange people and events, what exactly do you mean? Chapter 39. Return. Observing Su Li's earnest expression, Qi Xiao realized that he truly did not comprehend her insinuations. Was there no specific person or event? That fellow must have concealed himself. Moreover, having endured the Red Moon calamity and the transformation into a sorcerer, Su Li had already faced ample tribulations. Qi Xiao slightly raised her head and arched an eyebrow. Recite to me every individual you have encountered in the past few days. Everyone? Indeed, everyone. Though Su Li found Qi Xiao's request perplexing, he complied. After all, under such circumstances, one must acquiesce. He then recounted all those he had come into contact with. Old Zhou, Zhou's wife and daughter, the Night Watch team, Sorcerer Gone, the guards, Zhang Zhe, and Wang Man. He detailed their pasts and interactions thoroughly. However, upon hearing these names, Qi Xiao merely shook her head, a hint of confusion flickering in her heart. None of these individuals could render Su Li a forbidden sorcerer. What a profound concealment. Is there anyone else? None, truly none. Su Li furrowed his brow. Having only traversed into this realm for a little over 2 days, he genuinely had met so few people. Pondering further, he hesitated before adding. While I haven't encountered anyone else, I did come across a black cat. Each time I met it, my luck seemed to improve somewhat. It might have some connection to my becoming a sorcerer. A black cat? Yes, a black cat, roughly this size, completely black, with green eyes. Is there a problem with it, Lord Qi Xiao? Su Li gestured to indicate the cat's dimensions while inquiring. At the mention of his address to her, Qi Xiao appeared momentarily lost in thought. Despite her efforts to mask it, Su Li caught a glimpse of nostalgia flicker in her eyes. Is there something special about the title Lord Qi Xiao? Ah, so it is a black cat. Qi Xiao seemed to muse, as if she had found some elusive answer. Taking a deep breath in relief. Could the black cat pose a problem? Su Li was uncertain and dared not inquire further, his gaze following the rise and fall of Qi Xiao's breath. What are you looking at? Huh, I wasn't looking at anything. That tree over there is quite nice. Su Li pointed to the ancient Endow mother tree. Indeed, he was not fabricating. He genuinely found the ancient Endow mother tree splendid. It provided them with a unique environment and bore fruits. What a remarkable tree. Under Qi Xiao's scrutiny, Su Li felt a twinge of shame and lowered his head. Qi Xiao let out a soft huff, choosing not to press further regarding Su Li's furtive glance at her bosom. Her thoughts were no longer on him, but rather on that black cat. Lord Qi Xiao, is there any significance to that black cat? It's simply an ordinary black cat. Do not overthink it. Ordinary, you say? You brought it up to this extent and expect me not to ponder on it? It's only natural for one to speculate. Su Li was genuinely curious about the black cat. Each time it appeared, it seemed to bestow upon him a modicum of fortune, and it was somehow linked to his ascension as a sorcerer. Perhaps that black cat was an extraordinary being in its own right? Could it be a lost pet of Qi Xiao? When Su Li glanced at Qi Xiao again, he noticed she had taken out the metallic fruit she had acquired earlier, seemingly intending to consume it but hesitating. She looked at Su Li and suddenly spoke. Su Li, have you ever heard that each person can only consume one talent fruit? Yet, sorcerers are said to have the ability to consume multiple ancient Endow fruits? Su Li was taken aback. This notion did indeed ring a bell. Is it truly the case that one can only eat one? If that were the case, did Lord Qi Xiao possess a method for consuming several fruits? The power of the ancient Endow fruit was undeniably potent, as evidenced by the effects of those innate abilities. Even individuals who were not sorcerers wielded strength comparable to that of sorcerers. If one were a sorcerer, consuming additional fruits, perhaps even several, would propel their power to unimaginable heights. Having already consumed the ancient Endow fate fruit, Su Li reasoned that if this counted as a talent, then he should not be able to partake in further fruits. Yet, Qi Xiao's demeanor suggested she was poised to consume the metallic fruit. Logically, she too must have consumed the fate fruit. Could she still partake? If so, what mechanism would allow that? Su Li felt a surge of anticipation. Qi Xiao discerned the eagerness in Su Li's eyes and did not withhold information. Indeed, there are methods to consume multiple fruits. What are they? I adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. Since I have gleaned the information I sought from you and received your aid in obtaining the metallic fruit, I shall reciprocate with an item or assistance of equivalent value. The method for consuming multiple fruits is, in itself, a form of exchange. Do you agree? Sulu was momentarily stunned. Such a fortunate occurrence was beyond his expectations. Yet here, Qi Xiao was promising to assist him. Equivalent exchange. I agree. Excellent. There are 3 methods to consume multiple fruits. The first is to consume the heart energy fruit, deriving power from the heart energy itself. This is a common practice among resourceful sorcerers. The heart energy from the fruit is safer and purer than that drawn from the environment, making it the most perfect elixir for cultivation. The second method involves consuming fruits of the same origin, which also bears no risk. For instance, one can consume lower-tier metallic fruits like iron, lead, and copper if one has already consumed a higher-tier metallic fruit. Similarly, a superior azure dragon fruit can be consumed alongside lower-tier dragon or subdragon fruits. At this juncture, Qi Xiao paused, and Sulu eagerly interjected, "What about the third method?" The third method pertains to ancient Endow fate. Those who wield the power of ancient Endow fate may consume additional ancient Endow fruits. Since your soul is of the same origin as the ancient Endow, theoretically, you could consume them without limit, provided your soul is sufficiently robust. Upon hearing this, Sulu was taken aback. Unlimited consumption? Was that not invincibility? Theoretically unlimited. But there must be practical limitations, correct? For example, as you mentioned, one must have a sufficiently strong soul. Indeed, the ancient Endow fate consumes a significant portion of one's soul power. While it does expand our soul realm, bringing us to this point, typically, individuals possessing ancient Endow fate may only consume one additional fruit, which is a gift from the ancient Endow. With that insight, Sulu began to grasp the various limitations involved. He gazed at the metallic fruit in Qi Xiao's hand and suddenly realized why she appeared hesitant. Under normal circumstances, we can only consume one additional fruit. So, the one you possess is not normal? Is it the second additional one? Correct. After stating this, Qi Xiao brought the metallic fruit to her lips and took a decisive bite. Crunch. The metallic fruit emitted a sound akin to metal striking metal. And as Qi Xiao chewed, the sound resonated continuously. Right before Su Li's eyes, Qi Xiao devoured the metallic fruit piece by piece until it was entirely consumed. Sulu instinctively stepped back a few paces, watching Qi Xiao, who remained still, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him. Would she not perish from this? Suddenly, the ground beneath Qi Xiao twisted, causing the entire realm of the ancient Endow mother tree to tremble. Qi Xiao's form abruptly appeared pixelated, with cubes erupting from her body, expanding rapidly. The cubes continued to expand and decompose, gradually transforming into smaller, more delicate cubes. Ultimately, they evolve into exceedingly tiny metallic gleaming particles. These metallic particles diffuse, coalesce, and then reconsolidate into the form of Qi Xiao. Her wooden mechanical fingers, under the influence of these particles, swiftly acquire a metallic luster, and her entire palm loses its previous mechanical aspect, becoming considerably more rounded. Overall, her hand resembles that of an ordinary human. Qi Xiao places her fingers before her eyes, flexing them with agility, and a smile graces her lips. Sulu believes this is the appearance befitting her age. Subsequently, as if realizing something, Qi Xiao glances at Sulu and immediately suppresses her smile. It seems they have all received their rewards. In the end, only Qi Xiao remains. Having undergone the guard's scrutiny before sleeping, she entered quite late. Qi Xiao, will the next time we come to this place be during the Red Moon calamity in 3 months? Indeed, but on one condition. What condition? No one dies. Ah, this. Qi Xiao does not continue to engage with Sulu, gliding past him into the darkness. In the realm of the ancient mother tree, only Sulu is left. He glances at the ice elemental fruit in his hand and slaps his forehead. Oh no. I forgot to ask how to take this out. Sulu contemplates that this must be the world of dreams, so how can he carry the fruit out? With no answers, he wanders the mother tree's realm for quite some time. Finally, in utter despair, he can only helplessly clutch the fruit and step into the darkness. Suddenly, Sulu awakens, glancing at the clock on the wall. Only a little over 4 hours have passed. His slumber was not particularly lengthy. He sits up abruptly. The sensation of pressure and coldness against his chest brings him a sense of calm, along with a flicker of anticipation. He reaches into his embrace. Indeed, the ice elemental fruit rests there. Sulu retrieves the fruit, holding it in his palm. It continues to emanate a chill even in the waking world. Weighing it in his hand, it feels akin to that of an apple. Now the question arises, should he consume it? Chapter 40: The Reappearance of the Black Cat, a fruit of elemental essence, a true ancient talent fruit. Upon consumption, it is expected to bestow the power to wield ice. Perhaps initially, the strength may be lacking, yet the ability to elementalize one's body is an extraordinarily remarkable effect in itself. Consuming it now could significantly enhance one's prowess and safety. For instance, when faced with gunfire, transforming oneself into ice would greatly bolster one's defenses. However, the drawbacks are glaring. This is merely a lower-tier elemental fruit. Even if one can later consume a fruit of the same origin for enhancement, it would irrevocably commit one to a singular path. While the ability to synergize with ice elements may prove beneficial, a lack of compatibility would drastically diminish the fruit's efficacy. Is it worth exchanging the present for the future? Sulu found himself deep in contemplation. Had he adhered to his previous mindset or made the choice 2 days prior, he would have devoured the fruit without a second thought. Trading the present for the future would undoubtedly be worthwhile. He understood the principle that without the groundwork laid in the early stages, there could be no later success. Yet, the current circumstances were entirely different from those of 2 days ago. The changes in conditions suggested that he had attained a preliminary safe environment. While there remained a sense of urgency regarding his growth and strength, it was far less pressing than before. In this context, should he still consume the fruit directly? He was uncertain of his soul's capacity to bear such a burden. He certainly hoped to possess the same strength as Qi Shao, allowing him to consume a second talent fruit. However, if his soul's endurance was not sufficiently robust, then consuming the ice elemental fruit would eliminate any possibility of regret. No, I shall not eat it. Sulu resolved not to dwell on the matter any longer. He wrapped the fruit in a piece of clothing and placed it into his pocket. He was well aware that this method was rather rudimentary. Yet he found himself bereft of options. Without funds, without shelter, without resources, he had no idea how to retrieve the heart essence fruits from the Tree of Souls. The ice elemental fruit could not be carelessly handled either. If danger were to arise, he might be compelled to consume it at any moment. Thus, Suli's situation remained precarious. It appeared that he had acquired numerous items, ancient relics, strange remnants, an abundance of heart essence fruits and talent fruits, all at his disposal. Yet, in reality, none of these could be converted into currency. He remained a pauper, with no substantial change in his circumstances. However, he was not entirely destitute. At least, he still had an inheritance awaiting him. It was time to withdraw the funds, at the very least to alleviate his current embarrassment. With a sudden thud, the door was pushed open. A somewhat robust individual of a height comparable to Sulu strode in. It was his roommate, Zheng Wen. Despite the presence of a character in his name, his demeanor was far from humble. Zheng Wen was not a typical student at Lighthouse University. He was an athlete in training, with a high probability of pursuing a warrior profession such as a swordsman or a fighter in the future. Whether he would succeed remained uncertain, but his fighting prowess was unparalleled within the dormitory. Though Zheng Wen could be brash, he treated his roommates decently, often engaging in brotherly camaraderie. Even though the original Su Lu was somewhat of an outcast with a less than pleasant disposition, Zheng Wen had rarely bullied him. Of course, disdain and contempt were present, emotions that the original Su Lu could keenly sense. Moreover, those who looked down upon him were not few. This longing for extraordinary power was precisely why the original Su Lu yearned for it so desperately. "I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep," Zheng Wen declared, offering little in the way of conversation. After a brief greeting, he lay down on his bed. Su Lu moved his lips, but found no words to speak. He felt a profound sense of alienation from those who had shared the original's experiences. Even with someone as familiar as Wang Man, he seldom spoke, let alone with Zheng Wen before him. This unfamiliarity rendered meaningful communication nearly impossible, as if they recognized him while he did not know them. "Well, rest well?" Sula finally uttered, but his simple statement triggered an unexpected reaction from Zheng Wen, who broke down in tears on the bed. "Sulu, Lu Jingyu, and Zhang Da are gone. They died right before me. Why am I so weak?" Hearing Zheng Wen's lament, Sulu grasped the reason behind his sorrow. Lu Jingyu and Zhang Da were their roommates. Judging by Zheng Wen's tone and demeanor, both had perished the night before. A grown man weeping so bitterly left Su Lu momentarily at a loss for how to console him. "You have done well." "Not at all. If I were an extraordinary being, they wouldn't have had to die," Zheng Wen replied, his voice breaking as he buried his head in his arms, weeping openly. Sulu refrained from mocking him. Such moments were hardly a source of amusement. Silently, he closed the door and exited the room. Perhaps he shared no deep emotional ties with those roommates. Yet witnessing a fellow human succumb to despair before him evoked a sense of melancholy within Sulu. After all, humans are inherently emotional beings. Meow. As he stepped outside, the sudden sound of a cat startled Sulu. He turned to see a black cat perched on the railing of the corridor, gazing at him. Had it been in the past, Sulu might have assumed it was merely an ordinary feline. However, recalling Qi Zhao's peculiar attitude raised his apprehensions. Although Qi Zhao had inquired about many matters, upon hearing about the black cat, her demeanor had shifted noticeably. This revelation only heightened Su Li's trepidation. He was uncertain of Qi Zhao's true power, yet he distinctly recalled how the portly old four had nearly succumbed to fear in her presence, indicating that she possessed an overwhelming strength. Thus, any being that garnered such attention from Qi Zhao must be extraordinary. Sulu scrutinized the black cat, watching it cautiously for a moment. Are you perhaps some unfathomable higher being, capable of transforming into a cat? The black cat merely responded with a series of inquisitive meows. Suddenly, it leaped down, startling Sulu. However, it did not engage in any bizarre antics. Rather, it ambled over to him and playfully tugged at his pant leg with its tiny black paws. Meow? Sulu vowed that he had always maintained a high level of vigilance. Yet, how could he refuse a cat that looked so pitiable? Please, don't cling to me like that. I fear others may misconstrue our relationship. He waved his hands, attempting to dissuade the black cat, but it remained undeterred, gazing at him with wide, pleading eyes. That look mirrored the expression of an abandoned soul. Stop looking at me like that. I, Sulu, shall never yield. How could I possibly associate with a creature of unknown origins and potential danger? Absolutely not. Meow, meow, meow. Sulu, with his large sword in tow and the black cat perched on his shoulder, exited the campus of Lighthouse University. He was en route to the Lighthouse Bank in the upper city to withdraw Zhang Zhe's inheritance. Could you please refrain from moving about too much? Meow. The black cat nuzzled against Sulu and pointed toward a nearby store. Following its gesture, Sulu observed a food shop specializing in packaged goods. The store primarily offered an array of packaged snacks, including canned goods and dried fish. However, upon glancing at the price tag of the canned goods, Sulu felt a pang of dread. Canned bacon, 3.59 yuan. To put this into perspective, Zhouke's monthly salary was merely 25 yuan. Thus, a single can priced at 3.59 yuan was far beyond the means of someone from the lower city. Sulu stared longingly at the can while the black cat gazed back at him expectantly. I have no money to buy you canned goods, Sulu exclaimed. The black cat then pointed toward the small fish snacks nearby. Sulu suddenly recalled that during the calamity of the blood moon, he had promised the black cat that should he become a sorcerer, he would treat it to some dried fish. Hence, he glanced at the price. Goodness, 9 yuan per pound for dried fish? Was this crafted from gold? The audacity of the upper city dwellers. For those in the lower city, even affording a meal is a challenge, yet their dried fish commands such an exorbitant price. Absurd. Sulu took another look at the dried fish. Should he truly purchase it? No. A man must honor his word. Once he acquires his inheritance, he shall procure it for you. Meow. Sulu turned and ventured deeper into the upper city. As he walked, he realized that the black tide from last night had not only besieged the school. Numerous sanitation workers and officials from the Lighthouse Council were diligently cleaning the streets and repairing the walls. The signs of battle were not overly concentrated, yet it was evident that strange entities had indeed visited this place. How could they have reached this location? What transpired last night? Sulu gazed at the towering spire, which was not far off. It was said that the Lighthouse Council operated from one of its levels, while the secrets of the tower's pinnacle remained shrouded in mystery. Never mind. Such matters are best left to the night watchmen and the Lighthouse Council. After some wandering, Sulu finally arrived at the bank's entrance. At this hour, the bank was not overly crowded, yet he could discern that the number of patrons was steadily increasing. The events of the previous night had prompted many families to withdraw their funds. The coming days would likely see an uptick in funerals. Approaching the counter, Sulu produced a few documents pertaining to Zhang Zhe, including his teaching certificate and a letter from the night watchman. He lacked Zhang Zhe's identification card and bank card, but the night watchman assured him that these documents would suffice. I am here to withdraw the funds belonging to Professor Zhang Zhe at Lighthouse University. I do not possess an ID or card. Here are the night watchman's documents, and the password is 110626. Sulu presented all the materials, and the teller did not dwell on the details. Upon noting the indication of Zhang Zhe's sacrifice, she merely shook her head solemnly. He was a hero. May the light protect you. Indeed, he was a hero, Su Lu nodded. Professor Zhang had saved a total of 150 yuan, all of which was dispensed to him. Su Lu carefully accepted the stack of money, all crisp 10 yuan lighthouse banknotes. While the sum was not vast, it was certainly not insignificant. Zhang had often contributed to the school and the orphanage in the lower city, which explained his modest savings despite being a university teacher. Nevertheless, this amount was considerable for Su Lu. With the money in hand, Su Lu felt a wave of relief wash over him. It had gone smoothly. Next up was the distribution of the inheritance. If managed well, fulfilling Zhang's final wishes would grant him a relic of ancient significance. Meow? Well then, aside from the relic, there would be your dried fish as well. Chapter 41. Familiar faces. After receiving Su Li's confirmation, the black cat affectionately nestled against his neck. Stop it, that tickles. Su Lu moved to a corner of the bank and began counting the money. The downtown area under the lighthouse certainly had its flaws. Yet the security in the upper district remained commendable. The residents here were individuals of some stature. Even if their hearts harbored a few sordid thoughts, they would feign respectability. For life in the upper district meant a smaller social circle than that of the downtown, in a place where one often crosses paths with others. Maintaining one's dignity was paramount. With 1,150 yuan in hand, how much should he set aside for himself? First, he needed to ascertain the value of an ancient artifact. Glancing at the double-edged sword beside him, Su Lu began his analysis. Typically, sealed relics were not particularly valuable. In most cases, their unsealing conditions were unclear, and few could perceive their true intentions as he could. Hence, they generally bore little collectible worth, which meant they would fetch a meager price. Conversely, a completed ancient artifact was highly valuable. Su Lu estimated it could be worth several thousand, perhaps even more. He had never sold one, so he was uncertain of the price. Furthermore, if he were to present the ancient artifact as a sacrifice in the realm of the mother tree, leveraging his own abilities to obtain a fruit of ancient talent, its worth would soar even higher. Having come to this conclusion, Su Lu extracted 5 bills from his 1,150 yuan and tucked them into his pocket, carefully placing the remaining 1,100 yuan into the paper bag provided by the bank. Following this action, the double-edged sword in his arms began to emit a slight warmth. He knew he had succeeded. Unwrapping the black cloth, he gazed upon the double-edged sword. Tianrui Li Feng double-edged sword, ancient artifact, Tu grade double-edged, splits the war sword into 2 battle knives. Cursed blade, the double-edged sword can absorb extraordinary energy, amplifying its power. Description: the non-standard war sword of Tianrui Li Feng descends as a portent of good fortune, sharpening my blade. Upon confirming that the relic had been unsealed, Su Lu understood something profound. The so-called last wishes did not necessitate actual fulfillment. As long as one possessed sufficient sincerity and intent, it sufficed. Su Lu had not contemplated the repercussions of retracting his decision at this moment, nor did he intend to. The invitation from Bai Jing was indeed enticing. Should an opportunity arise to join the functional departments of the lighthouse government through her, it would be advantageous. Due to the presence of the black cat, passers-by occasionally cast glances at Su Lu. Some looked on with disdain, while others with contempt. Meow? Midway through his journey, the black cat began to yowl. One plump paw tugging at Su Li's hair while the other pointed toward a packaged food store, exuding an air of "if you don't buy me something today, I shall bite you to death." Su Lu chuckled awkwardly. "I forgot. I'm going to buy it right now." He obediently approached the food store, gesturing toward the shelf filled with dried fish. "Boss, I'll take a dried fish stick." "One stick?" "Yes, just one." Meow? The black cat leaped onto the shelf, licking and swatting at 2 sticks of dried fish, as if to say, "One won't do. I must have at least 2. The middle-aged shopkeeper chuckled, for he was fond of cats and bore no prejudice against the black one. He reached out to pat the cat's head, only to have it nimbly evade his hand. "It seems it doesn't like my touch," he laughed. "These are premium imported dried yellow fish from Zion. Shall I pack both?" "Pack one, please." "All right. Let me weigh it for you." "That'll be 6. For yuan." Su Li's lips twitched. He simply could not comprehend the spending habits of those in the upper district. The original owner had spent merely 0.06 yuan on a meal at school. Now, this person, who once paid 0.06 yuan for a meal, was now purchasing a dried fish stick for 6 yuan. This situation meant that the cat was eating 100 times better than he was. Just as he was about to leave, the black cat tugged at his hair again, pointing at a can of preserved meat. Su Li's expression turned sour. "I've spent all my money on dried fish. How can I afford canned meat?" Spotting the reluctance on Su Li's face, The black cat promptly jumped into his arms, rolling and purring, employing every charm it knew. Thus, Sulu, with tears in his eyes, purchased 2 cans. Next, the black cat eyed the small sausages. 2 minutes later, the shopkeeper, beaming, handed Sulu the canned goods, dried fish, and sausages. Here are your items and your change. We welcome you to visit again. Looking at the kindly face of the middle-aged shopkeeper, Sulu felt an urge to punch him, but he also wished to do the same to the black cat. It was so small and soft that he couldn't bring himself to do it. Gazing out the window, darkness had fallen. Yet he chose not to turn on the lights. The power of the ancient secret language began to swirl within the room, transforming the darkness into pixelated blocks that formed words. The light intensity in the room is 2, currently in a state of darkness. A level 1 anomaly will emerge in 4 hours, 59 minutes, and 45 seconds. Even in the city, the absence of light could still precipitate the emergence of monsters. In a brightly lit environment, even with a lack of illumination, the spawn time was extended to 4 hours. This contrasted starkly with a state of absolute darkness outside. After a brief study of the darkness, Sulu turned on the dormitory ceiling light, cradling the black cat in his arms, and fell into a deep slumber. Meow. The black cat nestled closer, also drifting off to sleep. This rest was indeed well-deserved. Early the next morning, Sulu arrived at the school's welfare office. He presented Zhang's belongings and his documents to the welfare director. Zhang had no family or friends. Entrusting his possessions to the school sufficed. We are already aware of teacher Zhang's situation. Thank you for your efforts, Sulu. The next steps are in our hands. This is what I ought to do. Sulu nodded as he exited the welfare office. The black cat awaited him at the entrance, gracefully leaping onto Sulu's shoulder, lying down in a relaxed posture, a gesture signifying its profound trust in him. Stepping out of the welfare office, order had been restored as all students had completed their checks. As the most elite students of the lighthouse, the university's students quickly adapted to reality. Most had resumed their studies and work. Some students volunteered, assisting the night watchmen and guards with cleanup and follow-up tasks. Although they mourned the loss of friends and classmates, their spirits were undeniably stronger than the average individual. As Sulu walked along the path, he overheard snippets of conversation about himself. Did you hear? A level 3 anomaly appeared in A7 last night. Well, isn't that akin to a total annihilation like B5? Not quite. I heard a few remarkable individuals emerge from A7 last night. So impressive? They could even withstand the polluters? Not only did they withstand them, they even killed them. What is their background? Details are being kept under wraps by the night watchmen. But some students have leaked bits of information. Apparently, there was a beautiful woman from the arts troupe, dubbed the Angel of Redemption. It was her singing that calmed the crowd, preventing a level 2 riot. There's also someone referred to as the Butcher, said to be quite formidable. He allied with the night watchman to eliminate the polluting anomalies. The accounts were quite vivid, though some elements did not align with the events of the previous night. However, on a broader scale, the information was accurate. Had his own matters been suppressed by the night watchman? Such concealment seemed unnecessary. Sulu had previously believed that his information was likely to be made public. In the aftermath of calamity, the establishment of heroic figures is a common practice across all nations and political systems. Admittedly, my actions last night were somewhat violent. However, the ultimate outcome was favorable, and it is not an exaggeration to label them as heroic deeds. I was taken aback by the unexpected suppression of these actions, which is rather intriguing. Madame Gia's speech is about to commence. Let us not waste any more time. Very well, let us proceed together. We should have a clear view from the playground. Sulu cast a glance at the departing students and resumed his search for the original owner's memories. Madame Gia is one of the benefactors of Lighthouse University, as well as the wife of the Deputy District Chief of Area B downtown. Is she here to deliver a speech? Surely, she must be here to elucidate the dark tide that transpired last night. Sulu halted his steps. It wouldn't hurt to listen. He turned towards the direction of the playground, walking slowly, not wishing to attract attention. Although most individuals would hardly notice him, they might glance at the black cat perched upon his shoulder. Upon arriving at the playground, he found that Madame Gia's address had already begun. Even before he could see her, her voice reached his ears. Lighthouse University was subjected to a peculiar and focused assault during last night's dark tide. In this incident, we tragically lost 996 students, 32 esteemed teachers and administrative staff, as well as 14 night watchmen and 205 lighthouse guards. They are heroes. Let us observe a moment of silence for these valiant souls. Madame Gia's voice possessed a magnetic quality, and Sulu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As he turned the corner and finally beheld Madame Gia, that sense of familiarity intensified. She was adorned in an elegant gown. Despite her advancing years and the wrinkles that marked her face, her voice carried a husky allure, exuding the charm of a refined lady. Meow. The black cat mewed. Yet Sula remained transfixed by Madame Gia's visage, as if encountering an old flame. Although they were separated by a considerable distance, Sulu was certain that he had encountered her before. He tilted his head slightly, delving into the original owner's memories in search of her image. How could this be? I have some recollection, yet the specifics elude me. Suli's gaze returned to Madame Gia just as the moment of silence concluded. Last night, I received word that a formidable ancient anomaly assailed the tower. However, it was thwarted by our faith, the light of the lighthouse, resulting in the sacrifice of numerous guards and night watchmen. We ought not to dwell in sorrow or heaviness, for the future of the lighthouse, a deep blue future. We must continue to break free from darkness and seek the light. In this endeavor, we shall face numerous challenges. Yet, I firmly believe that as long as we unite in purpose, we shall cast off the shackles of darkness and bring an end to this era. As her words resonated, an enthusiastic applause erupted. Madame Gia scanned the audience, nodding in acknowledgement. In that fleeting moment, her gaze crossed paths with Suli's. Just as she turned her head, an expression of astonishment washed over her, as if she had witnessed something extraordinary, prompting her to look back towards Suli's direction. However, he had already vanished from sight. Chapter 42. The invitation of the night watchman. Sulu concealed himself in the corner, shaking his head in mild astonishment and letting out a soft chuckle. To his surprise, it was indeed her. He had often pondered why he could never find Madame Gia in the original owner's memories. It turned out that she simply did not exist in those recollections, but rather in his own. This woman, clad in modest attire, resembled an ordinary middle-aged housewife within the realm of the ancient endow mother tree. In contrast, the elegantly dressed Madame Gia before him was a stark divergence from that image. She recognized me. Sulu was certain that Madame Gia had also discerned his presence. This was not merely a matter of memory, but rather an intersection of destinies from the ancient endow in the real world. When they were capable of recognizing each other, it was inevitable that they could identify one another. In a certain sense, they could be considered kindred spirits of fate. Yet he felt an inexplicable trepidation at the prospect of encountering her. It was a most peculiar sentiment. Sulu had no intentions of acknowledging Madame Gia, nor did he harbor thoughts of seeking her out. He was but a trivial figure, and trivial figures ought to lead their lives in modest ways, securing a job and leading a good life. For instance, perhaps as a civil servant? The night watchman branch in the B2 district of the lower city. After leaving the black cat perched atop the wall outside with instructions not to wander off, Sulu entered the night watchman division, received an inquiry pass, and patiently settled into a corner, awaiting his turn. Due to the black tide, the personnel here were exceedingly busy. However, the night watchmen were presently occupied with their main tasks: investigation, exploration, and combat. Sulu, I'm here. Come in. Following the voice, Sulu made his way to the guard's office. What case are you reporting? Or are you here to cancel a household registration? The administrative staff seated at the desk appeared quite occupied, as most visitors that day were there for one of those two purposes: reporting incidents following the black tide or canceling the registrations of deceased family members. I'm neither here to report a case nor to cancel a registration. I'm here to find Miss Bai Jing, the captain of Squad 6 in the B2 district. She asked me to meet her. I mentioned it when I made my appointment at the door just now. Upon hearing this, the administrative personnel slowly raised their head, scrutinizing Sulu as if attempting to discern whether he was lying. You say Captain Bai Jing sent you? Yes, that is correct. Captain Bai Jing mentioned it herself. And Mr. Wang Shu reiterated it. Wang Shu? I don't know him at all. However, I have heard of Captain Bai Jing's name. The captain of Squad B2-6, quite experienced. Are you certain it was Captain Bai Jing who sent you? I am certain. Very well, then. Please wait a moment. The administrative staff finally set aside the materials and household registration files they were sorting through, picked up the Moonstone communicator, and dialed the number for the 6th branch of the Night Watchman. Hello, is this Captain Bai Jing? I am Bai Jing. What is the matter? There's a person here who claims you sent him. His name is... Hey, kid, what is your name again? At the inquiry regarding his name, Sulu promptly sat up straight. Sulu, my name is Sulu. An hour later, Sulu found himself sitting awkwardly in a small, pitch-black room. This small black room was not merely a figurative expression, it was genuinely devoid of light. the ancient Endow secret language world within this chamber, and coupled with the darkness. It rendered the atmosphere rather eerie. The light intensity in the room is 3, currently in a state of darkness. A level 1 anomaly will appear in 5 hours, 40 minutes, and 45 seconds. The area within the room is subject to special energy interference. The red moon and endow interference have been interrupted, and the anomaly countdown has ceased. Such notifications repeated incessantly, sending shivers down Sulu's spine. How could these night watchmen truly exist in darkness? He had already been placed here for nearly 20 minutes. What could this possibly mean? Excuse me, is anyone there? Sulu actually had a few more things he wished to express. Is anyone there? I've been in this room for 20 minutes. I'm terrified of suddenly encountering an anomaly. Could someone please come? However, he deemed such sentiments too embarrassing to voice and opted to omit them. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered on. Bai Jing, clad in casual attire and holding an ice pop, strolled in leisurely. You don't appear to be very frightened. That's quite interesting, as it aligns well with the characteristics of us night watchmen. Hearing Bai Jing's words, Sulu quickly waved his hands. Captain Bai Jing, please don't jest. I'm a timid and cautious person. How could I possibly fit your standards? Your demeanor during the black tide didn't quite reflect the cowardice you claim. That was merely self-preservation. People often rise to the occasion when compelled. Bai Jing furrowed her brow slightly, sensing an ambiguity in Sulu's statement, but decided to dismiss it as perhaps her overthinking. I've heard that during the black tide, you utilized ritualistic methods to become a red moon sorcerer, an invoker. Is that true? Sulu was acutely aware that following the events of the previous night, the night watchman would likely have scrutinized his every action. Was there truly a need to verify such matters? Of course, if you wish to play along, I shall oblige, Sulu said, scratching his head in an endearing manner. Yes, you seem to be quite well informed, Captain. Bai Jing slightly raised her chin in silence. Gu Baichen scoffed, as a sorcerer. One ought to be more mindful of one's actions. Otherwise, it is unacceptable. To remain true to one's original intent is to achieve a conclusive outcome. The future of the sorcerers in Squad 6 relies on me. Bai Jing ignored him and turned to Wang Shu beside her. What do you think? His acting is superficial. I can only give him a score of 5. What is the full score? Bai Jing inquired. 100, not bad. At least he can fabricate lies while keeping his eyes open, and he is clever enough to manipulate accounts. Bring him along. Understood. Sulu was oblivious to the 3's dialogue, but after receiving Bai Jing's affirmation, Wang Shu escorted him out of the small black room. Brother Shu, where are we going now? To the captain's office. What for? You'll find out once we get there. Upon arriving in Bai Jing's office, Sulu remained uneasy, as Wang Shu and Gu Baichun, 2 night watchmen, stood beside him while he sat down, making it appear as if he held a position of great authority. How embarrassing. Sulu, age 20, has been enrolled at Lighthouse University for 2.5 years. After completing all credits in 2 years, he received the Sorcerer Advancement Manual. He has since devoted himself to the pursuit of the extraordinary. In February of the same year, he began venturing out with Zhou Ku to gather resources. His resume is impressive and his abilities commendable. Given your performance during the black tide, the lighthouse ought to reward you. Sulu chuckled, rubbing his hands together. That's only fair, only fair. What exactly is the reward? Now, I present you with 2 options. First, a cash prize of 3,000 yuan along with an exemption from examinations for a bachelor's degree from Lighthouse University. Second, joining the Lighthouse functional system. Sulu regarded Bai Jing. He automatically disregarded the first option, as he had no intention of pursuing an academic path at Lighthouse. Was the so-called Lighthouse functional system an invitation to join the Night Watchman? Indeed, if you agree, I can initiate the employment procedures for you immediately. Could I have a few minutes to contemplate? Bai Jing had not anticipated Sulu's hesitation at this moment. The Night Watchman's system was not something that young men from Lighthouse would dream of, was it? Of course, let us step outside for a smoke. And you can think it over. As Bai Jing and the others exited, Sulu promptly released some of the pent-up emotions within him. Striving to achieve a state of tranquility, he is acutely aware of his own capabilities and certainly does not indulge in arrogance or blind self-satisfaction simply because he has become a sorcerer. As a sorcerer, apart from the ability to gain self-awareness and the skill of summoning spirits after his promotion, he possesses none of the conventional skills typical of sorcerers. Nor does he comprehend the knowledge of sorcery. He lacks a profound understanding of the extraordinary, as well as an awareness of the dangers and oddities that accompany it. Under such circumstances, joining the Night Watch to venture into the wilderness is exceedingly perilous. Although the Night Watch consists predominantly of extraordinary individuals, their mortality rate is notably high. Sulu is well aware of his potential. His future holds substantial room for growth, and until he has matured, he should refrain from such reckless risks. Outside the room, Bai Jing and the others exchanged glances. Wang Shu was the first to speak. He will refuse. Refuse? I can't believe there are still such unambitious people in the world. Gu Baichen remarked disdainfully. He is not unambitious. He simply values his life, Bai Jing replied, lighting a cigarette to obscure her features in the smoke. Captain, what do you think? Now that he is here, can I really let him go? What have you decided? Apologies, but I believe my abilities are limited and I am not suited for the work of the Night Watch. I am far more suited to less hazardous administrative roles, such as management of finances or documentation. Indeed, he has refused. Bai Jing narrowed her eyes, staring intently at Su Lu, causing him to feel uneasy. Captain Bai, why are you looking at me like that? Su Lu asked. Bai, we offer excellent salaries and benefits for the Night Watch. Upon joining, you would earn 250 a month. She stated. Are you attempting to sway me with material incentives? Absolutely not. Su Lu declared firmly, waving his hand. Captain Bai, this is not about salary and benefits. Bai Jing smiled gently. I understand your concerns for your safety. However, I can assure you that the Night Watch also has a civilian system. You could start in a non-combat role to acclimate. The Night Watch has a civilian system? That sounds promising, but could it be a trap to ensnare him? Let's first see what conditions they offer. Su Lu pondered. Captain Bai, I believe, Bai Jing interrupted him. Gu Baichen, tell him about the benefits of the Night Watch. Gu Baichen's lips twitched before he adopted his characteristic haughty tone. Every month, you can receive 60 of your salary as a benefit stipend, along with free access to knowledge of extraordinary techniques from the lighthouse. You can also pay for advanced studies and apply for higher-level knowledge. Knowledge? Is that all? Do you think so little of me? Nonsense. As a transmigrator, how could I abandon my original aspirations for such trivial reasons? Su Lu remained unfazed. Seeing that Su Lu was unmoved, Gu Baichen continued. In addition to these perks, we Night Watch members can encounter government officials without the need for formalities, enjoy free services at exclusive clubs, and even have paid breaks. Su Lu subtly raised his head, looking earnestly at Gu Baichen. Chen Gu, please elaborate. Chapter 43. Joining the Night Watch, what does it entail? If it weren't for Gu Baichen's earnest inquiry, Su Lu would have suspected that the young man was being deliberately obtuse. Ahem, as a person of integrity, I have little interest in the frivolities of the club or any leniencies associated with it. My primary interest lies in having Brother Chen elaborate on the societal standing of the Night Watch and the prospective directions of our work. Observing Su Lu's serious expression as he spoke insincerely, Bai Jing felt an increasing sense of satisfaction. She turned to Gu Baichen and stated directly, this fellow is actually curious about how many hours of idleness he can indulge in daily and what caliber of club offers such leniency. As for the so-called job direction, he is really inquiring whether field work is necessary. Su Lu felt a warmth in his heart. The captain truly understood him. By Captain, how could you think of me in such a superficial manner? You have misinterpreted my intentions. Bai Jing did not wish to linger on this topic. All right. As a civilian staff member, you 1T need to engage in field work. We, Team 6, can provide you with the conditions you desire. We may even offer additional benefits, such as occasional bribes from the citizens of Lighthouse City and any private jobs you take on, as long as it doesn't interfere with your work. We 1T pry into these matters. This includes the relocation you desire, compensation, and so forth. The Night Watch can fulfill these for you. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Su Lu squinted, realizing the generous offer. Bai Jing was evidently intent on securing him. The additional provisions regarding relocation and compensation were clearly linked to Old Zhou, and his background was indeed thoroughly investigated. Su Lu understood that to join the Night Watch system, he would inevitably undergo a political examination. This investigation was merely a part of the vetting process. Unlike the protagonists in television dramas who react sensitively to such inquiries, he remained calm. With a pristine background as an international student, he had nothing to fear from scrutiny. If there were no background checks, that would truly raise suspicions. A high-level security agency not investigating your background likely indicates one intention, to send you to your doom. After contemplating this seriously, Su Lu hesitantly looked at Bai Jing and asked, so, when can I start working? Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. And now? The administrative office at your school will also be informed by the Night Watch administration. Very well, is there anything else? Sulu nodded and calmly exited the Night Watch division. Once he vanished from sight, Bai Jing expressed her approval. Did you both notice? The way he walked. His confidence brimming. Yet he didn't utter a word until he reached the door. It seems he was almost bursting. Such composure is essential. You both should learn to maintain your poise like him. Understood? Understood. Wang Shu and Gu Beichun replied in unison. As Bai Jing had anticipated, the moment Sulu stepped outside, he immediately leaped with excitement. His gait almost exaggerated. He dashed to the fence surrounding the division, scooping up the black cat perched there and playfully pinching it. Haha, starting tomorrow, I shall be a civil servant. Let us see who dares to speak to me loudly from now on. Watch where you're walking. If you dirty my clothes, can you afford the cost? A rather intimidating plump woman shouted at Sulu. I'm sorry, Sulu apologized directly. Meow? The black cat seemed ready to confront the plump woman, but Sulu quickly restrained it. The cat looked at Sulu, its small eyes seemingly questioning. Why are you so cowardly? Sulu merely waved his hand dismissively. This is not cowardice. It is a rational retreat, a means to be a safe and free individual. One of the elements of being free is to steer clear of toxic individuals. This irate woman is a prime example. If you engage her in a quarrel and she were to lash out violently, who could withstand that? The black cat continued to wear a disdainful expression. Even two passers-by could not bear to watch, one of whom pointed at Sulu. I truly admire such a person who can articulate cowardice so eloquently. Sulu paid them no heed. He was now a civil servant, while they remained mere commoners, just bitterly envious. Upon reaching the street corner, a steam tricycle halted before him. 2 dimes to the bridge. Do you want to go? Hearing this somewhat familiar phrase and feeling the warmth of over 20 coins in his pocket, Sulu smiled slightly. Let us go. Arriving at the bridge, Sulu crouched at the end of the drawbridge, gazing down at the lower city. Though only a few days had passed since his arrival, it felt as if an eternity had elapsed. A new life and work awaited him starting tomorrow. Meow? The black cat seemed to sense Sulu's emotional shift, nudging its head against his hand. In the academic affairs office, the assistant looked at Sulu in astonishment. You've joined the Night Watch? The exclamation was loud enough for everyone in the office to hear, even causing the head of the department to glance over. The shock elicited a sense of satisfaction within Sulu, though he maintained a calm facade. Yes, I have joined the Night Watch, but I have already completed my credits, so it won't affect my graduation. All right, I understand. The assistant regarded Sulu with a complex expression. Perhaps this exemplified the disparity between individuals. Sulu had yet to graduate, yet his career had already ascended to heights he could hardly have dreamed of. Done. Thank you. Under the gaze of the academic affairs office staff, Sulu departed with the black cat. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found it was already late. Opening the door, he saw Zheng when exercising on the balcony. He had tied dumbbells to a wooden blade, swinging it methodically. Sweat poured down his face and arms, indicating he had been at it for quite some time. Sulu, that looks like a weapon from the Night Watch, doesn't it? In response to Zheng Wen's inquiry, Sulu had no intention of concealing the truth. No, it belonged to teacher Zhang Jia, belongings of the deceased. Zheng Wen understood the implication. Their teacher had died. Yet Sulu had survived. Was he that curious? But why did you survive? That question felt aggressive. Sulu raised his head slightly, placing the black cat into the bed and pushing it gently. Why shouldn't I survive? Which classroom are you in? A 7. Zheng Wen had heard the stories circulating in school today. The angel who redeemed companions, the butcher who slaughtered monsters. Upon hearing these tales, he had wondered if he had possessed the butcher's strength. Perhaps his 2 roommates would still be alive. Zheng Wen glanced at the large sword by Sulu's bedside, and then at Sulu himself, his expression shifting. Why you? Why not me? Suddenly, Zheng Wen clenched his fists, an inexplicable anger surging within him. He tossed aside the wooden blade and struck Sulu with a punch. Faced with Zheng Wen's sudden outburst, Sulu felt an unexpected sense of foreboding. He quickly tapped into a portion of his emotions to enter a state of ethereal calm, evading Zheng Wen's powerful blow. In this state, Zheng Wen's already moderate speed appeared to slow even further in Sulu's perception. Although Sulu had not practiced combat skills, the enhancement from the relic known as the Soul of the Veteran ensured that his physical capabilities were not inferior to Zheng Wen's, and in terms of technique, he even held an advantage. Zheng Wen's second punch grazed Sulu's nose, and Sulu had already discerned the trajectory of Zheng Wen's strikes. He did not question the motive behind Zheng Wen's aggression, nor did he intend to hold back. Once more evading the punch, Sulu delivered a precise kick to Zheng Wen's knee, causing him to stumble momentarily, nearly losing his balance. The pain rendered him incapable of concentrating for even a fleeting moment. When he finally looked up, Su Li's fist had already made contact with his face. Bang! A heavy blow sent Zhang Wen crashing to the ground. Following that, it was the relentless assault of Su Li's fists. Bang! 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 He mounted Zhang Wen, delivering blow after blow until his fingers were stained with blood and Zhang Wen's face was nearly unrecognizable. Only then did Su Li gradually cease his onslaught. Are you awake now? Zhang Wen, filled with shame, averted his gaze. He could not fathom why, overnight, everything had transformed. His friend was dead, and those he once looked down upon had surpassed him in prowess. What purpose did he serve? What had he truly practiced over these years? Lying on the ground, Zhang Wen wept once more, marking the second time he had cried in front of Su Li. Su Li paid him no mind, heading to the restroom to wash his hands before he began to organize his clothing, books, and various belongings. Zhang Wen observed it all. Are you leaving? Yes. I have joined the night watch. Zhang Wen was taken aback, followed by a dawning realization. While everyone else was still engaged in light-hearted banter, Su Li had quietly become a member of the night watch. So, you have been diligently toiling away in silence. No wonder you always declined our invitations to go out. Su Li felt his cheeks flush slightly, but he refrained from offering an explanation. Once Su Li had gathered his belongings, the black cat peeked out, happily nestling in Su Li's arms. Just as he was about to switch on the light to rest, Zhang Wen spoke again. Su Li, will it always be like this? I don't know. Su Li understood he was referring to the black tide, and he truly had no idea if the next black tide would mirror this one. If it is still like this, what should we do? We should strive to maintain some semblance of choice. Choice, huh? Thank you, Su Li. I will work harder from now on. Su Li acknowledged him with a non-committal hum. Zhang Wen fell silent, and the two spent the night without further words. The following day, Su Li emerged from the dormitory, a burlap bag filled with his belongings in one hand, and a great sword slung across his back. Luxury suitcases were far too expensive. He would take his time. As he gazed at Su Li's departing figure, Zhang Wen suddenly called out, Su Li, I will definitely become an extraordinary being. Just wait for me. Oh. The black cat perched on his shoulder waved its paw, though it was unclear whom it was saluting. The duo, one person and one cat, finally departed from the school. Chapter 44. The Black Cat. Ding Ku at approximately 7:50. Su Li entered the Night Watcher's division in Zone B2. Hello, good morning, Brother Shu. Throughout his journey, he greeted every guard and night watchman he encountered with sincere politeness, regardless of whether he knew them or their position. Even if it was the cleaning lady, he treated everyone with equal courtesy. In terms of enthusiasm and politeness, Su Li's level was akin to that of a sea dog. The rationale behind this was simple. He enjoyed it, anticipated it, and wanted to become familiar with the faces around him. Good morning, Wang Shu also greeted Su Li. Wang Shu remained serene and unperturbed, as if nothing could provoke his emotional state. Brother Shu, where should I report for duty now? Su Li understood that Wang Shu was likely a trusted aide of Bai Jing, as evidenced by their previous encounters. Bai Jing was deliberately nurturing Wang Shu, and given Wang Shu's amiable nature, it was highly unlikely that Su Li would face any bullying while in his company. Follow me, Wang Shu instructed, leading Su Li to the men's changing room. He retrieved a black uniform from the adjacent wardrobe. Upon seeing the uniform, Su Li timidly asked, I've been wanting to ask this for a while, but thought it might be a bit intrusive. Now that I am a night watchman myself, I feel compelled to inquire, isn't it a bit hot wearing such thick clothing in the height of summer? Wang Shu instinctively thought to say it wasn't hot. But upon noticing Su Li's earnest expression, he subconsciously loosened his collar. Actually, this outfit is quite breathable. Su Li blinked a few times and replied earnestly, I understand. He was quite perceptive. This kind of question reminded him of when he commented on a certain singer's lack of talent in his past life. Similarly, if one claimed that the clothing was hot, the response would be that the garment was indeed breathable. If the clothing is so breathable, why bother fretting over its warmth? Thus, Su Li decided not to pursue the matter further. After donning the somewhat warm black uniform, Wang Shu led Su Li to the administrative office to finalize his employment identity. Night Watcher, B2 Zone. 6th Team, Logistics Department. Su Li, looking at his badge, oh no, his ID card, Su Li chuckled. From now on, he was officially a civil servant, earning a salary from the state. Brother Shu, what will my responsibilities in the logistics department entail? Su Li inquired. Your duties are not my responsibility. I am affiliated with the executive department, and someone else will arrange your tasks, Wang Shu explained. Oh, I see. Sulu nodded in understanding. Next, he was taken to a room deep within the division. Consultation room. Wang Shu knocked on the door, and a magnetic voice replied from within, "Please come in." Sulu was astonished to see Wang Shu push the door open. "Hello, Mr. Gan. I've brought the person you requested." Gan, who had been reading, looked up at Sulu and said, "Fate has brought us together once again, classmate Sulu." Sulu was momentarily taken aback. Setting aside everything else, Gan had provided him with tangible assistance in both of their previous encounters, alleviating many of Sulu's troubles despite the help not being monumental. Mr. Gan. Sitting in the consultation room, Gan set aside his documents, removed his black-rimmed glasses, and slowly rose to extend his hand towards Sulu. "Classmate Sulu, from this day forth, we shall be colleagues. It is an honor to work alongside you, Mr. Gan," Sulu replied, shaking his hand. Meanwhile, Wang Shu knocked on the door again. "All right, you two can converse now. I will head to the executive department. Safe travels, Brother Shu." As Sulu watched Wang Shu depart, he turned to Gan, feeling slightly apprehensive. "Mr. Gan, what should we do next?" Gan, smiling, gestured toward a seat. "Please sit. Captain Bai Jing mentioned that you have become a spiritual practitioner, having ascended through the ritual method. That is truly remarkable. Mr. Gan, you flatter me. My ascension was somewhat fortuitous. In truth, I know very little," Sulu replied, not out of false modesty, but because he genuinely felt uninformed. "Do not belittle yourself. For practitioners, luck is indeed a form of strength. The captain previously noted that you emerged from unconventional pathways and have not undergone systematic training in sorcery. Let us commence a month-long foundational training program starting today. We will begin with the basics of sorcery. Does that sound agreeable?" Upon hearing that Gan would be teaching him the fundamentals of sorcery, Sulu felt a surge of excitement. This was genuine instruction. As a transmigrator, he understood the adage that knowledge is power. While he could control his emotions with the soul tree, he believed it inappropriate to remain overly composed at this moment. Youth should exhibit youthful exuberance. Otherwise, one might be suspected of being tainted by the ancient music. "Mr. Gan." Sulu's expression was animated, and he hesitated. "What is it?" "Feel free to express any concerns you may have. Perhaps I could clean your restroom for a few days instead. Otherwise, I fear my learning will lack authenticity." Gan was momentarily taken aback, then realized, ha ha. "Sulu, do not overthink it. Even if I do not teach you, you can access the Night Watcher's database after joining. Self-research and being taught are entirely different matters." "Thank you, Mr. Gan. I sincerely appreciate it." Acknowledging Sulu's heartfelt gratitude, Gan merely shook his head. "A good deed each day averts disaster. My actions are not without their rewards. If you have no other matters to attend to, shall we begin?" Gan's candidness put Sulu at ease. Working with such a person was a joy. "All right." Sulu followed Gan out of the division, boarding the Night Watcher's exclusive steam locomotive, and headed to the headquarters situated in the upper city. While daily operations were indeed conducted in the lower city, essential documents, particularly educational materials, could only be found at the upper city headquarters. Gan led Sulu to the Night Watcher's library, skillfully retrieving an older yet frequently referenced tome from the shelves. Understanding this world from the Red Moon, Sulu. "Do you know the division of the extraordinary in this world?" "Not particularly. I only have a rough understanding of the extraordinary systems, namely the ancient music and Red Moon systems. Indeed, the extraordinary powers are far more complex than that. In addition to ancient music and Red Moon, there are 3 other systems: deities, outer gods, and ancient gods. The Red Moon and ancient music themselves encompass portions of the ancient gods and deities." Sulu listened attentively, even entering a state of tranquility to absorb every word Gan spoke. Ancient music, Red Moon, deities, ancient gods, outer gods. Sulu was already well versed in the powers of ancient music and Red Moon. As for the other 3, he only recalled the Golden Toad, a gluttonous ancient deity, classified as an ancient god of level 3. Seeing Sulu's attentive demeanor, Gan continued, "The power of a sorcerer originates from the Red Moon. Since we are both practitioners of the Red Moon, let us begin our discussion there." "Very well. The moon perceived by ordinary people has always been white. It is only during the dark tide of ancient music that the moon turns red. This brings us to something vital for sorcerers, the spirit of the Red Moon. The spirit of the Red Moon embodies the tidal energy of the Red Moon. Whenever the black tide night occurs, the spirit of the Red Moon gathers, and the moon transforms into a crimson hue. Sorcerers absorb the power of the spirit of the Red Moon to weave incantations and release spells. Gon spoke with great intricacy, and Sula listened with rapt attention. Regarding knowledge, it is perhaps apt to describe it as a ravenous thirst, for Sulu is fervently immersed in his studies. Regardless of the utility of the information, he indulges in a thorough and intensive self-education. Unbeknownst to him, nearly a day has elapsed. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Gon had to depart, leaving Sulu to study alone. Sulu now possesses the credentials of a night watchman, and Gon has not imposed any additional duties upon him. Thus, he remains here, engrossed in his reading. Just as Sulu was perusing the last book, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. "What brings you here? Meow? Are you hungry? Wait until I finish this book, and then I shall take you out for a meal." Meow? The black cat obediently settled in front of Sulu, showing no intention of interrupting his reading. Sulu continued to flip through the pages until he reached the final page of Light and Darkness. Summary of Light and Darkness levels. The levels of Light and Darkness are divided into 10 tiers, ranging from level 0 to level 9, with each numeral representing a corresponding degree of illumination or shadow. Level 0, Absolute Darkness, a state devoid of light, in which the emergence of night demons is highly probable. Night demons are birthed from emotional energy and target any human exhibiting emotions, potentially even attacking those with peculiar sentiments. Levels 1 to 3, Relatively Dark. The refresh rate of anomalies is contingent upon the darkness of both the inner and outer spaces. The deeper the darkness, the more rapidly the anomalies manifest. The initial level for anomaly manifestation is level 1, which escalates in accordance with the passage of time, the scent of flesh, and emotional energy. When emotional energy accumulates to 50, reaching a level 1 alert, humans will attract anomalies. Upon reaching 100 emotional energy, a level 2 alert is triggered, plunging humans into a state of mental pollution. The convergence of polluted emotions and ancient energies will summon patrolling and contaminating anomalies. Levels 4 to 6, Relatively Bright. Brightness can maintain safety and prevent the emergence of monsters, yet it does not dispel anomalies. Levels 7 to 9, Light. Sorcerers infuse their energy into light sources, utilizing specialized techniques to generate illumination. This light possesses the capacity to disperse anomalies and purify ancient energy pollution, with its potency varying according to brightness and the sorcerer's energy. Upon finishing the book, Sulu inhaled deeply. Even the most fundamental knowledge is exceedingly precious to him at this moment. The direct acquisition of such knowledge is far more expedient than his previous trial-and-error approach. Turning to the black cat, he declared, "All right, let us go for something to eat." Meow? The black cat nimbly leapt onto Sulu's shoulder. Upon glancing at the black cat, he suddenly recalled that it had yet to be named. "How about I give you a name? What do you think of Little Black?" Meow? The black cat bared its teeth and playfully tugged at Sulu's hair, making its feelings unmistakably clear. "If you dare to call me Little Black, I shall make you regret it tonight. Release me, we can discuss this." The black cat loosened its grip, allowing Sulu to cautiously smooth down his hair. He anxiously regarded the cat. Its strength was rather astonishing. "What name would you prefer?" The black cat's eyes twirled thoughtfully. As if struck by inspiration, it began rummaging through the books on the table, seemingly searching for something. After flipping to a page, it extended a paw to point at a particular word, then flipped to another book to indicate a different word. Sulu observed the feline's antics, slightly perplexed, and inquired, "Dinku?" Chapter 45. By Jing's way of working. Upon hearing Sulu call out the name Dinku, the black cat nodded in delight. "Meow?" "Yet." Sulu found himself perplexed. The name Dinku did not seem fitting for a cat, but rather for a human. "Is your name really Dinku?" "Meow, meow, meow." The black cat surprisingly stood up, paws raised toward the sky, dancing joyfully before Sulu. Was it happy to hear its name? Sulu was uncertain. To be honest, he felt a twinge of anxiety, as the name evoked thoughts of an indescribable monster. Could this black cat truly transform? "Dinku." "Meow? Can you transform?" "Meow?" Sulu's hair was tugged once more. "Let go. Darn it, you won't get any dried fish tonight." Having concluded his studies, Sulu ventured to a street vendor in the lower city and spent 25 cents on a chicken leg meal. The chicken leg was consumed by Dinku, leaving him with only rice. Fortunately, the vendor provided free soy sauce, sparing him from the monotony of plain rice. Soy sauce mixed with rice was surprisingly delicious. Firstly, there was nowhere for him to stay. Even when arrangements were mentioned, the location was never specified. Secondly, Sulu believed that as a newcomer in the workforce, particularly in a clerical position that did not involve fieldwork, it was best to maintain punctuality to avoid gossip. Meanwhile, in the captain's office, Gon and Bai Jing, who had just returned from an outing, We're discussing matters concerning Su Lu. Having spent half a day with him, what do you think of this lad? Bai Jing shook her cup of coffee. Although it was merely iced water, the instant coffee powder dissolved rapidly. Gon took a sip from his cup and adjusted his glasses. He is quite ambitious, absorbs knowledge swiftly, and is very intelligent. 3 varies. Old Gon, your appraisal of Su Lu is quite high. Are you considering taking him under your wing? Hearing Bai Jing's teasing, Gon shook his head. He is a level 1 Red Moon sorcerer. And I am merely a level 1 Red Moon sorcerer. What qualifications do I have to be his teacher? However, Su Lu does progress remarkably fast. The knowledge imparted to him is quickly grasped, and he often demonstrates the ability to apply concepts creatively. Rapid progress is indeed a good thing. This means he should soon be ready for the job. Gon gazed at Bai Jing with some confusion. After years of collaboration, he knew her character well. If Bai Jing merely sought someone to falsify accounts, there were plenty of graduates from the finance and law department at Lighthouse University to choose from. There was no need to select Su Lu, who had only just completed his credits. No matter how low a sorcerer's salary might be, it would still surpass that of a graduate. Moreover, a falsifier need not be a sorcerer, let alone require guidance from another Red Moon sorcerer. What exactly did the captain want Su Lu to do? Bai Jing took a deep drag from her cigarette and extinguished the remaining but against the no smoking sign on the wall. You can't even figure out something so simple, Old Gon. Have you been doing too many good deeds lately and muddled your mind? I've already instructed you to teach him. You are a medium, and he is also a medium. What else could he possibly do? Obviously, he should perform the same work as you. Perform the same work? Gon gave Bai Jing a profound look. Does the captain believe Su Lu is capable of handling such responsibilities? How would I know? However, he shows great potential, as you have observed. I understand. I will do my utmost to instruct him. Are there any time constraints? Bai Jing's expression suddenly turned serious. Not particularly urgent, but time is not abundant either. I sense that the recent black tide is not as simple as it appears. If the next black tide continues in this manner, the pressure on the guards will be considerable. The Lighthouse Council has already ordered a new batch of weapons from Zion to enhance the combat effectiveness of ordinary soldiers. And some retired sorcerers will also be returning to duty. Therefore, there is no need to overly worry about the black tide. Training Su Lu is merely a precaution, as the Lighthouse requires capable young individuals. Very well, I will accelerate the progress. Once he is familiar with the basics in a few days, he can begin to acclimate. After all, your job requires personal insight, and he might not grasp it all. However, young people are generally intrigued by novel experiences. So he should find your work quite engaging. Absolutely. While they continued their discussion, Wang Shu entered, leading Su Lu along. Upon seeing them side by side, Bai Jing teased. It seems. Wang Shu quickly interjected, not together. I just happened to run into him on the way. Su Lu stole a glance at Wang Shu, wondering why he seemed so apprehensive about Bai Jing misunderstanding their relationship. Did Brother Shu not like him at all? What brings you here? Bai Jing inquired with a smile. Upon hearing Bai Jing's question, Wang Shu's expression grew progressively grave. A few days ago, Luo Juning's son, Luo Chai, abducted a scavenger's daughter from the lower city. This morning, the woman was discovered dead in a well within our district, and now the matter has become the talk of the town. As Wang Shu recounted the incident, the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Su Lu felt a sense of injustice upon hearing this, yet as a newcomer, he felt it was not his place to speak. Bai Jing lit a cigarette for herself, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Such matters are not our concern as night watchers, are they? Speak plainly. This woman was discovered mutilated, and 2 of our brothers were injured, one severely. A heavy silence enveloped the room. No one dared to disrupt Bai Jing during this tense moment, even though she was typically cheerful. After a while, Bai Jing finished her cigarette, crushing the butt against the no-smoking sign once more, and spoke slowly. The audacity of the bold ruffians in the lower city to oppose Mr. Luo Juning. Indeed, Wang Shu nodded, his expression showing no sign of doubt regarding Bai Jing's orders. Su Lu, standing nearby, felt bewildered. Was the victim being punished? What was going on? Bai Jing reverted to her cheerful demeanor, turning to Su Lu and disregarding his confusion. Su Lu suppressed his questions and reported obediently, understood. Following Wang Shu out of the Night Watch division, the black cat Dingke was already waiting on the mailbox at the entrance. Upon seeing Su Lu, the cat immediately leaped into his arms. However, Wang Shu frowned slightly upon noticing the black cat. Is this your cat? Yes. Be cautious. Black cats are ominous. Actually, thanks for the reminder, Brother Shu. Su Lu began, but soon abandoned the thought. There was no point in attempting to change someone's perspective, nor in trying to alter the views of the majority. The lighthouse was not devoid of cat owners. It simply lacked black cat owners. His act of keeping a black cat was viewed as purely eccentric by others. He was already a minority. There was no need to persuade the majority. Meow? Dinka hissed at Wang Shu's retreating figure. Sulu quickly restrained the little creature. How dare it act so boldly toward anyone? Wang Shu led Sulu to a nearby apartment building not far from the division. Although this was the lower city, the apartment's facilities were quite complete. The decor and various public items were relatively new. And due to its proximity to the Night Watch division, the security was quite good. The only downside was that his room was on the 6th floor quite high, with no elevator. Upon opening the door, a clean and tidy room greeted Sulu. It was a one-bedroom apartment with an estimated area of 30 to 40 square meters. Although it could not compare to the places he rented in his previous life, it was a stark contrast to the dormitory at school. This will be your residence. Sulu glanced at the bed, approximately 1.5 meters wide, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Am I to live here alone?" Wang Shu furrowed his brow and replied, "If you have a girlfriend or someone similar, you may bring them along. However, it is best not to disclose the matter of being a night watchman to her. Although there is no explicit confidentiality agreement, some things are best kept from family." "What? Brother Shu, you misunderstood. That was not my intention. All right, the key is placed here. Make yourself at home." Wang Shu did not afford Sulu the chance to explain further. He simply laid the key on the table by the door and departed. Yet, once he left, Sulu relished the tranquility. Why am I even discussing this with a blockhead? Sulu flung himself onto the bed, savoring its softness and comfort. Oh, from now on, this place belongs to me. As long as I do not resign and diligently fulfill my duties as a night watchman, I can remain here indefinitely. No rent, and utilities are free. It feels like a dream. Meow? Dinka leaped onto the bed, nuzzling against Sulu. After a brief moment of petting Dinku, Sulu settled back, organizing his thoughts while the cat lay beside him, their gazes locked in mutual contemplation. Sulu had not overlooked the fact that Dinka might be a problematic cat. But what of it? Had it ever harmed him? No. On the contrary, every time it appeared, it seemed to usher in a stroke of good fortune. The lighthouse, the bridge, the calamity of the red moon, and ultimately, his ascension to becoming a sorcerer, all were intertwined with the presence of the black cat. Sulu was uncertain whether these events were truly connected to Dinku, but he was resolute in his belief that without the cat, he would not have traversed the path of the forbidden sorcerer, whether superstition or instinct. He felt a profound sense of luck whenever Dinku was near, much like how King Zhou could not have been oblivious to Daji's true nature as a fox spirit. As a sovereign, how could he possibly remain unaware? Even though their fate concluded in tragedy, Daji remained steadfastly by King Zhou's side. If emperors could accept such a bond, how could he not embrace a meerkat? Having settled his thoughts, Sulu once again immersed himself in his studies. If I do not study today, I shall become worthless tomorrow. I must strive. Sulu recognized his lack of foundational knowledge, thus he meticulously documented the 9 incantations of the sorcery: Lin, Bing, Do, Xia, Jia, Shin, Lai, Qian, Xing. From this night forth, he would diligently study these incantations, preparing himself for the genuine sorcery that lay ahead. Though the incantations were intricate, they formed the bedrock of true extraordinary power. Let us begin with Lin. Lin, also known as spiritual energy, is widely acknowledged as the source of sorcery. The spirit of the red moon is a manifestation of this energy, which generally signifies power and fundamental strength. Destructive sorcery predominantly commences with Lin. Bing, representing weapons and destruction, signifies not only the act of weaponry but also the form of sorcery's destruction. The combination of sorcery, Lin and Bing, constitutes a form of sorcery grounded in energy and destructive manifestation. Sulu engaged in his studies with utmost seriousness, while the black cat, Dinka, lay quietly on the table, observing him until deep into the night, until Sulu finally succumbed to sleep atop his desk. Dinka gently nudged Sulu with its paw, ensuring he was truly asleep before it slowly approached the notebook. With its tiny paw, it grasped a pen and began to write on the paper. Regarding my master's diligent efforts, I have something to say. No. How could he possibly be my master? I am a dignified. What was I dignified about again? Meow? In a fit of indignation, Dinka tore the page from the notebook and carried it to the toilet, unceremoniously dropping it in. Chapter 46. The Black Card. The Black Sheep and the Young Girl. In the subsequent days, Sulu diligently reported to the Night Watch division each day, then accompanied Gon to the headquarters for further study. Gon typically instructed him until noon, after which he would depart, leaving Su Lu to study alone. Su Lu refrained from asking Gon if he could go directly to the headquarters, as such a request would be presumptuous and foolish. He preferred to follow his senior's example. This educational routine continued for approximately a week. On the 8th day, Su Lu affectionately patted Ding Kue's head. "Stay home and be good." Ding nuzzled against Su Lu, signaling her understanding. Noticing that the black cat was behaving, Su Lu changed his clothes and proceeded to the division. Upon entering the division's entrance, Su Lu overheard several lighthouse guards gossiping. He feigned ignorance as he walked past. But as he drew closer, he activated his ethereal state, allowing him to hear their conversation with perfect clarity. "I heard Luo Juning's son was arrested. And even Luo Juning himself has been implicated. Can you believe it? That's Lady Jia's nephew." "Indeed. What is the story?" "It's about the incident with the aberration at the well. Later, I heard that woman's father was assaulted, stirring public outrage. The protests have grown increasingly fervent, and the situation has escalated beyond Lady Jia's control. Luo Chai was directly apprehended, facing charges of intentional homicide, sexual assault, and organized crime, among others. Even Luo Juning himself is being held accountable by the lighthouse." "Huh. It seems the heavens do have eyes. Yes, that dog, Luo Chai, has harmed countless young women. It's about time he faced justice. How could a family like the Luos produce such a disgrace? He deserved it long ago." The group laughed and bantered, reminiscent of Su Lu's past life when hearing of a corrupt official's downfall, a moment of collective relief. Yet, in this life, due to varied perspectives and information, he perceived the situation from multiple angles. While harboring a righteous disdain for evil and advocating for a severe crackdown on criminals is indeed a commendable stance, it is not always the most prudent approach. The world is not merely black and white. In judging others, one must also ensure one's own protection. Such is the complexity of justice. After contemplating this, Sula silently praised Bai Jing. Upon arriving at the consultation room, Sula waited at the door. But after a considerable time, Gon showed no sign of emerging. Typically, at this hour, Gon would have already exited. As he pondered, Gon's voice came from inside. "Sula, are you out there?" "I am. Come in for a moment." "All right." Upon entering, Sula noticed that Gon had not changed his clothes and seemed disinclined to leave the division. "Mr. Gon, aren't we going to the headquarters for study today?" Gon smiled and gestured to the chair in front of the desk. "Please sit. We are indeed not going to the headquarters today, but learning remains essential. Especially since your foundation is rather lacking, we cannot neglect that." Upon hearing this, Sula understood Gon's intent and felt a surge of excitement. "Mr. Gon, are we going to learn something new today?" "Oh dear, look at me. I'm utterly unprepared. I can only recite the first 3 layers of the 9-character spell. I wonder how the other sorcerers are progressing. Is it too early for me to learn something else?" As he spoke, Sula began to fidget, especially squirming in his seat. Despite Gon's composure, he couldn't help but smirk at Su Lu's outward humility, which was, in truth, a display of pretentiousness. "All right, I recognize your rapid progress, but what we are studying today is not closely related to the sorcerer's foundation." "Really? What could it be, then?" "The secret art of the medium, the ancient language of secrets." The air in the office became palpable. Gon had anticipated Su Lu would leap with excitement or exclaim upon hearing he was to be taught a medium's secret art. After all, Su Lu was young and, to some extent, exhibited youthful exuberance. "Su Lu? What is the matter?" Faced with Gon's inquiry, Sula found himself at a loss for words. His expression was one of confusion and turmoil, and he covered one eye. Suddenly, the room itself began to distort. "Sula? Forbidden Sorcerer LV1, Medium, Talent 1, Ancient Language of Secrets, Talent 2, Ancient Language of Destiny," confirming that his talents were indeed accurate. Sula reluctantly deactivated his ethereal vision, his expression growing peculiar. "Mr. Gon, is the Ancient Language of Secrets truly what you meant?" Sula hesitated, but he found himself unable to contain his astonishment. Gon, equally perplexed, replied, "The Ancient Language of Secrets is indeed a secret art of the medium." "What are you implying?" "Forgive me, Mr. Gon. Please enlighten me. What exactly is the Ancient Language of Secrets?" Being a person of ethereal state, Su Lu managed to regulate his emotions despite the surprise, utilizing the soul tree to restore his composure. Seeing Su Lu return to normal, Gon began to explain. "The Ancient Language of Secrets is essentially a set of cards exclusive to mediums. Our primary ability is communication. We converse with the extraordinary, engage with spirit beings, connect with humanity, and even communicate with fate. Summoning is merely a byproduct of our mediumship. The ancient language of secrets serves as a tool for communicating with destiny. Sulu's gaze flickered momentarily. Was it mere coincidence that the ancient language of destiny and the ancient language of secrets were linked? If he were facing someone else, such a fleeting expression might go unnoticed, but he was before Gon, an experienced medium. Gon regarded Sulu with a hint of skepticism. Sulu, do you have some knowledge of the ancient language of secrets? Sulu's hesitation lasted only a fraction of a second in Gon's eyes. Thus it hardly counted as a delay. No, but I have a peculiar feeling. Ever since I heard the term ancient language of secrets, I feel an inexplicable connection to it. Even Gon, being a medium himself, could not detect any flaws in Sulu's statement. For Sulu spoke nothing but the truth. Upon hearing Sulu's words, Gon was not alarmed but rather elated. Are you serious? Do you genuinely have a sense of the ancient language of secrets? Indeed, Mr. Gon, I truly feel it. Gon blinked several times, observing Sulu closely, and, seeing no signs of deception, took a deep breath. Incredible. Perhaps this is fate's design, or perhaps your talent is truly exceptional. Mr. Gon, what is the specific function of the cards? As I mentioned, they are instruments governed by the rules of the medium's world, tools for the medium to peer into fate. They possess numerous applications, but their simplest function is divination. With a smile, Gon placed a wooden box on the table, tapping the white gem atop it. The box slowly opened. In an instant, Sulu felt as though he beheld a radiant light. This was no illusion. It was the power of the ancient language, just like the distorted colors and pixelated fragments he had seen in the ethereal state. The box before him contained a fraction of that power. Gon retrieved a set of 3 colored cards from within the box. There were 14 cards in total, 7 black, 4 red, and 3 white. This is the deck of the ancient language of secrets, which as a Red Moon sorcerer, one might also refer to as the ancient language deck or the destiny deck. The very creation of the destiny deck is not merely a figment of human imagination. Beyond peering into fate, it harbors incredible power. Sulu, filled with anticipation, asked, "It's that powerful? What kind of power?" Gon, with a calm demeanor, adjusted his black-framed glasses and said, "I have yet to master it. I shall inform you once I do." Sulu, inquiringly, responded with a simple question. However, Gon chose not to linger on this topic for too long and pushed the box towards Sulu, encouraging him, "Take a good look at them. Each card is distinct in its own right." Each card. Sulu nodded, and under Gon's expectant gaze, he opened the first card, revealing a black card. The illustration depicted an expanse of darkness with 2 luminous points. The seemingly mundane imagery left Sulu perplexed. Gon, clearly aware of Sulu's confusion, was about to offer an explanation, but Sulu suddenly raised his hand to halt him. "Wait a moment, Mr. Gon, please do not divulge anything yet." Although Gon was uncertain about Sulu's reasoning for the interruption, his anticipation only intensified. "Of course, Sulu, as a medium, you possess unique abilities. Pursue whatever you wish." Sulu nodded and turned his attention back to the black card. The ancient sound of the multi-vision tree began to unfold. The delicate blue luminescence emitted by the tree manifested upon the card. Before Sulu's eyes, the card underwent a profound transformation. The contents of the black card began to flow gently, resembling a vivid, lifelike tableau. The imagery that had once been incomprehensible now became strikingly clear. The so-called darkness revealed itself to be the lifeless form of a black sheep. The 2 luminous points that Sulu had previously observed in the dark were, in fact, the light reflected in the eyes of a girl resting against the black sheep. Black card, the black sheep and the maiden, obverse, symbolizing death, darkness, and impending disaster. Reverse, light nurtured within the darkness. What of the girl lying in the embrace of the black sheep? Chapter 47. The inaugural fortune divination. Sulu, clutching the cards, remained in contemplative silence. His memory was exceptional, an enhancement likely bestowed by the soul tree, rendering his recollections vividly clear. He distinctly remembered the first activation of the Kintonian vision after his transmigration. The initial warped entity to materialize before him was the Black Sheep Maiden. At the time, her visage was indiscernible, and it remained so now. Is this the true Kintonian destiny? He mused. Is the secret language of Kington innate, or a consequence of my arrival? Sulu had been engrossed in the cards for an extended period. Gon, betraying a hint of concern, inquired, "Sulu, are you all right?" Although loath to interrupt a warlock in deep contemplation, Gon was perturbed by the protracted duration of Sulu's focus on the cards. The effects of the Kintonian cards were intricate, and even he could only grasp a rudimentary understanding. If Sulu were to become ensnared by the power of the Cantonian cards, unable to extricate himself from the world of destiny observation, the consequences would be dire. As his mentor, he felt compelled to restore Sulu to lucidity. Sulu, awaken, Gon urged, gently shaking Sulu, disturbed by the external stimuli. Sulu belatedly emerged from his reverie. Mr. Gon, what was I just doing? He asked, also sensing the anomaly in his recent state. He had been mired in perplexity, grappling with the reasons for his transmigration, the nature of his powers, and the events that lay ahead. His thoughts had become entangled in irresolvable quandaries. Had it not been for Gon's intervention, he feared he would have sunk even deeper. Sulu, Gon cautioned, the power of Guyindu is formidable, chaotic, and disordered. Even extraterrestrial void entities and evil gods tremble before it. You were clearly beguiled by the Cantonian power, which is perilous. While we, as psychics, must harness this power, we must also guard against it. Fortunately, you appear to be unharmed. What did you see? Sulu nodded and replied truthfully, I saw the black sheep maiden. So, you did see her, Gon murmured, wringing his hands as if to dispel his unease. He had spent years cultivating his abilities to decipher some of the secrets of the Cantonian cards, yet Sulu could perceive them at first glance. Indeed, there was no comparing individuals. Sulu discerned Gon's apprehension and inquired, Is there something amiss with my ability to see the black sheep maiden? If so, please enlighten me. No, it's merely envy for your talent, Gon demurred. Since you can already see, let's begin with the symbolism of the black sheep maiden. Very well. As the first card in the Cantonian Black Suite, the black sheep and maiden typically represent the genesis of all darkness, in divination and prediction. If you draw the black sheep and maiden, exercise caution. While interpretations of other cards may vary among warlocks, the interpretation of the black sheep and maiden is universally accepted. It almost invariably signifies disaster and death. As he listened to Gon's explanation, Sulu furrowed his brow and surreptitiously glanced at the card. Black Suite, black sheep and maiden obverse, denotes death, darkness, and impending disaster. Reverse, the only light. Gon had omitted the reverse meaning of the card, but his description of the obverse meaning was accurate. It was a card symbolizing death, darkness, and impending calamity. Sulu refrained from mentioning the reverse meaning, as he himself was uncertain of its true significance. Moreover, interrupting Gon at this juncture would be impolite. The source and origin of all darkness, I understand. Please continue. Very well. Gon retrieved the second card, a marionette. In the Cantonian vision, the marionette appeared as a puppet covered in rusty screws, manipulated by countless threads. Its mouth was smiling, while its eyes were weeping. Black Suite, marionette obverse, control, mastery, manipulated destiny. Reverse, all that is false. The marionette's symbolism in psychic lore is control, but I personally believe it also hints at destiny, Gon explained. Su Li's eyes gleamed with admiration. Gon's comprehension was indeed remarkable. His personal interpretation of the marionette was flawless, although, like the black sheep maiden, the reverse meaning was absent. Subsequently, the two engaged in a learning session reminiscent of their time in the headquarters archives, with one eager to learn and the other willing to teach. Delving into the mysteries of the Cantonian destiny cards. The 7 cards of the Black Suite, in addition to the Black Sheep Maiden and the Marionette, included the Sun, Dragon, Jewel, Spider, and Forest. The 4 cards of the Red Suite were the Red Moon, Angel, Heart, and Flower. The 3 cards of the White Suite were the Jester, for Leaf Clover, and Coin. Sulu attentively absorbed Gon's explanations and analyses, elucidating the symbolism of each card and the methods of divination with the Cantonian deck. For Sulu, the essence of divination could be summarized in a few words: pose a question, then interpret. This learning continued for several days, during which Sulu maintained his regular work schedule. It was not until the afternoon of the 4th day that Gon concluded, that's essentially it. The content of the Cantonian cards is not extensive. Divination and destiny prediction are inherently ambiguous, relying heavily on the warlock's personal insight. Given the diverse starting points, each individual's perception will vary. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Gon. I will remember it well. No need for thanks. A daily act of kindness averts a monthly calamity. It is all ordained by destiny. You currently lack cards. This deck is from my youth, so I shall lend it to you for the time being. Once you have the means to acquire your own deck, you may return this one to me. Thank you, Mr. Gon. Once you are proficient in the divination techniques, gradually explore the other capabilities of the cards. I understand. If you truly understand, you may attempt it now. Gon rose and extended his hand towards Sulu. a gesture signifying his availability. Sulu, however, was taken aback. Attempt it now? What's wrong? Am I not a suitable test subject? Such an opportunity is rare. Once I depart, it will be difficult to find another warlock to predict your destiny. Sulu gazed at Gon, momentarily at a loss for words. However, seeing the assurance in Gon's eyes, he gained some confidence. Very well, I shall try. Sulu began by shuffling the 14 cards, rearranging them before handing them to Gon, who similarly shuffled the deck and blindly drew a card. Examining his drawn card, Gon raised his eyebrows. Oh, this card does not bode well. Gon presented the card to Sulu. Black Sweet. Marionette Sulu nodded, preparing the spell with the single incantation. Spell, all, Cantonian secret language. As he was about to initiate the Cantonian cards according to Gon's instructions, his fingers abruptly halted. Activating the spell to perceive destiny required the infusion of Red Moon Spirit. He had not considered this earlier, but now, upon practical application, he realized he was unlike ordinary warlocks. His promotion to warlock had indeed involved Red Moon Spirit, specifically the pool of crimson liquid. Compared to typical warlocks, his total Red Moon Spirit was immense. Gon had estimated that his liquefied Red Moon Spirit was only about the size of a wash basin. However, the pool that had formed upon his promotion was already 2 meters in diameter. The current predicament is that the pool of water formed by the spirits of the Crimson Moon has been entirely absorbed by the ancient soul tree, leaving nothing behind. Thus arises the question, without the Crimson Moon spirits, how can he perform the incantation? Sulu, holding the card, found himself in a quandary. Sulu, is there an issue? No issues. I'm merely gathering my thoughts, he quickly offered as an excuse, then entered a state of ethereal tranquility. Gradually closing his eyes, he immersed himself in his inner spiritual realm, attempting to commune with the ancient soul tree. Unlike the complete immersion experienced in dreams, in his waking state, Sulu could primarily activate the ancient multivision and achieve an ethereal state. It appeared somewhat challenging for him to engage more deeply with the soul tree at this moment. However, obstacles are meant to be confronted and overcome. Recalling the sensation of controlling the branches of the soul tree in his spiritual world, Sulu slowly raised his hand, seeking to manipulate the soul tree thriving within his mental domain. Yet, regardless of how he projected his intent, the entity remained unresponsive. No, this is insufficient. Sulu's brow furrowed as he concentrated, layering his ethereal state. As his mental focus intensified, a familiar warmth began to permeate his surroundings. Simultaneously, the soul tree in his spiritual realm extended a branch. At the end of this branch, a droplet of liquid slowly formed and fell. When this droplet touched the ground, a powerful ripple coursed through Sulu's entire spiritual world. Waves of spiritual energy began to emanate from him. Gon, observing Sulu with a hint of surprise, silently pondered, is it truly necessary to make such a spectacle for a mere divination? Oblivious to the commotion he had caused, Sulu infused this ancient spiritual energy into the black card puppet. While in a normal state, humans could perceive only the first layer of reality. The ancient multivision revealed what could be regarded as the second layer. However, upon grasping the fate card and infusing it with ancient spiritual energy, Sulu glimpsed the third layer, the threads of destiny. A delicate thread extended from the puppet card, connecting to the center of Gon's forehead. Following the thread, Sulu noticed that Gon's forehead was engulfed in darkness. A sense of alarm gripped Sulu. This was hardly an auspicious sign. He placed a finger on the thread, and a powerful sense of déjà vu surged through his mind. Gon resembled a puppet, suspended in midair, his body controlled by countless threads. Each thread bore names: wealth, power, knowledge, bonds, and others obscured from view. The tightening threads resembled a countdown, the longest stretching over 4 years, the shortest a mere year. Upon sensing Sulu's presence, the threads manipulated Gon's head and mouth, mechanically uttering to Sulu, perform a good deed daily, avert a calamity monthly. Chapter 48. Do not run away tonight. The sense of déjà vu vanished as Sulu gazed apprehensively at Gon. The facade of life, controlled and marionette-like, echoed the essence of a puppet show. What's wrong, Sulu? Have you disowned something? Should she utter, Mr. Gon, I perceive a darkness at your brow. Within a year, calamity shall befall you. Moreover, the forces manipulating Gon were rooted in wealth and power. How could a free-spirited individual like Gon be swayed by such mundane influences? Perhaps she had miscalculated. Yet, Gon had previously asserted that fate could only be hinted at, never explicitly revealed, for to be informed of one's destiny would invite drastic upheaval. So what was she to do? Had she glimpsed something dire? The words "it's actually not that bad" lingered on Su Lishin's lips, yet she could not voice them. If the divination held truth, how could she assist Gon now? Do not fret, Su Lishin. Every individual's destiny is unique, and each seer perceives different truths. The fact that you have seen it suggests its potential existence. Does Mr. Gon not wish to uncover his fate? Destiny is not easily altered. Furthermore, why concern oneself with matters that can be changed? What use is knowledge of that which cannot be altered? Su Lishin paused, reflecting on this profound lesson. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Gon. If there is nothing further, let us meet tomorrow. Farewell, Mr. Gon. May you perform a good deed by day and evade misfortune by night. May the crimson moon protect you. As Gon departed, Su Lishin cast another glance at the dark card, a puppet. How does one rescue a life bound by strings? After pondering for a few minutes without resolution, she shook her head and prepared to clock out. Just as she reached the door, Wang Shu burst in, followed closely by Gu Baichen. He carried an injured woman, urgency radiating from him as he inquired, "Where is Mr. Gon?" "He just left." "What is the matter?" "She has been contaminated. We need Mr. Gon for heart energy guidance." "Human female, heart energy alert level 1, fear contamination. Will transform into an unknown anomaly in 3 minutes and 45 seconds. A female?" The person Wang Shu bore had short hair, with defined facial features, resembling a tomboy. However, the crux of the matter was that she had only a little over 3 minutes left. "I must find Mr. Gon," Gu Baichen insisted. But Su Lishin called out to him, "Don't. It's too late to find Mr. Gon now. We have 3 minutes until transformation. You need to help me." "Help you?" Gu Baichen regarded Su Lishin with skepticism. After all, he was merely a self-taught seer with scant experience. Could this truly work? Su Lishin sensed their hesitation. But time was of the essence. "Stop looking at me like that. We have 3 minutes until transformation. What other choice do you have but to trust me?" Gu Baichen frowned but remained silent, while Wang Shu calmly asked, "What do you need us to do?" "In 2 minutes and 45 seconds, if I haven't resolved this." "You must kill her." Gu Baichen suddenly gripped Su Lishin by the collar, wanting to speak, yet the weight of past experiences silenced him. Wang Shu, however, readily agreed. "Fine. If the time comes, I will act myself. Hurry." "Xiao Shu." Gu Baichen looked at Wang Shu, who merely replied, "She has no time left." After a brief hesitation, Gu Baichen added, "If it doesn't work, I will take action." Releasing Su Lishin, she did not let the conflict with Gu Baichen delay her. Saving the injured woman was paramount. She swiftly retrieved a small box from Gon's cabinet. Inside lay heart energy insects, capable of absorbing emotions. Though Su Lishin lacked a method to cure heart energy contamination, having only perused superficial texts in the headquarters library, she possessed something unique. A true heart energy weapon, the ancient sound tree of souls. It was a desperate gamble. Drawing a dagger, she sliced open the injured woman's outer garment. Nothing remarkable. She placed the heart energy insect on the woman's chest, but Gu Baichen interrupted. "Heart energy guidance ISNT applied there. Be quiet, or I'll stab her myself." Su Lishin retorted, anger flaring. She fully understood that the placement was incorrect. Her intent was to stabilize the heart energy, not to redirect it. Gu Baichen, who typically perceived Su Lishin as a meek newcomer, now recalled how he had witnessed her bravery during the night of the Black Tide when she had vanquished the Black Cicada. Their previous investigations revealed her reputation as a butcher, having single-handedly subdued chaos and danger in a classroom. "Please, save her. I beg of you." To Su Lishin's surprise, Gu Baichen lowered his head. Wang Shu echoed, "Su Lishin, I implore you. I was already intent on saving her. You've been the ones interrupting." As Su Lishin's thoughts turned ethereal, a surge of heat began to rise. The moment her fingers brushed the heart energy insect, it instantly shriveled. The speed far exceeded that of previous inspections at the city walls. The disparity lay between Su Lishin's focused effort and her earlier lackadaisical approach. Both Gu Baichen and Wang Shu noticed the change, but chose silence in that moment. Su Lishin pressed her palm against the forehead of the contaminated woman. The branches of the Tree of Souls extended at her command, seeming to break through mental barriers, entwining around the afflicted individual within the second layer of the realm of ancient sound destiny. This entire process was invisible to Gu Baichen and Wang Shu. They could only sense something transpiring with their teammate. The branches of the ancient sound tree spiraled around the woman's head, absorbing the swirling black energy. A powerful ecstasy began to overwhelm Su Lishin's senses, tempting her to surrender to its allure. Yet just as she felt herself losing control, the desires were swiftly consumed by the ancient sound tree. As the branches constricted and entwined, a black mist emerged from the woman's nostrils. Child of fear, upon its emergence, the branches of the ancient sound tree ensnared it, piercing its form. The dark mist flowed along the branches into Sulashin, rapidly engulfing her. The dark hue on the woman's face dissipated alongside the mist. Exhausted, Sulashin slumped against the wall, her body feeling utterly drained. Sulashin, are you all right? Wang Shu asked, concern etched on his face. I'm fine. This tomboy should be all right now. However, I can only cleanse her of the contamination. You'll need to take her to the hospital for her injuries. Understood. Let us go. Wang Shu carried the injured individual on his back, with Gu Beichen following closely behind as they exited together. Inside the room, only Su Lu remained. Rising to his feet, he settled into the chair in the office. Immersing his mind in the realm of the spirit, he glanced up at the ancient spiritual tree, narrowing his eyes. The summoning and promotion of sorcerers had depleted his stock of lust fruits to a mere 7, with 1 reserved for the frog, resulting in a significant reduction. However, it was noteworthy that the fear fruits had increased to 4. The previously immature fruit had finally ripened after absorbing the fear essence from the injured, and additionally, a small fruit had emerged. The absorbed fear emotions were transformed into ancient spiritual fruits here, a rather intriguing notion. Gazing at the fear fruits, Su Lu was tempted to sample one. Yet he restrained himself. This was the branch office, and attempting such a thing here would not be safe. Perhaps he would investigate the consumption of the heart essence fruit at headquarters tomorrow before trying it out. After exiting the realm of the spirit, Su Lu refrained from engaging in any further activities. He was quite fatigued. He leaned back in his chair and slowly closed his eyes. The after effects of absorbing fear were too overwhelming. He needed to clear his mind for a while. Just as Su Lu was about to rest, he suddenly noticed a face peering through the doorway, resembling a ghost. Annoyed, he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" The intruder was Gu Beichen, who stared at Su Lu for a moment before pointing a finger at him and tilting his head, saying, "Don't run away tonight." Su Lu was taken aback. "What do you mean? Are you going to hit me? What do you want?" Gu Beichen's voice lingered, but he had already disappeared, presumably heading to the hospital. Su Lu stared blankly at the doorway, pondering Gu Beichen's peculiar nature. He found himself at a loss for words. Never mind. An act of kindness by day averts misfortune by night. It was only right for him to treat me to a meal at the lighthouse. It would merely be a selection of abalone, ginseng, shark fins, and various meats. It seemed likely they would continue to be colleagues, even if he had offended me. There was no reason for me to be upset. As long as he treated me well and allowed me to take some food home, I would forgive him. What shall we have for dinner tonight? Chapter 49. The invitation at the gathering. Though he remained unaware of the daily antics of the black cat at home, Su Lu had noticed that the pages of his notebook were diminishing. Perhaps it was the cat's doing. After all, felines are known for their penchant for mischief. Today, I shall treat you to a delightful meal, but please refrain from further destruction of my notes. The cat perked up at the mention of going out. Observing its somewhat anthropomorphic expression, Su Lu opened his mouth to speak, yet ultimately chose silence. Although he held a fondness for Ding Ku, he would never impose his affections upon another. To compel someone into accepting a black cat simply because he adored it would constitute a moral entrapment. "Let us wait outside for a while," he suggested. The cat mewed in agreement. Su Lu stood at the entrance of the branch office, occasionally exchanging greetings with those leaving work. While they waited, he engaged with the surrounding pixels that appeared and vanished rapidly, remnants of the ancient power's mutation. Was the ancient power akin to a disease plaguing this world? It seemed more complex than that. She hasn't been hospitalized? Su Lu mused in astonishment. Though she walked with a slight stumble, it was evident that her condition had improved significantly after the purging of the pollution. This might be attributed to her inherent extraordinary constitution. 3 individuals approached Su Lu. The short-haired girl nodded at him, saying, "I've heard about you. Thank you for saving me. I'm Li Shunlu, but they all call me Shunlu." "Shunlu? A splendid name," he replied. "No need for gratitude. We are all colleagues. I'm Su Lu." Wang Shu was about to inquire why Su Lu was waiting outside the branch, but thought better of it upon noticing the black cat in his arms. "Let us head to Guangming restaurant. Today, I'll treat you all," Gu Beichen announced, his spirits evidently high. Wang Shu remained silent, while Li Shunlu turned her head aside, seemingly reluctant to engage in conversation. Nevertheless, she did not decline Gu Beichen's invitation to dine together. Observing the trio's varied expressions, Su Lu pondered that they must carry a few stories of their own. Guangming? It sounds like a wonderful establishment. Indeed, it is the finest in Area B. Gu Beichen affirmed. Never drink and drive, and never drive when drinking. The four of them squeezed into a steam tricycle, spending a mere 2 dimes to reach Guangming Restaurant swiftly. Although located in the lower city, the place was not merely a restaurant. It was a large dining and entertainment venue by the city moat. Besides dining, patrons could enjoy fitness activities, swimming, shooting, and massage services. Even residents from the upper city frequented this establishment for leisure. Do you need to pay here? Sulu suddenly inquired. We are extraordinary beings. We do not compete for profit with ordinary folks. Sulu, your thinking seems flawed, Gu Beichen replied sternly, leaving Sulu scratching his head in confusion. He retorted. Last time you tried to recruit me, that wasn't the case. Seated by the window in the restaurant, Gu Beichen took the menu from the server, swiftly ordering several dishes before handing it back. It was clear he frequented this place often. After ordering, he turned to Sulu and the others, asking, What would you like to drink? Boiling water, came one reply. Orange juice for me, said another. Do you have any soda? Asked the last. None of the three ordered alcohol, which made the server's lips twitch in disappointment. After all, where would the profits come from without drinks? None of you drink? The server asked. Absolutely not. They all responded in unison. Wang Shu, a notably disciplined individual, only drank water. Li Shunlu abstained from alcohol due to her injuries and opted for orange juice. As for Sulu, it was not that he feared losing control due to his limited tolerance. Very well, I shall have an orange juice as well, though it hardly suits my identity. But as you all are abstaining, I shall not stand out too much. After all, I prefer to maintain a low profile, Gu Beichen declared, his tone still laced with pretense. However, Sulu found himself less disturbed by it now. Helping someone brings its own rewards. He genuinely treats you to a meal. It's quite agreeable. Ding stirred in Su Li's arms, prompting him to remember he hadn't ordered for the cat. Excuse me, could you please bring some fish jerky and sausage? My cat hasn't eaten yet. Of course, sir. Please hold on a moment. Seeing that none of the four had ordered alcohol, the server departed with a hint of disappointment. During the waiting period, the usually reticent Wang Shu finally spoke up. Since the black tide, the various city-states have been rather unsettled. It seems circumstances have shifted somewhat. No one responded, leaving Wang Shu feeling somewhat awkward. After a brief pause, he continued. Recently, the lighthouse has been experiencing sudden mutations and pollution, and the dark rules have also undergone some changes. Our branch is short-staffed. Li Shunlu kept her gaze lowered while Gu Beichen observed her. And Su Lu continued petting the cat, with silence prevailing. Has Su Lu not heard? Wang Shu wondered. Of course not. However, was it something Su Lu could engage with? Certainly not. Due to the influence of the sun of ancient power, the dark rules have shifted. Here within the lighthouse, could the city itself be affected? Was it the situation Wang Shu had described? Su Lu gazed into the distance, a sense of worry creeping in. Though he reassured himself that as long as there were no mutations among the populace, everything would be fine. Noticing Su Li's silence, Wang Shu persisted. Su Lu, our team is currently lacking personnel. Could you possibly, excuse me, your drinks and meals, crab rice, beef pot, and roasted chicken have arrived, along with a few others. Please wait a moment, the server interrupted, leaving Wang Shu with no option but to remain silent. Once the server departed, Su Lu felt he should not ignore Wang Shu completely and hesitantly inquired, What were you trying to say earlier? I didn't quite catch it. Wang Shu's eyelids twitched. He knew Su Lu well enough to understand that he was a person of great intelligence. According to Bai Jing, he was adept at knowing when to advance and when to retreat, maintaining a youthful vigor without losing his sense of propriety. Thus, given the gravity of their conversation, Su Lu could not possibly be oblivious to the implications. He was merely pretending, unwilling to oblige. Su Lu, the situation has become quite complex. Pollution and mutations are occurring irregularly compared to before, and the captain is struggling to manage. When we signed the contract, it was agreed that I wouldn't be on field duty. I'm not particularly skilled, so why do you insist on holding me to this? Gu Beichen and Li Shunlu exchanged glances, their mouths twitching in disbelief, especially Gu Beichen, who could not fathom why Su Lu would casually declare himself lacking in ability. Because he knows he possesses capabilities, Li Shunlu interjected suddenly, catching both Wang Shu and Gu Beichen off guard. Precisely. It is precisely because of his abilities that Su Lu remains indifferent to such evaluations. Su Lu shot a resentful glance at Li Shunlu, thinking her rather inconsiderate. He had just rescued her that afternoon, and now she was revealing his vulnerabilities. It rendered his attempts at remaining inconspicuous nearly impossible. By this point, Su Lu had come to realize the true purpose of this meal. It was not merely an expression of gratitude. They were here to recruit him. With a mind as resolute as his, he would certainly not be swayed. Ahem, it's not that I am unwilling to assist. I recognize that both the captain and Mr. Gon have treated me well. However, as you all know, I am a person of principle and must adhere to the terms of the contract. I cannot overstep my bounds. Sulu pondered, considering the meager salary he received. Was it realistic to expect him to risk his life for such a sum? Wang Shu regarded Sulu with an impassive expression. The contract stipulates you are not required to undertake field duties, but you are indeed expected to fulfill your internal responsibilities. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Sulu. What do you mean, Brother Shu? As long as one works within the confines of Lantern City, it is considered internal affairs. Su Li's hand trembled slightly as he held the sausage, casting a sorrowful glance at Wang Shu, perplexed by how this seemingly honest man could harbor so many ill intentions. It was once agreed that Lantern residents would not deceive one another. How could you betray even a university student who has yet to graduate? Too fitting, and besides, you are not from Lantern. Sula fell silent. Although he typically addressed him as Brother Shu, at this moment, he deemed Wang Shu unworthy of companionship. As the gathering descended into a lull, Gu Beichen attempted to break the ice with awkward chatter. This crab meat rice is quite delightful, with a tender texture and a golden hue, barely befitting my status as a level 2 sorcerer. What are you all staring at? Dig in. What? Are you all disregarding my Gu Beichen? Sula cast a sidelong glance at Gu Beichen. He had always perceived him as pretentious. Yet he was surprised to find him capable of lightening the mood. Meanwhile, Wang Shu diligently attended to his duties, truly deserving of Bai Jing's trust. All right, let us eat. Once the four began their meal, the conversation strayed from Su Li's involvement in internal tasks. Even the earlier incident of saving someone went unmentioned. Wang Shu and Gu Beichen's reasoning was straightforward. Regardless of Su Li's willingness to assist, he remained one of their own. Even if Su Li's abilities were slightly lacking, it was undeniable that he had saved Li Shunlu. Since he was one of their own, why expose such matters? Who could assure that they would not be tainted in the future? As for the death of a mere heartworm, what significance did a single worm hold? After steering clear of work-related discussions, the meal proceeded in a harmonious atmosphere, particularly for Ding Ku, who, with no restrictions on spending, astonishingly consumed over a dozen crab meat sausages. Although prices here were not as high as in the upper district, they were still among the highest in the lower district. At 2 yuan per sausage, Ding Ku had consumed nearly 30 yuan's worth. Sula felt a tinge of embarrassment. Moreover, this black cat seemed to have lost its senses. Upon noticing Su Lu sipping on soda, it incessantly pawed at him, yearning to partake. Despite Su Li's stern warnings that cats should not consume soda, Ding Ku ultimately sneaked a small cup. Just that tiny sip sent it into a frenzy, clutching the soda bottle possessively, exuding an air of insatiable joy. Su Lu, resigned, had no choice but to relinquish the soda to it. Chapter 50. Smooth justice after a satisfying meal. Su Lu glanced at the abundance of leftover dishes and hesitated momentarily before speaking up. Could these be packed up? Of course, sir. Wait a moment while I fetch some takeout bags, the waiter replied. Su Lu smiled, finding that packing food at the lighthouse was not an uncommon or embarrassing affair. I've already settled the bill. I'll take a stroll with Shunlu. You two continue enjoying your meal. Gu Beichen observed him closely. His intentions were evident to anyone with discernment. He understood that Wang Shu and Su Lu had matters to discuss. Once Gu Beichen departed, Wang Shu turned to Su Lu. Su Lu, please give serious thought to what I mentioned earlier. Brother Shu, what can a person like me do to help? The lighthouse is a towering structure, and we, the insignificant individuals, are merely the bricks that form its foundation. If the bricks are insufficient, the tower shall crumble. Wang Shu did not succeed in persuading Su Lu. But Su Lu was aware that Bai Jing's invitation to join the Night Watchers was certainly not a mere request to cook the books. He understood the true value of integrity. A person who resorts to deception does not require the guidance of another Red Moon sorcerer. From the moment he considered joining the Night Watchers, he was aware of the challenges that lay ahead. His current rejection stemmed from self-doubt regarding his own capabilities. He planned to fully master his abilities, the ancient sound and the Tree of Souls, and the art of summoning before gradually integrating into the Night Watchers. However, it appeared that Bai Jing would not afford him such luxury. Moreover, the present circumstances at the lighthouse did not permit Bai Jing ample time either. Oh, such is life in the world. One is often at the mercy of circumstances. The two fell into silence once more. Su Lu remained seated, contemplating whether he should begin his duties immediately. The black cat, Ding Ku, sensed his mood, setting down its drink and leaning against him. Su Lu affectionately stroked its head. when suddenly a familiar voice shattered the stillness. Sulu, what brings you here? Wang Man. Sulu was at a loss for words upon seeing this childhood friend. That uniform? Have you joined the Night Watchers? Indeed, I have become a part of the Lighthouse Night Watchers. Note, female human psychic enhancement in progress. Please be cautious. Upon receiving Su Li's confirmation, Wang Man's emotions surged intensely. Lowering her head, she spoke softly. I see. Are we truly out of chances? Sula pondered. You are truly impressive, Sulu. The Night Watchers are akin to the Zion Enforcers. Only someone as capable as you could successfully join. With that, Wang Man sniffled and continued. Then I wish you all the best in your endeavors. I must take my leave. Wang Man hurried away with her head down. And although Sulu could not see her gaze, he perceived her disappointment in her retreating figure. He shook his head, realizing that such an outcome was almost inevitable. Remaining at the lighthouse would mean he could lead a clean life, adapting to his identity here and gradually developing. Returning to Zion would require starting anew. A break might be for the best. Women only serve to hinder my progress. Despite his words, Sula felt an inexplicable sense of loss. After all, Wang Man was an attractive young woman with a commendable figure. His earlier actions had effectively rejected her overtures. Yet, he remained unaware that during his conversation with Wang Man, Dingku had been intently observing her. After neatly packing the untouched food, Wang Shu persisted, Shall we chat on the way? Sure. Just as they were about to leave, a commotion nearby halted them. Impressive drinking capacity. You're a real champ, Xiao Wang. Wang Man was engaged in drinking with some individuals. Although the Lighthouse's brewing techniques were lacking, the spirits here still boasted a potency of over 20 degrees. After downing a couple of drinks, she was teetering on the edge of inebriation. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man with a rotund figure, gestured to another man beside him, who promptly raised his glass and approached Wang Man. Come, Xiao Wang, let me toast you once more. Wang Man sensed her intoxication but stubbornly decided to drink as a form of defiance, as if challenging Sulu, who remained indifferent. She raised her glass and clinked it with his. All right, I'll drink to that. Sulu frowned slightly, glanced at the scene, and then turned to leave, seemingly unconcerned. As he made his exit, Wang Man felt a pang of sorrow and poured herself another drink, downing it in one go. Having left the bright restaurant, Sulu stood at the spot where the steam tricycle was parked. Wang Shu followed him outside. Isn't that the girl who sang during the black tide? She's quite the catch. You two shared that experience. Why not reach out? We're not familiar, Sulu replied, his pride surfacing. Such a contradictory fellow. She did receive an award for bravery. If you choose not to intervene, I shall. Driver, 2 dimes, please. The driver, noticing Su Li's indifference, muttered in annoyance. Standing there like a fool, Su Lu remained silent, turning to Ding Ku. Do I look like one? Meow? Ding Ku nodded in agreement. Sighing, Su Lu placed the packed food atop the mailbox at the restaurant's entrance and re-entered. Back in the dining hall, he caught Wang Shu, who was about to walk in. Brother Shu, wait. What do you intend to do? The Night Watcher's duty is inherently to protect the vulnerable. That girl is in danger. What do you consider protection? Beating up those ordinary men? What do you mean? Wang Shu frowned slightly, prompting Sulu to explain, if a Night Watcher strikes an ordinary person, they still belong to the Zion Arts Troop, which carries diplomatic weight. Such actions would be inappropriate, placing you in a difficult situation and complicating matters for the captain. What should we do then? Since we're already in the realm of abusing power, why not approach it differently? Smooth justice is still justice, don't you think? Brother Shu? After contemplating Su Li's words, Wang Shu eventually nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side, the manager said, should we keep an eye on that table? Mind your own business and do your job, especially concerning those from the outer city. The manager's authoritative tone left the waiter with no choice but to comply. Is that so? The sudden appearance of Su Lu startled the manager, who was about to curse but immediately shifted to a smile upon noticing Su Li's uniform. Night Watcher, how can I assist you? Is the food unsatisfactory? Su Lu squinted at Wang Man's table. The food here is rather unpalatable. It has put me in a foul mood, making me feel quite violent. The manager was taken aback, uncertain of Su Li's intent. He glanced at Wang Man's table, observing the 2 men pouring drinks for her. And the increasingly dazed Wang Man understanding the situation, the manager's expression soured. Night Watcher, there are so many people here. That wouldn't be appropriate. Sula nodded seriously, as if he were heeding the manager's advice, but continued, that rotund fellow is a minor leader of the Zion Arts Troop. And the slender one wants to be his deputy. I detest such ostentatious individuals who prey upon unsuspecting young women. The people dining here deserve assistance. Could you help me deal with them and take vengeance on my behalf? Sula maintained a calm demeanor, his politeness unwavering. Uncertain whether this politeness bestowed the manager with a semblance of courage, he furrowed his brow, omitting even the words Mr. Night Watchman. Brother, we are also in the business of hospitality. Your actions place me in a rather difficult position. Sulu nodded earnestly once more, discerning the manager's reluctance. He extracted a fragment of black material from his pocket and surreptitiously slipped it into the manager's breast pocket. This piece was none other than the remnant of a level 3 anomalous black cicada, deceased. Adjusting the manager's collar, Sulu produced his night watchman credentials under the manager's bewildered gaze. With one hand brandishing the credentials, he retrieved the cicada fragment from the manager's pocket with the other. I am Night Watchman Sulu. I now suspect you of harboring remnants of a contaminant-level anomaly. The evidence is irrefutable. The Guangming Hotel must be sealed for 3 days to eliminate potential residual ancient sound contamination. Furthermore, you are liable to face a sentence of no less than 9 years and no more than 15 years of imprisonment. The manager, utterly perplexed, exclaimed, "How did we escalate to incarceration so swiftly?" His face, a canvas of shock, turned towards Sulu. You are framing me. You are mistaken. I am investigating ancient sound contamination, while you are complicit in facilitating criminal activity, thus rendering you an accomplice. Sulu gestured towards the server who had just been reprimanded by the manager. Ah, yes, indeed, you are conducting an investigation, the server stammered. Suli's expression remained impassive as he addressed the manager. Well then, with a witness now present, should you act expeditiously, you could find yourself behind bars by tomorrow, perhaps even in time for the evening meal. The manager, glancing between Sulu and the gathering of the Zion literary troupe, underwent a transformation of expression. Suddenly, he clenched his fists and approached Wang Man's table. Chapter 51. The Deity of Pest Control, the Mongoose 10 minutes later. A cacophony of screams echoed through the restaurant's lobby. Damn it. I cannot stand scum like you. 2 grown men bullying a girl. You are nothing but 2 worthless wretches. The manager seized a table leg and brought it crashing down upon the head of the arch troop leader. Sulu, clutching a free cucumber from the restaurant, instinctively took a step back. The manager's blows were excessively brutal. He needed to keep his distance to avoid being splattered with blood. Having just started his job, he only had 2 uniforms, and the other one was still being washed. If this one got stained, he would have nothing to change into. Meanwhile, the waiter picked up a stool and struck the other skinny man several times. So you think you can just lay hands on people? You think you can take someone away? You Zionists, huh? Bang, bang, bang. The beating continued for almost 10 minutes, and as the 2 men began to lose their breath, Sula finally tugged at the manager. Hey, that's enough. Don't kill them. Oh, all right. Bang. Damn these things. The manager nodded at Sulu while turning to kick the arch troop leader in the face. His curse was ugly, and it was unclear whether it was a veiled jab at Sulu. After kicking, the manager immediately sat down beside Sulu, awaiting further instructions. Sulu glanced at the other members of the arch troop and the restaurant staff, pointing at the 2 half-conscious men on the ground. These 2 are suspected of rape. With both witnesses and evidence present, they will serve at Lighthouse for at least 6 years of hard labor. As for the members of the Zion Arts troupe, you may leave as planned tomorrow. I will also take Wang Man with me. No one will obstruct you. Understood, one member of the troupe replied. They looked at Sulu with trepidation, initially believing it was over, only for Sulu to continue. Oh, by the way, if you have any grievances against me, feel free to file a complaint at the Night Watcher B District Division, Team 6. My name is Sulu. Got it, they replied in sparse voices. At this point, the members of the troupe could hardly fail to understand that this man was standing up for Wang Man. They simply did not expect Sulu to be so ruthless. Not only were the 2 leaders nearly lifeless, but they also faced imprisonment. And a complaint? Were they seeking their own demise? Sula naturally noticed their gazes but paid them no mind. What was he doing? He was combating crime, purifying the city. This initial intention was beyond reproach. It was merely his method of dealing with criminals that was somewhat unique. After relaying these matters, Sula turned to the manager. Well done. Tomorrow morning, take the waiter who assisted you to the division. Huh? Why do we have to go? Upon hearing they were to visit the Night Watcher division, the manager nearly burst into tears. Sulu shook his head, aware of the misunderstanding. What are you thinking? I would never persecute an innocent and brave citizen of Lighthouse. Tomorrow, I will apply for a Good Samaritan award for you. It comes with a monetary reward, so don't miss out. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sulu. Well, that will be all. Your food here is quite good. I shall return often. With that, Sulu grabbed a piece of gum from the bar, stuffed it into his mouth, and hoisted the inebriated Wang Man over his shoulder as he exited the bright restaurant. Mr. Sulu, take care. Although Wang Man's body was quite soft, the odor of alcohol was overwhelming. Sulu pinched his nose and waved to Wang Shu, who had been waiting for him. Let us go, Brother Shu. Wang Shu had witnessed everything and was deeply moved by Su Li's actions. The smooth execution of justice can also be considered just. Such a method, one might say, was far superior to outright violence. Sulu, your approach resembles that of the captain. The captain is far more adept than I am. Sulu was not being modest. Bai Jing's finesse was indeed remarkable. Although both he and Sulu abused their power, Sulu's intentions were far more straightforward, while Bai Jing's were more subtle. Under normal circumstances, Sulu would almost never engage in such abuses of power. Discretion was his guiding principle. However, he was acutely aware that this power existed. It had been present since the moment he became a sorcerer. Before he could ponder further, he detected a shift in the dark rules and heard some peculiar sounds. Cluck, cluck. It sounded somewhat like the honking of a goose, yet also resembled croaking frogs, with a penetrating quality that felt unnatural. Sulu and Wang Shu exchanged glances. Brother Shu? Let us investigate. Wang Shu dashed ahead, prompting Sulu to carry Wang Man while panting heavily behind him. Although he had become a sorcerer, his physical abilities had not significantly improved aside from the enhancements from the soul of the veteran. The area was bustling with people, and he could not just drop Wang Man unceremoniously onto the ground. He had to carry her. Ahead, Wang Shu abruptly halted, swiftly crouching to draw his gun. Don't move. The weapons equipped by the Night Watcher Execution Division were the latest 6-shot revolvers, superior to Wang Man's firearm. Due to the obstruction of the alley, Sulu could not discern what Wang Shu was aiming at. He only knew that Wang Shu's posture suggested that their target might not be human. Gently leaning Wang Man against the wall, Sulu instructed Ding Ku, stay here and wait for me. He then spat out the gum and drew his dagger, moving cautiously towards Wang Shu's position. Meow. Ding Ku looked disdainfully at Wang Man and then at the gum Sulu had discarded, extending a paw to poke at it. Suddenly, it became stuck in the gum, unable to free itself. Meow, meow, meow. Ding Ku, indignant and embarrassed, began to wrestle with itself. Sulu stepped cautiously to the alley's edge. As he discerned the figure before him, a chill ran down his spine. Mongoose, bearer of faith, deity of pest control. Ancient God level 2, ancient Guyindu pollution. Before Sulu and Wang Shu stood a shadowy figure, indistinct in the dim light. Yet, in the vision of ancient Guyindu, it revealed a monster lurking within this person's body. No, it was consuming their entrails. Brother Shu, fire. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing Su Li's command, Wang Shu fired his weapon, and the mongoose instantly tore through the man's body, leaping out from his back. It was slightly smaller than a leopard, standing on its hind legs, with 2 long tails that swayed incessantly. From the green liquid dripping from its mouth, it was either toxic or possessed strong corrosive properties. Perhaps both. Ancient God category. ISNT that akin to a toad. Can even gods be tainted by ancient Guyindu? Wang Shu, having seen the true form of the mongoose, cautioned, be careful. The melee capabilities of savage species are the strongest. Savage species, huh? Brother Shu, cover me. Understood. Sulu focused intently on the mongoose, subtly moving his body to allow Wang Shu to shield his hands. He was not afraid of the mongoose. He feared it would interrupt his summoning. Without hesitation, he connected with the ancient Guyindu soul tree, feeling a surge of warmth as a drop of spirit liquid fell into his mental realm. Then, Sulu gently bit his fingertip, beginning to draw a sigil on his palm. Technique, collar, wonder, formation. Just as he completed the sigil, preparing for the final summoning, Wang Shu's gunfire erupted once more. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots found their mark, yet the wounded mongoose became only more bloodthirsty and frenzied, charging forward with alarming speed. The distance between them closed rapidly. As Wang Shu expended the last of his ammunition, he immediately discarded the gun and drew his knife, slashing towards the advancing threat. Sulu remained undistracted, mixing blood and spiritual energy upon the ground. Soul Tree, exert some force, he declared, initiating the spirit summoning array. A sudden burst of white smoke enveloped the scene, yet the anticipated white cicada did not materialize. Instead, a mass resembling blue vines emerged, akin to branches of the Soul Tree. Why is it not the white cicada? Thornspike, level 1 anomaly, ancient sound enchantment. As the summoning progressed, Su Lu sensed a portion of his accumulated emotions dissipate. Fortunately, perhaps due to the summoned entity being only of level 1, this depletion did not adversely affect the fruit. The clash was fierce, both sides engaging in an all-out assault. After several exchanges, a blood arrow shot forth. The mongoose, despite sustaining injuries, managed to firmly grip Wang Shu's blade with its claws. Subsequently, its twin tails aimed to ensnare Wang Shu. Without hesitation, Wang Shu relinquished his weapon and leapt back. The mongoose followed closely behind. Wang Shu stepped aside, revealing a black net bristling with thorns that appeared behind him. The mongoose, unable to halt, fell into the ensnaring web. The disparity between level 1 and level 2 anomalies was vast. The mongoose screamer struggled, tearing through half of the thorns in mere moments. Yet the spikes, akin to mindless creatures, relentlessly continued to entangle the mongoose, driven solely by Su Li's command, "Capture the mongoose." "Wang Shu, the bullets!" Su Li shouted. Without delay, Wang Shu tossed a revolver magazine. The thorns coiled around a fallen handgun, delivering the airborne magazine to Su Li's hands. With a swift push, the thorns deftly loaded the revolver with bullets, presenting it to Su Li. Bang, 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 bang. Su Li's shooting style was far more refined than Wang Shu's brute force. Enhanced by the ethereal state and the spirit of the veteran, he fired in a three-point stance. Unleashing 2 rapid volleys, he targeted the mongoose's head and heart with precision. Blood and brain matter splattered as the mongoose writhed within the thorns, its skull exploding to reveal a pulsating white core. Astonishingly, despite such a barrage, it did not succumb. Wang Shu tossed another set of bullets to Su Li before charging forward. This time, Su Li did not aim. After reloading, he immediately fired at the mongoose's arm, providing Wang Shu with an opportunity. As Wang Shu leapt, his muscles swelled, delivering a powerful kick to the mongoose's face. With a sickening thud, the mongoose's head flew off, rolling to a stop on the ground. Observing the motionless creature, Su Lu exhaled in relief. Finally, it is dead. The battle unfolded swiftly yet intensely. Wang Shu retrieved a vial from his pocket and evenly sprinkled its contents over the mongoose's carcass. He then produced a compact lighter, igniting the body. As the thorns transformed into wisps of white smoke, Wang Shu furrowed his brow slightly. "Su Lu, your summoned entities are quite extraordinary." At these words, Su Li's gaze flickered momentarily. Chapter 52, The White Card. For Leaf Clover, he was acutely aware that after summoning the white cicada last time, the expressions of those present had been marked by astonishment and trepidation. At that moment, he did not perceive the issue to be with the summoned creature. Rather, he assumed that the others were simply surprised to witness him bring forth the white cicada. They likely feared that he could not control it. The toad, also a level 3 entity, had elicited surprise from Gu Baichen and Wang Shu, yet they displayed no hostility. In stark contrast, Gu Baichen and Wang Shu remained on high alert upon seeing the white cicada. It was only when the black cicada appeared that they ceased focusing on the white cicada, clearly indicating a disparity in their attitudes. Hence, the problem did not lie with the level 3 anomaly, but rather with the white cicada itself. The current thorn was governed by a similar principle. Mr. Gon's summoned creature was what? The Guohua bird. Su Lu squinted. In his past life, he had penned novels. So how could he be oblivious to the existence of the Guohua bird, also known as the nine-headed bird? It first appeared in the Xianzhongji during the Jin dynasty. Its most notable characteristic was its barrenness, as it delighted in abducting human children to rear as its own. It is a malevolent and sinister creature, a mythical being. Although Su Lu had never encountered it in the flesh, he was nearly certain, with a 90% conviction, that the Guohua bird, akin to the golden toad, belonged to the ancient god classification. Thus, a typical summoner's creature should indeed belong to this ancient lineage. Conversely, his summoned spirit beasts had always been of the ancient sound variety. The golden toad did not truly qualify as his summoned creature. Their relationship was one of a contract. "Brother Shu, I can summon the golden toad, the very large frog," Su Lu remarked. Wang Shu merely nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Su Lu fell silent as they both quietly observed the burning body of the mongoose. After a while, Su Lu, aware that he had revealed too much on 2 occasions, could not conjure a better excuse and decided to concede. "Brother Shu, let me tell you, the matter of summoned creatures is not particularly significant." Wang Shu glanced up at him and nodded. "Indeed, Brother Shu is quite the good person, easy to get along with." Wang Shu shot him a sidelong glance. "I reckon you did not feel that way during dinner." "Oh, Brother Shu, what is past is past." I won't dwell on those trivial matters. Wang Shu was not one to hold grudges, and their previous teamwork in vanquishing foes had left him in good spirits. So he refrained from further debating the subject with Su Lu. Earlier was impressive. Brother Shu decisively severed the mongoose's head. The mongoose? So it belongs to the ancient god classification? I have never seen a mongoose, only glimpsed it in a compendium. From its appearance, I assumed it was of the ancient sound variety. You seem to know quite a bit, Su Lu. Your observational skills are commendable. Once again exposed. Su Lu offered a dry laugh, attempting to rationalize his knowledge of the mongoose. Heh, as you know, I am quite the avid learner. Just a glance and you're ready to pull the trigger. I think that judgment transcends mere learning. You are truly exceptional. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Wang Shu was genuinely a good person, sincere in his interactions, and reliable in his endeavors. If not for his overwhelming dedication to work, he would be an ideal colleague. Xiaoshu Su Lu, how are you? Gu Beichen's voice emerged from the alleyway. He and Li Shunlu had arrived after hearing the gunfire. And upon seeing Su Lu and Wang Shu unharmed, they both exhaled in relief. All is well. What is the situation? Briefly explain, Gu Beichen inquired. Su Lu discerned that while Wang Shu's approach to life was methodical, it was the combat prowess that ultimately dictated the efficacy of their team. The duo of Gu Beichen and Wang Shu was likely led by Gu Beichen. Wang Shu shared a concise account of the recent events with Gu Beichen. Nodding, Gu Beichen approached the mongoose's corpse and, with a flick of his hand, launched a fireball, purging the remains. The destructive power of a destruction sorcerer was indeed terrifying and immediate. Seal off the area and summon the guards. The three houses at the alley's mouth seem suspicious. I believe we should investigate. Upon hearing Gu Beichen's intent to enter, Li Shunlu interjected, It's almost dark. Wang Shu and Gu Beichen exchanged wary glances. Based on past experiences, they knew that within Lighthouse City, as long as light was present, they could gradually eliminate sources of contamination. However, the recent black tide had rendered previous experiences unreliable at times. Yet, they had to make a prompt decision, due to the influence of the child of the ancient sound. The dark rules in this area have undergone changes. Su Lu peered deeper into the alley, squinting slightly in confusion. Does illumination not guarantee safety? It's not that it's entirely unsafe, it's just that under conditions of contamination, illumination poses a risk. Li Shunlu and Su Lu shall remain. I'll investigate with Xiaoshu. Though Gu Beichen was proud, he was resolute in his actions. Li Shunlu's brow furrowed as he grasped Gu Beichen's arm. Do not go. Li Shunlu, we are the night watchmen. As Gu Beichen attempted to move, Li Shunlu held him back. Ultimately, Wang Shu played peacemaker. Gu Beichen, let us establish a perimeter first. Gu Beichen recognized the high risks associated with hasty actions and hesitated briefly before nodding. All right. I'll join Li Shunlu for perimeter duty while you and Xiaoshu stay here. Remember, as darkness approaches, you both must stick together regardless of the situation. Understood. While the others conversed, Su Li's gaze remained fixed on the innermost house of the alley, contemplating the hints he had observed. He was uncertain about the nature of the child of the ancient sound or how the dark rules had shifted. The house, under the scrutiny of the ancient sound perspective, appeared to exude an even deeper darkness. This was the sole anomaly. Su Lu, what do you think? Wang Shu queried. Su Lu hesitated for a moment, but then retrieved the set of cards that Gon had given him. If it's not urgent, grant me a moment. Clearly, Wang Shu was aware of Gon's abilities. Upon seeing Su Lu produce the cards, he expressed surprise. Ancient sound cards? You can use those too? I just learned them. I'm unsure if they work, but we have little else to do standing here, correct? With that, Su Lu stepped further into the alley. Su Lu, be careful. Got it. As he prepared to cleanse the ancient sound cards, Su Lu drew a drop of spiritual energy from the Tree of Souls and gazed into the depths of the alley. What might occur if we enter the house? No. That's not right. The scope is too vast. A definitive divination should not rely on ambiguous content. I need to rephrase. After pondering for a moment, he recognized the need for precise information while eliminating all potential dangers. Thus, he decided to reword his inquiry. Will we encounter danger once we enter? He drew an ancient sound card, channeling spiritual energy. Buzz. The palpable surge of spiritual energy was evident even to Wang Shu, a martial artist. White card, for leaf clover, upright, unconditional luck, good fortune shall ensue. Reversed, a life frail and weak. At the very least, it suggested that favorable events would transpire, which sufficed for him. Su Lu tightened his grip on the card, gazing toward the room at the end of the alley, a sense of impending fate re-emerging. In a first-person perspective, he witnessed the mongoose in a frenzy of violence, tearing and biting. It snapped a man's neck with its own hands, pierced a woman's heart, and all in the house perished, including 2 children. Everything before him bore no semblance to good fortune. Yet in the final moment of that first-person view, Sulu spotted a shadow approaching him. A pair of small feet trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of succumbing to fear. An unknown distortion will manifest in 3 minutes and 12 seconds. At this moment, Sulu abruptly opened his eyes and spoke to Wang Shu as he stepped inside. Although Wang Shu was taken aback, he did not impede Sulu's actions. "So, you intend to deviate from the rules? Pray, enlighten me, what have you seen?" Sulu hesitated. Even he was uncertain about the accuracy of his divination. Would it be irresponsible to ask Wang Shu to take action at this juncture? However, time was of the essence. The unknown distortion in 3 minutes and 12 seconds could not be ignored. There was a child inside, and time was fleeting. Only 3 minutes left to live. 3 minutes? Wang Shu gazed at Sulu, pondering for a moment. "You are not a member of the execution department. Stand back. I shall proceed." "Brother Shu, do you think that's feasible? If my calculations are correct, there should be no danger inside. Moreover, Gu Baichen stated that we must act in tandem under any circumstances." Wang Shu nodded, glanced at the pale moon rising in the sky, and pushed open the door. Creak. Meanwhile, Sulu activated the chest lamp on his uniform, employing the ancient sound multivision to scrutinize the surroundings. The 2 of them circled the room, ultimately discovering 4 corpses, 1 man, 1 woman, and 2 children. "Over there," Wang Shu said, drawing his blade. Sulu attempted to intervene, but Wang Shu merely gestured for silence. He approached the pile of clothes. "I am Wang Shu of the B District Night Watch Team 6. If you are human, I can ensure your safety, so I implore you to come out." Initially, there was silence from the pile, but soon the sound of sobbing emerged, yet no one came forth. Wang Shu examined his weapon. A direct thrust could injure the person within. He wrapped the blade's tip in ragged fabric and gently prodded the clothing aside, revealing a small girl huddled inside, sobbing softly. She appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old and remarkably clean. Wang Shu, however, did not hastily pull her out simply because of her cleanliness. Instead, he looked to Sulu for guidance. Sulu gazed at the girl, the sense of deja vu resurfacing. A vague shadow approached those trembling little feet. If the perspective were accurate, the angle of that shadow was unmistakable. Sulu suddenly turned to look behind him. A doll hung from the window, casting an elongated shadow. Its source. Was it merely a false alarm? Influenced by the ancient sound of the child, the unknown distortion will occur in 1 minute and 52 seconds. Chapter 53. The illusion of reality. The countdown has not yet concluded. When Sulu beheld the ancient incantation, his heart remained unperturbed. It seemed he had anticipated this scenario. He retrieved the card he had just divined, the white card, 4-leaf clover. The card emitted a faint blue glow, a unique radiance associated with the ancient incantation. Sulu furrowed his brow and pondered. Unconditional luck, forthcoming good fortune? Is this truly accurate? He realized it was imperative not to linger here with Brother Shu. Time was of the essence. After scanning the girl thoroughly and confirming she bore no signs of the ancient incantation, Sulu nodded to Wang Shu, indicating that all seemed well. However, Wang Shu stepped forward, signaling Sulu to maintain a safe distance. In such situations, members of the Night Watch must observe a certain safety distance. It is essential for survival. Do not dispute this, Sulu. I am a member of the execution department, while you belong to logistics. I am a warrior. You are a sorcerer. Regardless of the scenario, your value to the entire lighthouse and to Team 6 far surpasses mine. In any circumstance, I must lead the way. Moreover, as a night watchman, the foremost lesson is not to slay the aberrations, but to safeguard oneself. Do you comprehend? Wang Shu's expression was devoid of emotion as he uttered these harsh truths. Yet, the cruelty of his words was directed not at Sulu, but rather at himself. The life of a warrior could not be compared to that of a sorcerer, evoking memories of Wang Shu's reckless charge towards Gu Baichen during the Black Tide. Perhaps even then, he had been prepared to sacrifice himself for Gu Baichen. Understood, Brother Shu. Noticing Su Li's voice had grown somber, Wang Shu nodded and reached to lift the little girl. However, she bit down on his finger, refusing to let go. Wang Shu ignored her gnawing, cradling her gently and murmuring, I am Wang Shu, a night watchman. I apologize for our tardiness. The girl erupted into tears, and Su Lu, watching her weep, opened his mouth to speak. Yet, before he could utter a word, The surrounding air gradually coalesced into solidified pixelated blocks, swirling around the girl. This was the pure power of the ancient incantation. Under the influence of the child of the ancient incantation, an unknown aberration will manifest in 1 minute and 15 seconds. Still no resolution to the conditions for release? Brother Shu, we must move to a well-lit area. Su Li's voice was tinged with urgency, and Wang Shu did not hesitate. Understood. As they exited the darkened building, carrying the child, Su Lu felt a slight alleviation of the oppressive weight in his heart. Yet, before he could fully exhale, under the influence of the child of the ancient incantation, an unknown aberration will manifest in 45 seconds. Why is this still happening? Su Lu cast a glance at Wang Shu, who was holding the child, his expression suddenly filled with confusion. Brother Shu, what? Wang Shu turned, and upon seeing the bewilderment and slight shake of Su Li's head, he instantly sensed something was amiss. He swiftly set the girl down and drew his gun. After disengaging the safety, he pointed the weapon at the girl's head, his face inscrutable. How much time remains? It was unclear whether this coldness stemmed from the nature of a night watchman or from Wang Shu's own chilling demeanor. The girl stood frozen in fear, unable to comprehend why the very night watchman who had just rescued her was now aiming a dark barrel at her. She recognized it as a real gun, but the reason eluded her. All she could do was gaze at Wang Shu, terror returning to her eyes. Under the influence of the child of the ancient incantation, an unknown aberration will manifest in 35 seconds. Brother Shu, trust me. All right. Wang Shu nodded at Su Lu, who self-deprecatingly remarked, in my next life, I shall surely be a saint. He closed his eyes, entering a transcendent state, elongating his thoughts as all information surfaced in his mind. The crux of the message was the influence of the child of the ancient incantation. But what exactly was this influence? Where did it originate? The shadow. Yes, the doll. Su Lu dashed back into the building, prompting Wang Shu to shout, Su Lu, be careful. 25 seconds. Wang Shu glanced at the girl, furrowing his brow as he grasped Su Li's intent. Only 25 seconds left? He murmured, placing his finger on the trigger. 20. Rushing back inside. Su Lu sprinted toward the window, but within the ancient incantation's realm, countless threads appeared, intricately weaving across the room, connecting to various points, even to each corpse. Under the influence of the child of the ancient incantation, the corpses will transform into unknown aberrations in 4 minutes. Under the influence of the child of the ancient incantation, the corpses will transform into unknown aberrations in 6 minutes. Under the influence of the child of the ancient incantation, the dark rules have changed. Upon receiving the final message of the ancient incantation, Sula sensed the room darkening slightly. He glanced at the light on his chest. Its brightness remained unchanged, yet it felt as though the illumination could not penetrate. 15. The window loomed before him. Yet, that short distance felt interminable, akin to the extended time in his transcendent state. Su Lu exerted every ounce of his strength toward the window, sensing a presence looming behind him. A heavy, intense breath echoed faintly, vying for his emotions. Looking once more at his chest light, he saw only a single point of illumination, surrounded by an abyss of darkness. An absolute darkness. A peculiar creature would emerge, one potent enough to obliterate other aberrations. The night demon. Without hesitation, Su Lu clasped his hands together, the golden toad seal igniting instantly. 10. Apologies. Brother Frog, but there are no worms today. Kid, I am no gluttonous deity. Su Lu leapt, stepping onto the back of the golden toad. Soaring toward the doll in the window, he grasped it. As he seized the doll, he felt as though he was severing not just the thread binding the doll, but something far more profound. Outside, Wang Shu silently observed the watch. 5, 4, 3. With a thunderous boom, a shockwave erupted at the alley's end. The slightly arrogant, horn-like voice resonated in Wang Shu's ears. Little night demon, behold. As moonlight and city lights emerged, the night demon dissipated. Wang Shu's tense fingers finally relaxed. Yet, when he turned to the little girl, she smiled at him before her body, like black water, slowly melted away. In the end, she left behind only a sunny-weather doll. Wang Shu picked up the doll and rushed toward the collapsed building. Moonlight illuminated the ruins, and Su Lu emerged from the debris, cradling a somewhat frightened little girl. The ancient incantation's messages had ceased, and a semblance of relief was finally etched upon Su Li's face. Su Lu, that girl was a mere illusion, transformed into a doll. No worries, her true form is with me. The girl indeed existed, Some force has turned her into a doll, suspended in the window. Sulu regarded the little girl, reflecting on the hidden meanings of the four-leaf clover. Beyond its connotation of unconditional luck and impending good fortune, it also symbolized the fragility of life. Indeed, a very fragile existence. He gently set the little girl down. Although she had been saved, it seemed her memories remained unchanged, with the doll and her true self interconnected. Wang Shuju raised his gun, the memory vivid in his mind. Bang! The little girl picked up a stone and hurled it at Wang Shu's head. However, due to his formidable physical constitution, the assault bore no effect on him. She then picked up another stone and glanced at Su Lo, initially intent on throwing it. Her resolve faltered upon noticing the blood trickling from Su Li's forehead and the injury on his arm. She gently placed the stone down, letting it fall to the ground. Su Lu approached and tenderly patted the girl's head, reassuring her softly, "It's all right now." Suddenly, the little girl clutched Su Li's leg tightly. She did not weep, nor did she utter another word. As Su Li gazed at her, a tumult of emotion stirred within him. He had fought valiantly, vanquishing the monstrous entities, rushing in to rescue those in peril. It seemed he had done everything right. But then what? Earlier, during their meal, he had sensed the fluctuations emanating from the ancient sound's progeny. Could a mere warning to Wang Shu and Gu Beichen, or a joint visit by the three of them, have altered the fate of this family? Alas! Before long, Gu Beichen arrived with the guards in the alley. Upon seeing the little girl, he momentarily froze, then turned his attention to the ruins and the cacophonous croaking of the toad. It was clear that Su Lu and the girl had acted independently. Though a flicker of irritation crossed his mind, Gu Beichen refrained from voicing his displeasure in front of the guards. "Is everyone unharmed?" "All fine. Secure the perimeter." "Understood." After instructing Su Lu to escort the toad away and conducting a brief assessment of the hard energy and ancient sound pollution, Gu Beichen turned to the little girl. "I will arrange for the guards to take this girl to an orphanage." Night had fallen, and the alley was thoroughly sealed off. The specifics would be reported to the captain in the morning. "Dismissed." "Understood." Su Lu and Wang Shu replied in unison, with a lingering gaze. The little girl looked at Su Lu, yet ultimately she was carried away by two female guards. Su Lu, appearing somewhat pensive, squatted in the corner of the wall, while Wang Shu joined him, stooping beside him. He retrieved the weather doll, saying, "The girl from earlier left this behind after transforming into black water. Aren't you going to turn it in? Every night watchman has the right to claim spoils of war. This, indeed, is the bounty from this operation." Chapter 54. SU, the worker on a rainy day, thank you for the spoils, Brother Shu. Sula pondered as he tucked the sunny doll into his embrace. Wang Shu noticed that Su Li's spirits were still rather low, and being inept at offering consolation, he decided to engage Su Lu in conversation. "Are you feeling a bit down? It's just that I wish I could have anticipated things. But there is no if, Su Lu. I understand what you want to express, yet this is merely your first encounter with such circumstances. We have faced countless similar situations, and the multitude of outcomes teaches us a singular truth: there is no if." Wang Shu maintained a serene expression, while Su Lu occasionally questioned whether he was capable of feeling anger or joy. Nevertheless, he recognized that Wang Shu was indeed correct. Yes, there are no ifs. Once missed, no amount of regret can alter the outcome. Indeed, Su Lu sighed. A scholar from my hometown once expressed a similar sentiment. He stated that in the realm of reality, nothing ever has a second chance. What we can do is determine whether we possess the courage we envision when fate entrusts us with its decisions. That scholar must have been remarkable in Zion. Su Lu reflected, "I once believed I could accomplish many things, but I later discovered that was not the case. I am consumed by fears of loss, overly concerned with the past, and excessively anxious about the future, unable to grasp or release what weighs upon me. Alas, I am likely a failure." Wang Shu regarded Su Lu, a slight, stiff smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "While I cannot claim to understand everything, one thing is clear: you are certainly not a failure. A failure would not summon three entities at level 1, even if your spirits are somewhat peculiar." Su Lu took a moment to comprehend Wang Shu's words. Wang Shu was smiling at him, even praising him. However, the manner in which he expressed it made Su Li's lips twitch. "Brother Shu, just be yourself. Speaking like that feels insincere. Then how might I be more genuine?" Wang Shu seemed genuinely curious, prompting Su Lu to think for a moment before replying. At an exclamation, for instance, saying "You are impressive" feels quite hollow. But if you say, "Wow, you are truly amazing," it comes across as much more sincere. "Wow, you are truly amazing?" Wang Shu echoed, his eyes glimmering with understanding. He felt that he had grasped a remarkable linguistic technique. Although that girl is indeed quite lovely, we are likely to have a task investigating this area tomorrow. So do not indulge too much. Brother Shu, I assure you that nothing happened between Wang Man and me. Sulu added, and that technique you just mentioned should not be misapplied. As Wang Shu wandered off, Sulu wondered if he had heard his words. Watching Wang Shu's retreating figure, he felt as though he had committed yet another blunder. Surely, someone like Brother Shu wouldn't engage in anything absurd, right? Sighing, he reminded himself not to regret past actions. Once Wang Shu had departed, Sulu retrieved the sunny doll. However, as he held it, his brow began to furrow. Upon activating the ancient sound multiview, he felt a lingering connection in his palm. Worker on a rainy day, ancient sound relic, SU power of sunshine, summons a small sun, bringing you a day of clear skies. Worker, a diligent laborer, can only work once a week. Description, a charming doll, a gift from my dear friend. This doll is, astonishingly, an ancient sound relic. And it is unsealed, allowing for immediate use. To summon a small sun? The question arises, just how small is this so-called sun? ASU level relic that can only be used once a week? Such an item is a true treasure. Yet, gazing at the doll, Suli's emotions were quite complex. Of course, there was joy in acquiring a relic, but the earlier encounter with the little girl left him feeling conflicted. He understood that this relic was likely connected to the child of ancient sound. When it mentions my dear friend, could it possibly refer to the child of ancient sound? If so, this relic carries certain risks. Sulu then produced a 4-leaf clover. Unconditional luck, impending good fortune, and fragile life. He recalled the final countdown. Had he not severed the doll's string, would that girl have transformed into something strange? Remembering how she had hurled a stone at Wang Shu yet missed him. He glanced at the sunny doll and suddenly smiled. This is not being a saint. It's simply performing a good deed. He then looked up at the pristine moon overhead, murmuring, I just wonder if I can escape this calamity. Upon returning to where he had left Wang Man, he found her sprawled on the ground. 2 guards watching over her. Meanwhile, the black cat, Ding Ku, appeared to have gone through quite the ordeal. Upon seeing Sulu, it began to cry loudly, a sight that was truly difficult to fathom. As he approached, Sulu noticed that Ding Ku was covered in a multitude of chewing gum. It seemed to have been in a scuffle, perhaps with a stray cat on the street. It's all right, night watchman. The guard politely nodded before departing. However, upon glancing at the mailbox, he discovered that the packed meal he had prepared was gone. The 2 homeless men at the corner had taken it, and they seemed to be enjoying it. Well, that was a significant loss. This was, after all, the lower city area. While the safety around restaurants was generally good, there were always homeless individuals hoping for a stroke of luck to procure some food. Along the way, Ding Ku glared fiercely at Wang Man. After tossing Wang Man onto the bed, Sula felt somewhat exasperated. This woman was truly troublesome. How had he managed to sleep tonight? Rubbing his forehead, Sula began to undress, preparing to take a shower. Ding Ku kept a watchful eye on Sulu as he removed his clothing, one piece after another, but alas, he left his underwear on. Just as the sound of the shower began to flow, Ding Ku leapt onto the bed, extending its paw toward the drunkenly sleeping Wang Man. With a swift motion, its paw glimmered ominously. Yet before it could act, Suli's voice echoed from the bathroom, Ding Ku, come in and wash up. I'll help you get rid of the gum stuck to you. Initially annoyed that Sulu had thwarted its plan, Ding Ku suddenly realized that Sulu was showering. If cats had eyebrows, Ding Ku's would have been raised in surprise multiple times. Minutes later, Sulu emerged from the shower, his upper body bare, drying his slightly disheveled hair with a towel. He also took the opportunity to groom Ding Ku, using tweezers and scissors to remove the gum from its fur. He even gave it a bath, leaving the cat looking considerably refreshed. What Sulu failed to notice was that Ding Ku appeared somewhat dazed, its eyes glazed over. Lost in thought, standing before the mirror, Sulu assessed his physique, noting that he was still too thin. However, the energy expended on his studies left little room for weight gain. If he were to undertake a night watchman task, perhaps he ought to engage in some exercise. Sulu retrieved the ancient sound card from the pocket of his uniform. As he observed each card's meanings through the ancient sound multi-view, he mentally rehearsed the techniques of fate divination. This was a perfectly normal review process. Ding Ku lay sprawled on the table, its tail swaying gently as it watched him, its gaze still somewhat dreamy. Divination should indeed be practiced diligently. Sulu cast a glance around the room. Aside from himself, the only target for practice was the black cat Dingo, along with Wang Man, who lay on the bed snoring and indulging in drink. Perhaps I should try with Wang Man to see when she departs. With a determined focus, Sulu slowly closed his eyes, drawing upon a drop of spiritual energy from the branches of the Tree of Souls. He was aware that his every movement typically caused quite a stir, so this time he employed even less energy than before. Incantation, all, ancient whisper of the void. Buzz. As the spiritual energy surged, Sulu drew a card. Black card, gem, upright, resolute, steadfast, unyielding. Reversed, difficult to overcome. Holding the card, Sulu did not sense the familiar threads of fate this time. However, he felt assured of the outcome, provided his divination was accurate. Upon receiving this result, a sigh of relief escaped him. A stroke of good fortune. She is finally leaving. Sulu envisioned Wang Man standing on the airship, gazing at his departing silhouette, wiping away tears, and could not help but smile. At last, he had bid farewell to this burden. Although there existed a certain relationship and sentiment between Wang Man and himself, Sulu preferred to maintain a distance. His intentions were not malicious. If Wang Man could lead a fulfilling life and career, he would genuinely rejoice for her. Sulu's thoughts were simply to liberate himself from the shadows of the original owner's past. Well then, let us try another individual. What about Brother Tree? Sulu repeated the process, extracting spiritual energy once more, and drew another card. White card, jester, upright. Like a jester, misfortune is imminent. Reversed, deception behind the mask. A jester. Sulu's brows furrowed slightly. Should I subtly warn Brother Tree tomorrow? But how to convey it? Am I to say, Brother Tree, darkness gathers at your brow. Within 3 days, calamity shall befall you? Chapter 55. The secret art of the black cat regarding the matter of misfortune. I must remind Brother Shu when I see him tomorrow. Indeed, performing a good deed each day and avoiding calamity each month. I am uncertain when it was that this motto began to frequently escape Su Li's lips. Initially, he believed it to be mere self-soothing rhetoric. However, after encountering the ancient sound tarot cards and gaining an understanding of ancient sound destiny, he began to perceive that this phrase might hold deeper significance. The destiny cards possess the ability to divine, yet they transcend mere divination. Each act of divination serves as a successful practice, providing direction and motivation for advancement. The clarity of progress is truly captivating, bordering on addictive. At 18, as I stood before the school gates, I continued to delve into the world of cards. Tirelessly, I engaged in repeated divination practice until the clock struck 4 in the morning. With everyone's lights aglow, my late-night endeavors to astound all would go unnoticed. Yet, at this hour, fatigue overwhelmed me. For the 3rd time, I vowed to myself, this will truly be the last time. I swear on the light. This round shall be the final one. Since I had resolved it to be the last, it must be significant, right? Oh, I wonder if my salary and bonus this month amount to 500? Technique, all, ancient sound arcana. With a hint of trepidation, Sulu drew a card. For this divination pertained to his finances. What could be more paramount than money? Certainly nothing, having already exhausted his funds for dried fish. He now languished in the night watchman's cafeteria, and if the salary were not forthcoming, life would become unbearable. Upon revealing the card to be a 4-leaf clover, his furrowed brow finally relaxed. What a relief. Unbeknownst to Sulu, Gon's notion of divination practice was merely card simulation. A typical medium lacks the spiritual energy to engage in such depleting exercises so frequently. Normally, a sorcerer like Gon would only divine once a day, and not exceed 3 times at most. The foresight of destiny only begins to manifest with adeptness in divination techniques. Sulu misunderstood this, leading his practice to take on peculiar dimensions. Of course, disregarding the issues of spiritual energy consumption and physical strain. Su Li's pace of cultivation was undoubtedly several times that of a normal sorcerer. As he lay in bed, Sulu tilted his head towards the black cat, Dingku, extending a finger to tap it a few times before finally shutting his weary eyes. Good night, sweet dreams, Dingku. Meow. Dingku, having observed Su Li's diligence, licked his face affectionately. Seeing his master work so hard, it believed that earnest effort should yield rewards. This was indisputable. It then turned its gaze to Su Li's somewhat tattered notebook, struggling to grasp a pen. After pondering for a moment, its eyes lit up, and it wrote on the paper, Meow. Dingku tore up this page. This is not what it wished to write. My master and I take a bath. Meow. How could he possibly be my master? I am a dignified. How vexing that I cannot concentrate. Dingku shook its head, realizing this state would not do. It leapt to the window, staring at the moon in the sky for a while. The pure white moon seemed to undergo a transformation. Crimson gradually spread across the sky. and the blood moon began to rotate. Yet, when it looked again, everything appeared to return to normal. The white moon remained white, and the night was still tranquil. The only change was in Ding Ke's eyes, which had turned blood red. Forbidden Sorcerer, LV1 Medium, Secret Art, Forbidden Summoning Technique, Summoner, Approach Strange Array. Forbidden Summoning Array. Based on the consumption of mental energy, envisioning as mimicry, connecting the soul with ancient sound to summon forbidden entities. Secret Art, Scarecrow of Life, Secret Method, Walker, Array, False Life Form. Based on the consumption of mental energy, completing the life substitute array, executing sacrificial rites. Secret Art, Blood Moon. Just as Ding Ke was jotting these notes, the crimson glow in its eyes flickered momentarily, then began to stutter like a dying light bulb, flashing erratically several times. Subsequently, it resumed writing with focus. While Ding Ke was still engrossed in its writing, the previously resting Wang Man murmured, turning over as if seeking to cuddle with Su Lu for a slumber. Ding Ke, startled by the interruption, leapt forward. Meow? Its claws pounced directly at her. As Ding Ke coiled around Su Lu, Wang Man slowly opened her eyes, frowning. I cannot defeat the bizarre. How could I possibly contend with a cat? Wang Man struggled to comprehend how someone as weak as herself could contend with such a robust feline. Meow, meow, meow. Ugh, it's scratching me. Once more, she charged at Ding Ke, and a prolonged tussle ensued between the two, culminating in Wang Man's defeat. Left to curl up in the corner of the bed. She was fortunate that Ding Ke refrained from displacing her. The commotion disrupted Su Li's already shallow sleep. Are you two done yet? Can't a person get any rest? No. Meow? Can you move over a bit? Meow, meow. Su Lu, it's biting me. You need to control it. Sighing, Su Lu remarked. I can't deal with this. I might as well head to work. Thus, he donned the clothes he had washed but not yet dried, dragging his weary body and heavy dark circles toward the branch office. Before leaving, he did not forget to bid farewell to Wang Man and Ding Ke. Wang Man. I'll take you to the airship dock this afternoon. You two behave yourselves at home. All right, Su Lu. Meow. As he closed the door, Su Lu exhaled in relief. Finally free. Working is far more enjoyable than being at home. He ambled along the road, purchasing 2 buns and a cup of thick soup for a mere 6 cents. It barely sufficed to quell his hunger. However, he felt compelled to critique this so-called thick soup. Besides a few florets of cauliflower and an excessively salty flavor, there was little that could be deemed soup-like. The flavor is quite strong. It suits me. He retrieved a weather doll and hung it on his keychain. This SU-grade relic was something he took great care of. Summoning a small sun, as vaguely described, would require testing at an opportune moment. After finishing his meal, Su Lu arrived at the entrance of the branch office. Xiao Su, good morning. Good morning. Didn't he sleep well last night? Ah, yes. Su Lu chuckled awkwardly and proceeded towards Team 6. Upon entering, he was intercepted by Wang Shu. Noting Su Lu's somewhat dispirited demeanor, Wang Shu shook his head disapprovingly. Today we likely need to investigate the issues in that alley. You and I are key personnel. How can you present yourself in such a state? This hardly resembles the demeanor of a night watchman. Su Lu stood momentarily dazed, having expended excessive spiritual energy during divination the previous night. His mental faculties were sluggish due to lack of sleep. Wang Shu had already reminded him that regardless of the method of reminder, he had explicitly stated that today held significant tasks. Disregarding Ding Ke and Wang Man, it was indeed Su Li's obsession with divination that led to his lack of rest. His current state was his own fault, and he could not shift the blame. Brother Shu, I apologize. However, I truly wasn't he. I was practicing divination all night. Upon hearing Su Li's words, even the usually placid Wang Shu could not help but furrow his brow. His gaze bore a hint of skepticism, and Su Lu could instantly discern the source of his doubt. Wang Shu, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am perfectly normal. I awaken at 4 every morning, bursting with vitality. Su Li's dry explanation rang somewhat hollow. Wang Shu merely wore an expression that conveyed, I have heard you, yet remained unconvinced. I may have spoken too harshly earlier. Considering your health, perhaps you should engage in more physical exercise. If that proves insufficient, indulge in some supplements once payday arrives. Wang Shu, halt. Su Lu exclaimed, a flicker of anger in his voice. What now? I am going to report this to the captain. Su Lu felt a sense of helplessness, confronted with a dilemma. How should a virgin defend his masculinity when others cast doubt upon it? Surely, he could not claim to endure for 30 minutes each time, could he? After a brief internal struggle, Su Lu ultimately resigned himself to the situation. Ah, forget it. He recalled the ominous prediction from his divination the previous night, contemplating that Brother Shu had treated him well, and he ought not to harbor resentment. A gentle warning seemed prudent. Oh, by the way, Brother Shu, I noticed a dark mark on your forehead. Beware of potential calamity within the next 3 days. Wang Shu's lips twitched, and observing Su Li's weary demeanor, he suppressed the urge to deliver a punch. Very well. With succinct finality, Wang Shu departed. Su Lu watched him leave, pondering whether his words had been misguided. Surely, something unfortunate awaited Brother Shu today. He wouldn't misconstrue my intentions, would he? Returning to work and clocking in, Su Lu proceeded to the changing room to collect a new outfit. As he approached Bai Jing's office, he was met with the sound of a heavy thud. Bang! Moments later, Wang Shu emerged, clutching his head, blood streaming profusely. Brother Shu, what happened to you? Wang Shu shot Su Lu a glance, his eyes aflame with indignation. I sincerely remarked on how formidable the captain is. Su Li's lips twitched in response. What do you mean by sincerely? Was it the kind of sincerity where you exclaimed, wow? You are truly impressive. Did you really say that? Brother Shu, I genuinely think you are quite remarkable. Chapter 56. Please teach me. Teacher with a cold expression. Wang Shu left the room. Su Lu knocked on the door, preparing to report on the events of the previous night. Come in. Speak about the meerkats, came the response. Su Lu nodded, but before he could utter a word, Bai Jing suddenly raised her hand to stop him. At that moment, the door was flung open with a loud bang, without so much as a knock. The newcomer clearly lacked manners. She was a woman, seemingly in her 30s. And although her stature was somewhat diminutive, she possessed a certain charm. 2 individuals dressed in the night watchman's uniform followed closely behind her. Su Lu recognized them from the branch office, though he was unsure of their names. Wang Yueqin, Captain, what brings you here in such a hurry? You couldn't even knock? Su Lu thought. She was someone mentioned by the old cow from Team 6, a rising star in Team 2 of Zone B, who had ascended to the captaincy in just 2 years, known as the Ghost Blade, Wang Yueqin. Wang Yueqin smiled, completely disregarding Su Li's presence. Approaching the desk, she leaned over, adopting a superior posture as she fixed her gaze on Bai Jing. She gestured, and a nearby night watchman handed her a document, placing it on the desk. This is the chief's special order. From now on, the case regarding the ancient god species pollution at Site 55 will be handled by our Team 2. I kindly request that Team Leader Bai transfer the information and evidence chain regarding the Golden Rooster and the Meerkat incident from last night to me. Su Lu furrowed his brow, looking at Bai Jing. Transferring the case? The current situation clearly hinted at some internal struggle. What would the captain do? Bai Jing's face remained shrouded in smoke, making it difficult for Su Lu to discern her emotions. However, she soon stood up, extinguishing her cigarette on the no-smoking sign, and leaned in, assuming a position that allowed her to look down at Wang Yueqin. Very well, please wait a moment, Captain Wang. I will hand over the evidence chain and materials to you shortly. The peculiarities of the Golden Rooster case stemmed from an incident involving a farmer who, while clearing crops in a rice field outside the city, accidentally broke his femur, resulting in a transformation into a white corpse. After his transformation, the farmer killed his wife and, in an attack on a child, their ordinary rooster was influenced by an unknown energy and transformed into a golden rooster, engaging in battle with the white corpse. The golden rooster ultimately killed the white corpse. However, like the meerkat incident from yesterday, this golden rooster exhibited troubling behavior. It ended up slaughtering that family along with several others in the vicinity. Bai Jing elaborated in detail, and by the time she fully transferred the documents to Wang Yueqin, Su Lu had managed to memorize the key points with the aid of his ethereal state. Although Wang Yueqin appeared somewhat impatient, she nodded in satisfaction upon receiving all the materials. Thank you, Team Leader Bai, for your cooperation. Do not be disheartened. The construction of the lighthouse requires both internal and external collaboration. Although our roles differ, we all contribute to the lighthouse's mission. Well said, Captain Wang. I share your sentiment. Bai Jing replied. I must now proceed to investigate the meerkat incident, so I shall not detain you further, Team Leader Bai. With that, Wang Yueqin departed with her companions. Su Lu turned to Bai Jing, noticing no signs of anger on her face. She simply lit another cigarette and continued to smoke. Let us sit for a moment, she said. Captain, what was that all about? Su Lu inquired. You're clever enough. Can't you figure it out? Bai Jing replied with a chuckle. Su Lu felt a bit embarrassed by her compliment. Does the captain want me to remember the case because she believes Team 2 cannot solve it? Bai Jing took a deep drag from her cigarette before bursting into laughter. No, it's just that I think this case is more complex than it appears. Why is that? Because we won't be able to solve this case either. Sulu was taken aback. He harbored numerous doubts about the meerkat incident from the previous night. Captain, do you know what the offspring of the ancient sound is? Upon hearing this term, Bai Jing frowned slightly. The offspring of the ancient sound. Are you sure it's the offspring and not the descendants? Descendants? Definitely not. It's the offspring of the ancient sound, Sulu insisted, shaking his head. I'm not entirely sure about it either. Where did you hear this term? Sulu produced his ancient sound card. The secret language of the ancient sound. He was truthful. Lying in front of a senior night watchman could easily be seen through. Thus, he spoke honestly. The term offspring of the ancient sound indeed originated from the secret language of the ancient sound. Bai Jing seemed genuinely unaware of this concept. Shaking her head. I'm not familiar with that. Perhaps Gon might know. You could ask him. Then, do I still need to carry out my task? Not necessary. The case involving the ancient god species at Site 55 is already quite tricky, and we have no leads. Now that Wang Yueqin has taken over, it's actually a good thing for us. I see, Sulu replied, somewhat regretful. To be honest, he was curious about handling cases related to the ancient sound, especially after acquiring the ability to divine. What's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable being given a few days off? Sulu scratched his head, realizing Bai Jing had misunderstood him. He was quite diligent at work. No, that's not what I meant. I just thought, wouldn't it be disheartening for other teams to snatch cases directly from the captain? Su Li's sentiment likely echoed the thoughts of many team members. However, Bai Jing merely smiled, showing no sign of anger, and continued to smoke. Sulu had rarely seen her display any irritation. Unlike Wang Shu's aloofness, Bai Jing exuded a warmth and competence that made her approachable. Yet, after finishing her cigarette, Bai Jing's demeanor shifted. Her voice took on a more distant tone. Sulu, have you ever considered why you always wear a smile at work and often gauge the emotions of others? Huh? Sulu was momentarily taken aback, intending to protest that he didn't gauge others' emotions. But he suddenly realized Bai Jing's observation might hold some truth. He had unknowingly transformed into someone who behaved this way. Without looking at Sulu, Bai Jing continued, if one day, a person becomes exceptionally adept at social interactions, navigating relationships with ease, I wouldn't mock them. Instead, I would feel pity for that person, for they have sacrificed a part of their former self. If they had something to rely on, they surely wouldn't have become such a person. Sulu contemplated Bai Jing's words, feeling a mix of shock and unease. In his past life, he had looked down upon those who were overly adept at maneuvering social situations, finding them rather uninteresting. In short, he believed he would never become one of them. But now, it seemed he had indeed morphed into someone who was quite adept at social navigation. So, had he unwittingly become the very person he once despised? Why had this transformation occurred? Sulu pondered, directing the question at Bai Jing yet also at himself. Bai Jing calmly replied, because Team 6 is a refuge, everyone's background here is far from ideal. When our strength is insufficient and we lack support, it is wise to navigate the world with a certain shrewdness. Otherwise, those gentlemen from the upper city will not bestow any favors upon us. The downtrodden of the lower city. Bai Jing's statement momentarily surprised Sulu. Is there truly a distinction between upper city and lower city guardians? Once one becomes extraordinary, are they not granted residence in the upper city? Qualification is one thing, but that does not guarantee inclusion in their circles. Is there a factional division as well? You understand that this knowledge holds little benefit. Very well, you may leave. Reflect on the information you've recorded over the next few days. It may prove useful someday. With that, Bai Jing dismissed him, and Sulu could only nod in acquiescence. Yes, Captain. Upon exiting the office, Sulu noticed several members of the execution department animatedly discussing something. It was evident they were lamenting about Team 2's appropriation of a case. Sulu had no time to engage in such disputes. As Bai Jing suggested, wouldn't it be more prudent to take a break or recharge oneself? For instance, he intended to seek further knowledge from Mr. Gon. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Gon, I have arrived. Come in. Mr. Gon, engrossed in his reading, set his book aside and regarded the bleary-eyed Sulu with a slight frown. You do not seem in an optimal state for learning today. Ah, Mr. Gon, you have misunderstood me. I merely haven't washed my face this morning. If a lack of face washing results in such pronounced dark circles, I can only surmise you must have slept in a rather unsanitary environment last night. Sulu chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Gon, you are quite humorous. I was merely practicing divination late into the night. Observing Sulu, Gon shook his head. Had this been in the past, I would not have imparted any teachings to you in such a state. However, time is of the essence now. Team Bai requires your development, just as it requires mine. Thus, let us commence our formal lessons today. Formal lessons? Upon hearing Gon's declaration, Su Lu sensed a shift in the day's curriculum. What shall we study? Every sorcerer, at each level, may master 3 unique secret arts. You are already familiar with the foundational summoning technique of the spirit medium, which is the core essence of the craft. Next is the fate card, the ancient tongue of secrets. Today, we shall delve into the final secret art of the spirit medium, which, alongside the summoning, is another technique applicable in combat. It is known as the spirit scarecrow. Do you wish to learn it? Su Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. The past few days had been filled with substantial teachings. However, despite his thirst for knowledge and power, he recognized that overextending himself in his still fragile state was inadvisable. Should he gently remind Gon that he was perhaps taking on too much? Should they perhaps proceed with caution regarding the secret arts? Teacher, I bow to you in reverence. I fear no hardship nor fatigue. Please, impart your knowledge of the secret arts to me. Chapter 57. The spirit scarecrow. Su Lu usually addressed Mr. Gon with a respectful distance, but calling him teacher undoubtedly conferred a sense of intimacy. Although Gon and Su Lu were peers, Gon possessed a wealth of knowledge and experience that Su Lu lacked. Nevertheless, upon hearing Su Lu refer to him as teacher, Gon's demeanor softened slightly, and he chuckled, "Ha ha ha. I cannot be your teacher. Your willingness to learn is what truly matters." Indeed, the notion of a weak foundation or biting off more than one can chew is mere nonsense. The truth is, having a multitude of skills is invaluable. Gon nodded, then began to temper his laughter. He took several deep breaths, centering himself into a relatively calm state. Su Lu, I understand your excitement at the prospect of learning new techniques. However, I urge you to maintain your composure from this moment forward. The spirit scarecrow technique is closely linked to one's emotional stability. Is that so? I understand, Su Lu replied, his confidence and emotional regulation bolstered by his belief in his own prowess. Initiating a state of ethereality, he felt all emotional fluctuations extracted by the Tree of Souls, his eyes briefly emanating a bluish hue before it vanished. Thus, his emotional state was completely neutralized, devoid of any disturbances. Gon observed Su Lu, and even with years of immersion in the study of emotional energy, he couldn't help but marvel at Su Li's remarkable ability to recalibrate himself swiftly. What an astonishing capacity for self-regulation you possess, Su Lu. If you can maintain such stability in the face of the bizarre, your future will be beyond estimation. Su Lu, oblivious to the underlying implications of Gon's words, expressed his eagerness. Let us begin, Teacher Gon. Very well. The spirit scarecrow technique differs significantly from spiritual summoning. While both rely on external forces for assistance, summoning involves the power of spirit beings, whereas the spirit scarecrow relies on the sorcerer's own energy. In essence, it is the art of spirit infusion. Spirit infusion? Su Lu echoed, intrigued. Indeed, spirit infusion refers to the act of embedding one's spiritual energy into another object. The primary intention behind the spirit scarecrow is to utilize spirit energy to control a specially crafted scarecrow. Why a scarecrow? Gon continued. Because it is relatively simple and meets the sorcerer's needs effectively. Simple? Su Lu inquired. Is there rice cultivation in your hometown? Yes, there is. Then you must know that most rice fields are dotted with scarecrows. They serve a deterrent purpose, albeit in a rudimentary manner. The spirit scarecrow holds a similar significance. Su Lu attempted to grasp this concept, only to witness Gon slice his finger. Technique: spirit infusion array, summoning array, scarecrow. A cloud of white smoke enveloped them, revealing a rudimentary scarecrow clad in tattered blue cloth before Su Lu. Is this the spirit scarecrow? Su Lu asked. Certainly not. This is merely an ordinary scarecrow I have stored in the summoning space. To transform it into a spirit scarecrow, we must complete the spirit infusion. Su Lu, observe closely. Yes, I am watching. The incantation of spirit infusion resonated around Gon, his spiritual energy manifesting visibly. Under the influence of the ancient sight enhancement, Su Lu discerned that Gon's energy was red, while his own was blue. He chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. Yet he distinctly sensed Gon's energy, though robust. It lacked the strength of his own. As the infused spiritual sigils descended upon the scarecrow, its button eyes glowed ominously red. A wave of danger washed over Su Lu, prompting him to instinctively step back. Did you feel that? Gon inquired. Yes, it feels perilous, Su Lu admitted. Indeed. The stability of the spirit scarecrow is contingent upon the sorcerer's emotional steadiness. Should the sorcerer's core fail to maintain sufficient emotional stability, the spirit scarecrow could become erratic or even aberrant. Therefore, it is imperative to uphold emotional balance when controlling the spirit scarecrow. Do you understand? Understood. Sula gazed at the seemingly frail figure of the scarecrow, which had not changed since its summoning, save for the preceding energy fluctuations. He struggled to fathom how such a seemingly delicate entity could aid him in battle. Do you find it fragile? Gon asked. Yes, indeed. It appears weak and flimsy, just an ordinary scarecrow. How could it possibly assist in combat? When I first encountered it, I thought the same. Gon then beckoned with a finger, and the scarecrow sprang to life. With a creaking sound, the scarecrow grasped a round iron handle, compressing it flat. Subsequently, a rusty iron sword fell from its sleeve. With a swift motion, the sword sliced through an iron chair, rendering it into 2 equal halves, thus retiring it in glory. Impressive, Sulu exclaimed, astonished. The once feeble scarecrow now seemed to possess the strength of a seasoned warrior. Do not be overly surprised. This is the power of a sorcerer. Gon rarely exhibited such pride, yet Sulu, witnessing this display, recalled his previous divination of Gon, the black card, puppet on strings, control, mastery, manipulated fate. Could I have miscalculated? Sula pondered, curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, in Suli's dormitory, Wang Man, who had just engaged in a skirmish with Ding Ku, sat at her writing desk. Although she could not best Ding Ku, she had devised a strategy to counter her. After all, a meerkat could be pacified with a small sausage from the shop downstairs. However, Wang Man's attention was drawn to a peculiar piece of paper she had retrieved from beneath the bed, her expression shifting to one of bewilderment. I bathe with my master. Did Sulu write this? Wang Man hesitated, aware that perusing another's notebook was impolite. Yet curiosity compelled her to flip through Sulu's notes. This handwriting is different. This is not Suli's writing. My master? Bathing together? Wild woman. Wang Man's gaze darkened, her heart racing with disbelief. How could a cat possibly write? Yet, aside from this cat, who would refer to Sulu as my master? Wild woman. Bathing together? You lecherous cat. Wang Man glared at Ding Ku. Meow? Ding Ku appeared confused, but soon realized that the paper Wang Man held was indeed its writing. Meow, meow, meow. Ding Ku growled. But its expression softened upon Wang Man, tossing it a small sausage. I have plenty more. Wang Man produced 5 or 6 sausages from her pocket, tossing them toward Ding Ku. Ding Ku glanced between the paper and the sausages, ultimately conceding. After all, a cat could not go hungry. And Sulu was far too impoverished to provide anything other than leftover cafeteria food. Just this once. Meow. After appeasing Ding Ku, Wang Man returned her focus to the paper. Secret technique. Forbidden summoning, secret technique. Spirit scarecrow. Wang Man swallowed hard upon absorbing the contents of the secret techniques, her expression shifting to one of uncertainty as she regarded Ding Ku once more. Shula's cat is indeed troubled, significantly so. I must inform Shula. Dinka seemed to sense Wang Man's thoughts, as she abruptly set down her small sausage and lifted her gaze toward Wang Man. Her sharp eyes gradually illuminated by a crimson glow. Then, she extended her feline paw. If one were to characterize the expression of a cat, Dinka's current demeanor could be interpreted as a warning. Do not utter nonsense, or I shall take action against you. Wang Man, locking eyes with Dinka, felt a chill run down her spine and, unable to maintain the gaze, lowered her head in submission. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Observing Wang Man's retreat, Dinka redirected her attention back to the small sausage. Seated on the toilet, Wang Man scrutinized the note repeatedly, ultimately arriving at a decision. I must convey this matter to Shula, informing him about the enigmatic black cat, Dinka, at the Night Watcher division after a grueling day of study. Shula took a brief respite following Gon's departure. It wasn't until 5:58 p.m., when the alarm on Gon's desk rang, that Shula abruptly rose to silence it. Awakening from his slumber, he adjusted his attire, wiped away the drool, and rubbed his face, marked by sleep. Pushing the door open, he stretched languidly. Oh, yet another arduous day of labor. Oh, has the workday concluded? I truly lost track of time while immersed in my tasks. Passing by, Wang Shu regarded Shula with an impassive expression, suddenly remarking, You snore quite loudly. Damn. Shula covered his face. Before he could muster an explanation, Bai Jing emerged from the office. It's perfectly fine to take a nap. The past few days have been relatively calm. You may relax a bit. However, this weekend, We will have our bi-monthly routine exploration task. Prepare yourself. This time, you shall accompany us. Me? Indeed. After a moment of surprise, Shula stood upright. In that instant, he bore a resemblance to a true night watcher. Bai Jing was not surprised by his acceptance of the task. Shula understood Bai Jing's rationale for inviting him to join the Night Watchers, and Bai Jing recognized that Shula grasped her intentions. With unconditional knowledge shared, Gon's meticulous instruction, and assistance in managing the aftermath of his absence, including arrangements for the mother and daughter duo, all resources and secrets had been provided. They could not merely keep him as a talisman. Though it may seem premature, practical experience is the most effective avenue for advancement. All right, let us conclude for the day. Chapter 58. The Bonds of Destiny. Soon, Su Lu would bid farewell to Wang Man, who was recovering. As he pushed open the door, a palpable aura of hostility enveloped the room. However, this menacing atmosphere was not directed at him. Hey, Wang Man, Ding Ku, let us head to the airship dock. He called out. Oh, meow. Sula hoisted Ding Ku onto his shoulder. Normally, he wouldn't notice anything amiss, but today, he was struck by the sudden realization that Ding Ku felt heavier. Ding Ku, you've gained some weight. You need to exercise more and shed a few pounds. Meow meow. Upon reaching the street corner, they hailed a three-wheeled vehicle for a mere 20 cents, and together, the trio made their way toward the upper city. Throughout the journey, Wang Man was unusually silent, a stark contrast to her usual chatter, which suggested she was lost in thought. Sulu attributed her demeanor to her impending departure, assuming she was simply reluctant to leave. Indeed, this is why one must sever ties decisively. No more drinking like last night. It's impossible for someone to look after you every time. I understand, Wang Man replied in a hushed tone. That is good to hear. The two individuals from the faction have been dealt with, so there should be no lingering issues. Understood, Su Lugu. The vehicle halted at the bridge, and they transferred to a steam bus exclusive to the upper city. The sounds of the turbine beneath them, the whistle of the steam, the chill of the northern wind, and the thought of bidding farewell to a friend filled Su Lu with an extraordinary sense of joy. As they arrived at the airship dock, it was time to prepare to disembark. Hurry. The artistic troupe mentioned you were scheduled for the 7:30 airship. It's likely the last one, so we cannot afford to be late. Su Lugu, do you truly wish for me to leave? Yes. Is there a problem with that? Wang Man felt a pang of sadness at Su Li's nonchalant response. I am always considering his feelings. Why does he treat me this way? She thought, her heart aching. Stop sulking and let us go. Wang Man's reluctance began to irritate Su Lu. If they continued to dawdle, they would surely miss the airship. With no other choice, he grasped Wang Man's hand and dashed toward the airship dock. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Wang Man recalled the time Su Lu had pulled her away from the undead at Lighthouse University. It felt like just yesterday. At the Upper City's airship dock, the final airship was just arriving. Passengers disembarked one after another, and a young guard was inspecting the last vessel's passengers. As outsiders, each individual had to undergo a thorough examination by the heartworm and a verification of their visa by the guard. While the workload was substantial, the airship had first, second, and third-class sections, with only the first and second classes requiring dedicated inspections. As for the third class, they would be collectively quarantined for a night to check for any anomalies. Having already conducted inspections throughout the day, the young guard felt fatigued. However, as he approached a beautiful lady dressed in a red floral long dress, with her sleek black hair cascading down her back, his weariness vanished. What could possibly elevate one's spirits more than the presence of beauty? Yet, he still had to fulfill his duty as a visa inspector. When the lady reached him and handed over her visa, the young guard inquired, Please state your name, age, occupation, place of origin, and the primary purpose of your visit to the lighthouse. As he asked, he followed the customary procedure of inspecting her visa. When he saw that her occupation was listed as a mercenary, he paused for a moment and then chuckled softly. A mercenary? Surely, another wealthy young lady yearning for adventure. My name is Qi Xiao, 21 years old, mercenary by profession, hailing from Tianrui Lifeng. My main purpose for visiting the lighthouse is tourism, and to search for my lost companion. Before him stood Qi Xiao, exuding youth and vitality. Her confidence and poise stirred something within the young guard, leading him to contemplate where she might be staying. However, seeing her radiant presence, he felt a twinge of melancholy. Is Qi Xiao a pseudonym? Such a name is rare. Is it unique to Tianrui Lifeng? Should I ask for her contact information? After all, the workday is nearly over, and it would be the perfect opportunity to invite her to dinner. Alas, he chastised himself for such impulsive thoughts. But how could a girl like her truly claim to be a mercenary? Did she even comprehend what being a mercenary entailed? As the guardess' thoughts wandered, the third-class section of the airship suddenly opened. A powerful gust of wind tousled Qi Xiao's hair. And when the guard caught sight of the black eye patch over her left eye, he was momentarily taken aback. What happened to your eye? I am one-eyed. One-eyed? The guardess' expression morphed into one of surprise and confusion, but Qi Xiao appeared unfazed. She casually swept back her hair, allowing the guard a clearer view. I simply lost vision in one eye. It was an accident in my childhood. Has the visa inspection been completed? I'm sorry, I meant no offense. The visa inspection is complete, and there are no issues. With her single eye narrowed, Qi Xiao held her handbag with both hands and nodded slightly. She seemed like an ordinary university student. Thank you. May I proceed? Of course, you may. The guard watched as Qi Xiao walked away, murmuring to himself. Such beauty yet missing an eye. What a pity. Indeed, fate is never fair. It grants one a lovely visage but takes away a part of their sight. Nearby, an older guard noticed the younger one lost in thought and remarked, "Stop staring. Fate is never fair. No one chooses their origin. Besides, a girl like that wouldn't give you a second glance, even if she were whole. Just focus on your work. We're about to clock out. Come on, old Jiang. Can't I have a fleeting thought when I see a beautiful girl?" The younger guard felt disheartened, though he recognized the truth in the older man's words. It did little to soothe his spirits. One must be self-aware. Besides, she just said she was a mercenary. Did you not hear? A girl like her could not possibly be one. She hails from Tianrui Lifeng. Surely, you've heard how chaotic it is there? A young girl traveling alone on an airship from Tianrui Lifeng, looking this pristine. Is that something just anyone could accomplish? Is Tianrui Lifeng truly that chaotic? I've seen plenty of decent folks come from there. Enough. The lighthouse newspapers have reported on Tianrui Lifeng countless times. They say it's undergoing turmoil and is quite disorderly. Now, let us go. It's time to leave. The older guard prepared to clock out, while the younger guard gazed in the direction Qi Xiao had departed, wishing for another glimpse of the enchanting lady. Yet, looking toward the walkway, he realized she had vanished. Where did she go? It's only been a few seconds. Could she really have left that quickly? Outside the waiting room, the guard intercepted Su Lu. Excuse me, but pets are not permitted in this area. Su Lu glanced at Ding Ku and, with a resigned sigh, placed it on a flower bed. Ding Ku, being clever, would manage just fine. Meow. Ding Ku rubbed against Su Lu, casting a slightly provocative glance at Wang Man, who, however, was oblivious as she had already been pulled away by Su Lu toward the airship waiting area. The pair hurried into the waiting area, where members of the Zion Arts troupe had already spotted Wang Man. They greeted her, but upon seeing Su Lu, a sense of trepidation washed over them. With only a few bolder girls cautiously calling out, "Wang Man, over here," as she gazed at the airship, the setting sun, and the members of the artistic troupe awaiting her, Wang Man slowly turned around. At that moment, it seemed she finally gathered the courage to meet Su Li's gaze. "Go ahead," Su Lu murmured softly, but Wang Man, unusually, lifted her chin, her eyes reflecting newfound confidence. "Su Lu, do you know what ambiguity is?" Su Lu was taken aback, yet Wang Man continued, "They all believe that you and I are together, that we have fallen in love. But only I know that I have never approached the riverbank even a step. Ambiguity resembles the clouds at the horizon. When the wind blows and the rain arrives, you, like those clouds, become elusive. Our brief encounters led me to believe you belonged to me, yet you have never been mine. Wang Man, let me continue, otherwise I may lose my courage." Su Lu. It was dusk, her favorite time of day, perfectly balanced, not as blinding as the sunlight of day, nor as desolate as the night sky. It lulled her into a state of relaxation, allowing her to forget life. Yet when she awoke, she realized she was alone, waiting in the twilight. This is not love. I know it is not. You offer me the slightest warmth, and I would rush to you. But why are you unwilling to share this isolated sunset with me? Why? Our vague relationship keeps me awake through the night. I think of you, yet I can never find you. For you exist only in my memories, in that night of dark tides. Thus, I convince myself that all of this is merely my unrequited affection. Wang Man's sudden confession left Su Li somewhat bewildered and rendered the other members of the troupe speechless. However, Su Li's silence had already provided them with an answer. Wang Man stepped forward to embrace Su Lu and slipped a note from the black cat into his pocket. "Ding Ku is quite the writer. This is something special for you. He likes you, and so do I. Farewell, Su Lu. I will always cherish you." She possessed her own pride, dreams, and ambitions, Her journey would not pause here. Sulu stared at the floor, though he had always intended to bid Wang Man farewell. Her departure left a void within him, prompting him to mutter, "Men are rather despicable, aren't they? Whoever foolishly generalizes is likely just projecting their own flaws," a bystander remarked. "All right," Sulu said, rubbing his nose. Suddenly, a sensation of being watched crept up behind him. He turned abruptly to the doorway of the waiting room but saw no one suspicious. Yet, he was acutely aware of that feeling. Outside the airship platform, Ding Ke, waiting for Sulu, suddenly bristled, attentively observing the person approaching. "Meow. What an adorable little cat. Who left you here, and where is your owner?" Chapter 59, The Tumult of Fate. Meow. "It seems your master has abandoned you here. Come along with me, dear sister, and I shall treat you to a delightful meal." Ding Ke still wished to flee, yet there was no escaping Chi Xiao, who effortlessly lifted him up. In the waiting room, Sulu felt a familiar sensation akin to the one he experienced when encountering Lady Jia. There exists someone with an ancient resonance of fate. Upon meeting, one can ascertain this truth. This individual should not be the same as Lady Jia, for the aura he exuded was distinctly different. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as their paths were unlikely to intersect. Black card, gem, upright, resolute, tenacious, unyielding reversed. Difficult to overcome, resolute, tenacious, and unyielding, indeed. Wang Man had departed, yet the emotions she had revealed towards him were undeniably steadfast, exhibiting a sense of unwavering conviction. Perhaps this was not entirely erroneous? Sulu composed himself. He may have lost a sister at this moment, but that was inconsequential, for losing a sister could hasten the speed of his blade. Each life follows a unique trajectory. Life must continue, and so he moved on. Not holding on to his dismal emotions for long, Sulu turned and exited the waiting room. Approaching the flower bed where he had set down Ding Ke, he furrowed his brow slightly. A few passers-by were seated there, indulging in food. Yet there was no sign of Ding Ke around them. "Excuse me, did you happen to see a cat around here? A black cat, to be precise." "No, we did not see anything." Several passers-by shook their heads, which left Sulu feeling inexplicably anxious. Ding Ke. In his haste, Sulu took out the ancient resonance cards, inscribing a spell to perform a divination. "Is the black cat Ding Ke present in the airship dock?" He drew a card. Black card, forest, upright, a place one cannot escape, a shrouded fog, a predicament. Reversed, resources. Sulu infused a significant amount of spiritual energy into the card. Yet he felt no threads of fate present. All he could discern was an expanse of fog and an endless forest. Taking a deep breath, he remained silent, searching as he walked, occasionally consulting the cards. Yet, each outcome remained the same: black card, forest. It felt as though a fixed conclusion loomed before him. Where could it have gone? Anxiety began to spread within him, but Sulu understood that in such moments, one must not succumb to panic. He entered a state of tranquility, adjusting his emotions as he continued to search around the airship dock. This search persisted for 2 hours, yielding no results. Sulu gazed at the illuminated dock and suddenly thought. Upon opening the door, the familiar meow he expected was conspicuously absent. With a hint of melancholy, he fell silent for a few seconds before closing the door and isolating himself within. Seated in a chair, Sulu placed the ancient resonance cards upon the table. Once more he drew a card. Black card, forest. Sighing, he scratched his head, suddenly recalling the note Wang Man had given him earlier. All right. He hastily retrieved the note. Though crumpled from Wang Man's anxious handling, the writing remained legible. "I bathe with my master. What a peculiar creature Ding Ke is." Sulu recognized that Ding Ke was no ordinary cat. Yet, he was astonished to discover that it could write, possessing a clear consciousness and intent. Even such a peculiar penchant? If he finds it, he mused, I shall surely buy it some cat food. With a resigned sigh, he continued to read. The note contained genuinely useful information. Forbidden Sorcerer LV1. Medium. Secret Art. Forbidden Summoning Spell. User. Arrive. Strange. Formation. The array of forbidden summoning. Consuming heart energy as a basis. Envisioning as a semblance. Connecting soul and ancient resonance to summon forbidden entities. Secret Art. Scarecrow of Life. Secret Method. Walker Formation. False Life. Consuming heart energy as a basis. Completing the life replacement formation, conducting sacrificial rites. Could these truly have been penned by Ding Ke? What exactly is it? Existing in this realm? Upon seeing the words Forbidden Sorcerer Medium, Sulu realized that his transformation into a forbidden sorcerer was likely influenced, or even orchestrated, by Ding Ke. However, he had never once regretted it. He had encountered the formidable strength of a forbidden sorcerer to a certain extent. Holding the note, Su Lu sat by the window, gazing at the myriad lights of the lighthouse, his thoughts drifting far away. I should have kept it at home. To be frank, Su Lu felt a tinge of regret. Although he had previously stated that regret could not alter circumstances, he still found himself lamenting. After several attempts at divination, he found no new results. Every outcome echoed the last. A sense of aimless despair settled over him for a few minutes until he slapped his face. It seems I have misplaced it. Su Lu chuckled bitterly and once again retrieved the note, calming himself before he began to study the secret arts inscribed upon it. The scarecrow of life requires the consumption of heart energy to fulfill the art of life replacement. First, I must craft a scarecrow. Money is scarce. Shall I fashion one myself? In the upscale tavern outside the Night Watch headquarters in the upper city, Ding Ku was sprawled across a table, indulging in a feast. Yet, this feast had been ongoing for nearly 10 days with no progress made. Now that someone was treating him to an unlimited meal, he naturally relished the opportunity to indulge. Seated beside him, Qi Xiao donned a round hat and dark sunglasses, obscuring much of his visage. Though wearing sunglasses at night might seem foolish. The majority of patrons in the tavern were mercenaries of a peculiar sort, who could understand the gesture. As Qi Xiao observed Ding Ku devouring his meal, he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. How have you come to such a state? What do you know? All I have endured is merely the tumult of fate. At that moment, the black cat, Ding Ku, spoke with clarity and lucidity, entirely shedding the dazed demeanor he exhibited around Su Lu. If one disregarded his feline form, his manner of speech resembled that of an ordinary human. Even those seated nearby were astonished. This black cat could truly converse, articulating words with remarkable clarity. Clearly not mere ventriloquism by the woman beside him. Is this cat truly not extraordinary? The tumult of fate? Left with no food? Seeing him attempt to flee, Qi Xiao teased. Look at your current state. With your tail included, you barely measure 50 centimeters. Do you truly believe you can outrun me? As Qi Xiao jested, he pinched Ding Ku's cheek. Look at this mass of flesh on your face. Ha! Didn't you claim the food here was subpar? How did you end up so plump? Meow? Ding Ku, irked, swatted Qi Xiao's finger away. He despised having his face pinched, save for his master. Cough, cough, aside from Su Lu. Chapter 60. Ding Ku, can you please refrain from disturbing me while I dine? With the last morsel of meat consumed, Ding Ku licked her lips, contemplating the customary grooming of her paws. However, upon noticing Qi Xiao's unwavering gaze, she decided against the act. Strutting with feline grace, she endeavored to appear more elegant. Yet her recent indulgence in a rich, oily mixture had left her somewhat portly, rendering her appearance rather comical. Suddenly, she sprawled on the ground, stretching luxuriously. The once harmonious companionship of one human and one cat had shifted into a subtle tension. A silent exchange of glances altered the atmosphere. Ding Ku abruptly made her way towards the door, followed closely by Qi Xiao. After their departure, several patrons in the tavern rose, gathering together to observe the direction in which the duo had vanished. The gaunt leader among them inquired, "Shall we pursue them?" "Yes, but maintain your distance." Outside the lighthouse city, a resounding boom echoed through the surrounding forest as 2 points of light, a black and a red, collided in the sky. The lean man watched the shockwave from a distance, the moon above intermittently glowing crimson, eliciting a bead of sweat upon his brow. They seemed quite reasonable. At least they didn't engage in battle within the city. Who exactly are they? The owls. The owls? The one-eyed owl Qi Xiao and the murmuring owl Ding Ku. Are they formidable? Indeed, they are quite powerful. To what extent? The precise strength of the owl members remains unclear. But we possess records of Qi Xiao from when she was merely 10 years old. 10 years old. Wasn't she still in elementary school? Yes, at 10. She was already a level 3 disaster sorceress, an ember bearer. 10 years old. 10 years old. Well then, at 10, I was still playing with toy trucks. As the discussion of the two women's prowess unfolded, interest peaked among the group, each contributing to the dialogue. Meanwhile, the remnants of the battle began to subside. A woman clad in black, with ebony hair, lay prostrate on the ground, ensnared by countless steel bars, rendered immobile. She could only plead for mercy. I cannot continue. I concede. Ding Ku shook her head and rested on the ground for a moment. Qi Xiao gazed at her longtime companion, partner, and friend, ultimately releasing a resigned sigh. Why did I choose him? Who else would care for a confused, despised black cat? Qi Xiao nodded. The reasoning was flimsy. Yet she understood Ding Ku's disoriented state and recognized that black cats were indeed not favored. It seems you remain unchanged. Is that the only reason? Certainly. It is not for the sake of sharing a bed with him, nor have I spied on him while bathing, and I certainly haven't licked him stealthily at night. Meow? No, no, regardless, when I am near him, I tend to be slightly more alert. Observing Ding Ke's disjointed rambling, Qi Xiao could only shake her head in exasperation. Glancing at her tattered garments, Ding Ke felt a surge of irritation. Alas, that brute Qi Xiao struck too forcefully. My poor back feels as though it may shatter. I even forgot to ask her for some money, and now my clothes are ruined. Woe is me, my already meager existence has become even more burdensome. Upon pushing the door open, her eyes suddenly brightened. The paper figure that Sulu had placed on the table sprang to life. Its fragile paper form appeared more delicate than a scarecrow, seeming as though it could be torn apart with a mere breath, a description that would be an overestimation. Upon sensing someone enter the room, the paper figure's eyes emitted a sudden blue glow. It strained to lift its head, its paper hands desperately tearing at its own face, ultimately creating a mouth. This mouth then erupted into a cacophony of cackling laughter. The sensation was akin to a lecherous gaze upon a beautiful maiden. While such a reaction might typically be deemed normal, the peculiarity lay in the fact that this lecher was fashioned from paper. Did Sulu create this paper figure? As the figure laughed, it tilted its head, wielding a paper scythe that swung menacingly, tearing through its own body as it spiraled towards Ding Ke. With a thud, the scythe, imbued with ancient power, cleaved through the wooden door. Ding Ke stared in astonishment at the paper figure, contemplating this unexpected application of its magic. The figure tore away another portion of its body, lunging at Ding Ke, who deftly evaded the attack. The chaotic paper teeth clamped down on the door, nearly carving a notch into the handle. On board, Ding Ke regarded the paper figure, acknowledging her current state was less than ideal. However, dealing with a mere life-sized paper figure was still a trivial task. With a snap of her fingers, she unleashed a burst of energy. The blue glow enveloping the paper figure transformed into a corrosive acid, swiftly consuming it entirely. Ding Ke pondered the implications of her master being so destitute that he had to create a paper figure. Why do I still refer to him as master? Ding Ke glanced at Sulu, who lay soundly asleep, and gently touched his forehead. Is he drained of energy? This is not how one should cultivate. Ding Ke carefully closed the now damaged door and made her way to the bedside, lying down beside Sulu. Perhaps awakened by the earlier commotion or the murmurs of her dreams, Sulu turned and embraced Ding Ke, murmuring as he did so. Ding Ke inhaled deeply, pressing her body against Sulu's. The warmth and scent emanating from him caused her cheeks to flush. It was her first experience being so close to a man, excluding her feline form, of course. In his slumber, Sulu seemed to have stumbled upon something soft and pleasant, and he continued to touch it throughout the night. The following morning, Sulu awoke to a fuzzy sensation beside his face and abruptly opened his eyes. Meow. Ding Ke, still dazed, leaned against Sulu, lost in thought. Where have you been? Initially, Sulu's tone bore a hint of reproach, but he quickly reined it in. After a routine morning wash, he glanced at his writing desk, momentarily taken aback. Where is my paper figure? He turned to Ding Ke. Did you see it? Meow, meow. Meow. Ding Ke expressed her confusion. Very well. With no leads to follow, Sulu surrendered, realizing he would be late if he didn't hurry to work. Today was the 25th, the day when the night watchman's salary was distributed. This meant that today marked the payday. Excitedly, Sulu rushed to the night watcher's department's finance office, but upon receiving his salary, he was left dumbfounded. Wait, what is this? How is my salary only 50? Chapter 61. The true aftermath. The matron in charge of finances cast a disdainful glance at Sulu. Under normal circumstances, she, as a financial officer, would be somewhat subordinate to the night watchman, but today was different. It was payday, and she was exceedingly busy, lacking the time to engage in trivial discussions with Sulu. The payroll clearly indicates your earnings. Can you not read it? Sulu then turned his gaze to his pay slip. Basic salary for night watchman, 250, welfare fund, 150, internal duty, 150, external duty, 0, combat subsidy, 400. Advance compensation, minus 900. The salary was indeed substantial, especially when compared to the ordinary personnel in the lower city. Old Show earned a mere 25 yuan, while Suli's salary this month had soared to an impressive 950 yuan. The basic salary and welfare for a night watchman amounted to 400, as previously stated. However, an unexpected internal duty had granted him an additional 150, alongside 400 for combat support. In terms of income, Suli's monthly earnings surpassed Old Joe's by several years. truly a testament to the prestige of being a top-tier profession in the lighthouse. Yet, the advance compensation had shockingly deducted 900 yuan. That advance compensation? You should ask your captain about it. Fine. Upon arriving at Beijing's office, Sulu coughed a few times as the smell of smoke was overwhelming. Did the captain not fear lung cancer from such smoking? Perhaps her robust constitution rendered her immune to the effects of cigarettes. Why are you here instead of seeking out Gone? Captain, about that advance compensation? You should be aware of it. It pertains to that mother and daughter. I know. But under normal circumstances, deducting 350 each month means it would take nearly 2 years to repay the 8,000 yuan loan. The lighthouse's finances are not lenient. If you have money on your books, they will naturally deduct more. Did they not give you 50? The lighthouse's expenses are actually quite low. Meals at the branch are free. 50 yuan a month is more than sufficient. Sulu was at a loss for words. He had guessed it was related to old Zhou's family, but to deduct 900 yuan outright seemed excessively harsh. Not even 100 was offered. And they had promised to buy Ding Cat food. How could that be enough? I understand, but why not deduct a little less? If I could consistently earn 950 monthly, even repaying 700 each month would allow me to clear the debt in a year, leaving me with 250 each month. Huh, you're quite the mathematician. Well, it's just basic arithmetic, Sulu replied, scratching his nose. But you cannot guarantee that you will earn that much every month. As a night watchman, what if you were to die next month? Sulu suddenly found himself speechless. Indeed, being a night watchman was not a particularly secure occupation. With a high mortality rate, no one could assure their safety indefinitely. This was a point Sulu could not refute. I see. Room 509 in the Donyang affordable housing on Heduan Street. Though it's subsidized housing, it comes with its own bathroom and kitchen. You should go take a look. Sulu was taken aback. He understood that Beijing would not send him without reason. Something had happened to that mother and daughter? I'll go right now. After greeting Gone, Sulu set off alone to the Heduan district. This area was situated by the river, and the night watchmen were certainly adept at handling aftermaths, having frequently arranged such work. Following the address, Sulu arrived at room 509 of the Dongong affordable housing, only to find a white notice posted on the door, accompanied by a small wreath. Is someone dead? While Sulu was lost in thought, the door suddenly swung open, revealing Zhou Tingting, who appeared ready to take out the trash. Upon seeing Sulu, the two stood there staring at each other for a moment. In less than a month, Zhou Tingting appeared much more mature than the last time they met. Her hair was now short, and her clothing was neater than before. Perhaps the series of unexpected events had prompted her to change. Come in and sit for a while. Hesitating for a moment, Sulu nodded at Zhou Tingting's invitation. All right. Upon entering, Sulu immediately noticed the altars for old Zhou and his wife. Indeed, they had passed away. Sitting across from Zhou Tingting, Sulu found himself at a loss for words, and after a long pause, he could only ask, "Are you all right?" When I was young, my mother loved to tell me the same old story of the big bad wolf while lecturing me. I grew tired of it long ago. So, for these past few years, I haven't spoken much to her. I asked her why she stopped halfway, and she told me she could only accompany me that far. The rest of the journey would be tough but filled with happiness, and I would have to walk it alone. We do not fear death. What we dread is the pain of parting. Sulu looked at Zhou Tingting, somewhat bewildered. She simply shook her head slightly. I went to Lighthouse University to inquire. No company would compensate a temporary security guard. Even if there were an accident, compensation would only range from 500 to 800 yuan. It's impossible to receive such a high sum for bereavement. Your name is Sulu, right? Yes. How did my father die? Sulu took a deep breath. Had they finally reached this point? The captain had sent him here, likely sensing that Zhou Tingting was investigating his actions. No, if it were merely an investigation, the captain would not have needed to send him specifically. Had the captain uncovered more? I can only tell you clearly that I did not kill your father. At this juncture, silence enveloped them. After a moment, Zhou Tingting stood up. You've been here for a while. Let me get you a glass of water. Human female, heart rate escalating rapidly. Sulu nodded, watching Zhou Tingting's silhouette as she clenched and released her fists. Before long, Zhou Tingting returned, carrying a porcelain cup. Sulu glanced at her, then at the cup. Though she made a concerted effort to mask her emotions, her trembling fingers and nearly unsteady breaths betrayed her anxiety. Human female, heart rate escalating rapidly. Please be cautious. When the alert appeared, it indicated that her heart rate was nearing level 1 alert. She wished to harm me. Sulu thought. He stared at the cup for a moment before ultimately lifting it. Zhou Tingting's gaze revealed a mix of vengeful satisfaction, alongside hints of unease and confusion. Wait. As Sula brought the cup to his lips, Zhotingting halted him, taking several deep breaths. What happened to my father in the end? Sula hesitated. He was mutated. I had to put an end to it. With that, Su Lu raised the cup again, but this time Zhotingting did not hesitate for long. She abruptly stood and knocked the cup from Su Li's hands. Don't drink it. The water is poisoned. It's toxic. Zhotingting appeared furious, angered at herself, and then turned to Su Lu. You are a night watchman, right? Thank you for the money and for giving me the opportunity to attend university. I do not wish to see you again. You may leave. Su Lu was taken aback. University? However, he refrained from speaking further and simply nodded in silence. Upon stepping outside, he found Wang Shu standing at the door, hands tucked into his pockets. Su Li's gaze flickered. He recognized the position of the uniform, where a firearm was holstered. Brother Shu, did the captain send you? The first principle of a night watchman is to protect oneself at all times. As he observed Wang Shu's impassive expression, Sula suddenly asked, if I had truly consumed that water, would you have killed her? The captain remarked that you are quite clever and wouldn't indulge in drinking. Indeed, the captain knows me well. In truth, it wouldn't matter if you did drink. I had long since replaced the poison she purchased with a bag of popping candy. Sulu,